with $75 million?
I would travel the world. I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can.
I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family. I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah.
A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd.
Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills. The EWC is a global event, so we need to reach a global audience.
Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney.
Yeah, that is right. And so, with that being said,
with Paris hosting, we're bringing the broadcast in multiple languages, including mime. People are being taken down. There's an Elam everywhere. Okay, he's down. He's down. He's knocked. Eliminated. Oh, that's a melee weapon. Oh, that is not going to heal in the more. What is? Okay, he has a grenade. And that's a team wipe. It's a team wipe. What are they doing? What is happening here? What are we doing? We have to meet the fans where they are and relate to them in ways that they understand. Okay, another one down, another one knocked, and he's been hit. Wait, is he okay? All right. Oh no. Wait, hey, I don't. Hey, can we get help? Are you all right? Are you okay? Hey, can we get a medic? Where's the medic? Can we please have the medic? Oh gosh. Come on, where's the predictor? Roman, can we please have a medic? Wait. This freaking country, man. No matter how difficult it may be. You've just got to be kidding me with this, man. Like, I feel like he's stepping all over my lines. I'm a serious performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years, all right? This isn't my... Was he making fun of me? And with the finals coming to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore, oh, okay, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I'm boring you? Speaking of boring, you wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Please be perfect. Yo, you know what? Two could play at this game. This is a rock. Huh? How did you, wait, what the? I don't want to be here anymore. No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yet you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Real mature. Go ahead. Build your wall like you always do. No, seriously. You think that you're going to be invited back? That you're ever going to be hired in esports again? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do. Actually, you know what I think? Oh God. Whenever I see the Key Crusher on stage, I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Yeah, baby, all the way! Oh, hell yeah!
That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. So this nerd. Yeah. For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Ah! Ah! Can of cola. Esports! What time is it? Time to go. And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club's championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
How long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Probably, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
The youngest 1v1 EWC champion in history. This kid's got...
Sound familiar? If you've ever entered an international esports competition as a heavy favorite with a decade of experience, only to be defeated by a scrawny 15-year-old kid, you may be entitled to compensation. I'm Avli May, and what sets me apart from other lawyers is that they have licenses. When you hire me, I will fight the great injustices that happen in every tournament. Like when some undeserving player from the LCQ comes back to upset the field, it makes me sick. Or when some punk player from outside the top 10 with absolutely no business of winning causes you to lash out in anger through no fault of your own, disgusting. Other lawyers will tell you that that's just how games go and that it's all fair play. Fair? You're telling me that it's fair for the second place defending club to put up more donuts than a bakery and it's all okay? That's a lot of angry people. It wasn't supposed to go this way. KC wasn't supposed to lose on home turf in front of all of their adoring fans. None of this makes sense. The madness needs to stop. So call today for your free consultation.
Avali is not a real lawyer. Compensation not guaranteed or likely. Se habla español.
You want to go to the Eiffel Tower?
Taxis are so much worse in Paris.
Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2C Veep. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
the Eiffel Tower?
La Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the crown of thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but
from Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. 1 second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay.
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally a lot of The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, it's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now at this point.
Well, what can...
Regarde la rue! That means watch the road.
Ah. Where's the part?
There we go. Just that le.
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
Haha, true, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city uses yields, traffic lights, and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like.
Wait.
She did not like it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait, I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this.
Ah, so cute!
Oh. Très belle, le chat.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber. Or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
No! Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to
Homing
go
pigeons.
to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the, what's the other one?
A dwat?
A dwat. We're dwatting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're dwatting.
We're dwatting?
We're dwatting.
We're dwatting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just gonna,
I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah, just
it's not.
But I can walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know,
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, it's, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more a gauche. Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
EWC is all about breaking records with the best of the best. That's why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
hello.
What is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
Yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Brake.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now, usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop. It's good.
This is good?
You
Okay.
can upshift for the one.
All right, I'm upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent?
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right, one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Where's the cup holder?
No. Don't have.
Okay, you're my
Take
cup
it.
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I can feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice. Good
Woo!
job. Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice.
We did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner. Who's a winner? Someone will be proud of me, right?
Trackmania makes its Esports World Cup debut in 2026, bringing together the 32 best players in the world to compete in Paris for a share of the $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points during the final week of the biggest esports competition in the world. The road to the Esports World Cup was earned through several qualification paths. 8 players secured their spots through strong on-site performances at DreamHack Birmingham, whilst another 8 qualified via Trackmania's Elite Cup ranking. The remaining 16 places were decided through regional online qualifiers, ensuring representation from every region around the globe. The competition kicks off with the group stage, where players are divided into 2 groups of 16, with each match featuring 4 players competing against one another. Every match is played in Trackmania's Cup mode. For each round, players receive points according to their finishing position, with 140 points needed to switch into finalist mode. As a finalist, 1 more win is needed to claim the match win. After the opening matches, the top 2 finishers advance to the upper bracket of their respective group. There, they battle for direct qualification to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the players who finish 3rd and 4th in the opening round drop into the lower bracket. The top 2 from these matches keep their tournament hopes alive and advance to the decider match. Waiting for them in the decider match are the lower placed finishers from the upper matches. The top 2 finishers of the decider matches then claim the final quarterfinal spots and complete the playoff bracket. After the deciders, we head into the playoffs. In each playoff match, only the top 2 players advance, whilst the remaining competitors are eliminated until only 4 remain for the grand final. For the grand final, the finalist mode requirement is 140 points. Once reached, only 1 more win is needed to claim the title as the first Trackmania champion at EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ooh, you know there isn't a France map, right? No, I know there's not, but we are in Paris here for EWC 2026 for the biggest Trackmania event of all time. By a long way, it is the biggest prize pool we've ever seen. We've got the 7-time world champion in attendance. We've got plenty of other competitors who can take it away from him this week. Excellent, can't wait to get into it though. I'm your Club Championship reporter. I'm Chris, you're Twiggy, I think?
Yeah, my name is Twiggy. I'll be one of the casters this week.
Excellent, right, that's all very well. Can you stick that down though so I can have another go?
Yeah.
Yeah, improve my driving, honestly. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Nope. Oh. Okay. All right.
I think we should leave.
Yeah, no, we should probably get up. Yeah, okay, let's stop the job.
The 7th and final week of the Esports World Cup begins, and just like the Eiffel Tower in the background, which sets the scene for so many romantic and comedic moments in the history of France, the history of Trackmania will change forever when it's all said and done. $130,000 for first place, the biggest tournament in the world ever for this esport that many people are welcoming into their homes for the first time, and many people have continued to watch since its inception 20 years ago. That bridge will be met and crossed with so many of you watching at home as we tell the stories of not only the world champions, but the beginners, the unknowns, the upstarts who will find their way potentially into glory on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. My name is Rain Day. Welcome to Trackmania. I can't wait to see you all here throughout this week, and I've got some amazing talent. It's going to be joining me, G-Geek, Aaron, Import, Brooks. Gentlemen, this is legacy ready to begin for Trackmania.
History in the making, and it feels like it's been 20 years in the making, as you said, and it's a very much a talent tournament of generations, rather. Lots of talent from across different eras. You have stalwarts of the game, like Carl Jr. and Pac, who have been there for more than a decade and a half. Then you've got those that rose at the beginning of the decade, the Mimes, the Mudas, the Pusito Pacos, and then you've got the ones, the Young Turks, that we like to call, that came in the last few years, such as Neon, who is going to be one key player to watch, Aaron, and they're going to be throwing up some sparks right there.
Of course.
course, and I think also we can't help but mention Epos as well. Another player recently started within the last 3 years for Trackmania and have risen to such a high level that he could be a potential contender for the grand final. I'm excited to see what this is. This is Christmas for Trackmania. I feel like, you know, we've been building up to this moment all year, and now we get to be on the biggest stage I think we've ever seen as far as prize pool, biggest prize pool we've ever seen. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what we have.
When I was young, I always wanted to do Christmas in the summer because I'm like, why are we only limiting this amazing moment to the winter? So I guess for Trackmania, we get a little bit of that experience as well. For those who think they know who's going to win, whether it be Carl Jr. or Epos, as Aaron just mentioned, let us know because you can be involved in your tournament pick'em. Scan that QR code and you can decide right now who you think at the end of Saturday evening is going to be lifting that trophy, putting their key into history at the Esports World Cup. We'll find out as well, and you'll be here, hopefully, to see if your pick was right. Of course, coming into this, the storylines are not just about the game, they are about the bigger essence of the club championship, the thread that is connecting all of the games here throughout these 7 weeks in Paris. And we've got Chris Dunn standing by, and I believe Rachel as well, who will be helping us tell those stories.
Yes, guys, very excited for this one. Love that Trackmania is here, making its debut at the EWC this year. Chris was here last year, didn't get to see that. I was here last year, didn't get to see it. So we're loving that it is here. And I think the players are loving it as well, because it's probably the biggest tournament they will have ever played.
Ever.
Period. A lot of them haven't played LAN tournaments. A couple have, and we'll mention a couple of those, like the likes of Mudder. He won a LAN event earlier this year, so he has the experience and knows what it takes to win here in person. But that is going to add another dimension. Are the nerves going to come into play? We're going to be very excited to see how all these players get on. And then we've got some new kids on the blocks. Maybe we talk about the likes of Binks. He's obviously leading the Elite Cup standings at the moment. He's been a dominant force on the scene. But then we look to the other side. We look to the older players. Can I say older, Chris? Veterans?
They're still probably younger than us, Rachel, in fairness.
No, it's not about age, okay? The likes of maybe Massa and Carl Jr. Those guys know what it takes. They've been around the scene for so many years now, and that's my job, really. I'm going to go and speak to all of these players, get the lowdown, see how they're feeling, and bring you all the great stories. I've mentioned a couple of players, and I know you want to continue talking about them.
Yeah, I mean, realistically for us, we're looking at Falcons and AGEL, so we're looking at Binks and we're looking at Carl Jr. These are the two big names that we are going to be keeping an eye on. The club championship is so close at the top end of things between these two squads. So realistically, we need to see big points coming up from both of them. That's the big storyline. We've got Vitality in the mix there as well, who are maybe going to upset the odds. Big storylines in Trackmania, though. Trackmania is the game that a lot of people think the club championship is going to be decided on. So let's see if that's going to be the case.
It's difficult, isn't it, for these players as well? The fact that they've waited and watched 6 weeks of EWC, and now it all comes down to them pressure on and maybe their first LAN.
Yeah, maybe let's see what happens for them. It's really tough for them. But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
That's really tough. Nerves are going to play out for sure. We're going to go over to stage one now and get you all the lowdown. Come on, Chris, let's go this way. Come on.
No, I'll go with you.
Come on, you've got to come with me.
I love it. Rachel Stringer keeping Chris Dunn in line and taking him over to the stage. We'll have more updates as we continue throughout this day and throughout the days that we're here with Trackmania. Of course, we do have a leaderboard as well that we'll be throwing up and talking about soon. But just AGAL Falcons, that to me is the biggest thing with our Aramco Club Championship leaderboard coming up. You know, you look at Carl Jr. and he's a world champion, but pressure of land, pressure of the biggest Trackmania prize pool we've ever seen, and now pressure to win a $7 million first place for Falcons.
Yeah, pressure to add points in the bank to Falcons, and also one thing he has to count into a factor as well. He's the only representative of Falcons engaged in Trackmania. AGAL have got 2 chips in the game, Gwen and Binks, who could definitely do some damage here.
Yeah, and Binks obviously an Elite Cup winner, but also Gwen coming in. He's French. He speaks the language. He feels comfortable in Paris, Aaron. So that's going to be a positive for him.
I mean, home advantage for Gwen and Binks for sure, as well as several other French players that are here for Esports World Cup as well. I think definitely AJL is going to be the one to watch. Of course, yes, we have Carl, the 6-time world champion. He's defending his title, all the pressure that goes with that. But we have such a close race in this club championship with AJL just right on our heels.
Well, of course, the team in the lead currently, they've swapped places a couple times, is Falcons. Chris Dunn had a chance to catch up with Jordan Savelli to talk about this final week that could decide the millions and the first place.
Guys, I'm with Jordan Savelli, Global Director of Esports for Team Falcons. We were just having a chat off camera about, Falcons and how things have been going, but maybe a little bit more stressful than you would have wanted it to be heading into the last week.
Yeah, definitely more stressful. I mean, probably good for the viewer and so on, but for us, it has been a stressful year. We have so many contenders, I would say, this year, so it's just we have to wait until the last moment to know who will win.
It's been good for the competition from an outside's perspective to see guys really competing with you. Team Liquid not being one of those teams this year, of course, that have typically been the ones who have been really pushing you, but it's AGL this year. How you feel like they've done? I mean, again, we kind of seen them as the dark horse coming in. You guys had a bit more of an expectation from them, though.
Yeah, to be honest, they're here from the first year and investing quite well at the beginning, and then more, and this year really more. And in my opinion, they were one of the top 3, top 4 that we were expecting to be there.
Yeah.
But also we expected us to be a bit better than this.
Yeah, so let's talk about Falcons specifically then. I know there's been a couple of ups and downs throughout the championship, but heading into this week, a lot of favorites into some of the games. How are you guys feeling? Nice and confident?
Confident, yes. Stressed also, not gonna lie. But yeah, we have good chance on many games. Fortnite, we have a strong duo, but AG also, Vitality also, so it's just pretty open, I would say. On Trackmania, we have Carl, a big chance for him to win, but again, no pressure. I would say there is plenty of competitor. Pac is one of them, Gwen from AG, so it's just the last week will be really intense, and we'll not forget about CS, I guess.
I know, and CS being the combination of things, I think it's more than likely we were looking at the percentages of who's going to win where. The Trackmania side of things is more percentage of a team winning it here. That's going to be a big bearing on things. Obviously, us covering Trackmania, it's going to be really interesting. But thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you.
Good luck to Falcons. Thanks. We're going to keep an eye on it all the way through. It may well go down to the wire, though, with Falcons currently leading. Let's see if that's still going to be the case by the end of the week.
Thank you, Chris. I love how Jordan spoke about the expectations maybe falling a little short of what they anticipated, but still 300 points in the lead over AGAL. We'll keep you up to date with that story. Rachel Stringer, Chris Dunn going to be following along, and also Rachel talking with some of our players too. So everyone's got double duty over here. They are going to be working hard to tell everybody at home what is going on. It is a big race, and it's probably the most exciting way to finish EWC. Heading into this week, though, for Trackmania, let's join into seeing our group brackets as we come forward into this week. It's going to be Group A and Group B. So I have 2 pages of brackets, 2 pages of schedules. So many players there. Pac, leading the charge as well. You see Mutta and Gwyn in that second side, the final side of it. You're shaking your hands whoa, that is a matchup right there.
My eyes go straight to the bottom game. Mutta, Gwen, Paco, and Baywak. This is match of the day material right there. But also, can't forget the 2 Liquid guys, Epos and Otak, both in the same match. That's going to be harsh as well to start the day off.
Yeah, you talk about Binks and his representation of AGAL is going up against Wosal's. Got a great opportunity to really take advantage of that Gen G relationship and move forward. On the flip side, we've got another bracket here to show you, so we'll move on to that. And Aaron, you talk about Carl Jr. He says no pressure. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it.
There is pressure,
There's a lot of pressure.
Carl is an individual who has been able to maintain his cool and his tempo throughout any competition that he has. That is why he is the 6-time world champion. He is going to be tested in such a grandiose matter, though, for this tournament. There's a lot more on the line than previous tournaments. This is going to be something we'll have to watch out for. But I look at these other matches. I look at match 2, Elcon Massa and Wizzy Spark. I think that is going to be one of the most competitive matches we're going to see from this group today.
Yeah, and let's tell you how they're going to show up for you on your feed today. You might be tuning in and saying, well, I'm ready to watch some Trackmania. I may not be here later, or I might, have time later, but I'm excited that this is going on. Our first matchup, it's going to be Brand Nako, Neon, 17 years old, and J-Swag going to be going up first on the stage with Group B, match B4 taking place. As you see, we'll alternate Group A and Group B, and then towards the end, let's take a look at that second page. You will see maybe at least what you are calling, G-Geek, the most anticipated matchup, Mutta and Gwyn, Paco and Biwak to close out our day.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a matchup, but also Carl, Mime, Richie, and Flimsy at the top of the page at 1730 for Group B, B1. Carl and Mime have a bit of history together. They met against each other in the 2022 Trackmania World Cup final. Mime gave him a run for his money, was 1 corner away from winning the championship until he slid out on ice, lost all the grip, allowing Carl Jr. to take his 5th world title that day.
That's going to be an exciting one to see those two go and battle in the middle of the day. We'll change out our casting pairs as well. We have a lot of talent here ready to go. The stage almost ready to introduce the players, but before we do that, let's circle in on our very first matchup of the day. And there's no way you could have guessed because we just showed you like 2,000 matchups there, and that's okay. That's what we're doing in Trackmania. Bryn, Nako, Neon, J-Swag, Import. What are we feeling about this one? Top level.
Oh, man, I think this is going to be the Bren show for sure.
Okay.
In many regards. I think many expect him to continue on through this with his success, not only in very competitive events, but also outside and more RPG element-esque events like Deep Dip and whatnot. He is probably, he is the most winningest money-wise player in Trackmania from my understanding.
Wow.
So he's definitely got a lot of pressure on his shoulders as well to perform. But we have other players as well, like Nako. We have, yes, Nako as well, who is going to be performing, I think, pretty well. I think he's going to be somewhat of a dark horse, but we're going to be able to see how it goes. J-Swag, of course, coming in here, I think he has a little bit of something up his sleeve potentially coming in. So.
Okay, G-Geek, how we feeling about that?
And there's another driver that comes in on the screen right now. It's Neon. I would say that Nako and Neon are going to be in a battle for second place, kind of pre-shooting this a little bit.
Okay.
They are both participating in their first World Cup, but Nako has been in the same training group as another competitor that we'll get to see later on in the day, Epos, and he has slightly more experience than Neon when it comes to playing in front of a crowd, and I think that's going to be playing a big part, especially here on Game 1 in Day 1.
If you are a part of Trackmania and having joined you guys for these last couple of days talking about these player stories, it seems like Epos is a name that you would know immediately when it's said. We saw him over dinner at the cafeteria, and he was talking about playing some of the best that he's Trackmania that he's played, and he remembers just being so locked in, ready for this. Is that kind of scary, and especially with Nako being a training partner, is that something you're looking out for, both of them just coming into this so prepared?
I think in terms of Nako's perspective, I think he's happy to be in a group like that, to have the opportunity to learn from somebody who is considered one of the more talented players of the scene.
Yeah.
As far as Epos is concerned, he did say he feels the most confident he's ever felt. He feels the most trained that he's ever felt. I hope that is the case for him.
Sure.
I do believe he has some of the highest highs that a player can ever reach, especially for somebody who is not considered the old guard of Trackmania. I think he definitely has something to show here, and I think this is his moment, and I'm excited to see how he performs going through the tournament.
We've talked about the battle for P2, P3, P4, but P1, it seems that these guys believe Bryn should be taking that. We want to know if he thought that himself, so we had Rachel sit down with him before the match.
Okay, I'm with Bren. First time Trackmania at EWC. How does that sound?
We're pretty grateful just to get started with. You know, we're really, really happy to be here. I am extremely happy, but I know everybody is super, super, super grateful to just be here, have the time to, you know, enjoy such a nice event. We're enjoying the player lounge. We're enjoying literally everything, and we're going to enjoy the stage. So yeah, it's pretty great.
It all comes down to the action, of course, on stage. Right now, what are those feelings like?
It's always the same thing, you know, before going on a stage, you're pretty nervous, expecting, you don't know what to expect from the other players, you don't know what to expect from yourself, so all you can do is just prepare as best as you can and then hope it clicks in the right moment. So yeah, basically I'm just nervous and hoping to play good, but I know once the first round is getting started, the nerves will just disappear, you know, like it's going to be fine.
You've played a lot of events on LAN.
Yeah.
Do you think that'll give you the edge?
I don't know if it will, but it's always a bit of a gamble with newer players because they could either really shine in LAN or be a bit nervous and it changes the way they play and it could crash a lot more and everything. So it could definitely help me. I know what to expect in a certain way while they don't. But yeah, maybe they're going to be amazing and, you know, they're going to beat me. You never know.
How have you prepared for this event in particular? Anything different to your usual preparation?
I think the main difference for me is just to be really careful about my health in general, you know, because we spend a lot of time practicing, playing the same maps over and over again. I try to just keep a good balance, getting in the sun a little bit, cooking decent food and just not playing nonstop. And I feel like I did it pretty good and I'm pretty happy with how I managed the whole 6 weeks of practicing, yeah.
So you're a bit of a chef. What do you like to cook? Come on, he just said he
of a chef.
Cooks decent food.
Hey, you know what? I'm focusing a lot on sweet potato lately.
Okay.
So that's one thing, maybe.
Energy boosting food, I hear. Okay, in terms of the map, is there one that has an advantage for you? One that you're really excited to get on?
I have some favorite maps. The main thing is that I don't have least favorite maps.
Okay.
You know, I could play any map, and that's the biggest point for me. Sometimes I join an event and there's one map that I don't feel like playing. This time I know I can be good on the 10 maps, and that's the most important thing for me right now.
Where's your biggest competition coming from, do you think?
In this match specifically, I would say the biggest question mark is going to be Neon. He's only 17 years old, first LAN event. I know he's really talented. He plays really, really good. I don't know what to expect from him. I know he can drive really, really fast, probably faster than me. But now it's going to depend on consistency and if he can do it every single round, basically.
Finally, have you set yourself a target, a goal for EWC?
I mean, obviously, I want to win. I'm here to try and win. I'd be happy with some other results depending on how the bracket goes, you know. So I think the main point is for me to be proud of myself, play the best I can, and if I lose to stronger than me, then so be it, you know. But hopefully, if I play my best game, I can win the tournament. Who knows?
Is there one fun fact as well that we don't know about you that everyone at home should know? We know now you like to cook. You've got no weak maps. Anything else?
I'm going to keep it outside of Trackmania, but maybe some people don't know, but I surf a lot. And that's where I find my balance outside of cooking then.
Sick a cool dude, a surfer as well, Brent. Good luck.
Thank you.
Living in Australia.
You know, I asked the question, where is he surfing? I had my sister-in-law actually came here and visited, and she went surfing in Bordeaux, which was like a 4 or 5 hour journey, 3.5 hour train and then an hour and a half bus. But I was like, wow, I'm a California guy. I think we kind of own the surf, and then I'm seeing France get it, so that's awesome to see. But Brent obviously feeling excited, feeling very competitive. One thing I noted, G-Geek, was he didn't have a map that he felt he didn't want to play, which shows he's very prepared.
Yeah, very prepared, feeling very much versatile across the entirety of the map pack, which is very important, especially considering the fact that some of those maps that we will get into, of course, later on during the day, they are brand new. They've been introduced nearly a month and a half ago. The other ones, the oldest ones, have been introduced back in April of this year. There is a little bit more data to work off of. The other ones, at this level, people tend to keep their cards close to their chest.
Yeah.
They don't want to reveal their strats. So everybody kind of goes in blind with their own training groups, sometimes in scrims as well. But it will be very interesting to see how the rubber meets the road, proverbially and literally, when come race day.
Exactly. It was a very appropriate statement. And important, I mean, to me, the most interesting part about this, if you're just joining Trackmania Esports, is kind of no one knows what to expect. They haven't seen these maps. They haven't seen everybody else's time. They're going in blind. So there's a lot of questions like, hey, I got to be ready that someone shows up and does something that I wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a situation of the proof is in the pudding. It's what you're going to see as the matches unfold, as things go on. I think definitely times have been hidden and held by the players close to their chest. Not necessarily completely against everybody, because of course we know that there's been training groups and whatnot, but there's definitely some things, some lines we might see that might be interesting, some different situations we might find across a couple of these maps. But I'm excited to see what we're getting into here as we get into the countdown.
It's going to be a fun time here in Paris. And again, fireworks on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. A brand new moment for Trackmania in their history. The biggest prize pool of all time. $130K for the winner. Gentlemen, it's time to start your engines and begin.
Bon matin, bonjour et bonsoir, wherever you're watching from around the globe right now. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup live here in Paris. It's great to have you here with us once again for our final week of this competition where Trackmania enters the main stage. How are we doing, Paris? Oh, I love it. Love to see this. It's good to have you guys here. We have got ourselves an incredible competition. 32 players, $500,000 on the line at the end of this competition. One player with the very first ever in EWC history to be the Trackmania champion. It's massive, but the hype is real. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. You guys have a front row seat. My name is Adam Savage. This is the magnificent, the mighty Milos.
Well, my friend, it has been an incredible set of weeks that we've had here at the Esports World Cup. Week 7, as you just heard, and this is Trackmania, the biggest tournament in the game's history. A boatload of cash, and I can tell you, there's a lot of bragging rights that are going to be earned at the end of all of this once we're done on Saturday night. 32 players are going to walk in. Only one will be successful in clinching this trophy by the end of it all. And I think we should say hello to all of them before we get started.
We should do. Paris, they're all waiting backstage. Let them hear you. Make some noise for our players. That's right, love to see it. Let's meet them. First up, please welcome to the stage, it's Staffed! Godlike Esports, the penultimate player here to qualify in Europe. He's ready now to take on the world.
Next up, it's Neon! At 16, he's our youngest here, rising up the ranks, full of bright lights, ready to take on the Giants.
Next, it's Bywag! From Sentinels, he's a regional qualifier from New Zealand, vying to become Lord of the Ring Roads.
Joining us on stage, it's Richie, 1308, booking the final spot into the hotly contested European quals. Next up, this main stage.
Welcome to the stage, Josh, 1248. The full speed specialist. Josh eats boosters for breakfast and breaks for nobody.
Up next is Linkmax, returning to Trackmania only to win the Asia Host qualifiers. First time competing abroad here in Paris.
Paris, welcome Lingo! Godlike Esports, please welcome the North American #2 and out of the blue runner-up 2025.
Representing Team RRQ, it's Semko, rolling in as champion from the regional qualifier of MENA, a region he's always been a front runner of.
Make some noise for J-Swag from Fnatic, our third place regional qualifier from Asia and Oceania. Toss him an apron because he's ready to cook.
From Virtus Pro is Busito Paco, winner of the European qualifier. He has achieved this complete form. Can he hit it super perfect at EWC?
Next, it's Charles, Titan Esports, South America's #1 player. It's time for the region's king to turn up the heat.
From Genji Esports, it's Wosile, 8th at DreamHack Birmingham to get his ticket for EWC. Can he stand with the best here?
Next up, we have ourselves Nako from Foot Esports. A new talent stepping up to the pro scene in 26. Could this be the dawn of the underdog?
From Leviathan, it's Noiza, multi-time South American champion is legend. He is one of the leading players from the region and a challenger to keep your eyes on.
Welcome, Affy, a returnee to the esports scene. Will he pick up where he left off and glide into the sunset as champion?
Representing Rock Esports, it's Mona, a past year full of success. Steering wheel player seems like a solid contender for this trophy's EWC.
It's Spark! SAUL Esports, the best player from India. He'll aim to use his speed to electrify the server.
Representing Twisted Minds, it's Bren! The 2023 World Champion graces our stage, hungry for yet another gigantic trophy.
Please welcome to the stage, Neil! From SAUL Esports, finishing first in the NA qualifier. Neil is primed with turbo and ready to upset as well.
From Natos Vincere, it's Mime! He might have been quiet in 2026, but he's got some moves you are absolutely not ready to see.
With some moves too, it's Flimsy! From Team Heretics, qualifying third from North America. Can he turn up the heat on his opponents to rise atop the podium?
Representing AGAL, it's Gwen! 18 years of playing Trackmania makes you a prodigy. Maybe this one, he'll be ready to win it all in gold in Paris.
Next, please welcome Elcon21, Team Nemesis winner at Comic-Con Baltics, and Out of the Blue 2025. There is no one more ready to dispatch the competition.
Representing Big, it's Massa! Veteran of the scene, one of the most experienced players on land, EWC is his biggest stage yet.
Stand to attention for Soldier! The former Trackmania Grand League winner 2023 returns, eager for battle, his sights locked on gold.
Also representing Big, it's Grenadi! The OG wheelman is in the driver's seat, earning his spot with a third-place finish at DreamHack Birmingham, joining us in Paris.
Entering the stage is EPOS! DreamHack Team Liquid, two-time XP Evo winner 24 and 25. Get ready for impact, because the Meteor is on his way.
Representing SADUL Esports, it's Wizzy! From national level karting to the digital track through third place in EU Quals, all the way to the group stage in Paris.
Oh my gosh, it's Otak from Team Liquid, your world champion in 2023. He's no stranger to big events and will relish this chance to shine again.
Next up, representing the hometown heroes of Vitality, it's Pac TM! Winner of DreamHack Birmingham is no stranger to gauntlet combat runs. His stamina might prove key right here on stage.
Make some noise for Biggs! ATL winner of the Elite Cup qualifier. He's got big aspirations and even bigger expectations.
Last but not least, representing Team Falcons, it's Cole Jr.! The undisputed GOAT and 7-time world champion, Carl is the truest a Trackmania dynasty can be, an opponent that makes you weak at the knees.
My oh my! Paris, one more time, give it up for your players!
32 of the best Trackmania players have made it here to the stage in Paris. A lot of pressure on them all. The biggest tournament in the history of Trackmania is unfolding before our eyes. Matches beginning in our group stage. Let's get this one on!
Looks like this. 20 years after Trackmania helped shape competitive gaming, it's now arriving on esports' biggest stage. 32 of the best players from across the globe have earned their place here, competing for a prize pool of $500,000, the biggest in Trackmania history, and the title of the first EWC Trackmania champion. Throughout the 4-day competition, the players need to prove their speed, precision, and nerves, pushing themselves to the absolute limit. Taking on 10 unique country-themed maps representing 10 countries, 10 maps, 10 different challenges, each one with their own story. Argentina
can be slightly random at times.
Australia.
Fast, unforgiving, hard to control.
Canada.
Fast, intense and nerve-wracking.
Germany.
Precision, backwoods driving and pace.
Hungary.
Difficult, technical, and very tight.
Japan.
NASCAR. It's really challenging. It will be difficult.
Norway.
Disaster.
Annoying. Unforgiving.
Poland.
Competitive.
Jumps. Tricky.
Saudi Arabia.
Jumps. Visual cue.
It's my permaban.
South Korea.
Aléatoire, précision et glider.
So buckle up, Trackmania fans. 32 players, only one champion.
The stage is set. The maps are ready.
Now, let's find out who is the fastest.
The journey to discover who is the fastest in Paris, and also the moment, the occasion, the gravity of it has to not be understated. This is the biggest event that we have seen in Trackmania history. It's also the biggest opportunity to cement your legacy or begin a new chapter in the history of this esport, which has been etched across the last 20 years, the last 2 decades.
Yeah, last 2 decades have been full of drama, energetic moments as well, and this year's going to be no different. And the road ahead is long, because on each match in Cup mode, 140 points till finalist, 4 rounds per map. The maps are really short in each of the rotation, which gives us a little bit of an insight to pick and ban. If you are first and second seed, you're determining, Aaron, both the first 2 maps as well as the last 2 maps.
There's not only the advantage, but also just the atmosphere right now. You can feel it in the air just a little bit. The tension slowly rising as we begin our first match into the pick and ban, and then also into the first rounds. I am excited. Again, I'll say it again. Christmas for Trackmania. The most insane matches you could ever see in Trackmania happening here at this place. The folks who are here live, in for a treat. The folks at home, also in for a treat. But already the atmosphere, I can feel it. I can feel the excitement. The anticipation it's tangible. I can feel it.
Tingles.
Yeah, I could feel it too. It's always something special, but day ones aren't always like this. I feel this is a different day one. This is a big moment. You could tell from the crowd, the way that they've reacted. You could also tell from the players, the way that there's nervous. It didn't go without noticing for me, disaster. The word that Carl Jr. used for Norway. What are we looking at when some of these bands, what are some of the anticipations before we get into it on our screen of what you're expecting, Jiggy?
According to some of the information that I was able to gather before the start of the day, Australia and Norway are going to be among the maps that will be the most banned.
Was that surprising to you?
Even for me, I was a bit surprised, because there is another map that was described in there, Japan.
Yeah.
Extremely difficult with how tight the lineups are, and that third sector, Aaron, in Japan is just diabolical. That's no other word for it.
Japan also may just grab bans, because I know from Carl and his initial experience with Japan, he said he liked the map a lot. Maybe some of the players are going to pay attention to that when we get to that match in the future. But what I also think is Norway, it's so ice heavy. There's so many things going on with Norway. I think it's kind of a given that it would be a ban. Argentina as well, very bobsleigh heavy. Yeah. That's not a typical thing you would find in competitive Trackmania. And so you're going to have a general dislike from the player base for that. And yeah, I mean, as far Australia is kind of a surprise to me. It was played quite a bit during qualifiers. It was played quite a bit when it was available. So I'm generally kind of surprised by that.
I was also a bit surprised by that, because Argentina is arguably a harder map to really get consistently at a very consistent pace to fight with these guys on the regular than Australia is. Australia, we used to call it the Heart Attack Generator 3000, but there is a certain strategy that you can pick up in terms of the lineups for navigating from one camber to another on the plastic that really makes it easy. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if that sort of preliminary estimate is definitely going to be coming into play.
One of the things about this group is Bren stands out as a clear P1, but you mentioned the dark horses, the Nako, the Neon, the questions of the youth and how that shows up as these map bans start getting underway. Guys, the dynamic not just on the track, but of the players who are competing as well.
Yeah, already seeing Australia and Norway as the bans as predicted. So yeah, kind of a shocker to me and G-Geek, I feel like, with Australia, but Norway making sense. Germany and South Korea also being banned. I feel like those were played quite a bit, and kind of shocking to see those. Japan being the first pick from Bren, actually. Wow. Which, I mean, it could be one of those things where maybe some false information was given so we don't leak their strats right away. But I think Japan could be something that's going to be very fun to watch, because there's going to be so little room for error.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is going to be interesting, because that's going to be a purely pace map, I feel like.
Yeah, purely pace map plus, and also now moving on to Argentina with the bobsleigh making its first, well, I'd say first appearance in that map pack, unless there was a bobsleigh in Saudi Arabia. The memory can be a bit hazy because there's 10 maps to remember. Then, of course, we see Hungary picked as map 4 by J-Swag, the shortest map in the entire map pack, very technical, very pace heavy as well. And then Poland as a decider. This is going to be interesting. Bit more mini RPG-esque elements with lots of transitions from small platforms to small platforms. A little bit of an underwater part as well that we'll get to see as well that can wreak havoc.
So we've got the bands, we've got the players' expectations here as we are about to begin our first showcase at EWC.
How about I pick a player and G-Geek pick another player?
Go ahead,
I'm going to go ahead and go with the easy version here. I think I'm going to pick Bren to go through this match. I think it's pretty stated from him. He feels confident. He's okay with how his performance happens. He feels confident on all the maps, and even at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like he's going to be too bothered by mistakes or pressure. Well, we hope anyways. That's what he says in the initial. We'll see how it actually turns out in the match.
I would pick Naiko to go through preliminarily. It's a very tight race between Naiko and Neon, both very, very fast drivers. Arguably Neon a lot faster than Naiko, but Neon also a little bit of a momentum-based guy. If there is one single grain of sand that kind of somewhat unsettles him, it can very much throw off his entire momentum, and Naiko could definitely take advantage of that. And remember, a lot more stage experience for Naiko compared to Neon that definitely could come into play, so I'm picking Naiko as the second man to go through.
Interesting to see the way that Neon, I think, banned out Norway, also picked Argentina. Feels like there's maybe some confidence in youth and understanding these are difficult maps. I don't want to play on one, but I want to play on the other because I think I can have the edge. He knows that he's in that battle for most likely P2, but a gentleman we haven't mentioned, J-Swag. I mean, he comes in wearing the Fnatic jersey. He's on your screen right now. This is somebody that we aren't counting in those first two positions. What does he have to do, G-Geek, to change everybody's mind and get the result he's looking for to move on?
He has got a mountain to climb, even steeper than Pikes Peak Hill climb at this point. He's definitely coming in at his first ever World Cup and first ever international event as well. Playing against the caliber of players such as Neon and Bren and Naiko, it's going to be one tough ordeal. The main thing for him is going to be stay in his own race, try to not make too many mistakes. Some of the mistakes from other players will come to him, allowing him to try to get points on the board, try to limit the damage, most likely.
Yeah, I think also for J-Swag as well, he has also kind of Oceania on his back. Normally it's Mutta that we talk about. It's always Mutta coming from Australia, being able to carry that region. We have now multiple individuals that have the potential to make a name for themselves here and to be able to carry that torch themselves. There's an opportunity for J-Swag. Doesn't mean we're necessarily counting him out, but it definitely means that he has something to prove and he has the ability to mess up everything for everybody.
Well, these four players begin what will be a gauntlet of a day here in Paris. 8 different matches. So if you're here at the beginning, well, there's plenty more Trackmania for you to enjoy. We're going to kick things off with Japan, a map that many thought would be banned coming into this, but now it will be our first pick. And I know our casters are excited and ready to get going. Let's kick off your EWC for Trackmania and send it over to Nua and Twiggy.
Merci beaucoup, les gars, and welcome to the first match of EWC. I'm Nuleg, joined by Twiggy, and we are very excited. A long day, not just today, but a long week. 27 matches to go before, Twiggy, we ultimately crown a Trackmania champion at EWC for the first time.
It feels like it's been a long time coming
It
as
does.
well. You know, the lead up to this, I think everybody involved, all the players who qualified for this one, we have just felt the energy rise and rise and rise. And we're finally here. I mean, that opening ceremony, I think set the tone nice.
Yes, oh my lord, seeing all the players up on stage, seeing them all lined, I mean, so cool seeing them all lined up like that. Some faces we have never seen before, who have not been at LANs before. Some very, very familiar faces as well. And Twiggy, no more time to talk about that. We are underway already. First time on Japan, straight into the backflip.
Welcome to Trackmania, everybody. I bet you love driving on the ground. We don't do that here. No, we do a lot of flips. We do a lot of crashing a lot of the time as well, but not into each other. We're friendly.
Absolutely. Time trial style of gameplay on this one. None of the cars interact with each other, which really just means it is all about that focus. Who can drive their times in practice the best? That, for our new viewers, is something you want to avoid as much as possible, as that will end up being Neon. Spiraling down the rankings here in round one, it is Bren from Naiko, and honestly, maybe something we expect to see throughout this match. Bren out in front.
I mean, look, it was talked to ad infinitum there on the desk, is how much they expect Bren to be the player out ahead. It's going to be that battle between Naiko and Neon in second place. J-Swag, you know, looking for whatever he can get out of this one. But look, it is as we expect here in the first round. Yet to warm up a lot of these players. We are going to see this change over the course of the day, and one mistake can change the course of a round. Just like so, Bren does not make it through the checkpoint. Over goes Naiko, and Bren finishes out in 4th position. That's not how you want to start off EWC.
That's not how the French crowd wants to see EWC start off for the Trackmania. Their hometown hero, Bren, for sure, in this one. Loved by the French crowd, despite the fact that he moved to Australia a couple of years ago. They still claim him for their own. And that'll be an unexpected start, let's call it, for Bren on that one. A big crash on the identity, that final part, the difficult end to the track. And Bren a little bit behind Neon to start this round off as well. Still looking to settle into the match.
Yeah, look, we're going to be talking a lot about identities over the course of the next 4 days. Just what the map is known for. The most difficult part of the map a lot of the time. Sometimes it can be at the end of the map, sometimes it's all throughout the map. Here on Japan, you got plenty of those no
no break zones where you just do have to go for it and you're not allowed to do much else other than just find your way through the checkpoint. Sorry, no engine zone.
Yes, that's, as you can hear, we go through it there. The engines turn off and the players have to drive precisely through those gates in order to make sure they don't lose all their speed, because you cannot get the car going once it stops in those sections. Solid round from Neon so far, who's way out in front, nearly half a second between him and the rest of the field. Nako now overtaking Bren, but Bren with a good exit from this corner will be gaining speed, looking to come back at Niko, and both of them catching Neon at this point.
It's going to be real tight at the end here. Bren overtakes, and goes straight into first position, but still hot on the heels here. It's Nako. He gets his second round in a row. It is a perfect first 2 rounds for Nako, a player who is, well, I mean, we were saying looking for second place out of this one. If you can get first, that's even better.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to, as we advance through this group stage as well, you know, those first places, you get to play against second seeds, and that is theoretically a little bit easier come the following rounds. 20 points from 20 for Nako so far, and also a new tournament record. We're going to be seeing that update over the course of the day.
Yeah, I think that'll change quite a lot, but that is a very good time as well, a 1:16.4.
It is.
We will see it get a little closer, I would say, to the world record over the course of this one, especially with the players that we have here today. I mean, look, this lobby, I wouldn't even say this lobby is really well known for having the fastest times, but they're a more consistent group of players. Maybe, you know, obviously after those 2 rounds, maybe you disagree with me, but
oh dear, there goes Nako. A little bit of a clip on the way into that engine off. Bren back up into first place, looking for a clean round. Another touch from Nako, and J-Swag promoted up into second, looking for his best round finish so far in the match.
Yeah, J-Swag so far struggling to keep up with the group here, but in second place as we move into the NASCAR turn, whether you want to call it that or not. It is just one turn where you're not braking. It's really not the end of the world there, and J-Swag maintains second position. Nako hot on the heels and really has capitalized off of mistakes, or maybe a bit too much tentativeness coming into the final part of the track here. Nako has so much speed going through, overtakes into second place. It's neck and neck at the finish line, but it's J-Swag for Fnatic who comes up in first place this time around, and Bren again misses out on another first.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's consistency on this identity starting to punish Bren. Let's not forget, this is Bren's map pick.
Yeah.
Came in as the highest ranked seed into the match, got that first map pick, picked Japan, a map we as casters were maybe not expecting to see a huge amount of, kind of expecting to see it banned away a lot this tournament. Bren took us here. Bren has now crashed twice and lost huge points because of it. I mean, only got away with not coming fourth that round because Neon DNF'd. I think that's worth talking about as well. 0 points for the DNF, not even getting the 3 points that you normally get for coming fourth. And maybe some of that youth, that stress, the pressure affecting Neon, who is at least now leading this round.
Of course. Look, it is a new it's a new position for, I think, every player, whether you've been playing at LANs or not. The stage here is a lot different to what a lot of these players are expecting. That opening ceremony, I feel like, probably worked up the nerves just a little bit for them here. And look, it's going to take a little bit to get going into the game and find your form, and especially for a player like Bren, that peak of the mountain is so high that we could just see it absolutely come through over the course of the game here. Currently in second place, eyeing up Neon, taking more speed through that section there. Good exit speed as well. All it's going to take is a little bit too much slowing down here from Neon, a little bit too much braking, but it's calm and collected from Bren as well. He wants second place. He does not want to risk this one, and Neon will sail through into first. It is a 1:15.6, an absolutely blistering pace to start things off here. J-Swag in second. Bren has crashed again.
Yep. That's brutal. That was a new world record, by the way, I believe, coming through up at the front there. But we saw it. The camera pulls back. Bren momentarily goes off screen, and he never came back. 3 crashes, I believe, in the identity. In 4 rounds.
The final part of the identity as well. It's the scariest bit as well. It doesn't seem like he's taking too much speed into that section either. He is actually trying to keep it relatively calm, relatively collected, and not go too hard in that final turn, but it just never works out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. As we jump into a replay here, looking at what happened in one of these rounds, as I believe this is the round where Bren just about lost out to Nako at the line. Well, we get back here anyway. We're jumping all over the place. You love the backflip backflip, slow-mo.
Look, the new viewers just want to see the fancy,
the
fancy
backflip
flips,
is really
you know.
cool.
It's
I
cool.
kind of get it.
And the cool skins.
Yeah.
Custom skins for the teams here.
Absolutely. As we are already onto our second track. We move now to Saudi Arabia, moving at a blistering pace through this one. And well, second track, we'll get ready to take you through this one as we're looking for maybe a little bit more consistency from Bren, maybe J-Swag to step up in this one. He's already hanging off the back wheels of Neon and Bren in our first round on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, this one, I think as a lot of players were saying, it's just jumps, as much speed as you can take forward into the next part here, as low as you can go as well. Obviously, minimizing airtime is the name of the game, which, you know, in a map that is all jumps is, maybe that seems counterintuitive, but the longer your wheels are on the ground, the better.
Yes, absolutely. And at the moment, I mean, it's Bren and Neon doing an incredible job of that. The 16-year-old really pushing Bren. J-Swag will head directly into a pole on that one as Bren is starting to get a little bit of an advantage. He stays under it, does Neon, but he will lose a lot of speed as a result. Neko overtaking into second place. Bren pulling away into the distance. Couple of jumps left to go on this one. Bren will nail that one. Neko cracks on out. Neon looking to take second place as Bren sails off into a clear first. Takes a new world record in our first round of live competition on the track.
Yeah, of course. I think as the desk was talking about a little bit as well, the players don't like to show their world records. You can play these maps offline and therefore not online DRM your way into showing your world records here. So we will see a few world records come through as well that aren't necessarily the players' fastest times. However, if you see that come up, it's probably a pretty good time.
Yeah. As we saw at the end of that last round, Neko not making it. Once the first car finishes, there is a finish time out. And if you do not cross the line in time, it is a DNF. So Neko, 0 points on that last round, keeping the field incredibly close. All four players still within 3 points of each other, Twiggy.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going all the way to 140. So 3 points is absolutely nothing. Zilch in terms of the whole standings for this one. The way it works, of course, it's been explained before, but you get to 140 points, you get to finalist mode once you're over 140 points, and then you have to win a round. You have to win the next round, or well, any round at that point to finish and lock in your position. And we keep going. We keep going until we get to victors here, and then those will go through to the next round as we come up to the final turn here. Everybody is here. Oh, I think J-Swag has crashed out. Neko taking a little more speed, but Neon again improves that time. We're going to see another one up on the board, and Bren is struggling against these players that I don't think he expected to struggle as much against.
I mean, we saw the crashes on Japan from Bren, and they were costing him huge points, but here on Saudi Arabia, pace. Yeah. Neon and Neko is just there. Neon in particular, I know there were some question marks coming into this tournament. He's so young, he's only 16, he's not really played on a LAN environment before. How is he going to adapt to the stage? How is he going to play under these bright lights? And well, he's warming up into it very quickly, taking away that world record immediately and looking very solid. Maybe less so in this round. He has crashed.
He's gone, but it is Bren and Neko up front, and this seemed to be the duo that seemed, the most comfortable there on Japan until, of course, the very end of the track here. J-Swag right behind, but I like the drone cams we've got going on as well here. We took a look at those yesterday when we were setting up the tech on this one, and I was wondering how they were going to be implemented. So far, very tastefully.
Yeah. God, I like that line from Bren, looking very solid, trying to catch up to Neko, who is just fending him off. Only a couple of corners left to go on this track, and Bren will overtake Neko, who has clipped, has lost all his speed, is still holding on to third place, I believe, but it is going to be J-Swag looking to pick up points just there to collect them when Neko crashes out, but Bren will set a new world record. Goes faster again by about a tenth and a half, and Neon did not hold that one for long.
No, not whatsoever. Maybe Bren is starting to get into the swing of things here. I mean, look, from all of the pre-show that we talked about, you would think that Bren is invincible.
Yeah.
Completely impossible to beat. Everyone's human. And the thing is, these are such tight margins. I think when these tracks came out, when this, when the first map pack came out, which is not being played here at EWC, we're playing the second and the third map pack of this year. A lot of players were like, wow, this is very intricate. All of these maps are incredibly intricate, and we're used to identities in mixed at this point, but I think these ones specifically, there were some that were really challenging players to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that despite the fact that some of these identities are based on tracks we have seen in the past in Trackmania, still relearning them within the context of EWC has been a challenge for these players for sure, but a challenge most of them have risen to admirably based on the fact that they made it here at all. And I mean, you can see it again. Neon looking so quick on this track, might be on pace to get this world record back one more time from Bren. Our final round on Saudi Arabia for the moment. We'll be rotating back. How is this landing? Neon a little bit low. He's going to crash out. Bren through into first, and there is another round win for the hometown favourite. The Frenchman takes it down, and Neon just looking to get a finish. He may end up timing out on this one. Clock ticking down. He just crosses the line and collects those 3 points.
It is looking like Bren is starting to find some form. You just need a couple of round wins in a row to remind you how you can play here, and just lock in those lines, right? I think as soon as you get on a new computer, you know, they brought their peripherals over here, but sometimes it's just unfamiliar situations, or you haven't warmed up for the day properly, you haven't really locked everything in yet. But with Saudi Arabia over, no chance to keep improving on that one. We're heading to Argentina, my favorite map of the pool, personally.
Absolutely, and a map that we saw some of the players a little bit iffy on in the pre-show as well. It is definitely a tricky track. This bobsleigh section on your screen at the moment, tough.
I believe the first and pretty much only word that was used was unpredictable by Pack.
Nearly random, or there's some element of randomness to it, and we will see that as we kick things off, jumping directly into the bobsleigh on Argentina. A surface I famously associate with Argentina, ice.
Yeah, of course. Exactly. No, but yeah, no grip over on that one. You just have to slide your way through here. And that's a fragile block as well. In case you clip into a corner, things are not going to be good for you, but nobody should be falling victim to that. Bren is down by several tenths at this point. We'll find it hard to keep up here unless there is a mistake, which, again, Argentina, it is very possible here as we enter this next section of the track where the players are going to have to turn around here on the bobsleigh. They've got reactor boosters. They can reverse their momentum, but it's common that players will miss that checkpoint. It's all good from everybody here. It's a great first round. Bren is right there back with everybody. Oh, and it's a clip from Nako. Sends him down into 4th position, up into the next ice turn here. Everybody holding, but Bren is pushing so hard. Keep in mind, back by 6 tenths earlier on, now contending for first.
Yeah, much lower on that exit than Neon as well, looking to carry speed up this section of the track, heading towards the finish line in the distance there, nailing their lines. Bren gaining a tiny bit on Neon. There's just not enough track left, and Neon, new world record. We're going to be saying that a lot for a while, but that is very solid pace from Neon, who is really settling into this match now.
Yeah, definitely. Look, hey, it was always going to be a dark horse kind of situation. How much can you contend when you're in games this difficult, right? The qualifiers are one thing, getting to this stage is one thing, and coming up against everybody who also got here. Now, that's a difficult part, right? A lot of the times when you see a tournament in such a big competition, you're like, oh, well, some of them are going to be bad. Well, some of them are not going to be as good as the rest. No, the thing is, Trackmania, I feel like everybody on their day can really push for a victory here.
Absolutely, and hang on, let's watch as the turnaround comes up on ice just ahead, because in that last round it looked to me like Neon was awkward entering, but he exited with so much pace, so far ahead of everyone, has once again built that lead. It looks awkward from Neon, his entry unconventional compared to the others, but look at how he zooms out in front, following from it. The gap extending a little bit, going from about 3 tenths up a little bit further on that one. He's up there to about 4 tenths, so Neon looking great on that turnaround. Potentially Argentina, a very, very strong map for the young driver.
Bren again pushing, but again back by a few tenths here going into the final part. Just going to have to hope that Neon can't thread the needle there in that final part of the bobsleigh, because there's no way you're going to lose out on time at this point unless you're really trying not to risk. Neon almost flips the car, but he's looking good for the setup. He's through. He's improved his time once again. 4 tenths ahead of Bren's personal best here in the tournament.
That is an absolutely wild time from Neon on that one. Incredibly quick, by about 4 tenths faster. Wild. Neon looking incredible in this match. Now only a single point behind Bren, who had started to maybe pull away just a little bit, as Nako will go flicker mode for a second there, but he is still there, still driving, still looking good. And for the first time, Neon not out to an immediate lead on Argentina.
Yeah, indeed. Bren just out ahead this time, maybe realizing that you're going to have to put in the effort here on the first part of the track as well, push a little harder to contend with Neon on this one, who I think, look, when you're a player that doesn't have as many expectations coming into this one, a young gun coming into the competition, you're coming up against Bren, who is expected to do incredibly well. You can just push. If you fail, whatever, come back in the lower bracket, but if you don't, you look amazing. And right now, Neon is pushing Bren to his limit here. It's neck and neck between the two as we head into the dirt section, but Bren slows down just a little bit more to make sure he gets through that gap. And once again, Neon out in first position.
Wheels glued to the track on that jump. Neon landed so early, and you can see the advantage you build. You're only accelerating when your wheels are on the ground. Neon pulls a little bit away and is pulled right back in. Bren still chasing. Is there time to be gained on this final bobsleigh uphill? Neon still leads. Bren, he's not losing speed. He's not losing time. He'll hold off Nako, but he will not catch Neon, who is a perfect 30 from 30 on the track he picked so far.
And all of those rounds so far have been within 0.3 of each other in terms of the time. That is robotic types of consistency. Bren had to push and did improve his own time by about 0.4 there. It was not enough to keep up with Neon, and Neon has leapfrogged Bren here in the standings for this game and is now over halfway.
Yeah, look, the desk was saying Bren and Niko. Those are our favorites to make it through. Absolutely fair. But Neon was the question mark for a lot of people coming into this tournament. How is he going to perform? We know he has the pace when he's in his home setup, when he's playing on his own computer in his bedroom or his living room, where I don't know where his computer is set up. I've not been to his house, Twiggy.
I would hope
right
not.
Now, though, he is looking fantastic. All right, calm down.
Oh, J-Swag really had to push a little further than he wanted to get the checkpoint there. Sometimes you can just get a little too overzealous and completely miss out on touching the checkpoint. Neon has been very far down over the course of this whole round and really has no hope of catching up at this point. Bren will finally get an opportunity to come out in first place as long as he's able to finish his dinner here and retake that lead in the standings. But it's been tough for him here on Argentina. He's not been playing badly whatsoever. Neon has just kept him at bay the whole time. Bren will sail home to another best time from himself. Still not quite touching Neon's best times here on the track. It's a really good map for Neon there as we move further into the series.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing not to get all 4 wins on that one, given how quick the pace was. Looking honestly untouchable on pace was Neon there. But I will give credit to Neon as well. We've seen a couple of rounds where he has crashed, had bad crashes, dropped a lot of time, and has still stayed fighting. Has at least managed to get in and get those 3 points for coming 4th place, even though he's multiple seconds down from the rest of the field. And that can matter. We together, Twiggy, have seen it so many times. A player gets stranded 1 point away from finalist, and that is the worst place to be in a Trackmania match. In this case, 139 out of 140 points, and you look back and you're like, well, you DNF 3 times, that's your 0 points.
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot of points to get up to, as well, as I'm sure people are starting to realize here as we go deeper into the series. We're on Hungary now, the identity tightropes at the well, there's your first one, but there are plenty left to come as well. So precision driving, precision jumping, right? They're not just straightforward. You have to, stay straight on them. You're side jumping into them. You have to calculate your jump. You have to make sure you're not going to go over the top, because if you push too hard, you are going to sail over and have to take a safe finish, which has plenty of slow-mo blocks before, which slows your car down. I feel like that one's self-explanatory.
Well, looking at the scoreboard as well, just taking quick stock, about halfway through the match at this point. Bren still out in the lead, but it's only 79 points to Neon's 75. Clear separation between the top and the bottom of the field right now, though. 79 and 75 for Bren and Neon. Niko and J-Swag falling about 20 points behind, 59 and 57.
Yeah, Niko's going to have to really push things up a level if he wants to catch up with Neon and Bren here. Quite literally, there is Bren, who doesn't get quite as much speed as he would like going into that jump. Neon keeps it perfect. Bren almost overtakes. It's a great time from Neon, but J-Swag will come home with 2 points. That's a safe way of doing it. From Nako, you have to go through 2 slow-mo blocks. It takes a lot longer than if you precisely get that jump correctly. But once again, Neon has moved back into first place.
Getting a little bit confused. The world record 59.7, but somehow the tournament record by Massa 3/10 slower than that. We'll see. That'll get sorted out. Someone will just drive fast at some point in maybe in one of these rounds. Neon again looking very impressive so far.
59.287.
If that's your prediction, that's a bold call. 59.267.
couldn't see it, but I did.
Yeah, you did do the 6-7, and I appreciate that.
I'm 26 years old. Right, Nico and Bren up in first and second place. Wheels touching neck and neck. Bren with a little more speed heading into the next section of the track. Gets a better split, but so much exit speed from Nico here, turning around. And, well, where did Neon come from? If he gets the same amount of speed into these jumps as he did that last round, he'll overtake. Nico does not make it through. He might have to respawn on that one, I'm assuming. He will. Neon has more speed. Neon, no! He risked it all the way there. Bren manages to get it done. It wasn't quite a 59.2, but it was still a good time.
Yeah, it's still a 6.23. Looking good from Bren. Pace is there. Pace has been there for Bren on a lot of these tracks, but unexpectedly, maybe consistency a little bit less than what we might have expected from the Frenchman. He is still playing incredibly well so far and is still leading the match. 93 points, about to break the 100 mark. Neon and Bren both on the cusp of that. If either of them wins this round, they're the first to break 100.
Well, that's the thing. They've been trading back and forth first place over the last few rounds so many times at this point. It just feels like it is a tug of war between these two players here, and Nico and J-Swag are just left to pick up the pieces at the back there. Speaking of which, it's a touch from Nico, but it's also a touch from Bren. Sends them both back down. J-Swag is also finding a little bit of trouble getting some speed here. It's Neon out ahead once again.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. These players play with the HUD off a lot of the time. They don't know where the other cars are, but they'll be flicking it on. They know their checkpoints where it's safe to have a look. And Neon at this point should hopefully know that he's got that buffer. 5 tenths. Don't need to over-risk it at the end here. Neon, just don't crash. He won't. That's a first place for Neon, as Nico will get up into second place. J-Swag ultimately drops to fourth, as Bren will take third. And it is going to be Neon, the first to break the 100-point barrier. And I don't think that's what we were expecting pre-game.
No, 17 thousandths there stopped Bren from doing the same thing as well. So close from getting second in that round. 97 points so far. And look, a lot of the times when we are playing this format, we will stop it here at 100 points. We will say that is now Neon on finalist. He just needs to win one round here, but we're going the distance. We've got 8 games today, all of them 140 finalist games, which is a long day. And, well, look, at least for the players, they've only got to play one game. We're going to be here the whole time. But, yeah, Bren out ahead this time. Neon giving him the opening, as it feels like these two players have been doing every single other round. They just open the door for your competitor to get up there. Again, it doesn't matter massively whether you come first or second place. You're still going to make it through without dropping to the lower bracket, but there's a little bit of seeding that goes on.
Neon had a mistake earlier in this round, but it's still here, still pressuring J-Swag, just quick with it is Neon at the moment. Can he get a snipe at the end there? That's a good finish from J-Swag at the moment, though. Gets a little bit too much airtime. Here comes Neon. He will pick up the second places. That was it. The smallest of openings from J-Swag. A millisecond more airtime than you want jumping onto that final beam, and Neon was there to snipe.
Neon is on fire right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely exemplary kind of gameplay here. We're heading to another map where it is similar, right? We're going for jumps onto thin platforms.
Yeah.
A lot more of them, a lot less precise, I would say. You don't have to be quite as insane. This is more of an RPG map for those who are in the know in the Trackmania community. It is Poland. For our final of the rotation, and then we're going to go back again. We're going to go straight back to the start of things to Japan here.
I mean, a little bit maybe worrying for Bren, because Japan didn't go great last time around. Maybe that's why Ben. That's why Bren picked it first, right? Like maybe not feeling quite as comfortable on that map as some of the other ones, just making sure that it was not going to be a place where he had to try and convert finalists.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, maybe when we get back to Japan, a chance for Neon to spring all the way out in front.
It's very possible. We are getting to that point where it is close. You know, we're getting towards that 140 points, and you will be able to get started on finishing up your game here. It's so close between these two, right? And they're tied for third and fourth as well here, Nico and J-Swag, but they're so many points behind already. 33 is the gulf that they have to make up to get even a chance of this one, and it's only 33 points for Neon and Bren to get to finalists, so it's an even difference to where everybody needs to be here. It doesn't look like Neon is showing any signs of slowing down.
No, but Bren, great turn on the dirt. Neon, though, will have more speed on the exit, looking to land Bren so close to the edge there, but that's what you need to do if you're looking for the most speed possible, building that lead block by block. Bren into the water first. He's now being gained on by Nico, who's great speed. He's so close to the outside wall. through into first place goes Nako. Neon has dropped further back. Mistake from him. Now behind J-Swag as well. He's looking at the tail lights of Nako and Bren as Bren is re-overtaken for the lead. A little finish line coming up, and Bren will take down first place in a round that Nako looked competitive in.
Yeah, that was a really good time from Bren as well. Like really, really solid. Those jumps at the end were perfectly calculated from Bren. He was not letting anybody in the back door there. And Neon is going to have to settle once again for being behind by a few points. And it looks like, well, I mean, the water, very difficult section to maintain as much speed as possible on, right? Because you do have to release, and you do have to hope that with the turning that you have, that you're not going to clip any of those turns. It is deceptively tight.
Yeah, Nako, though, all of a sudden looking to be up there alongside Bren and Neon, who've really had it all their own way over the last 4 maps or so. And maybe this is the chance for Nako to start coming back, because we do still have time left in this match. And even once you get to finalist, it is not a foregone conclusion just yet. You do need to win that round. You can deny your opponents their win. We've seen it happen. Does Nako have it in him? It all starts with rounds like this. A little bit of airtime for both players. Nako this time going a lot further to the right, getting that early landing, but Bren carrying the speed so well will be moving through into first place. And at the end of the last round, Bren was the one who had managed to beat out Nako, but that water is clean from Nako once again.
Yeah, pretty much perfect from both of those two. Here it is going to be down to the wire between them. Bren with a lower jump, but it's more speed from Nako just about. Can he overtake in this final corner? So far inside, Nako takes more speed. Bren goes safe. It's going to be a round win for Nako here, exactly when he needs it.
That is beautiful from Nako. A near perfect on that identity, as Bren just couldn't quite hold it that time around. I mean, we know that Bren is more in the locker. We saw it in the previous round. There is a little bit more pace available there for Bren. But on this occasion, Nako able to pull out the round win and looking very, very solid on this map so far. The gap already beginning to shrink a little bit as J-Swag will take himself out of this round. Unfortunately, a player that we've not really been talking about a huge amount in this match, J-Swag, just hasn't had the same impact as some of the other players.
Yeah, and look, I think that was predicted from the start, right? When we were talking about second place, it was kind of that Nako Neon thing going on. J-Swag going to have to settle for, it's a difficult matchup that he has got going on right now, especially with all the question marks that we had with those second place players, as it were. Now, definitely looking for first is Neon, first in this round at the very least. But let's see how much airtime they are all going to get. Bren arcs forward just a little bit here. It's good from Nako as well. Neon is going to fall back into second place. Nako cannot get through that one unscathed here. Bren and Neon, it's wheel to wheel here once again. It feels like this is the storyline that we have been showing every single time here. Who is going to get it better on this one? Neon is right behind Bren. It's a matter of thousandths between the two of them. Neon overtakes. Bren overtakes. It looks like Bren has it. Bren is going to take it once again. It's a great finish from Neon, but it's 34 thousandths between the two.
I don't think I was fully prepared, Twiggy, for this finish on Poland. Just that fraction of a second of getting grip earlier on these final two platforms is making all of the difference. Round on round on round, we have seen the positions swap on that final jump, and this time around it will be Bren coming out on top, picking up 10 points again and moving within 10 points. Now 7 points away from finalist mode. If Bren can win another round, if he can beat Neon up at the front here, because Nako's already dropped behind, that's Bren on finalist, and he's 1 round away from locking in a spot in the upper bracket semi-finals of our group stage.
He is going to need to clean up that end, especially if he's going to be on finalist on Japan, because if you're not coming first, you are not getting through on finalist, and you're letting everybody gain 3 points. Exactly. And everybody is just going to start catching up to you, and then you're on double finalist, and then you're on triple finalist if you let it keep going. And that is a treacherous position to be in mentally, as well as just for the standings of the game. It's Neon in first place this time by quite a decent margin here, over a tenth between the two, and Bren is going to have to settle for looking for a mistake from this player here. Neon, can he gain back some of those points? It looks like that is the case. It does not look like there will be an overtake happening from Bren here. I don't know. No, that would be pretty insane if he was able to do it here. Neon will take first this time around, and is once again going to trade back some more points and deny finalists, most importantly, from Bren.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it like Bren looking to claw back just a little bit, but not only does Neon deny finalists from Bren, he now puts himself 1 round win away from finalist as well, and we are getting ready to head back to Japan, a map that was not going well for Bren last time around. Neon has the opening. It is there. The possibility that really, I think, very few people saw coming. We all respected Neon as a player. We knew he was fast. fast. We didn't know his game on stage, and it is looking good right now. Neon very, very much has the opportunity to be the first seed coming through this match.
It is, yeah, looking more and more likely, right? And look, Bren is going to be thinking back to, what, 20 minutes ago now? Something like that, and just going, oh, no, this
I think
not...
Bren's been playing Trackmania longer than Neon's been alive, and Neon's about to beat him.
You're not far off, actually. A few years difference, maybe.
Give or take a little bit, right? It's absolutely wild on this one. Look, there's a lot left to do, though, for Neon, right? It's not a foregone conclusion in any direction, especially, as you said, we approach finalist mode, where you do have to actually win a round. And both of the other players in this lobby definitely still have the potential to deny. You can see it, J-Swag out in front. Bren is already back a little bit. Nyko behind as well. All four cars are still here. They're still in the race, but J-Swag has pulled out the early lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna come up to fruition over the course of this map quite heavily here, although Neon taking so much speed through that first section there is going to take first position as we move on through. I mean, Neon is looking for this one here. Bren is just behind. You can't see him right now, but he is on the tails of these players here. A few tenths back. That is possible to gain back, but it looks like the kryptonite for Bren here is Japan, and that could come at the worst possible time here. If Neon gets 10 points, then he is going to be on finalist alongside Bren, as long as Bren finishes, which who knows at this point. Bren is right there behind the two, but he still needs to do well. Neon, no, I don't think so. Just taking less speed. It's Nako right behind. He's the only person now that can deny Neon finalist alongside Bren, and we would immediately have a double finalist situation. Neon has done it. It's double finalist here in our first game between Bren and Neon, and how things have looked for Bren so far, that is going to be a horrible position to be in.
Crashed 3 rounds out of 4 the first time we visited Japan. Bren chose to put the map in this position. He was the one who placed it here.
He made his bed. He's lying in it.
His own worst enemy potentially in this moment. You can see Neon with the red name and the red number on the car. The same goes for Bren, who is already falling behind. Neon off in the distance, looking to lock this first seed in. The first round of asking a little bit slower into the jump there, but will land nice and quickly as Neon retains that first place. Nako is Bren's hope right now, I feel like. He's looking to Nako to do it, but Nako is dropping off Neon's back wheels.
Oh my lord, Neon out in first place, and it feels like this is exactly how things were meant to go. I promise we don't have a script, I promise. Neon out in first place. Bren is pushing hard. Bren wants that first position here. He knows it's now or never. It is this round, unless Nako can do something absolutely incredible. Neon's dodge! Oh no! Can Bren overtake Nako now? Can Nako deny any finalist from doing this one? Bren is out in first place. All he needs to do now is finish the track, something that he has found very difficult historically here on Japan in this tournament. We've only played 5 rounds of it, but still, he just needs to stay in first place. Can Bren do it and lock in the first position? It is looking likely, but this is where he's crashed every single time so far. It's good from Bren. It's Bren!
Out of frankly nowhere, Bren finds the round on Japan. Bren had, let's be very clear, 2 good rounds on Japan, a 33% success rate on the track. That's all he needs, baby. Bren qualifying through as the first seed, as the desk predicted. I don't think they were predicting it in quite that fashion.
And I don't think he was either, because you see his face after that was done. He is not happy with his performance, I don't think. Regardless, first position, whether by an inch or a mile, and I would call it less than an inch. He does manage to get it done there. Many people, never mind, don't worry about it. Neon is in first place this time around, and all he needs to do, win 1 round here, and he will lock in second. Nako's a little ways behind, still 31 points away from finalist himself. And it should be easy pickings here from Neon. Does not need to risk anything whatsoever. Just needs to make sure he's out ahead.
But Twiggy, here's the thing. If there is a time when the lack of stage experience, when the nerves of a big tournament kick in, it is when those red numbers appear on the back of your car. Finalist mode is scary. Does Neon have that ice in his veins? It's kind of looking like it, but there is still an identity to go. Can Neon keep it clean through these final corners of the track? Lock in that spot in the upper bracket semi-final. Nako is through. J-Swag is through. Neon clipped, is hoping for a mistake from 2 players now, and that is not all that likely. Who's going to pick up the 10 points? Nako still in front of J-Swag, it looks like. No, J-Swag through, and it'll be 10 points for J-Swag as Nako settles for 6, and Neon will have to settle for another full round of Trackmania.
Yeah, and look, I said there's a bit of a gulf in terms of points between the two. But when you're on finalists, you're not gaining anything back. You know, you are stuck here now, and you're waiting.
This is your late game build.
Watching everybody catch up to you slowly but surely here, and they're still a little ways away. But if you keep not being able to finish out in first position, it's going to come back to bite you here. And Neon, he needs to get this one here. He was on the cusp of coming first. If he comes third off the back of that, it's not good enough.
It really isn't. I mean, even second by an inch or a mile isn't good enough. J-Swag's touched. Nako's there, but he's a long way down as well. This is the best chance you have so far for Neon, and we know the pace is there, but he's going so slow.
Neon,
he's a sitting
It's a racing game.
Nako is there,
Neon, it's a racing game.
But they are wheel to wheel. Both of them speed back after that drift equalizes the speed. Nako and Neon wheel to wheel. Just a few corners left to go as Nako is trying to deny one more round, one more map. Neon coming back at him.
He needs to push now. He was in a position he didn't have to push, but now he does have to push, and he's just about ahead of Nako here. And the cameraman is a little faster than these two, but Neon in first position just needs to keep it clean, and that was his forte the first time we were around here on Japan. Can he get it done right here, right now, and join his brethren Bren in the upper bracket? Neon has secured it, and the other two are going to have to settle for the lowers.
Congratulations to Neon, youngest player entering the tournament. We had question marks about whether or not he was going to get it done, but he never had any doubts. That is not the face of a man who looked confused, who looked like he didn't think he was going to be here. Act like you belong, act like you've done this before.
Exactly. I mean, fake it till you make it. He's not faked it.
He's not faking anything. No.
Exactly. He has made it, I think, already, but making it even further now as he's going to be moving up in the upper bracket. You just need to win 2 games. Let's just look at it that way. It doesn't matter if you know, obviously you can get eliminated, but as long as you win 2 games, you are into the playoffs, and that is the first one down. Halfway there.
Yeah, and Neon looking incredibly quick, looking threatening, frankly, on that one. I mean, I'd almost wonder, can Neon warm up into this as well? The more stage experience he gets as he goes in this tournament, how scary is this guy?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, that's got to be a confidence booster, right? This game will have done wonders for Neon in terms of just, look, I've been able to get here, I've been able to do it, I know I'm a good player. Can I do it on stage under the bright lights?
Yeah, I mean, Neon is getting it done, and it's hard. It is difficult to do this as well. And Trackmania, a game where it really is just all about your own performance. It's about that mental consistency, about your ability to pick yourself back up after you see mistakes like that, where you just misjudge your jump. Can you not let that get into your own head? Because it is all about your ability to execute on what you have driven over and over and over and over and over and over again in practice. And that's not a guarantee when it comes to these stage matches. And you have to say, I mean, Bren, we always knew he could do it. He has the legacy, he has been here, he has in fact done it before, but Neon was the question mark, and he has managed to get it done here. Moving forward in that upper bracket, we have not said goodbye to any players just yet, Twiggy. We will start to do that tomorrow. There is still hope for J-Swag and Nako, but they're going to step their game up on that one. For now, Twiggy, we're going to say goodbye. We're going to head on over to the stage for an interview with our players after that much, and we will see you back at the cast soon.
Thanks very much, fellas. I'm joined here by our first winner of the day. It's Bren, everyone! Well, Twisted Minds fans out there love it. Bren, we were watching that on the sidelines. You were experiencing that final lap against Neon head-to-head. How did it feel to play it? How did it, in that moment, it must have been exhilarating for you, but also scary. I don't know. How did you feel?
Yeah, it was a scary round. I didn't play that map really good at the start of the match, so I got a bit worried. Neon has really good pace. He drives quick, but maybe slightly more crashy than me, so I was just hoping that he would make a mistake and try to drive clean, and it worked out.
It really worked out well. Thinking about the pick and bans in general there, we saw the kind of at the beginning, the maps in Japan. I don't think anyone was really expecting Japan as our first map here necessarily. But when you saw all the maps being chosen, how did you feel in that moment when you saw exactly what was coming your way in this first round?
I would say the pick and ban was a bit what I was expecting, so I was pretty satisfied with the maps we had to play. Maybe one was surprising for me, but I didn't mind it. I feel comfortable on the 10 maps anyway, so that's a good thing. And yeah, pretty positive map pack for me. I just messed up on my own map. It happens.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. Before we let you go and get some rest here, tell us about this experience, Trackmania, EWC. What's it been like here with these amazing fans, everyone watching at home, being here in general here in Paris? How's it been for you, the experience so far?
I'm going to probably speak for everyone, a part of the Trackmania community, but we're really grateful to be a part of EWC. It's a life-changing experience, and we're all really, really happy to be here. I love the player lounge. I love everything about the event. Honestly, it's just been a great time.
It's been great watching you so far. We're looking forward to seeing you race again next. But one more time, give it up for Bren! Well done, Bren. We head back to the desk now to Rainy Day and the gang. What a great way to kickstart Trackmania here at EWC.
Absolutely, Adam, and that was a great showcase of the P1 expected Bryn to take the win for Twisted Minds. He does so, but maybe not in the way. But by inch or by mile, as Twiggy said on the caster desk, he got it done, and that's what matters most as he's moving on into the next round. Also, we'll be joined by Neon, guys. Welcome you back onto the desk. We've got G-Geek, Aaron, Import Books here. G-Geek, I mean, I think Neon as a storyline, to me, so surprising because we thought it was Nako and Neon tight neck, and they were, but Neon clearly showed a little bit of an advantage there.
Very pleasantly surprised about that indeed, and it started to somewhat click on towards the very end of Saudi Arabia, the second map, so round 7, round 8, this is where he started to somewhat show promise, but it really kicked off on Argentina. Clicked into high 20s, low 30 point counts out of 40 possible points that you can get in the space of 4 rounds, which really set himself up as a true competitor against Bren. Shame for him that he kind of somewhat fell off a little bit by the time we reached Poland and then the second rotation of Japan, where it's not been that easy for Bren as well, be it on the first rotation or the second rotation.
I mean, definitely for Bren's side, he had the fastest time, the best time, and median time on Hungary, Argentina, and Saudi Arabia. So he was doing really well for himself. That first map, though, on Japan seemed a little sus, but it ended up being the map that he finished on after struggling 3 finalist rounds. The typical Trackmania experience. You get ahead of everybody, and then you're at that red F, and then it triggers everybody.
Listen, it's unfortunate that we're talking about, losing an inch or a second here. I'm trying to finish Japan. That's kind of where I'm at in my Trackmania journey. But
you and I both, man.
You and I both. And I'm sure many of you at home know the difficulty watching this. It's amazing how they played it. But it was his map pick. Important. I think that's the other thing about Bren. How did you like the strategy of that? Because he even messed up on it, but it also seemed to be difficult for Nako, for Neon, to try to catch him there. They made mistakes too on that map.
I think for Bren's perspective, he probably was the most comfortable on it, but we've seen time and time again in past events where a player who's comfortable on a map actually struggles when they first played the map, and then if it comes back in rotation, that's when they're able to close out, and maybe that's why they wanted it that way.
Yeah.
But as far as that's concerned, yeah, he struggled, but he was able to close it out, and maybe that's the pick that he wanted for him.
I mean, at the end of the day, I look at it like, let's say, you can only do it 70% of the time to your best degree, but other people are 50%. And so you have that 20% gap, whereas maybe you got a 98% on a map that's more comfortable for you. Norway was obviously banned, but let's just use that for example, and everyone else is 96. So the difference between your competitors might be the thing. Also, looking out for Neon in Argentina because he's so dang good at that one. All right, you've got some clips, G-Geek, that you've set up for us. What do you want to talk to us here?
Well,
you got to tell us straight already.
There are 2 things that I want to talk about, and you mentioned Neon on Argentina. This is a clip that we have from round 2 of Argentina, right at the bobsleigh. You can see that gate there, that is the nose steer. This completely locks your steering, and you'll see that Neon and Bren have different approaches. Let me try to pause it at the proper moments. You can see Neon goes just a little bit wider, and entering the bobsleigh, he's going to go way higher. You can see that right there. He just sticks to the very, very top edge of the bob wall, whereas Bren, he's kind of teetering a little bit on the sidewall, and he is on the lower edge. Carries in a lot more speed for Neon, and as a result, you'll see that he'll go a lot deeper than what you would usually do on that turnaround. You can see there's the checkpoint trigger right there from Bren, right here, right at this word mark. Neon went a little bit deeper. You can go deep, that's fine, as long as you do not touch that reset right there, which will cancel out the reactor and thus rob you of speed. He came in with a pretty decent gap, but as we play the clip, he might just keep that gap at the very least the same, but extend even more, because look at how much he slingshots out of that particular corner.
I love it. I mean, his approach a little riskier as well, but showed the comfort that he had on that map.
And the other thing I want to talk about, and we're going to be switching to a little bit later on map 5, Poland. Let me just pull up the clip for you. This is Bren's entry into the platform around the 40-second mark, the end of Sector 2 here on this map. We're coming in a little bit early on. This is the entry into the dirt slalom. You can see Neon and Bren. Neon going a little bit wide, thus putting a little bit more steering angle in. Everybody kind of regrouped, and then we are arriving at the jumps. Watch carefully the setup. First of all, you can see everybody going for that very aggressive setup, trying to go for what we call a ramp cut. Basically, try to avoid going straight off the ramp, trying to go a little bit off the side to reduce airtime. And what's going to happen here, as you're about to see, everybody manages to keep the car straight, but Bren is very much leading on the right-hand side, and you're about to see he's going to be landing on the sidewall of the tire. That's a bit of a gamble that you take here in Trackmania, because if you land on the part that's got the tread, you will be able to retain your speed. If you land fully on the sidewall, that's it. The acceleration penalty triggers, and you are completely thrown off your momentum. But here, Bren got on the right side of the fence, and he continued to pull up a fight against Neil all the way through. And look at the speed that he was able to snowball all the way through the second jump, and then into the next checkpoint before the underwater parts.
This is an amazing showcase as well. Obviously, Bryn was so successful, and you mentioned he was consistent, so that's a big element of it. You talk about speed versus consistency. He even mentioned that Neon, he knew he could do it, but he was counting on the fact that maybe he'd be more consistent, and he was.
Yeah, I mean, if you're new to Trackmania, hello, welcome to the biggest theme that is ever brought up to every single match in existence. That is speed versus consistency, pace versus consistency. And, you know, it is a struggle for those who are not at the top echelon to have that consistency. Sure. And we're going to see that from some players. I'll go ahead and mention a couple. Gwen, Elcon, kind of the biggest culprits when it comes to the highest highs you can have speed-wise, and then also struggling consistency-wise. It's feast or famine with players like them. But if they're on their game, they're on their game, and they're unbeatable, and they are scary. And the top players will tell you they are scary. But again, once we get to the top echelon, we're talking top 16, top 12, we're going to see it transition from consistency to pace, because everybody will have the consistency. Pace is going to be the determinant factor at the end.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule to see what's coming up now on your feeds for some more Trackmania. We're going to go over to Group A and Match A3, which will be EPOS and OTAC, a Team Liquid doubleheader with Shimko and Lingo in that group as well, AGAL representative. And, you know, the one thing... Is that AGL actually? Is Lingo? What's Lingo?
No, Lingo, that's Godlike Esports.
Godlike, that's right. My bad. I don't want to set up the rivalry if I don't have to as well. But EPOS and OTAC, two big names, two high expectations for that one. G-Geek, I mean, heading into that matchup, you would think one of those would take P1.
I would think EPOS would be taking P1 if I wanted to throw that out of the gate, because as we've touched on the top of the show, he's the most confident he has ever been. And one thing that he wants to go is at least try to go to the top 4 to the grand final, to try and keep on his grand final streak that he's been on since the very end of last year. So this is going to be one key thing to watch out for him.
Going to be exciting, guys. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a check-in with Chris at the Alliance Vault and see what's happening with the Club Championship. Chris?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We're down here at the Alliance Vault to have a little look at what's going on this week with Trav on Crossfire. Now, already we've been talking about the story between AGL and Falcons, the two teams who are really fighting it out for that first place. There's already points on the board here for AGL.
Yeah, absolutely. AGL off to a flying start. 2 wins straight over the last 2 days, so they'll be able to skip a day tomorrow, come back fresh on day 4, and really put a big performance in. So already 200 points on the board. They're looking incredibly good. They are the favourites of this competition, so have kind of breezed through it as expected. Falcons, however, down in the lower bracket. And the same for Vitality, as AGL have just beaten them to send them down there. Looking at the other side of things, Na'Vi as well, one of our top 4, kind of in and around that same area. One of the very few teams who still have a chance of winning it. Yes, might be a very slight chance of like 0.22% or something like that, I think it is. So not expecting too much from Na'Vi, but they're still sitting in the upper bracket at the moment, doing a pretty decent job.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting because I think across the entire event, I think Crossfire is the one that a lot of people are looking at for AGL to get their win, but for Falcons, it's more so on the CS side of things, right? So that might just balance things out, and then Trackmania and Fortnite, which is also going on, may well be the deciders here, but it's going to be maybe a little bit of pressure on AGL to go for the win. Kind of how level-headed are we on the favourites thing for them, though? I mean, look, they're coming into it. People are expecting them to win it, but they will have competition.
Yeah, they're looking to go back-to-back, to be honest. And it's a lot of the Chinese teams who are their real competition, so that's who they're watching out for when it comes to the European teams. Not too much fight back, like Vitality struggling. It's not looking too great for them, but yeah, AGL AGL kind of tied on favourites, looking to go back-to-back, had a convincing year last year, not many roster changes, and about the same again.
Okay, well, that means the pressure is very much on AGL here in Crossfire and the Alliance Vault. We'll be keeping in with Trav throughout the rest of the week.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
EWC.
You can hear the round of applause for Epos' performance. He's a beatboxer as well as a all-star in Trackmania. One of your favorites here in our second group of the day. What a talent. That was awesome, man. I can't wait to hear that live. Maybe if he wins, he'll give us some of that with Adam or Milos on stage. Welcome back here to the panel. My name's Rain Day, and I've got a new introduction here. You know Aaron Import Brooks, but do you know Kai Lucker's Turbo? Kai, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling awesome, man. What was that for a first match? Neon with an absolute incredible performance. I'm hyped to see more like that.
So exciting, dude. And honestly, you know, it's your first time, so I want to give you a little bit more like experience. You know, we had the moment of Trackmania jumping onto EWC, the players, Bren talking about how important this is to the community. I'm sure you have a few words about how big this is for all of Trackmania.
I mean, it's the biggest tournament that ever happened in Trackmania, and I think Bren already summarized it very, very well. $500,000 are on the line, and that is definitely something to play for. And yeah, this is life-changing for the players.
I love it, man. All right, so, you know, we saw our first races, and I think when you look at it, it was a showcase of kind of a bet on yourself to finish off with Bren. He did narrowly make it into that first spot. Neon played really, really well. Now this group, we have two names that are very familiar in the Trackmania scene, in Epos and Otak. Talk to me about kind of the dynamic that you expect going into this one.
So these two players have actually never been teammates before, so this is their first time actually being in the same org and kind of having to work together in a sense in this regard. But as far as Epos is concerned, I mean, he has kind of been the lone wolf for many events, hasn't had really an org up until this point, so now Team Liquid being a big pickup for him. Otak has had success previously being with Carmine Corp, so he has definitely had some org success and been able to pick up, and also just Trackmania Grand League success in previous editions. But as far as Epos, first I have to give props. I knew he was a beatboxer. Fun fact, he's the UK beatboxing champion.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So yeah, very talented guy on and off the track, if you will. So I'm excited to see how he performs. I always tell him, I always ask him every event I see him, I say, hey, can you at least do a little bit of beatboxing during the match to throw the other players off? That would be so much fun, I think.
That is right where my brain went first. I said, why can't you just be beatboxing on a corner? Just, you know, say, get a 10th away from your opponents. But when you look at Epos and Otak, I mean, Otak, to me, you and I were talking about Kai a little earlier. You know, he's on a little bit of a redemption tour. Had this high in 2023 as a world champion, and now wanting to get back to that level, supersede that level. This is an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, definitely. He has to prove himself, but in the tournaments that he participated in, he didn't live up to the expectations. 2023 was really the year for him where he won the World Championship alongside Bren at this point. It was just a historical match, but 2024 was also okay, but now 2025, big question mark. But he's here to deal some damage, and he's a very good counterpiece for Epos, who's just thriving, and it seems like there's no ceiling for him.
We know Team Liquid is excited about the opportunities that they've got here. Let's take a listen to what Rachel had to say with Epos earlier before this match. Was beatboxing involved? I hope so.
Okay, Epos alongside me now. Epos, before we get into things, is there something that we should know about you away from Trackmania? What are your hobbies?
Well, outside of Trackmania, I would say the biggest thing is I'm actually a beatboxer. And so I'm the current UK beatbox champion as of last year. And yeah, I hope to keep that title at the end of the year as well. So it's a fun little hobby aside of Trackmania.
Can you use that at all in Trackmania? Does it ever merge? Did your two worlds merge?
I wouldn't say it merges, no, because with Trackmania you have to be pretty focused, and to beatbox at the same time it'd probably take away from the focus a little bit. So no, I'd rarely do it alongside.
Back to here and now then. You've had experience of lands, obviously, before. How much is that going to help you at EWC?
I mean, I'm used to the stage. I mean, aside from Trackmania, the beatbox crowds as well. So I'm definitely used to a crowd. So I think that plays to my favor. So yeah, I just think it's experience over the years. I mean, it's the boring answer, but yeah, you get used to it after a while.
Tell me about the groups then. You know, what are you hoping for, or what are you hoping to come out of the groups?
I mean, ideally, you qualify as early as you can. I mean, I believe 4 qualify if you win your first 2 matches. And so, yeah, I would like to be first in both matches, keep the highest seed, and go on to the playoffs in strong form.
What kind of form are you in right now?
I believe it's the best form I've been in Trackmania.
And why is this? How much have you been practicing? Tell us a little bit about the process to get here.
I think it's just more efficient practice, you know. It's similar time that I would invest in other tournaments, but I think I've just been really thorough, making sure I don't have any critical errors in the tracks. And so, yeah, I just feel stronger than ever.
All the tracks. Have you got a weakness?
No.
Ooh, confident. Okay, and overall, what is your aim? You must have set yourself an ambition.
Well, I've made every final of every tournament I've played this year, so I think I'd be pretty disheartened if I didn't make the final.
One to watch. And Epos, can you just beatbox us out of this interview? You are so cool. I love it. All right, I'll see you out there. Cool. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, he's too cool.
Well, I mean, I asked for it. We got it. Thank you so much, Epos and Rachel, for setting that up. Great to hear the confidence, and disappointed if he doesn't make finals.
I want to hear your best beatbox.
I mean, I don't have any status.
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. You know, something like that.
I mean, but listen. It's going to have me spitting all over here, guys. I love it. I didn't know you got down like this on Trackmania. Wow, they shouldn't have given you guys a stage.
It's a party every time.
This is going to be crazy, man. 4 days of these guys. So, I mean, listen, I love the way that we talked about his expectations. And a final every single tournament that he's played this year. What a performance, Turbo. I mean, we can't expect anything less here going into Esports World Cup.
I do think so as well. I mean, the field is more stacked, but XP Evo 2025, he was not feeling good. And now he's confident. I mean, you've heard it in the interview. He's ready. He is there to deal damage. And Epos, after that, I mean, he still has to prove himself on stage just in a couple of minutes, but he's ready.
Well, one of the things that we want to make sure you're keeping tabs on are your pick'ems. So make sure to let us know if you think Epos is going to bring that beatboxing style that he goes represents UK with here onto the track, grabbing another chance to get closer and closer to the finalists. You will have a chance to see if your picks are right, and also just the bragging rights in chat as well. So let us know who you think is going to win. Import, I want to hear your thoughts on this one as well, because there's 2 players we actually haven't talked about. Shimko, who is kind of the MENA representative, right? Pretty much the best player in MENA. How are we expecting him to fare?
I think in general he is a very good player. We haven't really seen him at this caliber quite yet. Okay. He's been in a couple tournaments, he's been on several online events, but he's never been in a scenario such as this. And the pressure I can imagine for him, but also, I mean, he has nothing to lose. This is his opportunity to show out and be able to perform. Looking at Lingo on the other side, our remaining player, the other epitome of feast or famine. This guy, Epos himself, has said he is scared of a on-tact Lingo. So if Lingo's on it, he's scary. But Lingo's issue that he needs to be able to focus on is to not get sidetracked by small mistakes. You will notice if it happens, it will happen, and it will happen in a very rough way. We've seen it in multiple events before. If he does not focus and keep himself on track, he will make mistake after mistake, and you'll start to see the breakdown. And I hope we don't see that. I want to see the top tier Lingo that we know.
Yeah, the mental component. How do you feel about Lingo and of course Shimko coming into this?
I mean, if we see a top tier Lingo who's very consistent, he's there to battle it out for the top 2. But against those players, against EPOS and Otak, it will be very hard. Shemko, on the other hand, he definitely has a chance. He's also fast, but I think he can shine through with his consistency. I think that's his strong suit. In his region, he was very dominant, that's for sure. But is it enough to also deal damage against the other players?
Winning in meta, does it translate here to the global stage, to this caliber of group? And import the question that I've raised, you seem to have an answer that probably not, but anything could happen on the day.
Of course, anything can happen. This is, like I said, he has the opportunity to show out and at least cause disruption, if at minimum, right? He has the ability to throw people off their game and put pressure on players. That's a great thing about players that we don't really have that much data on. So I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out. This match is going to be fantastic.
We talk about the high end and getting into gear. We also talk about the consistency. And I know somebody who knows how to stay on beat with the rhythm. Epos shown us that he can do it off the track. Let's see if he can do it on as we begin Group 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our first ever series of Trackmania at the Esports World Cup has just gone by the wayside. What a way to kick things off, down to the wire. Before we talk about that, though, Adam,
yes,
that mustache, very French. Is it real?
Yeah, it is. Many people have been asked with a moustache, saying, is it real? Did you grow it yourself, or did you draw on with a crayon? What I will say is this. My kids love to paint. They love painting, all right? Speaking of which, painting the town red. That's exactly what Bren did in that first matchup there as well. Incredible start to proceedings here for Trackmania EWC. I think a taste of things to come.
Very much so. I think it really sets it up for the games to come. Neon really gave it his all. That's going to help him out points-wise later on because there's more games to go through. Speaking of which, let's introduce our next competitors to the stage, starting off with EPOS! Representing Team Liquid, he is one of the top contenders from the British Isles, aiming straight for the finals with a long road ahead.
Please welcome to the stage, Lingo! Two-time Pan-American champion Lingo is here to make his mark on this international stage.
On set stage, representing RQ, is Shemko! He leads as frontrunner from Turkey in the overall MENA region, looking to prove himself internationally for the first time ever.
And to round out our 4 players, welcome Otak! Aiming for grand finals and a second world title, with this 4th World Cup appearance be the jewel in his crown. Let's go! We're loving what we're seeing here, Paris. You are so energized. We love to see this here. It's all about to go down here. We're going to ask our players to make their ways to their seats. Please place your keys into your stations and let's get this second series underway. Here we go.
Thank you, Adam and Milos. The stage is set in Paris. What a welcome. Trackmania has brought all the energy we expected, maybe even more so, as we look to begin our second group of 8 for the day in our group stages. A friendly reminder, no one's going home today. We are setting up our upper brackets, we're setting up our lower brackets. So there is a risk if you don't perform in the top 2 that you're gonna have to do a little bit more to make your way to that final day. But you are still in it. So a lot of preparation with that, and I'll lead it to you, Import. Does that mean you can take a few more risks to try to understand some things, or do you need to be as conservative as possible to start out? What do you think?
It depends on your strategy. I think it's not a simple one or the other. If you're a player that knows you can be very fast, you may want to hide your times. You may not want to let everybody know what your pace is out of the gate. This is going to be something that's probably going to be a factor for Epos and Otak.
I do think that hiding your pace or your times here will be already very difficult because you play against players that are hungry, that have to prove themselves. Right. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and just causing a mess up here is huge for them.
Yeah, and I think honestly, on that point, we may see not hiding pace, but we could. It just really depends. I think it's going to be dependent on how the match flow goes. Of course. I mean, for example, Bren, he struggled at the beginning. He did. Then he had to bring out a little bit more pace to be able to put himself at the top. This could be another scenario. It just really depends on how the players are feeling getting into this, if they're able to manage the tension coming into this match.
Well, South Korea banned earlier on. It's picked up by EPOS as well. Argentina goes into the ban pool, so we'll see a new map for sure here, Kai, as Saudi Arabia also picked here from OTAC.
Yeah, and pick number 3 will be Canada.
Oh.
So we will go to home soil for Lingo here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a complete different pick phase here happening. Norway also being picked up. That is a spicy one, and Poland concluding the rotation.
Norway is actually not a surprising pick from Lingo. Lingo has played ice. He's very good at it. So this could be something that may be a comfort pick for him. He knows that everybody else hates the map, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of been a common thing. We heard disaster.
Of course.
So this could be something that Lingo is using to his advantage. And I think, honestly, this map pack in general for Lingo actually benefits him, especially with Canada and Norway, and even a little bit of Poland as well. So I'm interested to see how that feathers out.
And I love the idea of maybe Lingo needs an edge somewhere, so he's finding it in the map pick.
Yeah, I do think so. Let's see if this will actually happen. I think he can make it, but I still have to put OTAC and EPOS in first and second position.
Unbelievable. Well, we'll see several new maps here in Group 2. It's already been a banger of a day in Trackmania, and we are just getting started. And I know a couple of gentlemen who are also just getting started in their Trackmania casting career. Some fellas I've known for a while, and I know they're going to do a great job here. Let's send it over to Onset and Bravo.
Thank you so much, Rain. And yes, very, very excited to be here. I think that's something that I can say for both of us, Andy, Bravo. It's a fantastic occasion. Trackmania has been something that we've been fans of for a time that has really kind of got us invested in the scene and the history. And now we get our first opportunity, as some of the players on our main stage do, to make a little bit of history here. The first time we're going to crown a champion here at EWC for the game, and the first time that a player like Lingo is going to watch Chemko take the stage.
Yeah, I mean, such a pleasure to be here. We want to just give a huge shout out to the whole Trackmania community. It means a lot to have the opportunity to be here with you at such a historic event, of course, in the game that has such a legacy. Decades now of competitive play, of course, have all come down to this, and how fitting to now see South Korea for the first time on your screens here. It's going to be Chemko, Lingo, OTAC, and EPOS here in your second set of the day.
And Andy has already promised me that if he sees EPOS taking home a win here, that he might warm up the vocal cords and see if his beatboxing is quite up to standard. We've already heard it from the gentleman on the desk. We'll have to see if Andy can join them a little bit later on. But early on here, starting off on South Korea, Andy, we're going to see some reactions towards the end as EPOS is going to have a little bit of bump there, and Lingo is going to be in behind him as well.
And speaking of, what a divide early on this map. You expect coming to the reactor there that things would be a little close, but instead take a look. It's nearly a 3-second gap for the back of the pack.
OTAC out in front at the start of this race as well. The hometown hero, the Frenchman, is certainly going to have support from the community here in Paris, and with a little bit of an established lead at the start of this by about 0.2 of a second. He's going to be feeling pretty good going into this first little turnaround. Very careful on the brakes here.
Wide.
Chemko going very, very wide and finding himself falling behind as OTAC has a clean run here into the identity to take home these 10 points.
Look at OTAC all alone. Of course, you heard the home crowd. Not surprising to be behind him here, and what a first lap he's done, especially when you compare it to the pack. He will cross the finish line with a +10. It will eventually be Chemko coming in. EPOS will make sure to get in third, Lingo in fourth. But as we said, it's not only a big gap in the middle of the pack, it ended up being a big gap in the front of the pack as well. It's a clean opening win for OTAC.
I'm putting that one down to nerves for a lot of players. The difference in seconds between some of the placements that we did see. Everybody's going to get comfortable. Everybody feeling their way into this tournament. But OTAC going to feel very, very comfortable knowing that his first race here at EWC resulted in 10 points. EPOS now trying to chase down the pack, as we can see all cars coming through pretty clean.
EPOS in the back once again here, just coming into the dirt, getting ready for this big turn here off of into the reactor, which, as we said, was a big separator, but now everyone here really tight coming off the reactor into the left-hander.
Yeah, full throttle here onto the grass, sliding into this left hand where we'll go back onto the throttle. It's EPOS out to a lead through the checkpoint. Little dab for the drift on the brakes as we now jump from the tarmac back to the grass and holding this gear for the jump here.
Very important. Hold this gear. Everyone wants to hold fourth there cleanly and set up a good line. And actually, it's very nice from OTAC yet again. Pulls ahead by just a bit, but it's EPOS with a cleaner line here into the engine off.
Now, engine off. So a few mistakes here, and it's actually Otak who just loses the lead as Epos comes through into the identity. The first turnaround, Epos going to go deep on that one. Otak's going to close a little bit of the gap, but Epos still just about managing to hold on to this lead as we go into the final turnaround here. Epos will take home the 10 points, and just in behind him, Otak, it felt like everybody a little bit more comfortable in that second round.
Yeah, it feels very important there from Epos as well. You saw he was actually in the back of the pack before we went into that and ever important ice slide into the reactor. Instead, he makes sure to just level things out here. He calms it down, and now only trailing Otak by 2 points here.
Into the third round here on South Korea. From the dirt, we go on to the tarmac, a little tap of the brakes as we go into this right-hander, and it's Lingo. Man whose mentality has been questioned by a few coming into this event, who has a momentary lead as we head back. With the engines turning back off into the turnaround through the ice, onto this first jump, over onto the right-hander now. It's Lingo who has that lead. Otak close on his tail by about 300ths of a second.
Yeah, this downhill right here can be a big opportunity to make up a lot of time. We'll see if Lingo can hold it all the way through this, but unsurprisingly, it's going to be Otak who knows exactly how to take that and knows how to overtake as well, but they are very close here coming into this turn.
Yeah, Lingo just retakes the lead there on the exit as we go into this grass slide all the way through this right-hander and into the section that has separated a couple of these players. You can see Lingo just holding on to that lead as we go into the identity. Epos has made a little bit of time up once again on that section. He seems like he's quicker than most through there.
And look at Lingo, a man who needs the points. He's also the first down. He's going to maintain this by just a bit, but it's Epos who's trying to snipe.
Look at Epos. He's got the speed. Does he have the line? Does he have the maintaining speed? Yes, he does. And in the identity, Epos will take away the 10 points. Puts him up now at the front of the leaderboards, but it's that last section that you're really seeing the man from the UK separate himself from the pack.
Really nicely done there, even though Lingo had on the second to last jump, even though Lingo had wheels down on asphalt first, instead it's Epos who knows how to finish the race. We talked a lot about his veteran experience. Let's not forget, 4th place in the DreamHack qualifier in a very, very crowded tournament. That was a statement, and you saw him talking about earlier today. He feels confident in all his prep and all of his maps as well. Everyone pretty tight here into the reactor.
Yeah, I think it takes something from a player to put it out online to say, I am feeling confident. You know, you only kind of set yourself up for failure with that kind of a statement, but he's obviously feeling like this is his tournament where he can have a run. You heard it in the interview with Rachel as well, saying that, you know, he's made every final this year and he wants to continue to do that. So confidence is certainly not a question for Epos, and you can understand why as he's leading here as we transfer back into this right-hander. And with a lead, this is where he separated himself. So he's going to be feeling very, very confident as we start to approach this identity.
Ooh, really clean lines, but it's Epos with the cleanest coming through. Not only a very good line, but very good acceleration all the way out. It's a clean lead for Epos once again.
Chemko trying to hold on to second place here, but Lingo is breathing down his neck. Epos! He's out in the lead, but Chemko makes a mistake, just clips on his way through, and that's given the opportunity for Otak to come through and take 3rd place away. Chemko falling down at the final hurdle there. We all know the pressure that is on some of those identities. Those final turns can feel so much more difficult than when you're sat at home.
I'll tell you what, just like our first set of the day, an action-packed first 4 maps in this round as well between these drivers. And even though you might think just based on seeds, let's not forget, of course, Epos coming in with the 4th seed, Otak with the 13th seed, and that's quite a huge margin between Chemko and Lingo at the 32nd and 28th seed, respectively. Lingo certainly making a run for his money, and I want to talk about what Import said on the desk. When Lingo is firing on all cylinders, Epos said he can be a threat. He's already proven that he's going to be pushing it here and be a threat to this group. Now we get ready to go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, we've already seen this map a little bit earlier on today. Some of those jumps are going to be separators, that heartbreaker of the tiny gap right at the end that really can turn a 1st place into a 4th place. And you're going to have to see the players really lock in for those final moments. It's so difficult when you're trying to push, when you're trying to maintain that lead or replacement going into that final jump to make it cleanly. And we've already seen some mistakes made in those final moments, and that's going to continue through the tournament here as we jump into Saudi Arabia.
Right, as we settle in now to Saudi, as we said, it's Epos out in front with 34, a sizable lead over Otak with 24, Lingo 18, and Chemko just behind with 16.
So Otak out to an early lead here as we jump into the dirt. Chemko really struggles there as now we'll see Otak making the jump pretty cleanly, Lingo in behind him. And I think for Lingo now, if you come out of Saudi Arabia with some extra points on the board and start to close that gap, that mentality that has been questioned is going going to be coming into the next track that we go to with a little bit more confidence.
EPOS trying to make up time. You saw him just behind Lingo. He's not far off, but it is Otak clearly out in front as he get ready for just quick little taps here on the left side, and we'll get ready for a few penalty sand touches as he gets ready for these right-handers.
EPOS just appears out of nowhere. Once again, it feels like the final third of these maps is where EPOS is making up a lot of time and a lot of speed, and now he is on the bumper of Lingo and looks like he's just about to go into second place. Otak is in the lead, but it's all about this land in EPOS. Look at the speed that he has into second place. Otak will take home first, and Lingo will have to settle for third place once again.
And I tell you what, if the track is 200 meters longer, you feel like EPOS with that acceleration off that jump, he probably clears that one. So as we said, EPOS was in third place, but you could even tell from the camera that we were on of Lingo's POV that EPOS was just nipping at his heels the entire time. That'll put EPOS now on 40 points. Otak trailing by 6 at 34.
In second place, and you're just almost looking over your shoulder instead of what's in front of you, just knowing, like you say, that he's nipping away at the heels. It can be very, very distracting. And it does cost him going into those final moments here. Everyone clean through the jump by the looks of things at the start. Saudi Arabia here as we go into the transfer. To quarter pipe to quarter pipe. Now transferring back onto the ice. We'll have to see if anyone has to just correct. Chemko falling behind a little bit, but at the front, all three drivers wheel to wheel at this point.
Wow, they're really impressive here. As you said, it's just really a race here for second as everyone's just trying to figure out who might come out of these. It's a really good line from EPOS once again.
Yeah, that line from EPOS is separating him. It's catching him up. It's giving him those tenths of seconds, those hundreds of seconds that are making the difference. But Otak still holding on here as we go into the final left-hander before this jump. And it's going to be Otak who's looking to go back-to-back here. EPOS still in second place, and it will be Otak back-to-back here on Saudi Arabia and feeling very, very confident.
Really clean once again. You're just seeing the consistency from these drivers. I think we saw a little bit of wobbles in our first round on Saudi Arabia, and surprisingly, it was not the obstacles. It was not the tiny gaps. It was not the jump through the gap. Instead, it was really at places that you might not expect it. Instead, in this round, everyone has been very clean throughout, and just like that, Otak is only down by 2 at 44.
I think everybody's going to be keeping an eye on the lines that are taken by EPOS through those island jumps where we're really seeing him close whatever gap is available. It's about if he could put himself into a position before that to close out one of these. And looking at the start here as we transfer to the dirt before the first jump, EPOS has done exactly that. Out into first place and a little bit of a gap opener at the start.
Really nice, really clean third gear all the way through that dirt for everyone as they get ready now. As we said for the jump, which it had not been trouble until now.
Well, I cursed him, and unfortunately for EPOS, he's going to have to go to the back of the pack by the looks of things, whereas Otak and Lingo will lead the way, and it will be 3 in a row here for Otak if he can come through these island jumps, the final section and that jump in first place. Nice pace through here. He does momentarily take away the lead once more, and Lingo is going to fall into second place. Otak is looking to go back-to-back-to-back here.
Look at this. Lingo still with him for the moment, but we'll see if Otak hits this penalty stand in the ramp first. He should be able to do it. Otak looking to make it 3 for 3.
Oh, no, he does not. Maybe he was thinking 3 for 3, but instead he's going to open the door for Lingo to steal away first. EPOS and Chemko a long way behind at the moment, and EPOS actually comes out with a DNF, so that's 0 points on the board for him. That is going to hurt, especially because he went into the lead so early.
Oh my word, just as we thought everyone was getting very comfortable and we started to talk about consistency, it is not only the quarter pipe jump, but it's also the final jump that has huge consequences on the board. That's a DNF, as you just saw. Otak will not only take the lead, but he leads at 50 by 4 over EPOS now.
And here's the two front runners at the front. First jump is made cleanly by the first 3 players. Otak with a momentary lead, but you can see EPOS is sniffing.
Oh no!
And the back wheels once again, but that pressure is making the difference. Otak has to fall behind, has to hit the checkpoint, and EPOS now has the lead with Lingo right in behind.
You talk about land pressure, we'll get back. Of course, Otak now 7 seconds behind. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because it'll race once up front again. It's Lingo and EPOS now to try to take this one.
Wheel to wheel, going into the dirt here. Across the penalty sand, which can be a little bit unpredictable. Everyone wheels down though. Lingo momentarily into the lead, but EPOS is right alongside him. And just as we approach the jump, it felt like EPOS was in the lead, but Lingo might have the speed. Towards the end, it's going to be EPOS though, who holds off the challenge of Lingo and rights the wrongs of the previous round.
I tell you what, unbelievable. Like we said, we always talk about in Trackmania, you hear it time and time again, it's when do the nerves hit. It's not a question of if on the nerves, it is a question of when. And on Saudi Arabia, you saw it happen at a few different times. After we saw near-perfect runs from the entire group on the first 2 rounds of Saudi, instead, everyone started to slip up at different points, and it is EPOS now who will take the lead in the group.
Well, just a moment for everybody to catch their breath, because this has been exhilarating stuff in the first 2 maps that we have seen. Certainly not been disappointed with the amount of drama and action and mistakes, I think, coming out of some of these players, which I'm sure everybody, even if you're at front of the leaderboard, is going to know as we progress through this tournament, you are going to have to minimize those.
You really are, as we get ready for 2 things here, Mark, on Canada. It's going to be speed and slaloms, one of our favorite maps, certainly, and a map that we get now to see. And of course, the difference makers here are really going to be areas like the no break. When you think about what you are going to be able to do in these sections and the way that you need to move as fast as you can. And as we said, it's all about pushing it as fast as you can within these slaloms. A lot of precision here.
A lot of precision, a couple of speed slides to get that acceleration where it needs to be. EPOS out to the lead here as we jump into the first turn on the sausage block and now into the sausage slalom. EPOS momentarily in the lead as we unfortunately zoom in onto Chemko at just the wrong time. Clips that barrier and puts him at the back of the pack.
So much opportunity here in this section. We'll see exactly who can come out in first. It's actually OTAC who makes the most of that. We're going to see a lot of differences made, and even now 3 drivers as we get into the chicane really close up front.
Slalom through the dirt here to the outside dirt line, just trying to line up essentially for the exit into the grass. Everybody trying to desperately hold on to the gear as we slide round in 4th, up to 5th now before the final turn here on Canada, which can make such a difference. This is where so many dreams are made and broken. Everybody coming through clean. It is so close at the front. OTAC with a little bit more speed, and he will take away the 10 points on the line. Lingo will have to settle in for second.
Yeah, aside from the Chemko tap, everything else pretty straightforward from the drivers. And I tell you what, if you watched a lot of Canada in qualifying, whether we're talking about all the events leading up and especially the online qualifiers, we know all too well that this map can absolutely claim victims, especially in the identity. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that. Here we are into round number 2.
Into round number 2 then. Full speed once again. Chemko will know where he made that mistake. It will be in the back of his head as he approaches the sausage road for the first time here. This time it's looking a little bit different. This is where the mistake was made, but no mistake this time around. But he's still staring at the bumper of OTAC as we go through the section here into the sausage block once again. OTAC establishing a commanding lead at the start of this one.
What an exit. That will always be a difference maker on the map as you see EPOS all the way down to the back. OTAC not only in the lead in this race, but of course also now in the lead in the group with 64 points.
Yeah, big mistake coming in from EPOS. He's 7 seconds behind as we went through that checkpoint, so he's going to be thinking about just getting to the finish line. But OTAC at the moment is looking absolutely superb, almost flawless as he turns around once again, looking clean. It will be another 10 points on the board here for OTAC. Chemko off the upright.
Oh my, and he'll still tuck in there.
He limps his way across the finish line. Limps.
My word, EPOS, of course, will still get the +3. But I tell you
Same
what,
reaction from me.
Hey, first of all, I got to say, we've all been there on Canada. You know, as soon as the line is not good and you might hit the midway on the checkpoint in between the two, I think we all felt it, and he still will cross the line, crawls across it, as you say, but it's OTAC out in front now, leading EPOS by 9 at 74.
Sickening feeling in the pit of your stomach as you go, oh no, oh boy, this is not looking good. But it's OTAC out in front once again. EPOS this time around looking a little bit better. Hasn't fallen behind by the 7 seconds that we saw with the mistake in the previous round. But the pack pretty close together as we will exit turn into this right-hander here, Andy, and it's OTAC and Lingo have separated themselves from the pack as we jump into the dirt slalom.
OTAC 3 for 3 on the exit there, but as you say, it's Lingo who through the dirt is able to make up quite a lot of time, gets ready for the grass section. Not much left here before the identity.
Lingo with the pressure on to OTAC, who really doesn't feel like he's been affected by the pressure too many times around. He's in the lead once again, has not failed this final turn on the ice, and it looks like at the moment he's going to come through, but look at the speed from Lingo. Lingo this time around has the speed, but does not have the line. And a heartbreaking moment where first place and 10 points evaporates in front of you.
Wow, the 21-year-old Canadian, look at him, he's the 28th seed, and Mark, he knows he needs to push it here. He knows he needs heroic moves like that at 57 points, and he sends it. He goes for it, but in the end cannot hit the precision, and what should have been a +10 instead sees him in the back of the pack. It's now OTAC on 84 points to EPOS' 69.
Well, Lingo 21 years old right now, but if he makes a few more mistakes like that, he might walk off the stage looking a little bit older. looking a little bit more like me, but Lingo now in third place, looking at Otak and Epos, who most of the story has been about so far, but Otak has been dominating the race up until this point. When it comes to the points on the board, Otak feeling very, very comfortable as we jump into this dirt slalom. Epos has had a little bit of an up and down Canada so far.
He certainly has. This is the first time we've seen Epos leading it, not only at this point, but also for really the past few checkpoints as well. He may very well be leading into 5th gear, and he will.
Left-hander into the final turnaround. It's Epos and Otak. Who's got more speed into the jump though? Epos, he's wide, but he's not wide enough. He's good enough. He slides it just inside the post on the finishing line. And Epos has a little bit of a stretch, has a deep breath, and thinks to himself, that's more like it.
Yeah, this is the man, of course, with so much experience here, and of course, coming in with the 4th seed, as we said, over Otak's 13th seed, and let's not forget qualifying via the Elite Cup, and has a lot of experience under his belt as well. These two will go neck and neck, but most importantly for Epos at this point before we get into Norway, Mark, which, by the way, fantastic that this is
I'm very excited.
Fantastic that this is our next map. Epos, I think that's a big, big result for him. Not only the points on the board at the end of that round on Canada, but also as you talk about the mental game and you talk about the momentum game here on land, going into Norway, that will be a reminder, maybe settle the nerves a bit, put down your consistent Norway runs, and as we get closer to 140, this could be much, much closer than it has been for the first few races.
Yeah, you heard it from the dash from Import saying that, you know, maybe Lingo's got this one in his back pocket. He's very comfortable on ice, and that is what we are going to see a lot of here on Norway. But we are also going to see two of the, well, they are the two biggest jumps that we have in the maps that we're going to be playing here at EWC 26. And they are certainly going to test the nerves. One of my favorite tweets that I saw coming into this event was actually from Mime saying, the jumps that I've practiced thousands and thousands of times, I am going to be shaking it in my boots the first time that I have to do it on the main stage.
Without a doubt, it's Lingo who just pushes enough, and Epos just behind him, but Lingo with a very, very good opening section. We'll talk about just how technical that is over these next few laps. Of course, Lingo setting up jump number 1, Epos not far behind.
Yeah, very aggressive line from Epos, and he's going to stick it on the exit as well as we jump into the bobsleigh, and by sticking it a little bit better on the jump, look at the speed now that Epos has as we go into that sideways. Nice slide. It's a little bit wide. It's too wide from Epos, and Lingo now sees the door open in front of him.
I think we all knew he was pushing it, and maybe just a tiny bit too much on the wall clip. Something was going to clip, and in the end, he does. In the end, Lingo leading. It's a good reactor from him as well, the final jump.
Final jump coming up then for Otak. Look at the points differential. He's sat on 90 points right now, a couple of second places. It's going to feel very good for him. Lingo and Otak both come through clean. Lingo will take home the 10 points. Chemko will be at the back of the pack. Is he going to have time to finish here and get any points on the board at all?
See, that's really the question. Oftentimes it is not the case, and it will not be. Of course, heartbreaking, especially because on so many maps, a simple tap somewhere, missing an identity even, a key part of an identity will not cost you. On this map, Mark, we know it will.
You missed that final jump. DNF is going to be displayed on your heads-up display more often than not. Chemko, a very difficult learning experience there as he has to come out of that round with no points on the board. Into the bobslide turnaround through the checkpoint, and it looks like Lingo is out into the lead once more, and this pick is looking pretty good for him at the moment.
It certainly is here into this 4th gear for just a second. Maintain that all the way through. We'll see if everyone can be clean on this jump. They certainly were through the Lenovo Legion gap, and now it's going to be Otak and Epos fighting for the exit into the ice.
Once again, it's Epos who lands that jump so clean and comes out with more speed than one of the players that's in front of him. Takes away second place, and this time the ice slides looks a little bit safer I would say, from Epos. Maybe not the quickest, but certainly better than it was last time around.
Certainly safer, and it will not cost him the 2 seconds it cost him last time, but let's not forget it definitely did cost him, a few seconds. It's Otak off the reactor boost with the cleanest line. We'll see if he can close out here.
Yeah, Otak just needs to stick the jump, and he'll be taking home the 10 points. Chemko and Lingo a long way behind. It's a 2-horse race at the moment. Otak, oh no! He will fall into the abyss, and it does open the door, and from the comfortable looking second place, all of a sudden Otak, he's going to have to think about finishing this one. He should just about get across the line.
He does.
And at least comes away with the 3 points.
I tell you, you could just tell by the reaction on his face. You can see it on screen right now as well. Just disappointment there. How many times, as we talked about other pro players mentioning, how many times have you done that jump? He's unable to close it out there. That will put Otak on 99. Epos is only 6 points away here at 93.
You can remember with Lingo playing the way that he is here on Norway, there's a good chance that gap starts to close. He keeps taking those first places away, keeps taking a few seconds, and sends Epos and Otak a little bit further down the leaderboards. then this could get very, very interesting. When we finish up here on Norway, EPOS again, aggressive line on that jump, sticks it perfectly. Wow. You can tell the reps have been put in.
Really nice, and he even makes sure to just tuck around the cylinder there, does not tap, and we'll see how the line is here. Let's not forget, it was a little bit of a tricky area for him on both laps. This time, EPOS looks good.
Yeah, EPOS, he kind of threads the first one and the second one together and puts it right on that ice slide through. This time, it will have a pretty commanding lead as we'll see the players go side on for this ice slide once again into the reactor boost to turn left into this final jump. Now, take a deep breath, everybody. EPOS in the lead. Lingo just in behind him, looking for more points here. And Lingo tries to push it. And it will cost him to the back of the pack. You go, Lingo, as EPOS will jump into first place, take those 10 points away, and that's a world record time for him as well.
Robbery as well there.
Lingo,
it's a second time. Like we said, we knew Lingo was going to have to push. He needs to find the pace on different maps, and twice now it's cost him as he's really trying to send it. It's a comfortable third right now, but look at just trailing by such a huge margin. It's 105 for OTAC, 103 for EPOS, 74 here for Lingo, and Chemko down at 47.
What an opportunity that might have been. And now you look at the top of the leaderboards, OTAC and EPOS only separated by 2 points. As finalist mode, the shadow starts to cast its way across these drivers. First jump as we go through the hoop of the Lenovo Legion logo. Everybody lands it. Into the bobsleigh, it's OTAC and Lingo out at the front of the pack. And OTAC this time is probably thinking ahead to that final jump again, thinking if I stick this one, but the speed from Lingo out the exit here might put him under a bit of pressure.
Really nice timing, as you said, just crossing that at a really nice threshold and really pushing it here against OTAC. Might catch a good line.
Really pushes it over that pit. And now goes into a momentary lead. Now OTAC might have a little bit of speed on the exit and does to take away the first place. But how's the landing going to be here? OTAC just about holding on. It's wheel to wheel. It's OTAC who holds on
by 5.
What felt like a feather, an eyelash on the line.
Unbelievable. 5 thousandths, I believe, was the difference maker there, and we'll see the exact time in just a second to see exactly how that came in. By the way, we should mention, of course, it was Lingo and EPOS both setting world records on the map as well during those runs, but as you said, OTAC somehow able to hold on just for a second, and Lingo continues to push. And even though he might trail by quite a margin in third, he's certainly putting on a show.
Yeah, he's certainly put the pressure on the two at the top. Every single race he's there or thereabouts, and really is making everybody make sure that their lines and their execution in these final moments of these races has to be on point. Make a mistake and Lingo's going to be there.
Absolutely. Now as we get ready for another special place full of obstacles, this one, of course, going to be Poland, as we saw in the map order. And a map we also saw in the first section. And Mark, I think the best thing that we saw on the first set of races on Poland was just how much everyone is pushing it on the final identity, just how much the car is rocking back and forth. How much speed can you take into those final identities?
Yeah, a couple of millimeters landing on the side of the tire or landing with the grip down is all that makes the difference on a few of these platform sections that we're seeing the players have to come through. Early on here, it's going to be EPOS out to a lead as we see the players just riding that outside dirt line. Lingo! That's a little bit too close for comfort. Just kisses the barrier, but does not get it reciprocated.
And how fitting, of course, OTAC and EPOS still out in front here, out in front in the overall group as well. That win from OTAC now has him leading by 8 points, and he will look to now extend it even further in this race through the dirt chicane.
It's been the story of OTAC and EPOS so far in this group stage game that we're seeing. First plank navigate as we jump onto the lily pads, just hovering above the water. Very important jump coming up here to maintain that gear, and you can see, you can hear the engines dipping down into the revs, but everybody's sticking it for now.
Yeah, right now, very similar lines, almost identical here as they come back. The car's almost rocking back and forth. In unison, it's OTAC with a little bit of a tighter line.
EPOS trying to cut that down, but it's just the identity that separates the two as OTAC will come through for the 10 points. Lingo in behind on third. And that shadow is starting to get a little bit darker when we talk about finalist mode. Now OTAC getting closer and closer to being the first player in the group to approach that mark.
OTAC about 2/10 off of the Bren time that we saw laid down earlier today, but don't worry, lots of tournament records, lots of world records, of course, still to come all weekend long here. As you can expect, of course, a lot of new times coming in on not only the spring maps, but also the summer maps, especially OTAC out in front once again.
It's Lingo again. I think you might have just tapped the outside line. It falls to the back of the pack. That's going to be him out of early contention here, as in early contention once again. Surprise, surprise. It's the Brit and the Frenchman who are going wheel to wheel. Lovely bit of speed though coming through. EPOS into the dirt section now. See him slide out to the left, dip back, in for the first jump. Now, does anyone want to get aggressive here? It's a very similar line from both. Everybody just trying to come through this first jump pretty consistently.
Really clean here. You'll go right into fourth gear right before the lily pads, and you need to maintain it not only around this tricky corner, but also into this section and through this first jump. It's EPOS with a little bit of a lead here.
But Otak, this is where he made up time last time on the Identity. Manages to get a little bit more speed off of that first platform, but this time, EPOS is leaving him in the dust. You can't even read the number plate. He's that far ahead. It's EPOS who's going to be taking home 10 points here and puts the pressure back onto Otak. In behind, we can see Chemko trying to close in on Lingo, but Lingo will take home third place once again. Chemko comes at the back of the field, but does not finish.
Gosh.
Comes out of that one empty-handed, not even the 3 points to make himself feel a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit of a heartbreaker there. But as you said, if you're a neutral fan and you're not necessarily rooting for Otak or EPOS in this one, you're happy to see EPOS with even more points on the board. He's keeping it close, as we said now. 123, he trails to Otak's 131, 9 points away from finalist mode here. A win here, of course, would do it.
Otak looking for the win, EPOS looking to deny. And it's EPOS who's out to an early lead here. It's actually Otak who's at the back of the pack. Maybe he's feeling that pressure a little bit early on here in the first section of Poland. Now we jump back onto the dirt. EPOS with a commanding lead, but Lingo this time is in and around. Once again, just hovering in behind. Goes a little bit wider than most on that and actually sends it off of that platform. That's going to be Lingo at the back of the pack, and that's a free run now for EPOS at the front.
Yeah, it really should be. Otak as well. You could see maybe not the most stable through those jumps either. This really should be EPOS's run as long as he closes this one out, and he's got a really comfortable gap over Chemko as well.
Chemko looking to secure second place. Otak is going to be looking to maximize his points. A final second place here with a mistake from Chemko would make EPOS feel the pressure a little bit more. He almost manages to snipe him on the line, but it's going to be EPOS who comes out with 10 points here. And most importantly, denies Otak from hitting finalist.
Look at this leaderboard. Look at this leaderboard. Otak takes the lead at 135 over 133. Otak needed the win there to be solo finalist. Instead, it will now be EPOS just only 2 points away at 133. And obviously both of them here looking for more than a +4. Both of them want that +6. For Otak, it would mean finalist mode. EPOS wants the win.
And let me tell you, when you can feel the nerves in the caster booth, you can only imagine what it's like for the players on the stage right now. Otak out to the lead, where you want to be early on if you're trying to put pressure onto your opponents. EPOS, though, looking to close that gap. Goes a little bit tighter on the inside line. And look at the speed going into the dirt now from EPOS. Separates himself into second from third and fourth. Otak goes to the stick of the jump. He gets side on. He's not going to be able to stick. And Otak rolls off to the side and waves EPOS into the lead. Lingo and Chemko in behind, but a mistake that is going to haunt Otak.
The one thing that you don't want in this scenario, the one thing you don't want. Now, EPOS here, of course, wants to be able to close this one out. If he does, he will be on finalist, and of course, Otak may not even be on finalist after this one. He won't be.
EPOS will get through. He will take home the 10 points. He is the first player on the main stage here to hit finalist, and for Otak, it is a heartbreaking moment. However, still gets those 3 points on the board, still keeps it interesting. But EPOS now has a free run as the only player on finalist here to close out and book his ticket to the next round.
Mark, it just shows you out of the dirt before the first jump how much you're pushing it. You are letting the car become airborne to try to set up the perfect line, and he comes far too far left to not only clip, but really misses the exact line and the angle he wanted on that first jump. And it cost him so much there to not hit finalist mode. As we loop back around in our map rotation, it will be EPOS as the solo finalist. Of course, Otak looking to not only get finalist, but also deny here.
Yeah, he's got to deny. He's got it on his shoulders right now. Oof. Now, let's keep in mind for Otak, there is a considerable gap between Lingo, Chemko, and him when it comes to the points tally. So even if EPOS does manage to qualify, Otak does have a cushion to hit finalist mode and look to close out. I think if you're in the mind of Otak right now, that's where your head's got to be. It's not about denying, it's not about stopping EPOS, and what he's doing is about controlling the controllables.
And here he is, fifth gear all the way through, going to bring big speed, 360 plus here into the dirt. And let's not forget, less than an hour ago was Otak setting that world record that you see on screen. Can he do it again?
Well, he takes it out to an early lead here. But it's a pretty clean run from everyone at this point, and that's just going to increase the pressure on every single driver. Look at the speed coming in from Chemkov as well. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden, he looks like he's in contention for a win here. Epos just in behind him. And Epos now pushing. We know this final section, though, has belonged to Epos. From this turnaround, he has taken the lead. This is where he's made up so much time. And when you're on finalist mode, this is where you want to be.
Who cuts the closer line here? Let's see if Epos can do it again. Otak with a very, very good line here, but Epos out in just a bit. And Chemko also neck and neck with him as well. Here comes Otak.
Oh, look at Epos, though, just slingshots himself into a lead here. A mistake is all that he's going to cost Epos. He goes very wide. It opens the door for Otak. And Otak will come through in first. A right smile comes in from Epos. He had it in his hands, in his grasp. But he cannot convert this time around.
You could not ask for a better story here. Double finalist mode coming in with Otak and Epos, and it comes down to, unbelievably, Epos goes just a tiny bit wide because he was a tiny bit left going into the final reactor zoop. Unbelievable, he had to correct. It cost him a really, really wide bit of airtime. And now double finalist mode between Epos and Otak. Who can do it here?
Who's going to close out first? Well, it's certainly not going to be Lingo. He just disappeared as he collides with a barrier. Maybe Chemko can play upset here. Maybe he can close the gap a little bit, but for Otak, most importantly for him, he leads the way over Epos. He's waiting to see if Chemko makes a mistake or if he can make this time up. From the tarmac to the grass, and he knows as we go into this final section that this is where Epos turns good. This is where the gold is found for Epos, and he is closing that gap once again.
And you can tell Otak knew how important it was to hit his line early on, and he saw it all the way through. He's going to do the same here. He will have a sizable lead, but can he hold it?
Here comes Epos into the first turnaround. Otak has a lead. The Zoops, though, from Epos might not be enough as Otak is holding on for dear life. It's a race to the line. Otak will hold on. Otak will take it, and Otak will be the first qualifier here. But boy, was it close in that final run.
Unbelievable, trailing what feels like not that long ago, if you think especially back into just that one lap of South Korea. Unbelievably done there from Otak to hold on, and like we said, it needed to be perfect. Epos was going to have not only a great identity, but a great setup into the identity as well. Otak, the hometown crowd, very happy to see, will be your first to qualify from this group, but now it's up to Epos. He's on finalist mode with an enormous cushion. How long will it take for him to close it out?
I mean, there's two things to love from that previous round. When you're talking about the mentality and what goes into being a great player here in Trackmania, one is pushing your opponent right to the limit. Epos did that. The time he made up in that last section, phenomenal. But Otak held his nerve. And that is going to be something that separates a lot of players when we get to final standings at the end of this tournament. For Epos now, it's about making sure that he closes out as the second qualifier. At the moment, he's looking at the back of Chemko, and he's going to have to overtake him if he wants to be the second player to go through here.
Just how clean can Chemko be, He knows that Epos is going to be at his heels here. The line looks good, but he's got three big turns coming up that he needs to nail. Epos trying to end it here.
Oh, tight line from Epos. Really pushing it onto Chemko here. And as we go for the final turnaround, it's Epos and Chemko, but Chemko will deny, and Epos will have to wait.
Oh, and the question is how long? Look at the points leaderboard here with only 101 on the board. Now, of course, it'll be 111. There's a whole lot of racing left for Lingo and Chemko if they want to pull off what would, of course, be a miracle set of denies.
And while all of this is happening, Otak is relaxed, leaning back in his chair, waiting to see who will join him as a qualifier. But Epos is out to an early lead here as we head into the first slide through the ice into the reactor. Epos holds the line, and Epos will have a pretty commanding lead going into this turn, into the left, back onto the tarmac. And with a lead going into this section of the map, Epos will know the speed that he's had in comparison to the rest of the pack, how good he could be, and he could close out right here.
Yeah, just needs to close it out here. And of course, not only with the talent that he's got, but the points math as well, knows that if he just runs clean races from here on out, and especially a clean finish, that he of course can end it here and now.
Chemko trying to push it. The inside line and the speed is going to be good for Epos to hold that first place though. EPOS is going to hit the first turnaround clean. Chemko is trying to do everything to push the Brit to the line though. But it's EPOS who is clean, and it's EPOS who will qualify, and he will come through as the second qualifier here in the group. Otak and EPOS will progress into the winner's side. For Chemko and Lingo, it's down to that loser's bracket.
And of course, your two favorites from the group, but not necessarily in this order, of course. Otak pleasing the hometown crowd, taking not only that first advance, but also doing so in a down-to-the-wire moment into the identity up against EPOS. But in the end, as we say, EPOS will comfortably advance in the second slot as well.
Yeah, well-deserved sip of water for both players, both Otak and EPOS, who come through the pressure that was put on by Chemko and Lingo, especially in some of those tight moments across the series. But it is the 4th seed and the 13th seed who come out and will continue in the winner's side of the bracket. Remember, Chemko and Lingo, the tournament not done for them. They'll just fall down to that elimination side. As we see an exchange, I think, of nice job making it through, coming in from both EPOS, and Otak.
Of course, an all-Team Liquid win here for both players, and Team Liquid going to be very happy with that result. And as they talked about in the desk, of course, there will be a bunch of training overlap between a lot of drivers when they share not only friendship, but also teammates. Of course, just a lot of nuance known about each of these maps, and it showed in the end. Clearly a tier above the rest when it came to these races, but God, was it ever fun watching the back and forth, not only between EPOS and Otak. We should mention that Chemko and Lingo certainly had their moments as well.
And I want to give a shout out to anyone who's watching Trackmania for the first time here. You're starting to learn very, very quickly what is separating these players. It is hundredths of a second, it is thousandths of a second, it is pressure in final corners, final turnarounds, whatever it may be, that is deciding who is going to qualify. And this is only day one of the tournament. You can expect a lot more of this. Some of these heartbreaking moments. I will say Canada, for me, it's the anticipation, knowing that you are headed straight towards that post and knowing that you have undone so much good work that breaks my heart, let alone the players that we've got on the stage.
And speaking of, look at that moment there as Otak even had to watch EPOS just wrap around that final jump on Norway as well, and just a great set. And as we had mentioned earlier as well, a few not only tournament records but world records coming in as we continue to populate the summer leaderboards as well with world record times. And another absolutely great set. And I think if there's one thing we know about Trackmania here at the Esports World Cup, it is that nothing will be guaranteed. I mean, this game is going to give us moment after moment of history here to add to this already great scene. It was another great set of races here in round number 2.
An incredible set of races. EPOS, the second qualifier, but the man who came out on top, his name is Otak, and we've got him on the main stage right now with Milos. Let's hear from the Frenchman.
Incredible matchup. We just witnessed a tight game on all 4 sides. And I'm here with Team Liquid's Otak to have a quick chat. I mean, Otak, congratulations. To say that it was down on the wire is very much an understatement. But all 3, Poland, Norway, and into South Korea, how did you bring this one back? Bien sûr, c'était hyper close durant toute la journée, toute cette game-là, que ce soit sur Norvège, sur Corée du Sud. Comment tu l'as repris, cette game?
Honnêtement, j'ai juste essayé d'être dans ma bulle, de prendre les cris du public aussi, vu que j'ai tous mes amis là. Et ouais, juste essayer de jouer mon jeu. Je sais que voilà, c'est le premier match de la compétition pour nous 4, donc forcément il va y avoir beaucoup d'erreurs. Et j'ai essayé de capitaliser sur ça plutôt. Mais ouais, et au final ça marche, donc je suis très content.
Pas de capitulation, juste de la capitalisation. Ouais, very good. Then I tried to stay this entire time in my own bubble, focus on my own gameplay, get this game across the line, and also take in the energy from the crowd that's cheering for me throughout this game and try to capitalize on as much as possible. But you were doing this against your own teammate from Team Liquid, EPOS. Did that play extra pressure into your mind? Now, bien sûr, tu jouais contre EPOS, ton propre coéquipier sur Team Liquid. Est-ce que ça a rajouté de la pression sur toi?
Non, au contraire, je pense que même au contraire, ça a enlevé de la pression parce que je sais à quel point il s'est entraîné et je sais comment je me suis entraîné aussi, donc au final j'aurais été content pour lui. Après c'est sûr que si on parle vraiment en pure technique, moi je suis content et surtout que le deuxième match sera plus dur pour lui que pour moi, en tout cas selon mes prédictions. Mais ouais, non, pas du tout, ça va.
Well, if anything, this was a tight matchup regardless. Yes, he's my teammate, but it actually does not increase the pressure whatsoever. I'm happy for him. I know how much time he put in to practice, especially with me as well. So it was natural that at some point I want to win. It's going to be an easier time maybe for me later, maybe more difficult for him, but I'm just happy that I was able to make it across the line in that sense. Now, you've been to quite a few tournaments in your career so far. How has the EWC been treating you so far? Bien sûr, ça fait plusieurs années que tu pars en tournoi, tu pars en LAN. Comment est-ce que tu trouves l'ambiance ici à l'EWC?
Je trouve ça vraiment fou, on est vraiment bien accueillis, super bien accueillis même. Le fait qu'on soit dans une atmosphère où tous les joueurs de tous les jeux soient ensemble, en fait, c'est assez impressionnant pour nous qui sommes quand même un petit jeu, mais ça fait super plaisir et voilà, on essaie de profiter de tout ça.
It's been very generous, very great for us to be here. We're from a relatively small game, but seeing all these players from different esports all combined in one space, being treated so well, it definitely makes us feel very proud to be part of this ecosystem. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Attack one more time! What a matchup down to the wire. Still more to go. A bit of 6-7 to make it all happen. Back to our disc.
Ledoux of Team Liquid take the win. The classic double here in Trackmania. Ipos and Otak finally get the job done, although it was anything but certain. Those two down to the wire, training partners, and now moving forward. But it wasn't without effort from Shimko and Lingo as well on Norway. They kind of threw a spanner in the works and still ended up being Otak. And we started this conversation out, Kai, about Otak's redemption and his ability to bounce back to where he was at the epitome of Trackmania and make it there. Well, this is a great start.
Yeah, it's definitely a great start. He takes top of the group or top of this match and then has an easier match afterwards because he will only play against one top seed in the match coming up afterwards. And I think that's already a very good start for him. And I mean, Epos, a lot of people claim him to be the favorite, but he only got second place.
And that favorite, you know, it wasn't without merit. He obviously played really well. You thought South Korea was how he was going to finish it off. I mean, his times were incredible across the board, but Otak just kind of turned it on at the right time.
Yeah, of course. And we saw that the struggle from Epos towards that final as well, where Otak was able to take advantage of that. He's a good closer. I think he's well known as somebody who's able to close out when he's in that position. Unfortunately for the side of Epos, on the other hand, though, he was not. And I mean, stats for Epos, he was holding the fastest top times on all maps. Goes to show, pace isn't everything. Consistency.
Yeah.
It's going to be the themes like we've been talking about. It's going to be one of those things where, yes, you can get to the finalists as fast as you want, but it is all about getting that first place at the end and not getting too much nerves going on, too much here and there in your mind. You have to focus.
It was Epos on finalist mode first, and then it was 2 or 3 at least rounds that he did not take a first place, and that allowed Otak to move forward, grab it. Lingo even had a moment. Shimko had his round that he won there, and the RRQ fans got going. But I mean, as we look at this, there were so many different elements of how they approached it. Shimko going to want a little bit more out of his trials next time he plays. Lingo happy with what he did on Norway. He definitely had a couple of those jumps go in his favor and set things up. But as we kind of look towards what the main theme was, it was Otak getting back to the pinnacle of the scene. It was Epos showing his consistency, but maybe losing out in some of those moments. And I know that we're going to talk about this a little bit more in depth. Kai, you're ready for us? You're not. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. We'll take our time here as we come back. We got a little telestration when the time is right. You may not be able to hear me. Is that the case? All right, but we can still do that telestration so we can hear you and you can get us going.
Yeah, I mean, that will work out, that's for sure. So I have prepared some elements that I figured out during this match. And I think already a very important topic to talk about is South Korea at the start, because we can see Lingo, who only has claimed 6 points during that moment, having an exceptional lead. You can see it, he's very far ahead. And then take a look onto the ending from Epos, still being behind, but slingshotting out of that reactor zoop. And just look at this line. Look how much further he is to the left in comparison to Lingo. And with that, he travels less distance and ultimately overtakes him. As you can see here, he has just so much speed. And this really set the tone for the match. Epos didn't have a good start, but there you go. He get this one done. I mean, not a good start, 14 points. That's what we're talking about. But he denies important points for Lingo, who then also crashed after that quite a lot. Also here in this round, he just got outpaced. And you can see it here. Otak is very far ahead. It's a battle between EPOS and Lingo. And then you can see maybe a bit of hesitation there from Lingo whilst he was landing. You can see he lifting off the accelerator, EPOS being a bit faster, and ultimately Lingo doesn't have sufficient speed to stay in contention with EPOS, and he's getting overtaken there, and again losing out on very, very important points. All right, and then I think this really is where Lingo was falling apart. The ending on Canada, we have seen Chemko crashing the round beforehand, and you can see here, it is Lingo now crashing into the ending, and not only do we see him dropping down the line, but take a look onto the reaction. He is really regretting it, and one thing to talk about there is, if
that says it all.
Icy tires, you cannot adapt, you cannot react whilst being airborne. So it's kind of a done deal, and this identity is so hard to clear.
Great stuff, man. And what a great one as well. And jumping on the desk. I love the conversation. Canada, just heartbreaking when you see that line and you come out, you know, I might just be hitting the post as well. Let's take a look at the schedule coming up, because we've got more matches. That's just 2 out of 8, like I mentioned, coming up onto our stage. Group B returns with match B3, and this is Grenady. And bringing the wheel onto the desk. That's right. You've seen mouse and keyboard. You've seen controller. Now you're going to see wheel for the first time here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Soldier, Charles, Neil going to do their best to what many think would be P2 that's available there, but anything can happen. Epos was supposed to be P1. Otak took that from him here in port. So the impact of this means that we still don't know what's going to happen. We've seen new maps each and every group, so questions to be answered, but some fun times on Trackmania for sure.
Of course, plenty of fun times, especially that next match that's going to be coming up. I do think Soldier's definitely going to have the upper hand. He is known as a very good player. He may have disappeared for several years from the Trackmania scene, but he is still at the top of his game. Clearly, he's here. So clearly there's some still skill and merit to his gameplay, and I think he'll definitely be in that second spot. But so many matches still to go, so many cool things. We've already gotten a couple close calls already, and seeing your reaction was really fun.
Yeah.
Just like you were so excited about that 5,000th of a difference.
Come on,
it's gonna get more. Woo! There's gonna be so much more coming. That's gonna be a lot more common as we get further in, throughout the day.
I love it. I cannot wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a moment, but in the meantime, Chris has an update on the Qiddiya City grid, standing by with Lauren, Glitter Explosion, and let us know what's going on over there, guys.
I'm down in a new and improved Qiddiya City grid. I mean, it's got so much bigger. We had obviously the play and tower section that's just behind our cameraman, and it's just been turned into a whole new stage because Fortnite is in town. And I mean, it's been kicking off. We could hear the crowd from before. It's only just started today. How are things going? How's things looking for the club championship, Lauren?
So when we're talking about Fortnite and it comes to the club championship side of things, we are looking at 4 specific clubs. Aurora actually won the first game right out the gate, so that means Aurora Gaming is already doing well for themselves. Like you said, it's only groups, so let's have to wait and see. But if we're talking heavy hitters, Falcons are a big favorite in Fortnite. AGAL are expected to do really well, and Vitality are here on top of Aurora Gaming winning that very first match. So I actually think that this could be a big one this week when it comes to trying to keep track of everything that's going to be happening on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Saturday is going to be a bit of a headache, I think, for us with everything kind of going down. CS finishing up on the Sunday, but everything else finishing on Saturday is going to make things super interesting. And that does seem to be the theme. AGL, Falcons, and Vitality kind of in the mix, and every single one of the stages this week, Lauren, we back along to, as said, the much bigger Qiddiya City grid. I was walking through, I was like, my word, how have they put this together in a week? But anyway, thank you very much, Lauren. Guys, back to you.
Trackmania makes its Esports World Cup debut in 2026, bringing together the 32 best players in the world to compete in Paris for a share of the $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points during the final week of the biggest esports competition in the world. After the deciders, we head into the playoffs. In each playoff match, only the top 2 players advance, whilst the remaining competitors are eliminated until only 4 remain for the grand final. For the grand final, the finalist mode requirement is 140 points. Once reached, only one more win is needed to claim the title as the first Trackmania champion at EWC.
From Canada to Argentina, all the way to Norway, Trackmania has already excited us here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet with 2 groups gone so far, 6 more to go. As we welcome you back to the desk, my name's Randy. Welcome. It's been a lot of fun. I can't wait to keep going. Group 3 has no shortage of superstars, and I'm talking, of course, about Grenade, a pioneer with the wheel, and I got to get my guys here, G-Geek, back in business alongside Lucker's Turbo to talk about it. Can you hear me now, Kai?
I do.
I feel like I'm in a commercial. Can you hear me now?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, all right. This is still
I hear
working.
a pleasant voice.
I'm not moving farther away, so it should work up at this point. Guys, I mean, Grenade coming in. This is a big one. I mean, he is, as many of you mentioned, you told me, a pioneer with the wheel.
Yeah, a fellow German coming from an older Trackmania game, picking up Stadium and then gradually improving. And he's just getting better and better and better. And same for EPOS. He's not really having a ceiling. He's just kept getting better, and the problem for Grenade is, or not a problem, it's a luxury problem to have, but he still is there to win his first big title.
Ah, wow. I mean, you could see the impact of what pressure will do representing BIG and trying to bring that consistency that he has been so excellent with to get to the top of the mountain, which is much easier said than done, G-Geek.
Indeed, and he's going to have some tough opponents, including this man right here on screen, Soldier, one of the returnees to the field, a Trackmania Grand League champion in 2023, former teammate of Mudda, which we'll see at the end of the day, and one of those against whom Grenade fell short. But also, this is one for the NCSA gang right there, Neil from Seoul Esports, competing in his first ever World Cup as well. This is a moment of reckoning for NCSA, really, compared to a more Eurocentric sort of stage. And then Charles from Colombia, repping South America as well.
How do we feel about this matchup again? You know, we've seen 2 top dogs. We've yet to see kind of the 2 top players that are consistently top upset. We saw Nako and Neon earlier on, but that was more of like a clear 1 and then a 2-3, and we're not sure how that's going to play. Do you anticipate that there's a big 2 here, Kai, or is it still a big 1 and then everyone else is fighting for that second spot?
I think we're going to have a clear gap in this match. If I had to predict something, Grenade is just one of the most hardworking content creators who are out there. He's still regularly streaming on Twitch and also just making sure that he's able to upload content and practicing the maps that take a lot of time. And I do think he will top this match, that's for sure. And Soldier had shown a great performance during the Elite Cup, has qualified towards it on an amazing victory on a map that we have already seen, Canada, where he has been winning it all and booking his ticket for the Esports World Cup, but it will be hard for the others to beat those 2.
A lot of high praise for the Belgian player, as well as when you look at Neil, the impact representing SAUL, a major organization here at the Esports World Cup, and also trying to become potentially a favorite here at Trackmania, but he's got a lot to do and a lot of players to go through. Rachel had a chance to sit down and talk with him about his expectations heading into the match.
Righty, Neil is in the hot seat with me now. Neil, before we get into the here and now, what should people know about you as a person and as a player?
Okay, first of all, name is Neil. It's my in-game name and my real name as well. I couldn't be unique. As a person, I am an accountant at home, and I like to play tennis. That's one of my hobbies. And obviously Trackmania has been something that has become like a very big hobby of mine, and now like as a job now too. So it's very exciting. And yeah.
How does accounting link into Trackmania? Does it at all?
Not at all. I can count the checkpoints really quickly. Like, oh, this adds up to this. Usually I'm wrong, but it's okay. They always question me, are you an accountant really? I'm like, no, Excel just a job for
I'm
me.
a pretend one. In terms of this season,
yeah.
Didn't go that well at the beginning of the season. How are you managing to change this around coming into EWC?
Yeah, I think beginning of the season, the format was very different.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't something that I expected to be like that. And once the format was in my way, like the qualifiers, how I qualified to EWC was the same format we'll play today and so on for the rest of the week. So I think that really helped, knowing that there was something made for me, like the format. So I'm hoping that can be my strong point for the matches going forward as well.
Tell me about your group. Who are you kind of looking out for in there as going to be maybe a tricky opponent?
Yeah, I think, so I'm playing against Grenady, Sojo, and Charles is my first match. I think Grenady will naturally take the win. I think he's one of the strongest contenders for the win. I think the fight then starts between me, Sojo, and Charles. Soja is coming out of retirement. He hasn't played for many years. So I'm hoping I have a little bit of a mental edge on him, you know, the stage fright. Charles, I've known for many years. I've competed with him, trained with him, against him for like 4 years now. So I hope it's just two friends on stage battling it out. And I think these are the two players I'd look out for, that maybe I can have an edge on, or maybe I can have that mental battle to win against them, you know?
Neil, I'm going to say one thing. You have to leave the friendships behind. Don't take them on stage, otherwise you're not going to get through to the final. Neil, good luck. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much.
But he seems so friendly, Rachel. He seems so friendly as well. And an accountant, talk about consistency, maybe not speed, because, you know, it is, at least in the US, edging towards that like tax season extension deadline. October's always crazy. I can't get a hold of my accountant. But at the end of the day, hopefully you'll be able to see Neil in action in his main job, which I love to hear. Guys, heading into this as well, and those of you watching at home, I want to hear who you think is going to take the win. He says it's going to be Grenady, but if your pick'em says maybe Neil, you're feeling confident he'll take that P2, maybe he'll take P1. Who knows? Let us know. Get your pick'ems in right now for our match that's about to happen on stage. What do you think about his assessment? Because he clearly said Grenady number one, and he talked about his matchup for second place between the remaining three. How do you feel about that, Kai?
So considering sympathy, I think he takes number one spot here. But beating Soldier, I mean, he really is just stressing how much of a break he had.
Yeah.
But it didn't really affect him when we saw him playing the Elites Cup. He has been performing amazingly there. And I think Neil definitely is up there, that is for sure. But I don't think it will be enough.
I'm on board with what Kai said here. I'm thinking it's going to be a bit more of a clear-cut gap between the top two and the bottom two, a rift in the points, as I like to call it from time to time. Because Solja, yes, he may have been 2 years out, but he's certainly lost none of his flair for the dramatic and flair for speed, as proven in the Elite Cup in Canada, in a very different format, which is more axed on survival. Here on Cup mode, it's also a game mode which he has a lot of experience with and can really have some flashes of brilliance. So I'm expecting him to shine through and move up to second place and make it through to the next phase of the winner bracket.
Stories here from these players, obviously intertwining. So many favorites coming into one group, and then now you see sometimes the clear separation. But it's EWC, it's Trackmania, it's the biggest prize pool we've ever had. So can we expect the unexpected? I would certainly think so, G-Geek. What are the chances? How does somebody like Neil find their way into advancing into the next round?
Drive your own race, be on the prowl for mistakes, let the race come to you, let the others make the mistakes, make the others push 110%, and then the extra points will come to you.
Take round after round. Don't think about your mistakes. Try to find the reset button just when the light flicks off green.
Every corner, every 10th matters here in Trackmania. And what you've noticed in Paris is that the fans, alongside the players, are ready for the challenge. $130,000 on Saturday will be awarded to the fastest player. But to get there, they've got to make it through their groups. Let's kick off group number 3 here and bring you to the stage.
Bada bing, bada boom. What an incredible second race that was. Amazing series there. I mean, the boys from Team Liquid Alienware ducking, diving, weaving their way, slipstreaming all the way through to that upper bracket and looking very, very menacing indeed. I got to say though, EPOS and the beatboxing, I have nothing like that in my locker. I've got no skills at all. I can flare my nostrils quite large.
You're very good.
That's literally it. That's all I've got. That's my gift.
take what God's given you, my friend, and it's an excellent skill. I'm sure of it. It's gonna be used somewhere, right? But as you mentioned, Team Liquid Alien, I mean, they looked insane, right? Otak, Epos really putting in their all, 3 maps in a row, tight on it. But that was only game 2. Yeah. We gotta move on to the next.
So much more to look forward to. 2 down, 6 more to go. Let's meet the next 4 players ready to rock it here on the main stage. First up, please welcome Grenade! The German giant and OG wheelman qualified through DreamHack Birmingham with aplomb. Now the grid here in Paris will test his nerve.
Next up on stage is Charles. Representing Titan Esports Club, Charles is one of the top drivers from the NCSA in South America region. His international experience might be the push he needs to get across the line.
Paris, please welcome to the stage, Neil! One of the best from NCSA. A tough start to the year means he'll be hungry to make this mark on this competition.
Last but not least, it's Soldier! Hiatus means nothing to a driver of his talents, now playing in his 3rd World Cup. He might be here as a free agent, but he's sure to make a big, big splash. That's all 4 players set up for this 1v1v1v1. Please, gentlemen, take your seats, place your keys, go ahead for it. Because, my God, if the first 2 games really gave us a taste of things to come, I think this one's going to go down to the wire as well. With players being set and ready for this matchup, let's get into it on Game 3 of our main stage.
Well, Grenade bringing out the experience, but not only that, on a mission different from these players, on a mission to finally reach the top of the mountain. He's shown the consistency. Soldier on the other side, showing that even despite the break, has what it takes to be that clear second favorite. It's a battle between Neil and Charles, really, in most people's minds, Kai, to see what they can do to turn expectations around into their favor. And it now starts with the map soon that'll be displayed. What's your takeaway from what we've seen so far, map-wise? Has there been something that's given players trouble? Has there been something you would avoid looking at how they've performed on it?
Oh, I mean, there is definitely no way that I've seen a very, very good line that we've seen there from Epos, just gaining so much speed. And if you're hesitating with your release timing, as well as on other maps, well, you just lose so much time in comparison to players who are just ready. And I think for Charles and also Neil, it is just very important to just play your A game, prove yourself that you're worth playing against the best out of the best.
G-Geek Grenade with Japan in the first pick.
Japan in the first pick, and South Korea as his ban as well, and Norway popping up as a map ban. Same for Argentina and for Australia. We've seen that, of course, over the course of the first 2 games. Norway popping up as one that people want to avoid the most, really, to play because it's such a hard map. Soldier picking up Canada for map 2. This is going to be interesting. The site of very successful outings.
Yeah, I mean, Soldier has won the Elite Cup on Canada and now picking up this map again. Then we see pick number 3 being Hungary. Neil picking up this map, a fast-paced map, a lot of corners where you can just push. And then the penultimate map of the rotation will be Saudi Arabia, and Poland is again the decider, I think.
Yeah, 3rd straight game that we see Poland as the decider. This is going to be another interesting one.
I love these maps and what we've seen. The identity of word used within the map, but also big picture as well. When you're watching Trackmania for the first time, each map tells a bit of a different story on how to succeed. Different struggles, different moments that are more pivotal than others. And I think when you look at it, Japan, again, the conversation piece, we've seen it in the first round, we didn't see in the second. We thought it would be banned all the way through. Now we're seeing it 2 out of 3 groups. This is going to be important. And the fact that that man right there is the one who picked it should tell you something.
Let's see who will be big in Japan tonight. I mean, it could be Grenade. It's his pick. It hasn't been banned, and we're gonna maybe, or we will see this map twice.
It's gonna be an exciting one, guys. All right, all the talk set up for this one. It's time to see who will take first place here as we send it back over to our casters to begin our 3rd group of the day.
Thank you so much, Rain. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It is time to get into our 3rd match of the day as we now jump over to have our first look at Group B. We've heard the stories of the players here, and the overarching story of this matchup, Andy, seems to be Grenadi plus who is going to be those qualifiers?
That really is the question right now. As you just heard, I think the Des set it up perfectly. Soldier certainly making a very strong case that it might just be him. Let's not forget, not only his past expertise, what he's been able to do in his career, also, as we said, the pace that he has right now, but it's also the Elite Cup wins. I want to talk about what Turbo just talked about as well. Canada is in the rotation. Soldier able to get first place. Not just a good performance on Canada, let's not forget, especially with the format of the Elite Cup. A win there is certainly a statement as we get ready for Japan, but the one thing I also want to point out is that hungry win in the Elite Cup for Grenadi. I believe there was a Neil pick, and Grenadi will be ready for that map as well.
Well, expect some very, very quick times from the players. Seeing those kind of results in the Elite Cups in the build up to the EWC finals here in Paris. And early on, surprise, surprise, it's the man that everyone is expecting to be leading from the front when it comes to points and times. That's going to be Grenadi, who gets out to an early lead after the first backflip.
Yeah, as you can see, not always a perfect single flip there for these drivers. A tiny bit of RNG and talking to the drivers about what happens there. Sometimes it's a double flip and you just got to roll with it. Grenadi here out to an early lead as we hit the grass.
Yes, Charles, who's in behind him about 0.3 of a second, just chasing down. You can see a lot of speed coming in from Soldier. They're trying to close that gap a little bit onto Charles, who's holding down that second place. Early drift out from here. Charles trying to chase down Grenadi, but Grenadi already looking extremely comfortable here, Andy, and it just feels like that gap is just opening up every time you're looking at the POV of Charles.
Yeah, look at this all the way through the no-break, about to be a no-break fragile for just a second, and Grenadi presumably going to take these as tight as he needs to. Yes, the lines from this POV, they certainly look good. He will still be leading into the final set of gates here, engine off.
Yeah, the gates will separate a lot of players. A Soldier, a little bit more speed as he goes through these gates, and actually closing the gap on Grenadi a little bit here. Takes away second place and will finish in second place from 4 points to 6 points, an extra 2 for him. It'll be Neil at the back of the pack, who's going to close things out here with 3 points to his name.
Yeah, make sure to still close in time. And I have to say, off the first rip here, it looks like everything kind of neatly in the place that you might expect. It's Grenadi with the +10. Soldier comfortably in second there, +6 points on the board as we settle into the second race of this group.
First tight left-hander, blind for some drivers. As now the pedal will go down. Slight brake before you hit the wall here into that backflip. Single flips for everyone this time around. We don't get to see the balletics from some of the gymnasts, as Grenadi will continue what we saw in that first round here in the second run. Already establishing a pretty comfortable lead. It was 0.3 of a second last time, and it's actually Charles who's closing in on him here, really pushing the pace into the turnaround here, into the first set of gates.
Yeah, Grenadi with a little tap on the left side, uncharacteristic and not what you'd expect to see, especially in that section. But instead, it's going to be, as they drop down to third for just a second, regain fourth around this next right-hander. It's going to be Charles out in front.
Grenadi into second place. Behind him is going to be Soldier and Neil. They're over a second behind through that last checkpoint, so quite a gap opening between our first and second place drivers as we go through the fragile section into these final gates. Engine goes off, boost will take you through. Charles and Grenadi. Who's going to be risking it here? Who's going to be trying to hold on? Grenadi with a little bit more speed, but Charles with a clear exit. And no! It was clear until the final moment, and then the mistake is made. And Soldier will clearly and gladly take away the 6 points. Charles falls to the back of the pack, and that is a tough pill to swallow.
Oh, a tough pill indeed. And from the back, we're thinking Grenadi probably this early on. Grenadi's probably just going for a clean line in the end. He doesn't need to push that at all. That's what he does. And as we said, it's instead Charles who devastatingly cannot hold on to the lead. And honestly, you expect the failure to happen right before all those gates, not certainly at the very last moment ahead of the finish. In the end, it will be Grenadi as a result of that error. +10 back-to-back. He'll be on 20 points and in the lead yet again.
Charles in behind him, this time looking to put the pressure onto the German at the front of the pack. As everyone tries to maintain this speed here into the boost before this tight right-hand hairpin through the checkpoint, and now into the engine off and everybody sliding through these gates and coming through pretty clean. Grenadi actually lost a little bit of time there, might have just clipped the outside again.
A little bit of a touch there, as you say, but enough of a lead had given him enough padding, enough comfort room to now, as we get ready once again through this deep no break into the fragile. Grenadi leading yet again. We'll see if he can close it out, but Charles trying to push it here, and it's a good line from Charles. He's going to try to keep this as tight as he can.
Trying to keep the pressure on Grenadi. He knows you can make mistakes in this final gate section of the map. Grenadi, he does make that mistake now. Can Charles take advantage of it? He does make it through this time, does not clip. Grenadi will fall down to third place, having led for so long. And that is what you're going to see a lot of. I keep talking about it in this tournament. When you just feel like a result is starting to present itself, the final seconds and turns and moments in these tracks can separate the pack.
This is really what we came for here. It's to see who can hold on, hold down the consistency on land. And what a result for Charles. Let's not forget, before that win, he was on 4 points. He was at risk of dropping so deep in this pack. However, instead, as we get ready for the wall slam, he's instead going to be on 14 points, and he'll be right there with the rest of the pack. It's still Grenady up by 10.
Still, who's just in behind Grenady, who off the back of the backflip, which is a very difficult sentence to say, does have a very, very comfortable lead, almost 0.4 of a second between him and man Neil, who are chasing with the rest of the pack. Charles and Soldier in behind, even further behind. Soldier's fallen right behind, almost a second behind the pack as we go into the turnaround before the first section of the gates, as the engines switch off before switching back on. This tight, sweeping left-hander through the chicane as we approach this right-hander with Grenady with a comfortable lead still.
Yeah, comfortable lead, and let's not forget, he did tap there just a few laps ago, so instead going to have a very nice, clean section into our no-break, and it's a big, big lead for Grenady into our final part of the map.
Everyone gets a little bit fragile. And I'm talking in-game, not just outside of it, as we approach the final gate section here. Grenady with a very, very comfortable lead. It would be a mistake that would see him fail to take 10 points away here. And having made one, he's going to be very happy to come through clean. Charles with a mistake again. Grenady does make it through clean. That's going to be a PB for him. And 10 points, most importantly, on the board there for the German as he moves the gap a little bit. Yep. Starts to open up a little bit between him and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, exactly. 34 points, I believe, for Grenady at this stage. And worth noting there, everyone just a little bit behind Neon's earlier time. Neon was in the 114s. Everyone there staying in the 115s in this set is what we're going to be able to see in this rendition of Japan. But of course, a lot more speed, a lot more pace, and more times still to come. Not just today, but all weekend long. As we said, Grenady right now comfortable at 34. And to be honest, Charles is going to be very happy with that win that he did get, because that will keep him not only in third, but most importantly, only within 6 points away from second. Neil is the one who needs to do the work all the way down in 13 points now.
Yeah, 13 points is not great coming out of Japan, but as we change things over here and we start to get a little bit of a slippy and slidey mentality into our head, we see Canada in front of us, a little bit of ice and some slaloms, and also a lot of speed to be contended with here for our drivers.
Yeah, certainly one of our favorite matches to watch. As you just saw in that last set, the identity might look straightforward. Let's not forget it can have its surprises. Most importantly, when you are on the most important stage in Trackmania history, it can certainly claim some victims here. Full power down as they get ready for the reactor boost sausage block.
Grenady and Neil coming through very, very clean. And look at the gap that they've managed to open up in first and second between the rest of the pack, looking very, very convincing into the chicane here. In behind them is going to be Neil. And look at Soldier, all of a sudden making up a little bit of time himself, putting the pressure onto the back bumper of Grenady, jumping now into the dirt slalom. Neil trying to maintain his speed through here. And it's Soldier who actually wrestles that lead away from the section from Grenady.
Soldier's so good through the dirt there. Of course, some key no slides coming in as they're going to be able to have really good exits. Soldier's going to have a tiny bit of a wider line, but still out in front here. Here is your final turnaround.
Yeah, the battle for 10 points is going to be decided on this turnaround. Both players come through clean, but who has the most speed? Grenady's going to slide out, and he's going to go through looking down the barrel and into the whites of Soldier's eyes. Turns that one around, but turns it into 10 points, most importantly. And Grenady out to a very, very good start in here on our new map. Canada looking good for the German.
And let's not forget, that's a signature line from Grenady. If you've peeped into his world record on the summer campaign version, of course, you have seen that from him. Loves to take that line, loves to come across sideways. But to be honest, even more style points if you ask me to end that thing in a 180. It's Grenady out in front, 44 points on the board.
No better feeling than being in first place and looking at second place as you go across the finish line in front of them. It really does lay down a mental marker, shall we say, for the rest of the races that are coming up in front of us. It's Charles out to an early lead here, and it's going to be Neil actually who's in second place. A little bit of a mistake early on here from Grenady. He's going to see him at the back of the pack.
Yeah, to be honest, these players are taking advantage of that. It's so important to come out of that section. In the lead, we saw Grenady making up so much time, as well as Soldier in the dirt. Soldier does it again. He's so good through the dirt. Can he push it against Charles here?
Yeah, been a real difference maker for Soldier when it comes to making up time. That dirt section has looked very, very comfortable for him, but it's Charles who's going to have to feel uncomfortable going into this final turnaround here, knowing that first place is looking like 10 points for him. Charles is going to make it through. He will be clean inside of the post. It's a bounce to Grenady with the snipe on the line. 6 points for Grenady. Neil with a heartbreaking moment. Soldier will roll and limp towards the finish line. It's a DNF for him.
I'm tell you what, for Neil, just too much airtime there, and you're worried about. You saw the entire car, the chassis, just eating nonstop air the entire way through. And Grenady says, "Thank you. I will take an extra point or two as well." 50 points already on the board for Grenady. It is still a sizable lead here on Canada.
We've watched a lot of Canada in the build-up to this event, and we've had the conversation about how we're not quite sure what's going to. Oh my goodness! Well, one player who still thinks he's on Japan. It's going to be Neil, I think, who fell to the back of the pack there. He did a backflip that was not intended, as Charles Grenady and Soldier will take up the front of the pack. Back to the conversation we were just having. We were saying we love Canada because the final moment, just when you feel like things have been decided, that turnaround really does become unpredictable.
Really is. Look at just the nice taps there. Taps here coming in, no sides once again from all three drivers, excuse me, but it's Soldier who once again has the leading line coming out. He had a poor fourth place finish now. Can he make right on that into our final identity?
All three players wheel to wheel as we go through that final turn onto the ice. Everyone coming through clean, but Charles has to correct a little bit here. That's going to cost him the time. It's Soldier, who will put the 10 points on the board. A PB for him. He's going to feel all sorts of confident going into that next round.
Yeah, it's a big result for Soldier, especially when you take a look at where he is in the standings as we get ready now. That'll put him on 40 points. He wants to create the gap between Charles. Right now, it's only a 5-point gap after that win. So you can see just how important that was here.
Grenady and Neil leading the way with Charles actually nestling in behind. Where we'll see the first instance of players being separated as we jump into the reactor boost on the sausage. And as we come out of it, all four drivers coming through pretty clean here, Andy.
You have to mention also, Soldier expected to be on pace here. That win is huge, but also don't forget, like we said, he won the Elite Cup on this map. Expect him to look even better here, but now he's in fourth and Neil for the first time in a while out in front.
This is where he's made a little bit of time up, jumping into that dirt slalom, and Soldier goes from fourth up into third. He has eaten away at one of those placements, and it's going to be Grenady and Charles who are going to be the next in line for him when it comes to victims of trying to steal points away. Grenady with the lead into the left-hander before the turnaround.
Yeah, Charles was a bit wide there. That's going to give Grenady a lot of comfort coming in here, and as long as he hits this line, this should be another comfortable one for him. It's Soldier versus Neil. Neil able to get through. Yes, Neil at the last second. A very important set of points. You see a shake of the head from Grenady, probably just to shake off the nerves for a second after the win there. Grenady will be very happy, but it is most importantly there at the end. You can kind of tell by Soldier's reaction. Neil with a very important second place.
Yeah, second place for Neil. That's going to be very, very important for him when we're looking at point standings. And for Grenady, I think coming out of Canada, feeling, he's established the gap that he would have wanted to. After two maps here, everybody talking going into this matchup is who going to be joining Grenady into that next upper bracket round. Well, coming out those two, the pressure on your shoulders, everybody talking about you, having that established lead is just going to settle those nerves a little bit here. 66 points on the board for him.
Right there. Just looking at Canada times as well, worth noting, no one in the 101s, whereas we did see some times earlier today in the 101s. So you could tell here, from this group, we may not be seeing the most pace, but Grenady's certainly showing that of the group, he has been the one to contend with. It will be 66 points on the board and a comfortable lead over Soldier in 44. But right now it is really, it was always Grenady plus run, right, as we get ready for Hungary here. It was always that question. And I tell you what, and the points, it is still that question as we get into Hungary.
Yeah, one of my favorite maps too, to certainly watch this one, is a sub 60-second map. You're going to see players flying around in the blink of an eye. And I love the fact that it really does afford players opportunities to push on that final identity. You could be so aggressive, but it is a big risk versus reward situation for players to have to deal with, trying to judge if they push, try and take those points away, or just try and finish clean.
It really is. That outside dirt line we just saw important. This hairpin, very important as well. We're going to keep a close eye on it through every round of this map. And coming out of that, it's Soldier and Grenady here, wheel to wheel, getting ready for a triple right-hander.
With a little bit more speed on the exit, goes a little bit earlier on the entry as well, and we'll come out with a slight lead, about half a car's length as we go into that first jump. Both Soldier and Grenady come through clean, and Soldier now is going to try and push Grenady.
Oh boy.
Grenady has lost first place. It's clean for Neil, and Soldier, the pressure was enough to push Grenady down into second and steal those 10 points away.
Really big from Soldier. Let's not forget, we've been talking about the race for second, but with that win, Soldier actually, take a look at the points now, it's 72-54. Not only a race for second, but as we know, Soldier back from this competitive hiatus, knew that he needed to show up for the biggest tournament in Trackmania history, and he's putting the points on the board.
Really important for a player like Soldier to hit that identity clean as well in those first moments. knowing that you've got that in the bag, that you are going to be able to put that pressure on in the final moments on some of the drivers who are going to be ahead of you. It's a nice tool to have, a nice weapon to have in those final moments as we go into that tight left-hander. A little bit of a mistake coming in, however. This time around from Soldier, that's going to send him to the back of the pack, and he's not going to be thinking about the identity now.
We should also mention, Soldier with a really impressive run on the last one. We'll talk about his times on that last one in just a second, as he, as you said, has fallen to the back of the pack. It's Grenady out in front, Charles on the chase. Ooh, it's a touch.
Grenady and Charles cleaning up, but Grenady certainly feeling a little bit better going into this final jump. He's got all sorts of time, and it's going to be a landing, but it isn't the cleanest. Soldier will come in at the back of the pack, but it is going to be Grenady with a world record time. 59.548, looking very, very comfortable here in Hungary.
Really nicely done. And actually, Soldier had just come with only about 5/100ths or so of the world record that had been set here, of course, and now it will be. Grenady with a 59.548. And of course, as Nua had mentioned earlier, seeing a little bit of a data discrepancy, of course, between that tournament record and world record. We'll get that looked at in the meantime. It's Soldier trying to make sure that he stays with this pack, doesn't let it slip away yet again.
Good speed coming out of the grass section as we go into the full loop now. Everybody trying to play as close as they can to that barrier, really flirting with danger to line up this outside dirt line before the tight gap into the right-hander, before this left-hand hairpin with the early drift. This is where Soldier made this mistake in the last round, but not this time around. He comes through clean.
Comes through clean and pretty tight here. Just take a look at the lines as well. You saw kind of a variance of speed coming in for this turn right here. You see all three players trying to keep that as tight as they can. Very similar lines, and it will come down to the final jumps.
Oh, Charles hits! Oh, it's Grenady, the only player at the front of the pack who comes through clean, and that opens up an opportunity for second place. Neil's going to be hitting the slow. He's going to be nice and safe through there, but it's good enough for him to take it home second place, as Charles and Soldier will limp over the line. Soldier with something to think about. You can see immediately a little bit disappointed with how that final run there on Hungary ended.
And the biggest thing now, Soldier, yes, has lost sight of Grenady out in front, but the bigger thing now, look at Soldier only 8 points ahead of Charles. That's now his even bigger threat. And Mark, when we come down consistency, when you talk about legends of the game, it's not surprising. Grenady on 92 points, leading this pack by a huge margin.
There's an absolute chasm in points that's been opened between him and the rest of the pack. And it follows along with the story that we were saying at the top. It's who's going to be with Grenady. By the looks of things, with Soldier touching the outside line, he's going to give opportunities for Neil and Charles to be that second player if he keeps making these mistakes.
Love that. Look at that from Grenady, just taking that car to the right as far as you really can on that turn. It's so important that you line up that jump just really cleanly and fourth. He does it so well, and once again, his lines are tight around the right-handers. Quick gear up back into fourth. Here he goes yet again.
Grenady looking so clean through that first jump every single time at the moment. Neil just in behind him. This could be a very important 6 points for him. Grenady will take 10 more, which is going to make him feel all kinds of confident. But Neil with that 6 points, Andy, all of a sudden things are getting very, very interesting in that race for that second qualification spot.
Okay, Charles will need some sort of time travel device if he wants to make sure to finish that one, as he was very far back in that. That's going to be a tough one for him. And my word, as we take a look at exactly where the points are, that race will see Grenady crossing the 100-point threshold before anyone else in the group has even hit 65. Soldier right now on 64, and with only that many races down, you start to see why we talk about Grenady the way we do, and why the desk was rightfully talking about it was always Grenady and who.
For everyone else, it is very much all to play for as we head into Saudi Arabia as our next track. And this one is going to test players with those jumps, with the obstacles that players are going to have to go through. There is one of them just before the finish line, and we've already seen a couple of players not threading the needle and sliding the letter through the letterbox, so to speak, when it comes to that jump.
Yeah, and as we'd expect, there's a few key things to look at here, and it will come down to some pretty small margins on Saudi Arabia. It's not a map where you look for one specific section. Oftentimes, it cannot be the obstacles. It's actually instead maybe a few touches, on penalty sand. Maybe it's a few lines that can be the difference maker into the plastic.
It's the wall ride. Grenady into the lead. Soldier just in behind him, but Charles is right on the pace as well. First jump, everybody coming through clean. Little touch on the brake there for Soldier, though. You can see he had to just use that air brake to make sure he didn't overshoot it, and it almost cost him a placement there as everybody comes through clean on the jump by the looks of things. The transition into the ice now before the jump down through the checkpoint. As we approach the island jumps, Grenadi with a considerable lead, 0.3 of a second.
Charles landing so nice and low on both of those jumps, and it's really been the big reason that he's able to stay here. Grenadi goes a bit wider than you'd expect, and it's a little bit of a different line, but so far still working here for Grenadi in first.
Through the penalty stand, wheels up, wheels down, as we now go into the right-hander before we transition to the left, through the penalty stand once more before that final jump through the tiny gap. Grenadi nose down, he'll make it, but the speed from Charles is more, but he bumps. And the bump will hurt.
He cannot believe it. The line looked so good as he was about to go just a bit wide there. Maybe snipe in the end. It is a very disappointing third place, and you immediately see his head go into his hands and just has to pinch the bridge of the nose and can't believe he let it happen, but he's got 3 more times here to lay down some impressive runs. Look at the points battle. It is 52, 56, and 70 for second place.
A little bit of a gap here for Soldier. Starting to open up as Charles and Neil are having their own battle to see if they can wrestle away points to close in on that second place position. Through the gap, we got Grenadi! Headbutts it though.
It looked a bit tall.
Oh, he's going to be seeing stars as he comes back into the race down in 4th position. Soldier now, what an opportunity this is. 10 points at this point with the battle that's going on behind Grenadi is massive if he can convert.
Would be massive, and the lead is massive as well at this stage. Just needs to connect the dots in what is a fairly straightforward section of map, but he has people biting at his heel. He taps!
Oh, it's a mistake. You can see the tap, and the door is open once again now for Charles and Neil to resume their battle. To try and close in on that second place opportunity. 3 players in the air. Everybody landing in. It's Charles who's going to come through, but Soldier wrestles away.
Wow.
Second place here. 6 points on the board for him. Grenadi will put that one to bed. But boy, that was a dramatic race with so many places being swapped about at different points. And that just makes this race for second place so much more exciting.
56, 66, 76. It is just a win or 2 difference between the entire back of the pack, between Neil, Charles, and Soldier. Of course, as we said earlier, let's not forget, Charles and Neil, former teammates now, battling up against one another, along Soldier, who has returned to the game for this tournament alone.
Starting to see a few nerves coming in. You're seeing a few mistakes very, very early on here. Everyone trying to push the pace. Everybody trying to take the perfect line, knowing that every point that's available is going to make a difference when it comes to staying in this upper bracket. It's Charles on the transition to the ice, though, that has that lead.
Charles has looked very good. He's looked very good. He's landing so low on not only that jump, but also this jump as well. He has maintained the lead and has come down to critical end-of-race errors from Charles. Can he hold on here?
Well, Neil is out of this one. He's over 8 seconds behind the rest of the pack, and that is going to be very, very difficult for him to think about coming out of this. The DNF at 3 points would be very good for him, but it's Grenadi putting the pressure onto Charles here, who needs this 10 points so badly. Into the air we go. Grenadi with the landing. Charles, no!
Look at that nod. Look, just a nod of the head. The confidence from Grenadi, knew he did exactly what he needed to do. He ran his race. He will let the victims fall around him. Neil will just barely get across the line, but Grenadi continuing to run his own race. The one thing I want to point out from Grenadi, you're noticing a different line coming. It's a much wider line at the penalty stand tap. We'll talk about it when we see it, but it has been a difference maker for him here.
Oh, that was a difficult last jump to watch. I'm sure there's a lot of fans around the world who had their hearts in their mouths when they saw just that line, that little bump that came in. That completely changed the complexion of where those points were distributed at the finish line. But this one's looking pretty good for everyone. It's going to be Soldier trying to chase down Grenadi at the front of the pack. Charles and Neil in 3rd and 4th as everybody makes the transition from the quarter pipe to the ice. And it's Soldier now who's in the lead.
May have been a tap from Charles. We got to take a look and see exactly what the back of the pack looks like after these checkpoints. Yes, it was a tap from him in the back. He will be over a second behind now. But one thing we need to watch, keep an eye on Grenadi here. It's wide right here, and he's going to catch this jump. Look at that, making up so much time. He's the only one running that line in this race, but Soldier now still up ahead. Grenadi chasing.
Soldier keeps his head together, though, doesn't get distracted by the line, keeps his composure. As we approach the final jump here, it's Soldier with a huge opportunity for 10 points here that really would just wrestle the nerves away for him. 10 points for Soldier. Grenadi in 2nd place, closing in on finalist mode. Neil and Charles will go 3rd and 4th respectively. But that could be a round you look back on for Soldier as being such a vital one when we're talking about that second qualification spot.
Really, really can. Just to give you an idea of what the points are right now, Grenadi at 131, 9 points away from finalist mode. He is likely not too far away as we get ready for Poland in the decider slot. It's Soldier on 92, and we just talked about, Mark, how it was only a 10-point gap, and earlier than that, about a 5-point gap for second. Instead, Soldier makes a huge effort there on Saudi Arabia to now cleanly be in the lead by quite a margin. It's 19 points that he's in the lead by, and is going to look to extend that here. Granati may be on finalist within the next few races, you would assume, without a doubt. At most, you would say something like 3. We'll see if he can do it here. Granati going to be looking for finalist mode here on Poland.
It was it if he could do it in 1. 9 points required. It would be a win for Granati to go into finalist mode and put himself on the brink of qualification. And it's been a fantastic run from the German so far. And starting this one off, he's going to feel pretty confident about maybe converting into finalist mode on the first opportunity, out to an early lead here over Charles.
As we talked about on the summer maps, you're going to see some drivers taking some unique lines, and we got to see an example of that. We'll have to see on Poland if there's any tricks up the sleeve from Granati. Right now, he might not need the tricks. The pace is good through the dirt chicane.
Now lining up for that jump. Is Granati going to get a little bit interesting? Is he going to try and just tap that outside line? Instead, he just plays it safe, as you would expect, being in the lead. But the battle for second is so hot at the moment. Charles and Soldier are the players who are fighting it out. Neil has made a mistake and fallen behind by over a second now, as Charles and Soldier are separated by about 2/10 themselves. Granati makes that jump, lands on the 2 wheels, gets him down, but look at the speed from Soldier. Steals second place away from Charles.
Absolutely huge. Granati knows he's got this one. He's just going to close this out. Yes, that will see Granati on to finalist mode. But as you said, it's a huge late rally from Charles to come in, steal second place, and now be on 92 points there, plus 6. That will put him on 98.
So Granati now onto finalist mode, an opportunity to close out. A win here for Granati. And the German could just put his feet up for a few minutes, knowing that he will be continuing his tournament in the upper bracket. For everybody else, it's about finding their way there. Soldier is the player closest, 98 points for him. For Charles and Neil, it's about denying those points for Soldier and putting themselves in contention.
And he's made quite a statement already, being on finalist mode before anyone else in the lobby is even on 100 points, but this might not be his race here.
Not this time around. Connects with that barrier. Sends him down towards the back of the pack, and now it's Soldier and Neil who are going to be fighting out for the most points at the top of the leaderboards. Soldier makes that first jump pretty clean. Neil just behind him. Neil, whoa. Neil has seen something that nobody had seen before when it comes to lines, and it's not going to work for him. And look at Granati now jumping back up into second place and right on the bumper of Soldier.
Hold the phone. He's made up so much time. He wants to end it here into the identity.
Takes first place away.
Oh my God.
Granati has the chance to do it here. Just needs to make no mistake. Soldier is trying to push him all the way though, but Granati takes first place away and will qualify. A beautiful comeback from the German.
Unbelievable. And you could have counted him out early. We certainly didn't think that would be his time after a huge tap, but all of a sudden, through the lily pads and into the dirt section, into the identity, that man was pushing. Granati has advanced. What a race from him, and what a statement, what a way to do it. It's a clean set of runs from Granati, the German, of course, of Big Clan. He will advance, and very comfortably.
And now the sub-story becomes the main headline. Charles, Soldier, and Neil, who will be joining Granati as the second qualifier into the winner's side of this tournament, and who will be falling down to that elimination side of the bracket. It's Soldier, who has not just the lead in points, but he's out to an early advantage here as we dip into this left-hander before the turn.
Yeah, Soldier right now, as you say, with a sizable lead, but he needs to continue racing. Unlike our previous match, this is anything but decided for second place here. Into the first jump, it's not good for Neil again.
It's too aggressive. It's over-aggressive. And it's not a good transition for Neil, once again falling to the back of the pack. And with Charles almost a second behind, Soldier can take this one all sorts of comfortable. He's got this one in the bag. It should be an easy, comfortable 10 points for the Belgian. And you can see from the posture, you can see from the speeds that he's taking here, he knows it. He's just going to complete it, and that is the gap shown beautifully by our observers. He'll take 10 points away. And maybe with that run and the gap that's opening up, takes second qualification away as well.
Neil's going to get through Charles, almost certainly will not on time. This should freeze in just a second. There it is. And I tell you what, I've had to reset at the pre-dirt checkpoint of coming out of
You know that one well.
and you don't want to ever be resetting there. That's going to be very difficult. It's a huge win for Soldier now on 114. And I know Turbo and G-Geek are already going nuts in the Grenadier footage, wondering exactly how he made up that time. I can't wait to see that in the post-game analysis. But for now, it is all eyes on Soldier, Neil, and Charles. This thing is far from over. Even though it's a sizable gap here for Soldier, he has a lot of races to run yet.
Oh, you know that G-Geek's warming up that telestrator right now.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
ready to dive into that one. For Neil, Charles, and Soldier, though, still a lot to be decided. Soldier out to a lead here as we dip into the drift of the left-hander, over to the dirt now, as Soldier has looked so good on these dirt sections.
Really impressive through the dirt. Regardless of track, he's looked so good. Can Neil clean up this jump? He's just trying to play the angle.
Neil again!
It's trying to push it, and it's just not clean from him through the lily pad. Soldier will be in the lead once again into the dirt. We'll see if Charles can keep it clean this time.
Yeah, that is certainly Neil's kryptonite, that section of the map. Here on Poland is Charles and Soldier battling out for first and second. And barring mistake, it will be Soldier who should take home the 10 points again. He runs it close, but close is good enough. Charles trying to put the pressure on in the final moments, but it's going to be Soldier with the 10 points, who will put himself onto 124 points in the overall now, and is closing in on finalist mode.
He really is. He's starting to make this look quite different in terms of the final stretch here. And I think Soldier had the pressure earlier of the Grenadier battle, and you just get the feeling coming out of that race that he's now realizing, okay, I've got a points gap. I can consistently race from here. I can close this one out. He's not, even though he's still putting a lot of pace, you can tell how much he's wobbling on the identity there on Poland. He's still sending the car. However, I think doing it in a way where he knows he's got the points cushion, he can continue to race his game. As we take a look at the bottom of the pack, it's going to be Charles on 87, Neil on 79.
So Soldier certainly leading the way. 124 on the board, secured. Needs 140 to hit finalist. Another win here, and he'll be within a race of being able to do it. Now time for a little bit of change, though. When we talk about maps, we're heading over to Japan, and we're going to have a little bit of a different test for the drivers.
Let's not forget as well, we should mention who we saw kind of with the fastest times. The first iteration of Japan, of course, that was going to actually be Charles, who had the best time on this map. So that tells us there could be a little bit more racing yet to come here. Soldier may not have a free ride to finalist mode.
Well, Charles will know he has the speed in the bag. Does he have the consistency with Soldier so far ahead at the moment to really put him under pressure? Well, taking the lead early on is going to be a good way to let Soldier know, that pressure is going to be coming from Soldier, and it's not going to be easy. But when the road opens up, as you see the Barry getting clipped, Soldier eclipses the pack now. Look at the lead that he has.
And right now, just kind of reflecting, he also had the fastest median time as well. Diddy and Neil's all the way in the back, but Soldier proving that consistency might be key for him as he gets ready for these turns. And so far, it's a big lead over Charles.
Yeah, now it's up to Charles to try and find the time, and it is a big gap that has opened up, and we're trying to push. The mistakes are just starting to flow from the POV of Charles here. On the right-hand side of your screen, Soldier looking calm, looking confident, and not looking as nervous as you need to. A lot of the time in these races, knowing that gap has been established, it's just about completing the race and collecting these 10 points.
Our drone camera driver trying to even find a camera angle where you can see both cars, because Soldier is that far ahead. It will be Charles getting second there, and it will be a DNF for Neil, which is tough at this stage when you look at the points battle. If there was any hope for Neil to try to come back, to stay at 79 is a heartbreaker. Soldier now 6 points away from finalist mode. It's a huge gap for him as well, as he has run a very set of recent consistent races.
Soldier just needs a first or a second, and he will be on 140, and like you say, become finalist, and then just has to close one out. For Neil and Charles, it's about making him wait, making him sweat, making him feel the pressure. And when the pressure starts to come, that's when mistakes are made. Everybody making the turnaround here, the backflip complete, and it's Charles out to a lead here, but this is where we see him trying to push it. That's where the mistake was made before.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Once again, look at the line coming in here from Soldier. This time it's going to be Soldier and Neil. Charles not far off behind, but let's see, out of this right-hander will determine where we go from here. Who's going to have the best exit?
Once again, just Charles either tapped the brake or just let off the accelerator for a second there, which just lost him a little bit of speed. That line was not precise enough.
Beautiful from Soldier.
To keep the hammer down. Soldier, like you say, beautifully clean through there with the drift though. As now we go to the left-hander into the no-brake section.
Going to be careful through the fragile, but presumably Charles is going to try to get as much as he can out of this. Maybe we'll even take the lead. No, it's clean again from Soldier. He'll have the lead yet again. Finalist mode is in sight.
And a little tap there from Charles on the back wheel of the gate. That's going to send Neil into third place, and it is a clean run here for Soldier, who after completing this race and getting through that finish line, will find himself on finalist mode. Now it's a chance for the Belgian to close out and join Grenady as your qualifiers.
It was a little dicey there, as we said earlier on. It was only sometimes as low as 5 or 10 points between these three in the chase for second place. But Soldier has done so well to just relax, realize he can lean on his veteran experience. Don't let the talk of the hiatus become too much of a factor. And as you heard on the desk, just settle into his gameplay. He's now on finalist mode. He's going to look to advance right here and right now.
Hey, let me tell you, sometimes a break is a very, very good thing for someone who competes every day. Just reset that mentality, come in with a fresh take and fresh energy here at EWC. And for Soldier, he takes the lead once again as Charles will make that mistake on a very, very similar section, trying to really push the pace, knowing he has to do so. And Soldier now has that clean run again. Over a second between him and Charles in second place. Neil is way behind as well. And Soldier has this in his own hands now.
And he's been so clean throughout. You could even tell the confidence maybe hitting just a bit, sending those corners even a bit faster and coming out with no touches whatsoever. It's a huge 2-second plus lead for him as he gets ready through the no break here, as we said, into the fragile. He's looked good through this section, and now only a few gates separates him and advancing here. It's into the final identity.
When you look up at those times, you go through the checkpoint and you see the player behind you, 2 seconds behind. You could take this one nice and easy, Soldier. No mistakes here, and you will be the second qualifier. He makes it through the finish line. He will qualify here into the winner side of the bracket. For Charles and Neil, it will be that lower side, but calm, composed. That was what Soldier looked in those final rounds there, and he will secure himself that qualification.
Of course, a lot of talk about Soldier and wondering, is he the one to for sure be the second place? And if you watched any of what he was able to do at the Elite Cup, you knew that this man not only had the confidence, but also had the pace to compete on the world stage yet again. He's done just that. Grenady will be through with a very, very comfortable first place, and it's Soldier in the end who creates a significant gap to take your second spot in the route.
Grenady dominant. I think that's pretty much all you can really say when you look at his performance in that. The fact that we had so many races without Grenady in it just gives you a real kind of gravitas to the situation and how good that he did drive. Wheels off. Feet up for Grenady for most of that matchup. A little bit more pressure on Soldier, who came through it. For Neil and Charles, something to think about, though, going into the elimination bracket now with the pressure on the shoulder, knowing that the tournament could be over if you have another round like that.
Certainly, as we said, and just based on those brackets, Neil and Charles, they're going to see each other even more, of course. Like we said earlier, former teammates will have to face off yet again through, as we said, the elimination rounds to fight for their tournament lives through the rest of the weekend. And it's a big Grenady and a big, big logo coming through in first place. Big Clan fans going to be very happy with the result that they just saw. And even though it might have been a slow-ish start early on, Grenady just reminding everyone what he is capable of. And I got to say, Charles with amazing sections of maps, and I think suggesting that we may see a lot more of him through the weekend, but not able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the replays here where Grenady really was dominant. Some of these final moments on the jumps on Hungary did separate the pack, so Soldier sticking that exit there. You see Grenady could believe what he was seeing, but then you see what can happen on the other side of things. Soldier trying to push the pace, trying to stick with Grenady. In that final jump, the second to final jump on the identity, falls behind. So many heartbreaking moments. Charles really feeling some of those.
That line right there from Grenady, one of the biggest discrepancies and kind of pieces of variance that we've seen on this map set. We're going to look for even more of that, and certainly even more subtle differences through this map set to see what will separate the best players in the world this time. As you see that little celebration, it was all Grenady, all Soldier, all the way through.
Yeah, the subtleties certainly did make the difference, but also I think the nerves and the mistakes certainly were highlighted for a lot of the players. One player who didn't feel that, though, was Grenady, who is on our main stage right now. The German feeling all sorts of good. Adam, let's see what he has to say.
Thank you very much on set there. What an incredible race that was with Grenady, everyone. Grenady coming through here in Paris. So impressive. You really set yourself away from the rest of the pack here. How are you able to create so much time and be so dominant in that third series today?
I was basically expecting the first match to be rather slow, so I rather took it safe, tried to survive every single round, tried to minimize the mistakes, and that worked out pretty well. It's also a bit of my specialty in Trackmania, I would say, so I just played the way I'm playing the best at, and it worked out.
We're seeing as well, I mean, the OG wheelman here as well. Watching you kind of like with the wheel on the stage here. For aspiring players, how are you? What edge does it give you to be using the wheel versus using a controller or PC?
I would say, especially in pressure situations, which we of course have here on stage, it's a bit easier to have like an entire wheel in your hand than to only have like the controller or like the buttons of the keyboard. So it's a bit better to keep the nerves down, I would say. And in general, it's good for precision. There's also a few things it's bad at, but yeah, it works out, as you saw.
In this competition, we met 32 players earlier on. Have you already got your kind of sights set on who you think are the biggest competitors, ones to watch out for come the latter stages of the competition?
Yeah, I would say Trackmania is not really random at all. It's usually always the same people performing the best. So yeah, I basically expect exactly those players to be the main opponents, of course. But we will see. It depends. Some people maybe feel better on the stage, maybe some others don't. I guess we're going to find out in the course of the day and tomorrow then.
Indeed. I mean, you can see in the distance as well where the totem is, the kind of the key area where one player on Saturday will be the champion here at EWC. What's your experience been like? How great is it to be here in Paris, competing in front of the fans and all those watching around the world as well?
Oh, I think I'm going to say the same as Bren said earlier, that the entire Trackmania community is very happy to have this opportunity. It's the biggest tournament ever for us. It's absolutely amazing. The stage is insane. The backstage is also insane. Like, everything is just insanely well made, insanely well prepared. The maps are also really fun. It's the biggest Trackmania tournament of all time, as I said. And yeah, players have been grinding for months, and now it's finally time to show what we're all capable of.
Well, you said the stage was insane. Your performance was insane as well. Please give it one more time for Grenadi, everyone! Best of luck in the next round. An incredible display there in our third match. Back to you, Rain Day, guys. What a way to make your mark here in this competition.
Thank you so much, Luckers Turbo here with G-Geek talking about Grenadi taking the win. It was excellent on his side, and he did not leave any room for error or room for his opponents to think they could somehow find a way back into it. It was certainly a battle for P2, but that maybe went a little differently than we anticipated. Charles showing a glimmer, a glimpse of maybe what he could bring together, yet still finding that he couldn't put it all together enough to really be in contention with Solja. But it was a great, great performance from Grenadi. I mean, maybe the most clear win that we've seen so far.
Yeah, Grenadi played the format very, very well. He has still some pace up on his sleeves, I would say. He still hasn't shown his full potential, but this was just an amazing performance. He looked very, very well. And yeah, Charles, you were mentioning him as well. The glass cannon, either first, so many DNFs, so many crashes in crucial moments, and it was just heartbreaking to see that he was falling behind eventually.
G-Geek, does that happen because you're trying to keep pace with Grenadi, or does that happen as a part of you just trying to push yourself to the limit on a moment like this?
Well, it's a bit of a combination of both, really. Not only are you trying to push yourself to the limit, to go over said limit, to try and really push the boundary even further, but also,
plus
of course,
ultra,
keeping up really to... With this guy that you see on screen right here is an absolute... Well, he is a wheelman in every sense of the term. Absolute, one of the most talented players in the game outright. But I think we gotta say, Kai, when we watched his finalist status, he was so far back. We were all bewildered with how he made up ground so fast.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we couldn't really see it, so I definitely have to rewatch it from a different perspective, but he really caught up, I think, half a second there with a very, very good ending. So this could show the real potential from Grenadi that he still has.
You mentioned the lack of, I guess, variability that happens in Trackmania. The consistent performers are just the consistent performers, so he's not expecting any upsets. For those who watch some of these esports and they haven't had a chance to see Trackmania on this global stage, the biggest tournament of all time, would you agree with that, G-Geek? Have we seen that where pretty much what has been expected has come to pass, yet maybe in a different way than we expected it to happen?
I do agree with that sentiment, even though maybe for the very first game that we saw today, maybe the roles have been somewhat swapped between Neon and Ico, since Neon was a little bit of an X factor in there.
Yeah.
But so far, I think the logic of the tournament going into this week is so far respected in terms of the big names advancing and those that are starting on the back foot. They are getting also the first warning signs as well. And one thing that we mentioned, Kai, is that Solja has not really been on his A game in terms of pace as well. He definitely needs to step it up. He got away with it this time, will not get away with it in the second time round.
Listen, go ahead.
Okay, I agree with that, because Solja, he looked not to be clear second place in there. The first half of it looked very, very close between him and Charles, but then he got his momentum together and eventually made it into the second position. But for the next match, he certainly has to step it up.
All right, well, you got to tell us what you're prepared for. What do we got here?
I got a couple of clips prepared for you. Let's rewind to Canada, round number 3.
Okay.
And I wanted to pause a little bit on Neil's great snipe. So you can see a little bit over there. Those are the two ghosts of Soldier and Neil right up. So let's just play the clip. You'll see 198, and he's going to get a few extra Ks on the way down the hill just by going a little bit wider. And he manages to correct it ever so slightly to avoid going too far off to the right-hand side, to the left-hand side, which would yield with the full stop pick into the finish arch like Lingo had. And then just take a look at this, just the run that he gets. And then if I can pause at the proper moment, you can see the speed difference, or just maybe a little bit courtesy of an earlier ground contact with Soldier, but this momentum that he had in the air for Neil was enough to let him pass by just a handful of milliseconds, 35 milliseconds to be particularly precise. Now, another clip that I want to show is things can go very well, as you can see, if you've got everything right. Here's an example of how things can go wrong. We go into Hungary, and here is a perfect example of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And you can see, first of all, we can see the trajectory. They both are trying to go for somewhat of a taut line, trying to land on the right side of that little bridge platform. But then just look at how it pans out. First of all, Charles does not stick the landing properly, lands with the inside right tire clipping. Same with Soldier, clips rear first, actually, and then both falling off right at the worst time. Nearly made it, actually, Soldier on that end, but was forced to respawn because he would have been basically on a big wheel stand. And then amidst all this attrition, Granati picking up the spoils like, oh, thank you very much. Gonna grab another 0.7 that way. And yeah, you can see the gaps. Very easy to see those gaps widen here on Hungary. And
he really created a lot of space on Hungary.
And our last clip, it was captured a little bit late, but we're gonna start off with the very start of the clip, if I can scroll back up. There you go. You can see the difference in line there. You can see this is the typical line that you take. The one that Charles is on, you take over the penalty sand and you try to navigate that sort of downhill in a diagonal fashion to keep ground contact at all times. Granati, completely different line. He went fully on the outside of the two right-handers, kept it on the black stuff, kept it on the tarmac, and just used that speed advantage to vault himself over the penalty sand. But of course, there is a bit of a risk associated with it because of that pole that you saw right by the side of the road. But he was still able to keep up the pace with Charles, who, there you go, that was that little clip of the rock that I wanted to highlight in match number 1. And then Charles, unfortunately for him, goes a bit low, a bit too low maybe, and just the very edge of the front wing. Let's just take a look at this again and try to go frame by frame.
For my edification, right, for people watching at home, is his speed entering that a result of what he did prior, that line that he had set up that you talked about? Where is he losing his speed in this moment?
If you were to take a key moment as to what set the speed for the jump, this is going to be right at that part right there. Going into the booster, you have to time the release just right, because basically what happens when you hit that ramp is that the front wheels will come up first and then they will fall back. If you mistime the release, you end up jumping too far or not far enough.
And very important on this ending here is that you want to avoid releasing mid-air. So you really want to accelerate throughout the entire air time that you have there in order to have as much maximum speed as possible there in the ending. And Charles was maybe risking it there a little bit too much and releasing too much beforehand.
Great analysis, gentlemen. If you want to know what not to do, make sure to check out my replays as well in game, because I will show you how to not hit that landing for sure. All right, make sure you guys know the schedule coming up. We got more games for you here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Group number 4, I believe, just finished. Actually, 3 just finished. And we've got 4, so we're almost halfway through. Pack takes the stage. That is a big name. Afi Stufs talk about taking a break and coming back, just like Soldier. We'll see if that continues for Stufs and his ability to jump on stage and have success. And Noisia closing out R4. This is going to be a good one, Kai.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Pack, Afi, Stufts, no stranger to each other, but then Noisia from Argentina being the dark horse in this match. I think he can deal some damage as well as Charles in the previous match, but he wasn't quite there yet. But this will be an exciting match to follow.
All right, heading toward our halfway point of the day. Stay tuned. We got an update with Chris over for the club championship near the Vitality area.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
A club championship update here, but we're not talking about the big boys. We're going to talk about, well, maybe not the small boys, but the guys that have been in amongst the competition that are not in our top two. Falcons and AGL may well be well out in front, but it's not just about those two teams. Some of the prize money, of course, for our third and fourth place is quite significant. For first, I mean, look, 7 million. Second, 5 million. But third and fourth, 4 million and 2 million respectively. So there's so much money that can potentially still be picked up by teams like Vitality, Na'Vi, etc., etc. Vitality, one of the teams who are really looking to secure that third place finish. Let's see if they can get it over the line. They've got some competition across the board in a few different places. For the most part, CS is where they're going to make their money. But of course, in Trackmania, a lot of you guys will know Pac, who has the potential to come on through with something. For Na'Vi, though, it's really about CS and what they can bring to the table. Both these two teams are fighting it out for that third place finish. For them, it's going to be about grinding out the results. It's not what they would have wanted. They would have come to EWC, they would have come to Paris with the hope that they could take that first place away. That is not within their sights any longer. Third and fourth place are as good as they can do. Let's see what they can pick up by the end of the week.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
I feel like I'm in Trackmania right now because in that little bit of time, we have switched out our desk yet again. We've got Aaron Import Brooks with us and G Geek. You guys are pulling faster, time trials than I'm seeing on Canada.
Hey, listen, the rounds got to go fast and the switch outs got to go fast. I feel bad for the crew, the stage crew, having to swap out players.
He's never worked harder, man. He's never worked harder.
He's sweating right now.
He's used to chilling for like 30, 40 minutes, man. I mean, you guys got him.
When it comes to swaps, I feel like that guy in that GIF who gets completely yeeted out of the car after his stint. This is definitely the feeling that we have right now.
Well, it's day one. It's kind of like the feeling we have across the entire day one because there's so many different players. We're doing 8 stage intros. We're doing all these different things because, A, we're telling these stories. We're giving them the proper walkouts, but also 32 players. I mean, there is a lot of individual competitors in here. Who has been the kind of shining star for you? Before we jump into Group 4, which we've already mentioned who's playing in that, who's been the shining star?
I got a little public feedback that we didn't give Otak his flowers enough, I think, for his win. And I feel like he did do a great job, and I think the contrast of that match was that we started with Epos with the storyline, and we wanted to follow up on how his performance was at the end. But to say Otak had a really good round, was able to overpass Epos at the end and take that win. That was a really strong performance. But as far as just kind of blowout performance today, easily Grenade, that last match, he had no struggles really at all. And then he was able to just finish and, kind of give himself a little bit of an extra break.
Very true. We'll take a look at our matchup coming up now as we head into group number 4 on your screen. Pac, Afi, Stoosh, and Noisia, who are going to be representing this group. And I think coming into it, G Geek, the name Pac, it just is, it rings bells for those in the scene and also just for expectations.
Yeah, the one that we colloquially often call the Giga Chad, a 2-time world champion, the winner of the DreamHack Birmingham qualifier, and he did so with a flair for the dramatic, dropped down to lower bracket in the very first match of the group stage and went all the way through the gauntlet to win it all. And honestly, with a man with as much charisma as you saw on the screen, how can you not fall in love with this guy, seriously?
And the way that he won, too, I mean, coming back and just doing a lower bracket run, that's not easy to do in any esport. The fact that he did that sets a lot of expectations here coming into EWC, but you can't count out the impact his other players will have. I think a lot of people were questioning whether Soldier coming off a break would do it again, and I know that Stuffs, he took a break playing, he should have been on the Kadia City grid. He was on Fortnite for a little bit, and then he came back here.
Yeah, this match is also going to be a little coming back from a break for Afi as well. So we're going to see 2 players coming off a break, seeing how they perform in a match like this, especially coming up against Pac, who is expected to do really well in this matchup here. So Afi typically a contender against people like Pac, but not having the event results that he would like to have in the past, I would say.
Yeah.
He's done really well, but never at the top echelon, I would say. But as far as Stuffs, also a really good player, also kind of that mid-tier, upper-tier player as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they've improved, or maybe not, coming into this matchup.
Of course. All right. Well, Rachel's standing by with an interview. She talked to Pac heading into this stage.
I've got Pac next to me, and a very nervous Pac by all accounts. Why are you so nervous? I know it's EWC, but still.
I always get nervous before matches. I think I want to win so badly, and it's like the competitiveness in me is just saying, you know, you need to try and win. You don't know how other players are going to be playing. It's completely unknown. I haven't seen anything from them, so it's just, you just get a bit nervous beforehand. It means a lot.
How are you playing, though? That's the most important thing. How would you assess where you're at right now?
The warm-up was good just now, so I feel like I've got a good mentality going into it. So I feel confident, and I think that's the main mantra right now. It's just going and play my game. It should be okay.
Do you have a strategy in place for the entire, hopefully, 4 days?
Win as many rounds as possible and crash as little as possible. That's the main goal.
In terms of your competition, obviously it's so strong here, 32 of the best players on the planet. Who do you think has an edge over the rest of the field?
Oh.
Who's your main competition?
Oh, well, Carl Jr. Yeah. I mean, that's the main
Legendary.
competition. Yes, yeah.
But, okay, how are you going to hopefully overcome what he has on offer?
It's all about in the moment. I think if I can just play my game a little bit better than him in the moment, that's kind of what I try to do against him. Usually we meet in the final. Hopefully that'll be the case for this tournament. And then I just play my A game, and hopefully it's just a little bit better than his A game.
In terms of what it means to have Trackmania here at EWC, how do you view that?
It's incredible for us. I think we've been in the scene now for so many years. I have as well for 11 years now on the professional side. So I'm just I'm so grateful that it is here, and hopefully it can be here for as long as it can be. Like, we are, in my eyes, the best racing esport there is. So hopefully we'll be here for a while.
If audiences haven't watched it before, what is one thing that you think is so great that they'll be hopefully able to see?
I mean, constant action. You'll get to know all the players. So there's the 32 of the best. You'll get behind the team that you support. And it's one of those high-paced, always something going on kind of games. And then you also have the added finalist mode at the end. So have to win a round. And then that's when it gets a bit more dicey. So it's one of those really cool games, and I've always loved watching it as well as playing it. So I hope everyone else loves watching it as well.
You guys are so cool as well. I'm getting to know the players. So far we've had a chef, a surfer, accountant, and a beatboxer. What's your skill away from Trackmania?
Well, I'm the same as Neil. I am a former accountant.
These guys are so smart as well. They're very good with the numbers. Let's hope that translates onto the track. Pac, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
I'm starting to wonder if my accountant isn't getting back to me because he's playing Trackmania. At this point, there's 2 for 2. This is like starting to be troublesome. I need to ask some questions.
Once is a fluke, twice is a pattern, as they say, right?
That's right. I'm starting to get worried, guys. Okay, it is such a fun time to have Trackmania here at EWC, and everything that he mentioned, Pac, so eloquently put. Why it's interesting, the pace. There's always something going on in the game. It's so visually easy to jump into and support your teams, your players, and of course, if you feel like you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. Head over to the QR code on your screen. Use your device, whatever it is, to scan that and jump in and select who you think is going to win. Earn your share of prizing as well if you get it right. And guys, heading into it, I mean, to me, this is a great story for Afi as well. He was a teacher. You mentioned he's Swiss. He's a free agent also. So looking for an org.
Yeah, former BDS player, I believe. That was his org before becoming orgless. So that's kind of the risk you have when you kind of step away and everything. You kind of lose that credibility.
Of course, yeah.
And coming back into it, you kind of have to rebuild that. So for Afi, this is going to be rebuilding his reputation, establishing once again that he is a great player and he belongs here. I think many already understand and believe that he belongs here, but to be at that echelon and say, I am still one of the best, is something that he's going to have to prove in this match.
Yeah, at this point, having an org with Pac as an accountant. Neil, S-A-U-L. Question's going to be, which org is your accountant a part of? It's like, wait a second, I didn't know that was going on. G-Geek, head into Group 4. What's the big storyline here for you?
Well, for me, the big storyline, you just can't look away. You just can't look away from Pac. You can't. The main thing for me is going to be the battle for second place. Afi, I would give him the advantage going into it, but Stutz, very, very talented, very young hotshot from the Netherlands, can also be a little bit iffy. It could be 50-50. It depends on whether or not he has his mental set properly, so he's in his A game or not.
And of course, Argentina, Noisy, as we talk about him, he's representing and trying to do something big on this stage. Can he pull it off? Still waiting for our first big upset of the day. So far, it's gone expected, but you got to expect the unexpected here at EWC. Let's send it over to your stage. Group 4, about to begin.
Yes, my friends, it is time to continue on as we hit the halfway mark. Grenady, incredible performance in our previous matchup. Yeah. And even in the interview, looking very confident. But between you and me, Adam, I gotta say it, I catch a Grenady for you.
I would dive on a Grenady for you too. Do you know what? It's amazing, actually. I've never heard so much accountancy chat in general, any esports event ever in my life. But it's always good to have accountants on speed dial in an emergency, I guess, anyway. Speaking of numbers, though, I mean, obviously we saw Grenady, as you said, like racking up those points, really dominating here. And good to chat to him as well here, talking about all things like expectations, what's going to happen come the grand final. But this is the Esports World Cup. Nothing is set in stone. Every opportunity, every player capable of going all the way to that totem. And we'll find out who goes all the way come this Saturday.
That is all part of it to get through these group stages, though we got our matches lined up for you, so please join me in welcoming our next set of players. First up, it's Pac! Representing the hometown heroes of Team Vitality, Pac is no stranger to fighting tooth and nail for a victory, as he did to win at DreamHack Birmingham only a bit ago.
Next up, welcome Noisia, the Argentinian Anaconda, winner of 3 South American titles. He's thirsty for his first win on LAN.
Next up, it's Stuffed! The free agent that snuck his way in after a 1-year hiatus. The stage calls for him again as his 4th World Cup appearance is like here with us in Paris.
And last up, please welcome Afi! The crowd love him here, and after a year out, Afi returns with his sights focused on the top 8. Will EWC be the making of him? We'll find out very soon. We love him here. EWC, all of our players too here. All right, it's time for our players to make their way to their stations. Please place your keys in front of your stations too as we get ourselves ready for this 4th series of the Esports World Cup. Trackmania has kicked off brilliantly, and what's going to happen next? Let's find out. Let's do it. Here we go.
Well, you've seen the 4. They took the stage. Pac, Afi, Stuffs, and Noisia ready for one heck of a match. And who's going to come out on top? We'll find out in just a moment. But guys, they're ready. This is exciting.
It's an exciting time indeed, and there's a lot of things that I'm looking forward to. Of course, Noisia, first Argentinian player in the World Cup, that I'm looking forward to see how he fares on his very first international LAN. Really, it's going to be an interesting pick, and of course, you never get bored when you watch Pac play, do you?
Of course. I mean, look at the man. He's gorgeous. What can I say? But honestly, Pac, I can't wait to see him play. I can't wait to see him play this match. I can't wait to see him play the next matches because we know he's going to do really well in this tournament. And now we see the bans and the picks coming in here. Germany, finally! Look at that.
Yeah, Volo, indeed, Germany first pick for Pac, and we do see Australia, Argentina, Japan, and Hungary. Poland actually left still in the running in terms of the picks as well. So Australia and Norway also has not been banned at all. So we might see it creep up either as the decider or as one of the 2 maps middle through the rotation.
Yeah, South Korea should be an interesting pick as well. We've seen that becoming more of a standard pick, I think, across all the matches. I expected that coming in. I think it's a good map to kind of test the balance of all the players. Poland come in as a pick now rather than kind of the toss-up that we see. And what are the last 2 going to be? Canada and Saudi Arabia. Okay, good backpack. I think overall balance so far. I don't think it's going to favor one person over the other.
Yeah, indeed. And for the first time in 4 games, Poland is no longer as the decider. For once, we finally break the trend when it comes to the randomizer picking the last map.
Seems like Canada had maybe some of the most notable mistakes especially towards the end, heading in that finish line. And obviously you mentioned South Korea. Grenadier in that last match made up a lot of time, separated himself there, just a very balanced process. But why are you so excited about Germany?
Well, I mean, I used to live there for 6 years, so it was kind of a little hometown favorite for me at least. But the quarter pipe jump into backwards is a very fun element of Germany, and I think it also kind of sets the tone for how that map is going to go. Some people don't like it, but honestly, viewing experience-wise, and I'm biased towards the viewer experience, it's a great time.
I love it. Well, Germany, to kick us off, you know that they're going to be excited here. We're excited on the desk with Import, and I know two gentlemen who are excited as well for this one. It's Noah and Twiggy.
Thank you very much, Rain. And Twiggy, I suppose before we start, all I'd have to say about all of this fascination with accountants that we have so far on the broadcast is that there's no accounting for taste. I'm looking forward to this match. We're going to get into this one very shortly. And as was said on the desk there, we are kicking things off on Germany, a map that has been banned in all 3 of our prior matches so far today. And looking forward to seeing how things go once we actually get onto track there.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's one of those ones, right? I think unpredictable might be something that you're saying, you know, backwards driving all over the place. And I do recall when this first came out, there was a couple of days where people were like, how do you do the end without randomly sliding out and being able to turn around on the ice? It is one of those ones that took a little while to get under their belts. I think now that these players have played it enough, consistency should be there, but we're still going to see players risking those jumps and failing them very often, I think.
Yeah, and look, it's been touched on the desk, it's been touched on constantly. Afi and Stuft, both of these players kind of coming back after a break from the game. In particular, I'm looking forward to seeing Stuft back in action. 2023, 2024, him and Epos, up and coming young players. That was the rivalry that, for me, defined those couple of years in a lot of ways, of which of these two players is going to come out on top. Who's going to be challenging the established players? And we never really got the conclusion to it. Stuft's disappeared for a couple of years. Well, he's back now, and he's up against Pack to kick things off, up against Afi, who's making his return, and Noisia, an excellent player in his own right. There's going to be fireworks in this match.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Pack, I mean, we saw him at DreamHack Birmingham for the qualifiers here for this event, won the whole thing after a really disappointing first match as well. It was a full lower bracket run from Pack to make it work. I think you can see why off the get-go this man is off to a blistering pace to start off with. I think on for world record kind of standards here. Yeah, it's what you expect from this man. 2 players already way back, and Afi still almost a full second behind Pack here. What a round to start things off if he does manage to get this one to the finish line unscathed.
We're starting to see, hey, why some of the players have been permanent banning Germany, why it has not made it through big ban in the matches, and why Pack was so happy to pick it up as map 1 here. An incredible time, nearly a second ahead of everybody else in the field, and Noisia is not even going to get a finish in. It's a DNF in round 1 for the player from Argentina.
And that's what's scary, I think, about Germany here. Oh, a non-starter. We may
hit a pause.
Yeah,
we'll see.
But that's what's scary about Germany, right? Is because you have so many full skill checks.
Yes.
You can't safe a lot of this stuff. You have to go for it, and if you miss one of those jumps, you're instantly back by 3, 4, 5 seconds, and 2 of those in a row, that can lead to a DNF pretty easily.
Yeah, and I think what's fun about watching this as well is you mentioned some players kind of struggling for the first couple of days to figure out how this map worked, how the end worked. I remember watching Pack's Discovery run. And there was a player who struggled to figure out how this map worked for at least 10 minutes or so. These players are very, very good. Noisia is at least driving. He's out on track. All good. We'll see what happened there. I think we're just going to keep on rolling here. Pack not having it all his own way here in round 2.
Yeah, a little slower the pace in this round, and Pack is down by a couple of tenths from where he was last round. Here it's Afi who takes up the lead. I think definitely the strongest contender out of these for second place, but Sus could be going for it. I mean, what a low jump. Did clip a wheel in the end, but I think actually still gained time on Afi, so it's all down to this final turn. Can one of them get it better than the other? No, everybody has cleaned up that ice turn a lot more to this day here, and it's another really good time from Afi to get himself 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's within a tenth of where Pack landed in the round 1, so definitely on pace. Afi capable of contesting. Unfortunately for Noisia, second DNF in a row.
Yeah.
Has gotten off the line this time.
Yeah, look, he did start late in the last round, so, you know, that is that. But, look, it's a very difficult lobby. I would not be surprised, especially on Germany, if we're seeing more DNFs, because I think if Pack and Afi keep up that pace,
Hard to keep up with.
This is one of those maps where it could just lead to a horrible gulf in points.
Yeah. Stuffed at the moment, though, keeping up as well.
Yep.
Was definitely there in the last round, not too far off in terms of the pace and consistency. Going to be a key word here on Germany as well, who's actually just getting to the finish line without major mistakes round on round. This time around, 3 drivers wheel to wheel as we head through that first turnaround section of the track. Stuffed a lot further to the right here, carrying more speed but going higher on the wall. It's worked out for him as he gets a little bit of a slower line through the water, packed through into first place. Stuffed still contesting for that lead, though. This is looking like a quick round from our top 3 drivers. Appy has now dropped back a little bit. Great jump there from Stuffed as he continues on in first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the lower you go on those jumps, the better. Obviously, the more risky it is clipping a wheel, possibly, but Stuff's calculates it perfectly with a 111.0. Look, the world record thing is a little bit... We'll get there over the next couple of days. It's not quite correct because, keep in mind, the maps were changed for the tournament. But whatever. It's still a really good time.
It's still incredibly quick from Stuffed on that round. And again, that is 3 rounds where we've had 3 really good times from 3 different drivers. 3 of them showing that they can win on pace here. And again, consistency is what it's going to come down to. Pack has had some minor issues. There is, I think, unfortunately, Noisia having some issues. We're getting a quick tech pause to get that sorted out. We'll get back into the action soon.
It was bound to happen at some point.
It was bound to happen at some point.
Have 8 games a day.
After 3 rounds, we have 3 players tied on 20, and that's kind of what I was talking about. We have 3 players who have all looked incredibly quick so far, who have driven really good times, but in each of the rounds kind of that they haven't won, these players have made errors. Germany is incredibly punishing, even compared to the other maps in this very difficult map pack.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, there's a reason it's going to get banned out quite a bit. The same kind of thing when we were talking about Japan, when we were talking about Argentina, is it's so easy to really do badly in a round where a lot of the other maps, if you're going to crash, you can respawn and it's all good. On this, you've got to do that skill check and you've got to do it correctly. And if you keep doing it wrong, then you're not going to be finishing the round. And it does lead to, it's high risk, high reward. I think that's what Pack is going for here. He knows that he's got some amount of consistency, at the very least, in getting a finish done. And that's what we've seen, I think, from the top 3, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting that we're seeing Afi and Stuffed both compete with Pack on pace as well. Because, I mean, Pack, for the last decade, has been known as a player with very, very strong pace in Trackmania. So for these guys to have taken that time off, to be coming back and saying, yeah, we got this. We got the pace. I mean, again, consistency remains to be seen. That's an ongoing battle in any match and in any tournament, is seeing how consistent the driver is. But we'll see how they go on that one. I'm excited to see the paces there. And do you know what else I'm excited to see, Twiggy?
I was excited to see Randomize.
I was excited to see Randomize. You love to see tech support Randomize coming out. Exactly. I was going to say I'm excited to see Noisia's jersey. That Leviathan jersey is very cool.
Leviathan.
Excuse me, Portuguese. I don't speak Portuguese.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, look, an Argentine player for a South American team.
It makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
But look at it. Those jerseys, we saw some of them in the crowd as well. They're lovely.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
I am a big... I want to ask some of these players for their jerseys. But they can swap with one of my shirts. It's fine.
Sure, yeah. God. Unfortunate for Noisia here. Definitely a little bit stressful, right? You got a mental reset after this, and you can see the other 3 players just looking to stay as locked in as possible in this technical pause, just making sure, I mean, you don't lose the focus, right? Trackmania is such a focus-driven game.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some people at home who have been waiting for us to have a technical pause, us 2 specifically. I'm here to say that it's a serious tournament, and we're not going to be saying anything silly. We're not going to be, podcasting here.
I have a fun esports-related fact for you.
Oh, no.
First of all, Carl Jr.
Yes.
Better than Faker, as we know.
Yes, better than Faker.
Because he's won 7 world championships, and Faker has only won 6.
Honestly, disappointing from Faker.
Absolutely. Now, my fun fact is, both of these players, GOATs in their own esport, and as we all know, Trackmania, about equivalent with League of Legends in the esports pantheon as well. Those 2 players won their first world championship within 30 days of each other back in 2013.
Wow.
Isn't that
written in the stars?
Kind of fun? That's kind of cool.
Exactly.
You have to admit it, Twiggy.
Yeah.
You're looking at me skeptically, but that's
I'm not
kind of
looking
cool.
at you skeptically.
Twiggy, you're so mean to me.
You said this to me 5 times
Twiggy,
in the past 2 days.
I didn't say it on broadcast. You're meant to act surprised.
Oh my God! Wow, that's an insane stat, Newer.
Thank you. Yeah.
I never fail to be absolutely just stunned by the size of your brain. I honestly, I realize why you had to shave all your hair off, because it was probably the brain power. Yeah, exactly. Too much heat going on there.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we are seeing still a couple of referees gathered around Noisia's PC, randomize, maybe turning it off and on again. We're seeing where we're getting on with this one. We'll get back into the action as soon as we can on this one. But yeah, like you can see it again. The focus. Twiggy, speak on that.
The focus.
The focus.
You're saying it like it's a...
Twiggy, speak on the focus.
Yeah, everybody's so focused.
Thank you, Twiggy, for speaking on the focus. Moving on from the focus. Damn, that trophy's cool, actually.
That is a cool trophy.
It really is.
Look, we were discussing the, the key crushing.
Yes.
Yeah. Which, look, it's a Trackmania tournament. We've never seen anything like this.
Absolutely
we do love
not.
a gimmick. We do love a gimmick in Trackmania.
Absolutely.
We call them identities.
Yeah. Hydraulic press identity when.
Oh.
You kind of could. We do have moving blocks. Now, would the players riot if there were moving blocks in an identity? Yes, immediately. They would hate it. Yeah. Very Jeremy Clarkson, from you there.
Yeah, I was going for...
Okay. Hey, you nailed it.
Yeah,
Good job, Twiggy. Yes. You see how I'm nice to you?
Well, we'll wait until that content piece comes out. And then we can discuss whether you're nice to me or not.
It's true, I'm not very. Vitality fans in the crowd as well. Super fun seeing PAC represent one of the hometown teams as well on that one. And I think Vitality have done very well acquiring PAC
That is an amazing pickup. I can imagine Team Falcons were at the door.
Yes.
For PAC.
Yeah, 100%.
And Vitality being able to pick up PAC is a massive boon. I mean, picked him up before DreamHack Birmingham, of course. Obviously, that result came through. It must have been very nice.
Validating.
Yeah, exactly.
Perhaps.
Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, Vitality, not contending for the top two.
But still contending for that third place. As we saw the content piece from Chris there earlier talking about where people were going to finish. Those top two spots, Falcons and AGAL looking
plenty of money in those as well.
There really is. And, Vitality looking for it. They mentioned Navi are going for it too. We, of course, have Mime representing Team Navi in Trackmania as well, and has the potential to make a deep run here. Has been a player who's been in contention for World Championships in the last 5 years in Trackmania.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. Trackmania has such a deep history that you can find. You could point out any player in this tournament, pretty much.
I like that Bumblebee.
You can point out any player in this tournament, and you could find a result which would go, oh, yeah, I think they could win.
Absolutely.
There is a wealth of history and talent in all of these players in attendance this week, and we're definitely going to say goodbye tomorrow to some really good
It's going to be tough. We have to get rid of 8 players, 25% of the field going home tomorrow. 8 players going directly to playoffs tomorrow, getting to skip out on Friday. But, I mean, those 8 players, as you said, there are a handful of players who we can say maybe have not had the competitive experience at this level before, who it maybe wouldn't be a surprise to see go home tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprising to see them not go home tomorrow at the same time. But there's going to be at least 1 or 2 players who pre-tournament you would have pointed at and said, that's a top 16 player who are going to end up out.
Yeah, a lot of players, once they've left the stage, have been quite disappointed in their own performances, right? I mean, you look no further than Epos immediately as he left. It was just like, I shouldn't have come second. Should not have come second. But and sometimes you just got to learn on the fly. Clean up the act. I mean, again, PAC had a very bad first day of DreamHack Birmingham, won the whole thing. So use it as a springboard.
It has been a PAC special over the last few years.
It really has.
Disappear into lower bracket. Stay there very quietly.
Well, as he said, he gets nervous before games. I think that's part of it.
But it happened in XP Evo a couple of times.
They're recording a content piece
where
listen.
Stay calm. Okay, we've been on camera before. Twiggy, act like you've been here before.
I just love Chris so much.
We are in a replay. Momentary panic. We're going to see some Trackmania, and if we can't get it live, well, inject it directly into my veins via the form of a replay. Looking back at how these previous rounds have gone, as it has been, 3 different players winning 3 different rounds in the rounds that we saw there. And PAC looked unstoppable.
This was the best round of them all in terms of pace. That was such a quick first time to start things off. I mean, genuinely.
That Stuff's got on 11.002. He's gone faster.
I didn't even.
It wasn't even the best in terms of pace. In fact, I believe both of the other rounds were better than PAC's round. Okay, it was PAC's best round in terms of pace.
Take away the E.
You're not going to believe this week. There are 3 other drivers in this lobby.
Yeah, but
Wait,
They're
sorry,
not
are you trying to
British.
relate pace to pack?
Yes, that was the joke. Well done.
Okay, awful.
Well done.
Awful. But like 2018 memes. God damn.
Genuinely horrid, darling. Or is it absolutely horrid, darling?
Absolutely horrid. Twiggy,
Absolutely
lock in.
horrid, darling.
Lock in on the Trackmania. Tell me
It's a
about
technical pause.
Tell me about the focus, Twiggy.
Stop asking me about the focus. They are not at the Esports World Cup.
That's true. Yeah. I'm feeling like I want to see more Trackmania. I'm starting to Jones a little bit here,
today.
Twiggy. I like this battle between Stufts and Afi. I think really is.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. It was the battle I was expecting to be for second place in this match, but all of a sudden, Pack.
All of a sudden.
Maybe in that battle as well. Maybe we have a full three-way battle. And if Noisy was having tech issues in those first rounds that we did get to play.
Maybe he's back in the mix as well.
The mix, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. It's a really cool jersey. Didn't I tell you it's a really cool jersey? That is a deserved point of the logo right there.
It harkens back to, some of those classical Japanese kind of...
on that, Twiggy.
I don't know any of the artists' names.
I knew you were getting into something you couldn't finish here.
Okay.
Trying to pretend
I
you know
always
culture.
finish.
Well...
Very quickly, actually.
Okay.
That's
Twiggy.
Trackmania joke. That's a
yeah, exactly. It's a low times joke.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to try and finish as quickly as possible.
Usually within a minute, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, most of these tracks it's over a minute, so
Well, Germany's about exactly a minute. Beats my personal record.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's about
on Germany.
Well, it's 111.
The track.
Yes, on Germany, the track.
On Trackmania.
I think if Afi heard you right now, he'd lose the focus.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, it's a good thing the French are being pumped into this. But they might be saying worse things than us. Who knows?
That's true.
Who knows?
Absolutely.
Not that we're saying anything bad. I'm talking about Trackmania.
You are talking about Trackmania, and the more you repeat it, the more everyone is going to believe that you were talking about Trackmania.
I believe that they believe that, yeah.
I'm deep in the weeds trying to look at Randomizer's facial expressions and figure out...
See what's going on, see how close we are to...
They've brought a third referee out.
There is a lot going on over there.
There is a lot going on over there.
But it's a good thing we're used to this. You remember when we had a, what was it?
1 hour
tech pause?
Yeah. That was an online tournament on one player's internet.
Yeah.
That was the thing, is they couldn't throw it away because it just kept going. We got like 30 seconds of gameplay followed by 5-minute breaks the entire time.
Yeah, exactly.
We made it last the full hour.
Oh, well, Pack is, hey, at this point as well, it is... you got to be frustrated if you're any of the other players because you're going to lose the headspace. The focus. You're going to lose the focus. Yeah.
It sounded like you weren't going to say the focus there, so I had to jump in and make sure.
Oh, I would have said the focus. Absolutely. You've been drilling the focus into me. But I think as we look to fix some issues going on here, we're going to throw to a quick content piece. Quick rapid fire questions, I believe.
Is that so?
Indy.
Hey everyone, we're going to get back to the matches here in a bit, but we do have a little segment here. Hi, my name is Import, and I'm joined by my fellow experts that you'll see occasionally throughout the days here at EWC, and I have a couple questions, but first, this is Turbo, this is G-Geek. Guys, hope you're having fun at the event, but I have a couple questions because we don't have too much time. So these are rapid fire. I'm going to need you to write down your answers. Are you guys ready?
Born ready. Of course I am.
More than born ready.
Fantastic. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get through these. First question. Most underrated player. Who is the most underrated player? I would play some background music, but that might be copy strike, so let's see. Okay, so we get one answer. Turbo is going to say Neon.
Yeah, Neon. I mean... Neon, he is a young Polish driver. I hope that doesn't backfire, but he has been doing fantastic in the qualifiers, so I think he can run deep.
Okay, Jiggy.
To be fair, I'm in agreement as well. I mean,
no way.
We've both seen how he can do in the Elite Cups as well, and
you need a microphone.
You need a
sorry
microphone.
about that. Yeah, as I was saying, like I'm totally in agreement with what Turbo said. He's a young hotshot. He's definitely shown a lot of promise. Okay. Still looking to see how he does consistency-wise and also in terms of stamina, but he's got a lot of pace on hand, and he's going to be really, really good.
All right, we don't have too much time. Let's keep going through here. Second question is going to be, who is the most overrated player? Ouch. Who is going to be who's going to have you on their hit list coming up after this question is the real question here. Okay, Wizzy.
Okay, listen up, Soul fans.
All right.
I'm not sure who came up with a 3% win rate for Wizzy for the Worlds, for the EWC, but you guys are wrong. Oh, that was not cool.
That was, you know, I honestly deserved.
I think it's a bad omen.
It's still not working. All right.
It's a bad omen when this is question 2 and I haven't written anything. This is so tough.
Well, you only got a little bit of time, so come on, think of just one person. It's okay. They're gonna hate you for the rest of your life. It's fine. So
I get this one.
Oh, he's writing something. I see a name. 3, 2, 1. Let's lock in, brother.
I'm about to be getting my citizenship revoked because, well, the thing is, like, I'm feeling like 2 Team Liquid guys. I'm thinking Epos has got the upper hand. Sorry about that, Otak. La machine man win. Désolé, mais ce sera pas ton jour cette fois-ci.
All right. Well, ouch for Otak, ouch for Wizzy, but you know what? It's fine. You have to deal with that, not me. All right. Question number 3. Who is going to win? Who is going to win EWC 2026? For Trackmania. Answers locked in. Turbo, will go with you again. I like the name, although that looks like an N, but yes, sure.
Does
we'll
it?
Enos. Some Enos.
So I go with EPOS because XP Evo, he didn't feel good. He still won it. This event, he feels good. And a good feeling EPOS is scary.
Okay. G-Geek.
I'm going with the Australian Penguin. I'm going with Mata. Honestly, like, he's been close a couple of times to win big events. He got his very first LAN international win earlier this year. Big weight lifted off of his shoulders. I think he can win it all this time around. I think this is going to be the one for him.
Sick. All right, next. Question number 4. What is the best input device? There are 3 for anybody who does not know. It is typically keyboard, controller, and wheel. Some people like to also play with the Dance Dance Revolution pad. Some like to play with bananas and spoons. We've had those before, but the 3 main ones, let's stick to those.
So I'm a controller player myself, but I think keyboard is better on ice, for example, and you have action keys. So I go with keyboard.
Purely on ergonomics, gamepad. All day, every day. Sorry, keyboard players, more respect to you. I don't know how do you deal with carpal tunnel syndrome every day. So there you go.
All right, next question. Identities, yay or nay? Do you like identities in maps? Oh. Yes, map identities. They are fun little tricks on maps, usually the core sector of a map. They can make or break a run, and many people like to mault about them. But let's see, do you like them or do you not like them? Turbo. Yay! Yay!
Yay! No, for real. I think identities are great because it identifies a map, and it's usually not only at the end. It's a theme going through a map, so I like it.
Yeah, I would go with yay, especially it's evolved to become a theme around the map before just being one jacked up sector in terms of difficulty. Here, it seems like we've finally struck the balance of actually making an identity make sense in terms of map building.
All right, well, that was our answers. What were your answers? Were you playing along? If not, you should have been. We will see you guys soon back in the arena.
Welcome back to the arena for EWC. Trackmania is about to resume as we have gotten those problems sorted out. Noisia just having some connection issues to the server. All resolved now, and we will be back onto Germany now.
They cut our mics to stop us from speaking the truth.
About the focus?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, let's see how Noisia can do now that he is all the way in there. He's still a little bit slow at start line compared to the other 3 drivers, but as we've seen, the pace is blistering from all 3 of those players.
Yeah, it really does seem that way. They're all holding hands up there. Noisia watching from behind for the time being. We'll see if he can find the pace after that brief interlude there, but it is Pack and Stuffed at the top right now. Stuff arcs ahead, Pack goes further forward. Stuff slower power on that grass section going backwards, and it seems like that's been a point of contention for him a couple of rounds in a row now. Pack is going to take away first place, and again, this is on the same pace as low 111s again.
Yeah, Pack looking incredibly good in this round, and it's been minor mistakes from Afi and Stuft. Noisia able to inherit a second place, nearly threw it away in the wall just there, but keeps it out off the wall. Everyone surviving this second quarter pipe jump, just looking to get down this downhill safely. This one a little bit easier. You just get to jump down it rather than trying to get the slide all the way down as well.
Okay, it's fine.
And Pack is totally fine. Totally fine. Going to cross the line in first place. It's 111.1 once again. And Pack will pick up 30 points out of a possible 40 from map 1.
He's a strong player, and I do believe, I forget already, but that might be the last round of Germany as well. Yeah, so we are going to move over to South Korea now, away from Pack's map pick, and he does come away the better off for it on that map. So he's got what he came for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think nice in some ways that we're heading straight into the map transition, a chance for the players to maybe reset a little bit. You know, I mean, this is where you would kind of reset anyway in a regular flowing Trackmania game. So with those kind of tech pauses just there, unfortunately, this is now a chance for them to be fine. Just get back into your regular rhythm of things. It's no longer disjointed, and it's really going to be about who can settle in first as well. And then just see who has the pace on South Korea.
Yeah, exactly. And South Korea, again, is really about pace. This is a fast map. Plenty of reactor boosters as well. Plenty of Zoops. Look at I was calling it the Lenovo Legion Chuddling. I don't know if that's I don't know if they, as a brand, would like me saying that, but it's the Chuddling to me.
Sure, Twiggy, sure. It can be the Chuddling to you and maybe no one else. We'll
I don't know what the official name for it is.
I'm sure someone can tell us. We can find out here. There's got to be a booth somewhere here in Paris that we can get some more information
on. The Lenovo Ling.
Absolutely. Well, we're underway in South Korea. Well, Pack is no longer underway in South Korea. He has gone to space. Stuft inherits the lead. Noisia in second place once again. I mean, Noisia, in the couple rounds that we have seen Noisia fully connected to this match, has just looked solid. Maybe not quite there on the pace with the top players, but is inheriting those second places, is staying consistent.
Yeah, exactly.
And that can get you a long way in a match. The main problem being that in this cup mode where you hit finalist, you do eventually need the pace to
get the win at some point. But yeah, in terms of farming points, it is much better to get a bunch of seconds than to come first, fourth, first, fourth, first, fourth. So absolutely fine for the time being.
Bad news, Twiggy. That's not true. Firsts are so valuable.
3 points.
Yeah.
Well, first DNF, first DNF, first DNF.
Okay, that would be worse.
That
Absolutely.
would be worse.
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But that's not been the case for Noisia. He will end up dropping down, just not quite getting that last turn around. So Stufts takes first place, and once again, we have had multiple winners across multiple rounds. Stufts now winning 2. Pack 1-2 on Germany. Afi's won 1 as well, and Afi was in a close second place just there as well. But we will have to see what does Pack's pace look like if he doesn't make this mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Can he get a good time here? Again, like as soon as you go off of your map pick, sometimes you pick a map because you just want to see it more times, or you think you're going to be on finalist mode on it and you know you can drive a good time on it. Sometimes it is because you're the most consistent on it and you want to make sure that you are playing it plenty of times. And I think for Pack, Germany did look very good. Can he maintain that kind of pace over the rest of them? Stofts gets a really good exit from that turn, and these two are the ones in contention right now for first place, 33 points apiece, but everybody is close together.
Stufts is picking right back up where he left off in 2024, challenging for the lead. Very stacked lobbies and sitting right behind Pack right now, but a little bit of a slowdown, a little bit of a different line from Stufts, possibly. No, I think he might just have even nearly lost a gear through there. Has dropped back into fourth place. Afi now looking to challenge Pack for the lead of this round, sitting on his back wheels right now, but not a huge amount of track left at the moment as Afi is getting closer to Pack. He's getting closer and closer. He sets up wider. Will that pay off for him? Goes a little bit deeper on that first turnaround. Pack less speed, but further ahead down the road as well. Same again on this one. I don't think there's enough track for Afi to catch up with. He's getting more speed, but he doesn't have room to catch Pack, who will take the round win. Noisia once again inherits a place as Stufts just lost that gear on the grass.
Yeah, again, that is a really solid time there from Pack. A 0.4 is right up there with, that is going to be ahead of everybody's medians. That is going to be a very strong time. If you can consistently get that, you're going to get first places all over the shop here. And it may just be a case of it took him around to get started here.
Yeah. looking really solid now, jumping out to a 7-point lead. And it is 2 players behind him, Afi and Stuft, both tied on 36 points. And again, Noisia, after that unfortunate, let's call it, start and leave it there and not talk about it any further, is starting to creep back up on them already. And I mean, we might have a serious battle for second place on our hands in this lobby if Pack can continue to pull away. We might yet have a serious battle for first place on our hands. We definitely do in this round, and Stuft and Pack traded backwards and forwards.
I mean, they are, I'm not going to say it because you say it all the time and it always
wheel
makes me
to
laugh.
wheel.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. I think everybody who watches a lot of Trackmania will know exactly what I was referring to with that one there. But Stuft is right behind Pack, trailing by just a little bit now. Pack got such an amazing exit through the grass there, and he's going to have a nice buffer of pace ahead of his competitors. And based on how well he was playing the identity in the last round, I don't think there should be a problem for him whatsoever. Stuft narrowly avoids crashing into the wall there. It should be all good for a second place, but it's another solid time from Pack. And yeah, it does look like after a little bit of warm-up, one round where he made a little mistake, his pace is on point.
Yeah, 112.4 is quick from Pack in that round. And I mean, you can see it. We've seen a lot of rounds on South Korea of all maps so far. It has been present in every match so far, I believe, and I think it's been played in more than once in rotation in a couple of those matches as well. And so with that in mind, the fact that Pack is getting close to these times that are the best that have been driven in competition so far across 3 matches, very impressive. And that's going to be a touch from Stuft. He will be dropping away, no longer challenging Pack in this round. Chances for Noisia to pick up points, who is continuing to hover in this match, is maybe looking to pick up even more in this round. Pack gets a nice zoop through the middle of the reactor there, pulling a little bit in front, but Noisia still here, still challenging.
Yeah, right behind now and looking for an overtake. I think a little bit more speed and a very nice break that will keep him level with Pack. Very far on the inside, and he is going to take over first place. But Pack has been gaining a lot of time in this section here, really smooth through that, keeping all 4 wheels connected to the ground. Just stops you from losing as much speed, and his turn here has been on point as well. But Noisia goes so far inside, he's going to have less speed coming into this, but the reactor is going to make up for that in spades, and he gets a good turn. He missed out on a zoop a bit here earlier, but this time around it's perfect every single one, and he's going to come home in first. Oh, very good. And it's not quite, look, it's not quite the same pace as what Pack was setting earlier, but Pack opened the door for him, and he kicked it down.
Yeah, I mean, look, a 112.6 is still very, very solid. I mean, that's a fair round-winning time. That's not a round-winning time where everyone else has crashed and you're kind of a couple of seconds off the pace. That was solid from Noisia in that one, and a full 10 points, jumping all the way back up. And again, we might be fighting down for first and second place all the way to the end of this match. I mean, look, you hate to call it too far in advance, saying things like, oh, what if we get triple finalist? What if we get quadruple finalist? Stupid to say that this early, Twiggy. But I'm not going to say it. But I am going to say, this is competitive so far.
I'm going to say I like that hat.
I'm also going to say I like that hat, because I like copying you.
Why?
I don't know.
Why would you want to do that?
Listen, hey,
out of everybody you could...
Twiggy, the crowd's going wild, and we got to lock back in. The focus must be maintained. We're going to Poland, and this is the first time in 4 matches that we are seeing Poland before map 5.
Oh, yeah, of course. We've been having it as the float, the decider, every single time so far, and now finally we are getting it here as a pick from one of the players. I forget, which is Stuft. There you go. Thank you very much. You have a better memory than I.
Not often, but this time around maybe. So we'll see how Stuft actually does on the map. I mean, so far Poland has been sitting into that niche of nobody's least favorite. They've not been banning it, but nobody's favorite map. They've not been picking it. But Stuft's given us our first taste of a player who maybe wants to specialize in this map a little bit throughout the competition, and he's sitting in first place right now. Some nice driving through that first sector has taken him past Pack, who is sitting in second and is not going away, not making this easy for Stuft, and looking very clean through that dirt is Pack, overtaking who gets further right. Stuft's earlier landing. Look at that speed that you get from going so far right on that platform. But Pack still just won't leave him alone.
I mean, this is blistering from all of the top. Oh, Lord, there goes Afi into the wall, out of the race, and it is Stuffs versus Pack here. Who's going to go lower? Wow, Stuffs by a long way, Pack with less speed, and it's going to be difficult to overtake here in the final turn. That's a good landing, though. Can he get a little more? Not quite. Stuffs is going to take it away. It's a brilliant time.
Yep.
And, I mean, look, if you're losing out around like that by 0.88, .088, sorry, you're going to be pretty upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those feels bad moments in Trackmania for sure, when you have driven around near the limit of what you think you can drive, and you still lose.
Well, there's a reason why Stuff's picked it, I guess.
There absolutely is, but disheartening for sure for Pac. And again, this is one of those mental things in Trackmania. You can't directly affect your opponent's next round, so you just got to pick yourself up, do the same thing again, but better.
Yeah, exactly. Pac, I think, would have wanted to pull away a little further in that, well, especially the first map of Germany, his own pick, but also South Korea, get a couple more. That first round, obviously, left him in last place for that one. That's a lot of points that you miss out on. He'll have wanted to be a little further ahead by the time we got to Stuff's map pick, and now only 9 points between the two. Oh dear, maybe a little less than 9 as we move on through as Pac, again, I feel like has been a consistent player here so far. Apart from a few rounds, he has had a full crash. We haven't really seen any small mistakes come out, and I mean, the margins are absolutely delectable from Pac. We're going to head down to the identity once again here, and it's part of the map specifically. It's all about speed, and Stuffs comes flying through to his second place. There is an amazing time from Pac as well. Barely behind the world record that we have displayed here, but definitely a tournament record.
That is quick from Pac, but I mean, my eyes on Stuff's performance in that round.
He finds speed.
Stuff's crashed. He hit a pole. Afi didn't. And Stuff's on pure pace made it back on him at the end. Gained on Pac as a result as well. I mean, just genuinely incredible driving from Stuff. So just there. Unlucky in a lot of ways not to be 20 points out of 20 so far on Poland. We'll see what he can do in this next one. I think these upcoming corners, this upcoming section, Stuffs has been really quick on. You can even see it there now, already looking for the overtake on Pac, getting grip a little bit earlier, but I think Pac actually exited with more speed from that corner. This time around, Pac doing an excellent job of holding Stuffs off. Yeah,
his exit speed on those last few corners has been absolutely instrumental in keeping him here, and it's all going to be about air time on these jumps. Pac has a much better side jump off the dirt there, and Stuffs, he's clipped a wheel on every single portion of that. That's about as bad as it can go there on those few jumps. Pac is going to sail ahead, and Pac is the kind of player who will open up the HUD every now and then to check how close other players are. He'll know that he is in a safeable position here, half a second between himself and Afi. Should be easy to do. You see he goes a little bit wider on that final jump there, and he can come through safely too. Still a very good time, but not quite as blistering as his last round.
Yeah, and Afi, no danger of Stuffed sniping that time around. The mistake's a little bit more punishing, as those wheel clips really do slow you down across the platform. Stuffed, honestly, lucky to come out alive and with third place in that round with where he made those mistakes. Some genuinely skillful driving to save as much as he did, but you still only come away with 4 points for it as a result. So now, Stuffed arguably should maybe have been kind of 40 from 40 on this one, but that's, again, you gotta not make the mistakes if you want to lock that in, and there's another one from Stuffed. The pace that he is showing is coming at the cost of making those mistakes round after round. 3 in a row for Stuffed. He has been punished for pushing just a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I think part of that is just, as you have said, he's had to come back from really tough positions over the course of this one, lost out on points a little wanted to get, and he wants to make up this gulf right now, so he doesn't have to go through another full rotation of maps to try and get that point difference broken down between himself and Pac here, because Pac is going to start running away with things if you let him. Such good speed from Afi is going to get the overtake done by the end of the dirt section here, but it's all going to be, once again, about how well you get these jumps. Afi somehow stays on course, but it's going to slow him down a lot here, and Pac, I think, is once again just going to be able to bring it home nice and safely. A 0.3 this time, a really good time from Afi compared to his other times there on Poland. It's not enough to get him first place. We're going to be heading to Canada with Pac well out ahead.
Pac has woken up most definitely in this match. I mean, again, he said it himself in the pre-match. Sometimes there's some nerves coming in, and I think absolutely he was talking about the thing that causes the nerves, or you don't know what form your opponents are going to be in. And in some ways, EWC has therefore given Pac the meanest possible first matchup because of all players whose pace you can't be sure of. The two guys who've taken a year plus off each, Afi and Stuffed,
absolutely
you don't know what their pace is going to be. You just know they're very good players, and so extra nerves for Pac possibly coming into this one. He has now settled most definitely into the match. Is starting to put a little bit of daylight between himself and his competitors on the scoreboard. And as we head to Canada, we'll see if he can continue that trend.
Yeah, like I don't want to like try and guess what's going on in the head of Pac, but like
I thought you were going to say an accountant. You don't want to get into the mind of an accountant.
Yeah, have you watched that movie? Oh my god,
it's a dark and sharp place in there.
Yeah, exactly. Look. Whatever, man. But I think coming into your first map of a game in any tournament, you're going to be feeling that pressure. You don't know what everybody else has been doing for the months leading up to this one, how they're going to perform. Yeah. I think it takes this at least a few rounds, if not the full series, to go, okay, well, now I know where I stand compared to some of these other players. You know, I have that baseline. I'm able to put together a good idea of how hard I'll have to push for the rest of the tournament. Look, I think Pac has realised now, at the very least, that he has the pace within him.
Yes, 100%. And I think, look, we probably could have told him that beforehand, but whether or not he would have believed someone else, no, he would not have. He has the pace most definitely in this round, Offie keeping it close for the first half of the track, but Pac has now just pushed into the lead. That's a full crash from Offie. Noisia should be close enough to take advantage of that. We'll see where the scores end up. There goes Pac into first. There is Noisia in second, picking up the 6. Offie is there, and Stufts is still nowhere to be seen. Offie is back. Oh, there got Stufts. You asked where he was.
I knew he was on the way. I knew it.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Every single time.
So good. He looked so good up until that final roll to the finish just didn't quite work out. So Stufts get 4 points instead of 3.
Yeah. Oh, I called it as well. As soon as you see something going that snail's pace at the end.
Yeah, you know what's coming.
Yeah. Well, for Pac, once again, I mean, he is starting to really arc out ahead in terms of points here, let alone in the individual rounds themselves. It is going to be a fight for second place, I do believe, at this point, unless Pac falls off a cliff completely here. And, well, he could fall off the stage. It's pretty high up.
We'll hope that doesn't happen. We're not going to wish any injury on the players to it. We're not wishing injury on the players to it. You gotta chill. As Pac is out in front, and barring no stage lights falling on him, he should win this round as well. Offie is still sitting in second place, so Offie's just got to keep it clean to the finish line this time around. Surely will not crash. He did not crash on that pole as well.
Yeah, he won't crash the finish either. Well,
no, he won't. Absolutely not. I believe we saw. Who did we see? Was it Chemko who did that earlier?
Twice in a row, I think Chemko did it.
Yeah, which was a little bit rough. Nobody doing it that time around. Nobody going for the Grenade line either. That ice slide towards the end and finishing backwards. But maybe we'll see. Maybe someone needs the edging around. Maybe they've got it in their locker. I'd be a little bit surprised, but it's definitely possible. I think, as Onset and Bravo were saying earlier, that is on his public world record. You know, that is not hidden tech.
The thing is, it is employable as a last second if you've gone a bit wide. Go for it. And does it gain more time? Possibly. I don't really know.
Ice slides are fast.
Yeah, exactly. They are fast, but you have to lose a bit of time to get that line in the first place. So who knows? It might just be on par. We'd have to do some real science on that one. Yeah, exactly. A/B testing, blind testing on that one. Pac is getting very close to being able to get into finalist mode here. I think the sights have to be set now on Offie and Stufts, who are very close together in that second place position. Noisia not that far off either, so they will be able to contend all 3 of those for that second position here. But it's not done yet for Pac. There is plenty left to go, and we have seen finalists already today go wrong for some players. Pac is so consistent so far. Oh no, he's going to crash the finish.
He's going to crash the finish. No, he's fine. He's fine. Totally okay.
That was a bad camera angle.
Offie did get close in the end there. Did have a little bit more speed, but still 2.5 tenths away at the finish line. Noisia once again picking up third. And look, Noisia's not out of this match just yet either. I think, look, we're saying it now. Pac almost definitely going to make it cleanly away and out of this one at this point. And once he does, 10 points is up for grabs all of a sudden, Twiggy. And if Noisia makes a push at the right time, wins a couple of rounds, he is right up there alongside Stufts and Offie all over again.
Yeah, exactly. Look, you can't go, oh, Pac is going to win. Well, let's, stop pushing quite as hard. Because, oh my god, everybody just crashed there apart from Pac and Noisia, who is already down by a full second here from Pac. Offie is out of the race completely. I'm not sure if it's a bad respawn or something like that, but he is down by 7 seconds out of this one. It is a great opportunity here for Noisia to catch back up, but Stufts right on his tail now.
Yeah, and look, for as close as Stufts and Offie are in this one as well, Afi and Noisia have won the same amount of rounds in this match so far.
Oh my lord.
They've won one each, which doesn't feel true, but you look at this, Noisia is inheriting places sometimes. There's been mistakes from those other drivers up front, apart from largely Pac over the last 8 or so rounds, who is looking great so far. It's a solid time once again from Pac. Didn't need to be blisteringly
it's an
fast.
overtake from Stuffs at the end there.
I mean, Stuffs does catch Noisia. This is maybe the one problem and the one thing we're afraid of for Noisia once Pac does make it out of this match.
Exactly.
Is that the pace is maybe not quite there. He's inheriting places again, as we said, once there's crashes in front, but does he have the raw pace to compete with Stuffs and Afi at the moment?
Well, so far they have been letting him get those points anyway. They're the ones who've been opening the door for him to get those positions. So they've got to clean it up more than anything else at this point, because if you, keep in mind, Noisia was 20 points down at the start of the game. And he is now, he stayed within 20 points at the very least. I believe he's very, very close to Afi at the very least.
Yeah, he's close enough.
We'll see when it comes back.
The scores will come back in a second.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it. You don't have to remember anything. There's numbers
Stop saying don't worry about it, because you said that to me earlier today, and you betrayed me.
And then there was content filmed.
Yeah, you'll see that one at some point. I don't know. Another tech pause, maybe.
Yeah, well, we're not praying for it, but if it happens, just know there will be entertainment lined up for that one as well. As we are now very close to potentially our first finalist making it out of this match. Pac only 5 points away from hitting finalist mode, and again, just with how things have looked so far, it has looked like Pac will not struggle all that much once he does reach finalist mode. We say that, but the thing is, we're now on a new track. And who knows how Saudi Arabia will go for Pac. Right now, the answer is not very well.
Yeah, he really wants to play Germany again. That's all it is. He really wants to go back to Germany. Well, look, perfect opportunity for these guys to stake their claim on a few points here. Stuff's right out ahead, but Noisia and Afi keeping up for the time being. We'll see. We've seen a lot of mistakes here on Saudi Arabia, and there goes one more. And it is now a battle between Noisia and Afi. We've seen a couple of different lines there, but both players going for the same one. It's all going to be down to this final jump, I believe, and the amount of times players have misjudged this final jump here. It really could be make or break. Too high? Oh no, it's absolutely fine, but it's not enough speed. Afi will take away first position, but Noisia gets some valuable points as well. Stuffs has disappeared, and Pac takes third.
Yeah, I mean, the thing you really saw in that final jump there, Noisia just not releasing enough before that takeoff, therefore having to release a little bit more in the air, which drops the car a little bit faster, but you lose forward momentum, and that just allowed Afi to pull away. There was no real contest from Noisia then by the time we reached the finish line. But solid round from Noisia, once again, maybe again, still life in this match, still not that far behind the other two drivers. 22 points, but hey, a couple of first places, take chunks out of that if he can get them.
Nobody has their sights set, I don't think, on first place at any point now. It is Pac's show to take away. All of these guys are like, okay, my new target is Afi right now. We need to just keep up with Afi, do better than Afi in every single round, and we will overtake and try and get that one done. It is Pac in first place on this one. That's very far left. Oh, he's made it. Somehow it is Afi that crashes out on that one, and Stuff's trying to deny some points from Pac. As long as Pac finishes this round, he's going to be on finalist. It doesn't matter if you can deny, but he wants those 10 as well. It would be instrumental for putting him in the best position to come second in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Should look good. Stuff's losing a lot of speed there, now getting swallowed up by both Afi and Noisia. Who judges this correctly? First time of asking. That's going to be Pac crashing out. Stuff's inherits the lead. Afi's going to take second place, and it was that final jump from Stuff's perfectly judged. Carried the speed. Pac does still need to finish.
Need a point.
He's not going to finish. Oh, Pac, you fool. Pac, what have you done?
Pac, you
139
need
points.
A point.
I was looking at it already, Twiggy. If I was Pac, I simply would not have landed on 139
Yeah, if I was
points.
Pac, I would have finished. I would have gotten
140 points already and been on finalist mode. 139 is a silly place to be.
Don't put yourself in that position. Yeah, don't put yourself in that position. Yeah,
and then all he needed was 1 point, and he failed that jump twice.
I physically just fell to my knees. I want that to be.
I can confirm.
Yeah.
Twiggy fell to his knees.
Yeah.
In a Walmart parking lot or whatever. That is going to be
rude to say about the Lenovo Legion.
My bad. It is much nicer than any kind of parking lot. You're absolutely
I've never
right.
seen a Walmart like this.
Oh, Stuff's nearly clipped just there, but he does survive. Pac has a lead again.
Just finish the track.
Twiggy,
you don't need to come first.
He can't crash again.
Oh,
He's already
couldn't
done
happen,
twice.
could it?
It couldn't be a third time in a row. Third time's the charm. That's what they say. He's going to make it through, surely. Stuffs is still in a position to take the 10 points away, and again, would be big for Stuffs, breaking the 100-point mark, going all the way up to 109. So he's still very much racing in this round. There are still implications for who finishes where on this round, even though Pac is just looking to lock in his finalist mode. He will do so now. That'll be a finish for Pac, and it's a first place finish. Stuft's not far behind. Pac with a very solid time as well. Completely unnecessarily.
Yeah, you don't need, again, you needed a point. That's it. Speaking of not getting a point. Wow.
That's tough. That is tough. That's going to be a DNF at the back of the field. I said it was tough. All right.
I'm aware.
Good lord.
Just the first place required here for Pac, and he has done what he... Oh, wait, no, he hasn't done what he wanted to do just yet.
I'm going to need one more placement. Some kind of substitution.
Right, yeah. I don't think you're in a position where you can make requests like that. I am.
Fair enough. Pac needs to get it done. We have seen issues on Saudi Arabia already for Pac, but we've also seen very good
3 rounds.
Pac. We've seen 3 rounds, so we're going to be drive fast. But I think, look, of the track we've seen, this feels like a track where someone could just deny him on pace as well.
Yeah, it is possible. Yeah, he's going to go back to Germany after this round anyway, if he does not finish it off this time, so it's not the end of the world whatsoever. Still a good buffer from second place with Stuft here. It's a good line from Stuft. Oh, but there's a little bit of a bobble there, and he won't get all 4 wheels on the ground. He won't have quite enough pace. As long as Pac can make the jump work this time, he should be through in first place on this. It is good speed from Stuft, but I'm not sure he can catch up. It is going to have to be down to
good speed from Stuft.
Speed on the landing. Stuft overtakes Pac, crashes again. We're going to Germany. Stuft gets more points, and he's on 115 now, breathing down the neck of Pac.
It's close in. Pac, just remember that round where he crashed and DNF'd and didn't get to finals mode, he won the following round. He'd have already been gone.
Oh, he remembers.
Oh, he remembers. There was a wry smile on his face as we saw him on the player cams there at the end of that map. We are heading back to Germany. Pac's pick, a map that we have not seen so far today other than in this match. And here's the scary thing for you. You're like, he does have the buffer, but I will remind you, Stuft set the fastest time on this map the first time we were here. Afi won a round on this map. Pac was relying in some ways, I'm not going to say fully reliant on, but did rely a little bit on crashes coming out of those other 2 drivers and the consistency. And that is still something that could happen. But this feels like this is not a guarantee. This is not a walk-it-in moment for Pac. He needs to drive well on this track to beat Stuft and Afi, who look quick.
Yeah, I would love to see Pac pull out his finger on this one. Just go, okay, let me show you what I can actually do now here, but it's going to be down to the wire. It is going to be, look, he is in a difficult lobby. We've had a few difficult lobbies today, but this one really is kind of stacked. Afi and Stuft, we talk about Pac all the time because, you know, he won DreamHack Birmingham. He's got so much under his belt coming through the 11 years that he's been playing this game. However, everybody else in this lobby is venerated in the Trackmania competitive scene here. It's all going to be down to this one. Stuft's right behind Pac, but he lost a bit of time here. Last time he was out on this one, not this time. They're staying neck and neck, going different directions down out of the ice there. Pac clips a little bit of the penalty grass, but he's not going to be slowed down too much by that whatsoever. They're staying within a tenth of each other, different lines heading into that grass banking, and Pac gets more speed up that wet wheels section. It's all going to be, I mean, this final jump here is going to be the decider for them. Whether
Stuft is gone.
He's gone. It should be Pac all the way home now. He will be coming in first place, barring anything horrific happening in the final one. But it is a walk-it-home moment now, as we were saying. It's also, there you go. I told you.
All right, fair enough.
I told you he could just say, "Let me show you what I can do." Yeah, he made it a little bit of a chore for himself there on Saudi Arabia, but that is the Pac we know and love, representing British and Irish Trackmania. Well done, Pac.
Representing Team Vitality as well. They'll be happy to see him move forward in the upper bracket. First and foremost, Team Vitality.
We got to shout out our community too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, hey, look, you love to see Pac with the pace on the track there, and definitely interesting to see moving forward in the tournament if he gets to play Germany all that much again. It has been banned away a lot.
Yeah.
So we'll see how things go for him on that one. But right now we are battling it out for second place, somewhere we thought we might end up back just smiling away in the corner. dead empty. No dots, just happy.
Job done. All good. He doesn't have to think for another 24 hours, pretty much.
That's true.
He's absolutely fine here. And
Wiggy,
now
the focus. This round
the
is so good.
The focus. Yeah, Afi down by a few tenths here, but it is Neuja who's trying to now put on a late show to get some more points, and that's good speed up the hill there. A little slower, and maybe a gear down there on the dirt, which is going to send him flying back towards Afi. Stoffs just needs to keep it simple, stupid now. Down the hill backwards, and he's just going to have to get the turnaround. All good. Neuja back by just a little bit too much to take advantage of anything, and it should be easy for Stuffed. He's going to get very close now to his own finalist moment.
Yeah, 128 points for Stuffed. So he's not quite at the risk of ending up on 139 that Pac was previously, but he could do 138.
He could.
It's not quite as bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, you know, here's what it is.
Functionally the same.
Yeah.
Like, which is just
minimum points
to
you get
finish
a straight.
round. Yeah, exactly. Well, no, the minimum points you get now is 4.
Oh yeah, true.
Pac's gone.
Changed. Pac's gone. I don't do that very well.
That's fair. We've established that multiple times already.
Exactly.
You probably don't remember. Because
I have an IQ of 2.
That's low, man. Hey, Stuffed is out in front on this one. You have to say, I mean, look, we saw incredible time from Pac in that round that he won at the start here, but Stuffed has otherwise looked really good on Germany. I genuinely impressed with Stuff's performance. Again, I think Stuff's has just been minor consistency issues throughout the match on every map. And if you can clean those up, if you can settle back into playing competition again, which is very much a possibility, Stuff's is scary in this tournament. Maybe we get the promised 2024 showdown of Epos and Stuff's that I've now been waiting 2 years for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, you've seen glimpses of greatness from Stuff's here. Well, that's not a glimpse of greatness. That is a glimpse of a wall. And Neuja is looking to take full advantage here. Stuff's just about managing to keep his wheels ahead here of Neuja, or wheels behind Neuja, I guess, in a sense, and just needs to turn it around safely. Oh, he lost a bit of speed there, but Neuja isn't able to capitulate on that round, and it is Stuffed up to 138. One more round finish to get him into finalist mode. Neuja very far behind, and Afi falling back as well.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate for Neuja. Stuffed only crashes when he's challenging Pac on Germany, I guess. When Neuja is challenging him, Stuffed locks in and manages to fully finish those rounds.
It's one of those anime moments. I want you to look at me. I want you.
Listen,
BL.
I guess I've not spent enough time watching
Trackmania Yaoi. Somebody get on Wattpad.
Okay, I suppose. You know what? Nothing really more to be said to that. Get on Wattpad. Get on Yaoi. Do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Stuffed is leading around again, Twiggy. Speak on that.
I will speak on that. I plan to. That is my job here, and he is well out ahead now. A couple attempts is quite a decent margin here on Germany. The thing is, you're not usually losing out on a couple of attempts. You're usually losing out on several seconds if you make a mistake here on Germany. You're going to need to go for the full respawn here, but we did see Stuffs get a little bit awry here on the dirt last time around. It's all good. He has fixed his mistake. Just needs to keep it through to the finish line, and he will be on that finalist mode. Does not need to do anything but finish the track. Don't make the same mistake Pac did and not finish. That's absolutely fine. All good. I don't think from this position he could do anything wrong here, and it is just denying points from his competitors.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, again, I don't know what it is about Germany and these competitors setting incredibly good times when they have absolutely no
reason to. Yeah.
Stuffed with a 110.9 in that round, the second fastest time we have seen on the track all day long, and all he needed was to finish the round.
Yeah.
Hey, great things from Stuffed. Another player I'd love to see on Germany again later in the competition, hoping it's not getting permabanned against them from here on out.
It's a good map to watch. I will be very honest. I see why the players don't like to play it that much.
Absolutely.
However, usually that is kind of the way. The ones that are really horrible to play are kind of really nice to watch.
Yeah.
We thrive off of the sadism of the track creators.
I love watching Norway. I know for a fact a lot of the players have not been... We've seen it at least already today, so not all the players are perma against Norway.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Quite a lot of the field is.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think, look, here's the thing. At the very least, we're going to see every track. There have been several seasons of Trackmania back in the past where that has not been true. We have seen maps permabanned every single time.
Gyroscope.
Oh, Gyroscope, I miss you. Well, I don't miss you because I never really saw you in competition. But hey, Stuffs out ahead. Finalist mode just needs to close out one more round here. Deny Afi from getting any closer than he already is.
Yeah, I mean, Afi's not that far behind. If Afi can deny a couple of rounds, then he's there on finalists as well. With that said, players actually been challenging Stuffed since Pac made it through in first place in this match. Has been Noisia, has really stepped up, and I think a little bit unfortunate that this was not the Noisia we saw from kind of earlier on. Even halfway through the match, there was the chance, but here is Noisia up in the front, just looking to deny Stuffed for at least one round. And again, Afi at the back cheering Noisia on right now.
Line from Stuffed. It's unbelievable. Down to the wire, genuinely getting within millimeters of the wall there, but we've seen players gain plenty of time here on the ice and the reactors and the turnarounds, and Stuffed goes a little wider. He has incredible speed! He gets it! And Stuffed is going to be the second player through. Did not give Afi or Noisia an opportunity back into the game.
Sometimes in Trackmania, it was just a little bit unfortunate to not get the speed there. There was the line from Stuffed to put him in a position to get all of the speed towards that finish line. And ultimately, a well-run match by Stuffed as well. Controlled his position in the match, was there to take advantage as well when Pac went. You'd have to say, Afi went very quiet. Once Pac made it out there, the back half of that match, the last 2 or 3 maps, Afi was a little bit invisible.
If you get shut down that many times by Pac, once he woke up and was just getting first, it's disheartening. Even if you still have an opportunity to come in the top 2 in that game, you're just like, oh my, you're just beaten down, you're worn down over the course of the game, and you find it hard to get the momentum back.
Yeah, I will say, this is the match so far today that I am most excited to see both of our bottom 2 competitors in the lower bracket. Not that I'm excited that they're down there. I'm not that cruel. I'm not being mean.
I love that they're losing.
No. But I do think both Afi and Noisia, based on what we saw there, serious
they're going to be real
threats.
contenders. Exactly.
Genuinely scary.
Yeah, look, we're saying goodbye to 8 players tomorrow, and the thing is, we are going to have to. There's going to have to be winners and losers. As much as we don't want there to be, we are going to have to say goodbye to 8 players. I do think, as you said, Afi and Noisia are going to be scary in the lower bracket.
Absolutely, it's going to be tough. I mean, it's us, Twiggy. Oh my lord, that was. I'm going to assume that was when Pac crashed there, possibly? I don't know.
No, that was when the overtake happened on Canada.
Yeah.
When he flew over.
I see. Or it may have been when Afi crashed. Like, hey, who knows? I'm sure
No,
we can
I know it was that. I know it was that.
But as we've already established, I don't trust your memory.
Now can you show me falling to my knees? That would be great.
But, hey, we'll see that at some point, Twiggy. They have the footage. Right now, look, we got to calm down. We have to go and take a little break. We have to take some breaths and get ready for the next match. But what a match we have just had. Incredibly well fought so far. And I mean, Pac ultimately finding his footing in the match, managing to close things out. And we do have Milosh over on the stage, getting ready to talk Pac through what happened in that match.
Yes, my friends, you've heard it here first. You've heard of 2 Pac. I'll tell you, this is 1 Pac here joining us victorious in our match. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this 4-way matchup here. It was a clean-ish game until a certain flip that happened on Saudi Arabia. Can you walk me through that moment there? I think you're thinking, I don't want this to haunt me in the future.
Yeah, kind of. It's one of those, I was feeling fine, no stress, flying through the air, and I thought, I'll just release one more time just in case. Wrong thing to do. I think it's just going to be a feeling thing. I'm good at that track, I know. I just need to iron out what it feels like when I'm nervous and shaking, how to deal with that on that final jump.
Well, you say like nervous and shaking, but you were smiling through it all, even going into Germany after. Stuffs and Afi were really giving their best shot to try to take you down there. Smiling through it all, is that your way to kind of react and keep that temperature down and focus up?
I try to keep calm. You can't think about yourself jinxing yourself. So I thought, well, I failed. I'm going to Germany. I picked this map for a reason. I was a bit shaky at the start, but then at the end, I felt like, I was confident going into it. And then I could hear the Vitality fans in the background cheering. I thought, well, I've got to make sure this happens now.
How does that really play into how you prepare and even you play? Because it's not really something you can factor in a game like Trackmania where everything is calculated to the T.
Yeah, no, there's nothing really you can do. I mean, it just spurs you on. You get a bit of a boost. If you're doing rubbish or things go wrong slightly, you've got someone or some team and some people cheering you on in the background, and it means a lot to me to have that support and help me through it.
Well, thank you very much, Pac. That is it. Team Vitality with Pac victorious. My friend, I'll let you go off of this one. Get set for later on. However, we have to break this all down on our panel. Enjoy.
Oh man, you heard a 2-pack, but this is 1-pack. That line is a California man. That got me there. Thank you, Milos, and thank you to Pack for giving us a great match that he takes the first place in. I've got Import and G-Geek with me here to talk about it, break down the set. It was a great showcase of how he has so much potential to go all the way in this tournament. He also had a couple of slip-ups, and he noticed and acknowledged that those slip-ups were due to nerves. They were due to testing the environment he was so practiced in, but in a live situation. And I mean, we talk about that a little bit, but it was nice to see him say it, that it had an impact, but he still found a way to bounce back.
Yeah, and of course. And also, it's also nice to see that he had such a huge support group with the Vitality group. They were so loud. They were making noise. They were doing a great job of, keeping up the beat, even when things started getting a little tipsy here and there.
Tupac would be proud.
Right. Tupac
so would 1-pack, yeah.
Yeah, insane. But as far as Pac's performance, he did great. Dominated all the times except for Saudi Arabia. That was the only map where he finished second as far as top time and medium time, but every other map, he dominated top time and medians.
Yeah, and the one thing that really stuck out to me is that this is the very much of the first time this entire week where we're seeing the typical, what I call, two-stage match, where you get one player that just sticks out above the rest, that acts as the scarecrow. He just hogs the 10-pointer, just keeps that first place locked in, and the others are just left with breadcrumbs, and they have to wait until all 14 wins that he needs to take are in, plus the one for finalist status. And once that first place gets unlocked, then it becomes a race within a race, even though it was a little bit more long-winded maybe for Pac, because he took a couple of chokes on Saudi Arabia on his first finalist attempts, which definitely delayed the process. When he won his finalist status, Stuff was on 118. It was only a 10-point gap between him and Afi, and that's where we saw Stuff really stretch his legs. He came into the match really strong, and he showed that he kept that really strong opener pace all the way through to the end of the match, and I'm really impressed with him.
I mean, you could hear Twiggy and Nua talking about how this is really competitive, and the top end is obviously we've had favorites, but from the bottom end, looking at the elimination bracket tomorrow and starting to see that we're sending some players home. I mean, you look at Afi and you look at Stutz. I mean, these are two players that have a lot of potential to make it through that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think Afi for sure is definitely one of those players who is going to terrorize that lower bracket. I think he is one of the expected players to make it out to the single elimination phase of this tournament. So I'm not too worried about Afi at this moment. Yes, he had some struggles, but everybody's kind of on the same playing field. We've seen nerves all across the board. So I think today is all about just getting settled, getting used to the environment, the noise and everything, and then tomorrow just kind of resetting and pushing forward.
Yeah, getting used to what's going to come up for you, and we've seen that with Pac. We also saw you taking a look at some interesting mechanics that can help people watching Trackmania here and learn a little bit about maintaining speed.
And there's something that you want to avoid as a player, and it's called the acceleration penalty. This is a little bit further earlier on in Poland, so we are from the perspective of Noisia for the start. But let's just take a look at this. So you can see pretty close race. Afi with Noisia with getting a bit of a clip, but now we're going to go frame by frame coming into this part. So I just barely missed them and just click back a couple of frames there, and you'll see this line right there that you have to drive is so important on dirt corners like this. In Trackmania, there is a lot of banking that you can actually take advantage of to roll the car through, almost like a sprint car driver in a sense for you American motorsports fans out there. But the thing is, you have to be wary of that like slight wall brush. If you ever so slightly skim it with the sidewall of the tire, the acceleration penalty triggers, and it's an easy 30 to 40 Ks of speed deficit, and that's enough for you to drop a gear, drop a lot of speed, and send you completely out of contention for the rest of the round.
Such a slight, small moment, though, but that's what this is made of, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of the most common ways that players lose speed on dirt here on this particular iteration of the
100%.
game.
We see it also on South Korea. We've seen it on Canada. We've seen it on so many other maps where they have to push so hard. They have to get within millimeters of these borders and these edges, and to sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it looks like from the camera angle they clip it and somehow they still don't get the excel penalty, but it is how close they have to make these margins in order to get that extra 1,000th or 10th, because especially as we get on into later stages of this tournament, that is going to matter so much.
And you talk about the Scarecrow and the first stages of these matches where somebody takes all the points, and then you see this like true battle for second where everyone who's been not able to get the first. Now you're starting to look at what tomorrow and what our next matchups might look like, where you see that these are the things that are actually separating our lobby, and not, oh, well, somebody's just obviously getting first. It's like, well, we don't know who's getting first. It's going to be who skims a wall that determines who gets
it's
first.
It's all about fine margins. It's all about fine margins of inputs. And that leads me to the end of the final round. We are on South Korea in the Zoops. The first one is going to go clean. It's a race between Stutz and Noisia. Just for context, again, Stutz in finalists, Noisia looking to denying, try to take this one more round, but now go on to the second one and just take a look at how much speed you're able to carry through there. But Noisia had a bit of an early landing. He landed right about here, right at the start of the checkpoint. It was a bit of an abrupt landing as well, which caused him to lose the speed that he gained throughout. And then you can see the speed difference around 298, something like that. I think it's going to be around 270 for Noisia, but just look at how much of a run he ends up getting before the third and final Zoop. And then the third one lands it absolutely perfectly. And it's always a bit of a mystical timing for the inputs as well, even on my side, because it's a combination of throttle release, braking, and then getting back on the throttle at the exact moment in order to be able to just shoot off and catapult yourself forward.
Summoning the dark arts.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this spiritual? Are you praying?
It is essentially dark magic.
Is that why it's so hard? You have to pray right in the middle. I mean, at the end of the day, I do love that there's such an element to, even though you do your best, there's still this level of error that you have to accept is going to occur. So putting yourself in a good position to that. We go back to even Germany being a place where we try to finish in that last round to close it off. It's just, I got to say, him moving forward, big reason is because he nailed that final round, and that was huge for him.
And one thing that I like to say is that Trackmania is probably one of the easiest games to pick up and play. It's only 4 inputs that you can pick up. You can do this with no matter the input method, whether it's a keyboard, a steering wheel, a gamepad, a Nintendo 64 controller, or even the mouse for all I care. You can get pretty handy with it, but it's getting down to the minute details. Easy to learn, hard to master. I know it's a cookie cutter phrase, but it perfectly describes Trackmania in that sense.
All right, again, if you want to master this, don't look at what I have to say or do, but do look at their schedule coming up, because guess what? Coming up, Group 5 is where we have some fireworks. You might have seen all of these matches so far, but Carl Jr., the 7-time world champion in Trackmania, is about to take stage at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet against Mime, who he's got some history with. We'll have you break that down in a moment when we come back, guys, but a big day, and Mutta and Gwyn going up as well towards the end of it. Okay, Carl Jr., he has proven that he can do almost anything in Trackmania, and during this break, we want to show you a challenge, a special challenge we set up for just Carl to see if he could still surprise us in this game.
I'm here with Carl Jr. and we prepared a special challenge for him. He has to look into a rear mirror whilst the screen is behind him, and then he plays South Korea. Good luck with that.
Thank you, I'll need it. All right, well, here we go. The advantage is I have some muscle memory from the map.
Yeah.
As you cannot see right now.
But you're actually pretty fast right now. Not looking too bad.
I don't know where I'm going. What's the respawn? There it is.
Yeah, muscle memory, I see that. I mean, you don't go the right way right now. I mean, there was no road.
Now it's the drift, but I don't have enough speed to drift. There's a hole here.
Oh, and there's a wall there.
Yeah.
Great job.
Trying my hardest here.
And now the freewheel part. You have enough speed for that. And you're dead on the middle. Very nice.
Now it's the ice.
Looking actually quite good so far.
I've never been that focused in my life.
Really?
On Trackmania. Yep, nope. Yep.
Oh, nice save actually.
That's a CP. Now it's the grass transitions.
And this one was very hard to see there.
Actually, yeah.
Okay, on the roads. You excited for the ending?
Oh, I didn't see the...
You're excited about the wall there.
Yeah.
It's like...
I'm not there yet. That's true. I'm very scared of the ending. Now it's to the top here.
Oh!
Can I turtle?
Wait, turtle? I mean, this one is a very hard timing, right?
Because it's to the left and then it's to the left. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm at.
That was wrong.
Now it's the free will that I got somehow. Now it's the ending in reverse.
Okay, not bad, not bad.
I need my glasses after that.
Wrong way.
My brain.
Yeah, then she's already hard, and then you still have to do it looking inside a mirror. There you go.
Okay, that's
Into the finish, and below 2 minutes 30.
I'll take
Carl,
it.
that was quite tough, right?
It
How do you
was
feel
very tough.
after the challenge?
I feel good that now it's over. That I don't need to do it again.
Yeah, I can see that. But thank you very much, Carl, for participating in this challenge. I think you did a great job. Let's see who can beat him eventually.
Thank you.
Carl Jr. just narrowly beating my time on that track by about 10 minutes going backwards. Exciting to see if he can improve here as we head into our Group 5, where the 7-time world champion and representative of Falcons, who, by the way, are only 300 points away from AGAL in first place in the club championship leaderboard in this final week, will be taking the stage to not only move forward, but increase the possibility that Trackmania will decide who the club champion winner is. We'll all find out and continue those stories as we welcome you back to the panel. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Aaron Import Brooks. We got Kai Luckers Turbo. What's your last name, Kai?
Ludwig, like the king.
Ludwig. All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. I was waiting for the verbal okay, but I got the thumbs up there. So this is a big matchup. I mean, we get to see Carl. I mean, this is kind of the big conversation point, I think, leading us all off. Everyone knows how good he is and now ready to prove it in the biggest moment in Trackmania history.
It's no story at all. It completely revolves around Carl Jr. But also we have some other players that are actually good in their own right. Mime and Richie, very good Trackmania players, have had many successes on their own. Flimsy is going to be the one who we're gonna not really have the most data on. We know he's coming from NCSA, that he's going to do his best. But as far as Mime and Richie, they're gonna put Carl at least on notice to a certain extent. And it's gonna be up to Carl to see if he can back up what he's putting down.
What level of notice do you anticipate, Turbo? Because we've seen that top dog in these lobbies be so difficult to usurp. Carl feels like the top of the top in Trackmania.
I mean, he has to prove himself, that's for sure. He has a very, very strong opponent in this lobby. I mean, we see Richie there, of course, one of the oldest players from this 32 players that attend EWC this year. We have Mime in there as well, and then Flimsy. I mean, he has been qualifying, had a miraculous battle against Cagney, and took that last spot from the region.
I really like our Abbey West guys as well. Good walkouts. I'm getting a lot of different flavors, little vibes from the walkouts, man. You loved Pax walkout.
Of course.
Which of course he goes.
I'm his biggest fan.
Of course. What is going on? Okay, so what about these walkouts? I feel like it was Richie who had maybe my favorite this week.
Yeah, he definitely had some chismo going on.
Yeah,
walking
he
out
felt
there.
strong. He felt strong.
looked
What about you,
confident,
Guy? He did. Yeah. All right, well, we know Carl has a lot of expectations on him, and for good reason. 7-time world champion had a chance to catch up with Rachel Stringer heading into this match.
I'm feeling a bit nervous now because I've got the GOAT of Trackmania next to me, Carl Jr. I've spoken to loads of players, and they're nervous about you. When I say that, does that make you kind of your feathers fluff up a little bit more?
Not really. It's just since I've done a lot in the past, it goes with the expectations I have on myself. But it feels great that they are scared of me a little bit. It's also hard. It's always nice to have a small advantage going into a game.
7 world titles. What is your expectation for this one? Another world title?
Well, I trained for that. I'll give my absolute best to achieve that. New players are pretty good and they'll give an immense challenge, but I'll give my best to obviously challenge everybody. I'm not here to lose.
Your first world title came in 2013 in Paris. Do you think there's something in this capital that maybe you could be victorious once again?
I don't know, but I hope so. I hope so. I really do.
How have you been preparing for this one in particular? And maybe is it different from other competitions?
No, it's not different from other competitions. I've taken it very seriously. I trained the way I know how. I didn't change a single thing for this specific one.
How is that?
Well, you know, it worked in the past. So I'm feeling confident that I have a good training program. So I'm confident in it. I hope so.
Can you give us an insight into what that training program is like? How many hours a day? What does practice look like?
It's very similar to quite a few players, but when we receive the maps, so basically we receive 10 maps for around 2 months, I'd say. In the first few weeks when I'm very bad on the maps, when I don't know them, I play a lot. By a lot, I mean 4 to 5 hours. And then when I get my consistency, when I get my times, when I achieve what I want, it's just to play to keep the form. So in the last 2 to 3 weeks when I feel ready, I just keep to play the form. It can be 1 hour, it can be 2 hours, it can be 3 hours if I have a bad day. It's just to keep the form.
Do you have a strongest versus a weakest map here at EWC?
Yes, I do, but...
Are you going to tell us? Probably not.
There's no way, there's no way. You'll see.
Who's your biggest competition? Everyone's saying you're theirs. Who's yours?
I think, well, Pac is the obvious choice because we just won the Worlds together. And he's so good.
And good friends as well, it's tough.
Of course, very, very good friends. But you have Mada, you have Ipos, you have so many Frenchies that can get the win here. So many of them will be a great challenge, and it's about who performed the best on the day.
Final question. You've been around for so many years now, but what does it mean for Trackmania to be at EWC?
Just a life-changing opportunity. I'm super grateful.
And one this man very much wants to win. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, when the GOAT says it's a life-changing opportunity, you got to agree. Carl Jr. talking about expectations, hinting that he does have a few maps that aren't his best, but there's no way he's letting you know. We'll find out. Any idea what he's talking about there?
I think...
If you had to guess, which one would you say? He said, you'll see.
So I know he did say, at least in his initial initial review of all the maps, especially the new ones that came out, he said he was very likable towards Japan. He felt that that was going to be a really good map for him and that he liked that. Now, that was a month ago. We don't actually know what he's feeling now at this point. But as far as weakest map, I think anything that might force ice, like Norway or something like that, I don't think he's necessarily going to enjoy a map like that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Carl Jr. is very, very strong when it comes to NASCAR turns, so turns where you have to release, find the right apex. So Japan is really up in his ballpark. So I don't think that he has a weak map, actually.
Going to be difficult to see if anybody can upstage him. We talk about the GOAT, we talk about legacy, and we talk about Trackmania, an esport that's been around for 20 years, but is reaching maybe its apex, its pinnacle, finding its right line here in Paris in the biggest moment so far. Will Carl Jr., the greatest in the esport, find a way to be great yet again in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet? Our fifth group of the day will be no joke as Mime, Richie, and Flimsy look to challenge him, but it's Falcons who are betting it all on Trackmania and Carl showing up big time here on stage. Let's get Group 5 underway.
Welcome back to the main stage. We have ourselves here a mid-game point halfway through our very first day here at EWC and Trackmania. How are we, Paris? Are we feeling good?
I hope so. I hope so. Things are really heating up now in this competition. Do you know what that backstage? I actually caught up with. I overheard Pac saying, I was really worried there at the end. That was a little bit scary. Considering winning, coming in first in that last series, just goes to show the caliber of our players here. Every single race, every second matters in this. Not to mention every victory. The club championship's going, so much happening right now.
That is a perfect point to mention because we are in the final week of the Esports World Cup. For those that are just joining us for Trackmania, this is week 7. There's been a lot of competitions happening, and clubs here are the big conversation point. Team Falcons, AGAL, two of the biggest ones. They're fighting really for the top 2. There's a $7 million prize for the team that comes out first. So let's just say it's a lot to think about.
7 million things to think about, actually. That's insane. That's incredible. I think it's time we meet our next set of players here. Are you ready for this, Milos?
Got it.
I'm ready for this. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's the GOAT. It's Carl Jr. The undisputed 7-time world champion, his 12th World Cup. Representing Team Falcons, will their man make history again at EWC?
Next up, it's Flimsy! Representing Team Heretics, and unlike his name, his performance has been solid, tenacious. The big deficit comebacks are just another day at the office. He takes pole position at his first international LAN.
Next up, we welcome Richie! His first World Cup, but can Richie clear the opening rounds and cement himself as a contender for playoffs?
And last but not least, it's Mime! Representing Na'Vi on the big Parisian stage. A fitting name for this cultural hub of a city. Might have had a stressful qualifier, but here, all of that is in the past, and victory in his future. That's all 4 of our competitors in our next set of games. That is game number 5. Gentlemen, please take your seats, place your keys, and get ready. Fire up your engines for this one, because game 5 is underway.
Flimsy coming in as somebody who we're looking to find a little bit more about, Kai. And how would you go about looking at a performance like this as a, not overperformance, but something that you would look good on and say, yeah, this is great momentum heading into the rest of this tournament? Maybe not a win, but what would you like to see here for Flimsy?
He should just try his best, that's for sure. I mean, playing against Mime, playing against Carl Jr., they are a staple in Trackmania, and they definitely had a great year coming into that as well. I think he should just enjoy playing on stage.
Yeah, maybe in some ways no pressure, because you know there's two people out in front of you that everyone expects to do that well.
Of course, and I think Flimsy has the opportunity, like every other player new to this scene, or at least to this event of this caliber, to be able to at least disrupt, show something different, be able to at least perform in a way that people don't expect. And I feel like that's the best place to be, but the nerves are our biggest thing. Let's go into the bans and the picks here. Japan coming in for Carl. So maybe he was listening, maybe he wasn't, I don't know. But it has been picked. Carl with Japan, Mime with Saudi Arabia. Bans-wise, Germany, Australia, Poland, Norway. Oh, I think that about checks out for everybody.
Pretty standard from what we've seen.
And Richie picking up Canada here as map number 3. Then we have Flimsy picking South Korea. Great to see that now. And Argentina being map number 5. This time it is not Poland import here because it has been banned by Richie.
Yeah, I think Poland banned here. Finally, we actually get a map pack for a match that doesn't have Poland. That's kind of a nice little change for this aspect. But Japan, Saudi Arabia, Argentina is like a sub there. That's pretty nice, I think.
Japan, again, map number 1, either being banned or picked. That is a trend that I'm just seeing right now. So quite interesting to see that. And we will definitely see Japan again going into the second rotation of maps.
Yeah, looking at looking at Mime, looking at Richie, they are going to be ones to look, especially coming into this match.
Well, of course, you know the headline. It's Carl Jr. taking the stage. Can anybody challenge him? We'll find out in just a moment as Group 5 gets underway, and we send it back over to your casters, Nua and Twiggy.
Well, I feel like every time so far, Twiggy, I have said, wow, I'm really looking forward to this match. And that's because every time I am, and this one is absolutely no exception. We are getting to see Carl Jr. representing Team Falcons. Implications for the club championship, and that journey starts here. But let's not forget that battle for 3rd and 4th place as well. We saw Pac in the last match looking great for Team Vitality. Mime representing Na'Vi in this match as well. How threatening is he going to be to the top dogs of this competition?
I mean, look, is Carl Jr. going to be going, oh no, it's all over for me, I've got Mime in my lobby? No, but he is going to be
Yeah.
Watchful, right?
Yeah.
Carl Jr., while he is at the pinnacle of Trackmania, I would say, obviously over the course of many, many years having staked his claim over the esport, he's a humble guy. He knows that other players can contend with him for results. Look no further than Pac and DreamHack Birmingham, right? Who did contend with him, did get the win over him in the grand finals. Carl Jr. is not an infallible player, but
he's not far off.
Not far off, and Team Falcons will be very, very happy with the implications in the overall club championship standings that they picked him up.
And I think it's worth noting that there's a very, very exclusive club of players that have beaten Carl Jr. at a World Championship. I mean, it's Pac, it's the team of Otak and Bren.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Shortlist.
It's a short list. But Mime is part of an equally exclusive club, maybe even more exclusive, of players who were one round away from beating Carl Jr. at a World Championship. Only a couple of years ago, Mime had the chance to take down Pac, and Otak actually heavily involved in that one as well. A couple of strategically timed crashes from Otak ended up crowning Carl Jr. the champion that year. But Mime came this close. He is not a player you can count out. And while we maybe haven't seen the competition results from Mime in the last couple of years, if he is on form, he absolutely is a dark horse for this competition.
Yeah, like again, as with every game that we've had so far today, there are a lot of question marks. Like a lot of the players are coming back into the esports for the first time in a little while, or just showing their face kind of in this setting for a new kind of chapter in their careers, and we don't know what to expect just yet, right? That is what the first day is all about. Nobody's getting eliminated, nobody's going straight through to the playoffs. We're learning about the players, how well they prepared for this tournament, how good they are looking, how on form they are, and anybody can do anything. I mean, I think the results have been relatively predictable so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a surprise.
I mean, look, I think back to our first match of the day, and I mean, even, like Neon, relatively for sure, but we have seen some players sneaking on through and making it through in the upper bracket, as Otak looking very comfortable. And I'll tell you who else is very comfortable in this match, Twiggy. We were sitting outside our hotel last night, and Richie wandered by on the street, and we had a little chat. I said, wow, it was a long journey. I flew from Australia. It took me 24 hours to get here.
Yes,
and Rich said,
I took a 15-minute drive.
Yeah, I'm 15 minutes up the road. Richie, the real hometown hero on this one, about as local as you can get, are Parisian. And when you talk about the walkouts, I think that's what there was. Confident in being on his home turf. We'll see how Richie can do. I think my view of Richie in a match like this is he's going to keep everyone else honest a little bit, right? I mean, especially your Mimes and your Carl Juniors. Richie is there. We know the times he can drive. He's consistent. He's quick. He's going to challenge for round wins. But you cannot make too many mistakes if you are kind of the Mimes, the Carl Juniors of the world, or they're going to punish you. Maybe a little bit surprising. Round one on Japan. Flimsy leads the pack.
Yeah, the Team Heretics man is out ahead for the time being. Plenty of opportunities left to get that overtake done, and it really is neck and neck here. It is the one player that we're not expecting to be in last place. It is currently in last place, maybe just taking a little while to warm up into this first game, but it's Mime who arcs out ahead for the time being, and I think Flimsy has just crashed out into the wall. Richie playing it close to the corners here, right behind Mime, ready to take advantage of any kind of mistake.
And we've seen those mistakes time and time and time again on Japan so far today. None yet for Mime, but even this final corner can get you. Will it get Mime? It will not on this occasion. It nearly got Richie, but he makes it on through. 7/10 down from Mime, but still a second place finish.
Stop the count!
Carl Jr., he's in
Stop
last.
the count! Carl Jr. is the worst player in EWC.
He's over. Carl Jr. will never recover from this.
Oh, he's the worst player here. Actually, wait, no, there are players who DNF their first round.
That's true, yeah. But Carl Jr. is one of them. He's one of the worst players here, for sure. Absolutely.
We need to stop now. We're gonna get killed.
You know what? I ran into the Falcons Trackmania coach Spammy just before this match, and I was told that I had to do a good cast this time around, and I'm not sure that what we've done in that first round.
Well, I mean, it was inaccurate.
I don't think it aligns with the expectations from this.
He's going to be looking back at the VOD. He's going to go, what the hell are they talking about? What is going on over here?
I'll tell you though, Twiggy, Carl's in fourth again.
This is a pattern.
Yeah, and Flimsy is leading again. Flimsy's looking great on Japan. I will remind you that Carl Jr. picked this map.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the desk was talking about how, you know, Carl Jr. will probably lean towards a little bit of that NASCAR kind of style of track. I mean, an older player, well, I mean, a player older in the scene has played more Trackmania, right? And a lot of tech goes on there. A lot of NASCAR does go on there. There comes Carl Jr. in the NASCAR section, drops back in the end with less exit speed than Mime or Flimsy here, but it's Mime once again in first position. Can he keep it clean to the very finish line? Flimsy's looking to take a little more speed through this one, lose a little less there on the braking, but he clips his back wheel there on that. Oh, he falls all the way back, but it's Carl Jr. once again, third position. Mime takes another 10 points.
Yeah, Mime 20 from 20 so far, off to an incredible start, exactly what he would have hoped for coming into this match. Still, 2 rounds to go on Japan, a lot of Trackmania left to be played in this match in total. But not to get hyperbolic, Mime is on pace for a perfect 15 rounds to win this match, and I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, will we see one of those at some point?
Probably
it would
not.
be.
It would be shocking.
On the stage at EWC, 150 and 15. That would be. That'd be very impressive.
It would.
But look, hey,
look at Flimsy go, man. I want him to win this round at this point. Flimsy is a revelation so far on Japan.
I mean, look, everybody's in contention now, especially if Carl Jr. is going to keep having a slow start, letting people gain some points against him. Yeah, it could turn out to be an incredibly close game here. Look, again, we have had players had slow starts, slow first maps. I mean, Pac just a little bit ago, his first map, he made a few mistakes. The last map in the rotation, in fact, was difficult for him to get that finalist position done. But Carl Jr. looks like he's starting to get his feet here, or his wheels, on Japan and be able to push out into first position. Mime right behind Rixi. Everybody is there. If there is a mistake from the Canadian, then it will be pounced upon.
Yeah, but this is looking a lot better from Carl now, looking to just close this round out, keep it safe, keep it clean. Mime is gaining. Mime might catch, but there's a booster there. That'll give Carl the speed he needs to get to the finish line, and there's the full 10 points. It will not be, as I so boldly predicted, a perfect 15 rounds for Mime, as Carl will take those 10 points away, jumps up to 17 points total on the match, and as all of a sudden, immediately in second place. That is the value in this format. Those first places really are so valuable, and it's kind of what makes it worth it for the players to risk in these rounds, is that first places are great.
Yeah, it's an incentive to go as fast as you can, absolutely, no matter what. Yeah. Which you would hope for in a racing game. Of course, you do want people to be doing that. When Flimsy gets a bit of an awkward landing there, has to turn his car and will fall back. The Team Falcon's skin is gorgeous.
The Team Falcon's tracksuits are gorgeous.
Yeah, they have some good branding going on. They
kind of do. Yep. Hey, the problem is we don't get to see it anymore. Carl Jr. too far in front at the moment. He's not that far away, though. About a 10th at the moment. Is very inside line from Richie, and you'll see more speed from both Mime and Flimsy as they come back at Richie in this middle sector of the track. Carl not extending that lead at all. Everyone else hanging off his back wheels at the moment. Yet processional with it through the back half of this track. It's Richie in last, looking to overtake Flimsy. And again, I'd love to see Flimsy pick up big points in one of these rounds. He's kind of earned it.
That's not where the track is
there, and that's been what's been denying Flimsy from picking up those big points, is those touches, those minor errors in pushing himself to try and keep up with these other drivers. It's still close down to the line, but ultimately Mime will beat out Richie, and Carl Jr. recovering from a poor first 2 rounds as he picks up back-to-back wins.
Yeah, honestly, not the fastest Japan we've seen at any point. I mean, Neon 2/10 ahead of the best time there on Japan. We're heading now to Saudi Arabia, but I think Carl Jr. would have wanted a quicker start off the blocks than that one. It'll be fine. He got those last 2 rounds, of course, 20 points from them. But, you know, when you come onto the stage with that kind of presence, everybody hyping you up that much, you're on a team that really wants you to win the whole thing, right? They need that for the club championship. So there is that weight on your shoulders. I mean, you saw the Team Falcons representatives in the crowd watching him, staring him down. He looks over, he sees them, shaking their heads whenever he... Yeah, exactly. How could you lose any round? Absolutely. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, even for a player who is venerated in that way, who has that many amazing turnouts.
Yes, yeah, and Look, Turbo said on the desk that Carl Jr. really needs to prove himself here, and I'm not 100% convinced that is true, but there has never been a stage as big as this in Trackmania, and to that degree it is true. There is pressure on Carl Jr.'s shoulders in this tournament in a way that we have never really seen before.
Yeah, exactly.
We've never had this overall club structure in Trackmania before.
Yeah, it's not like everything before now is going to be,
wiped away
thrown to the wayside. It's whatever, it doesn't count. This is the start of Trackmania, but at the same time, this is the start of a new era for Trackmania, and people are going to weigh results in this tournament far higher than a lot of the previous ones.
Absolutely, and hey, Flimsy making a name for himself, frankly, off the back of 5 rounds at this point. Just convert one of them. I want to see one of them converted.
No,
it's not
Flimsy clips a wheel.
A little bit of a clip, a little bit too much of the penalty dirt, and Flimsy drops from first to third. The starts are fast, the ends not quite as fast, but still a chance to take the second place here, just behind Richie. Flimsy gonna get great speed out of this. Richie had to release in the air. Carl Jr.'s gone. Don't even talk about that. He's out in first place. It's a solid time. It's again not a blazing time.
Do we know Carl Jr. for setting blistering times every single round? I would say he's more of a consistency player than a speed
He can
player.
get the fast times, but that definitely has always been the threat of Carl Jr. Is his ability to pump these times out round on round on round. We were talking before the match, or the desk was talking before the match about that kind of the comeback that Flimsy had. The NCSA qualifiers, making it back from 44 points down to make it here, coming third in those qualifiers. But Carl Jr., we have seen that from him in the past as well. That's a very Carl Jr.-esque trait, to be down in a match and then just start to bang out times to scare your opponents. He's threatening even when he's 30, 40 points behind.
Mime clips a wheel, falls back into third position, and there's no opportunity to gain back that speed until right about here is where you're going to equalize speed with those first two, so they gain a lot of time based off of that. But Richie has been staying in the mix as well. Again, look, Richie...
I'm honest, right?
Yeah, exactly. Richie and Flimsy have not been setting first place times, but they have been staying in the mix. Where has Mime just come from? Hello. And he will be looking for his second place once again, but Carl Jr. untouchable up at the top there, and he's not making any mistakes. Since that second round... everything has been flawless from him.
Yeah, when you pointed out, that is 4 round wins in a row from Carl Jr. That is a full map's worth, just not all in one map. He made those 2 mistakes.
Oh, he could have got the 150 if he done it 2 maps before.
That's true. That's true. A little bit unfortunate for Carl, but he might still do it on Saudi Arabia.
It's very possible. Yeah, getting 40 points from a map is rare in and of itself. Even though there are some players who will be like, oh, I'm really good at a map that nobody really likes to insta-ban. I can get 40 points from this one. It rarely ever happens.
I mean, that is, again, it's the challenge of Trackmania is not just being fast, but being consistent. Banging those times in round after round, keeping the focus and managing to hold on to it is tough, I mean, and especially as a match goes long, especially as you spend an hour doing it on Saturday, come finals day, after hours of competitions, you're going to see it. These players are machines when it comes down to it.
Oh my lord, Mime clips a lot of that corner there, absolutely fine. Wheels off the ground though, and he goes wide through there, going to go for that jump line once again. Less speed heading into the dirt, but as you're going over the penalty sand and the rock anyway, that's going to equalize out. Carl Jr. once again out ahead, but Mime has a little more speed. If he gets this jump perfectly, he could go for the overtake here. It looks good to me. It looks good to me. Mime is going to deny the 40 points here on Saudi Arabia.
What a release from Mime on that uphill. Perfectly judged heading into the tiny gap, and he will overtake Carl. He'll deny the perfect map, and this is why Mime nearly won a world championship against Carl Jr. He is him.
It's only 2 points down still, because every time that Carl Jr. has made a mistake, Mime is the one who has been there to get 10 points from that. The first 2 rounds and this round, both of which, or all 3 of which, sorry, he has got 10 points from, and the rest of the time been staying in the mix anyway, so it has equalized out to about the same amount of points.
It really, really has. And well, we'll see now, does Carl Jr. bounce back from that close second place in the last round? This time around, all 4 drivers within less than half a tenth of each other as we head through the middle of the track, and still we now we have separation. Mime causes it by crashing nose first into the side of that quarter pipe. It's Carl out in front. Flimsy less than half a car car length behind him at the moment, though. We've seen this section of the track start to cause issues for drivers, though, as we go towards this drop down. Flimsy will clip before we even get there. Richie, a car length behind Carl Jr. at this point, and Carl looking for a third round win. And I'll tell you what, 3 firsts and a second place on a map, that'll start to scare your opponents.
Definitely. I mean, the consistency is getting there. Look, even on the round he lost here on Saudi Arabia, it's not because he made a mistake. It was just because he didn't risk it as much as Mime didn't get it as perfectly. He's
Good
getting
time.
there, and it's a very good time again, and Carl Jr. is starting to push for that first place. It took him a second to get that consistency, but he has not made a mistake since round 3.
He really hasn't. Intensity in the eyes, intensity in the air, except, hey, this dude's having a great time.
Hey, well, look, everybody's having a great time.
I'm having a great time, absolutely. But the players are locked in. The players are getting ready as we got ready to head towards Carl Jr.'s home territory. We're going to Canada, baby.
Not the map he wanted to play, but still.
No, that's true.
He didn't ban it.
That
would have been an affront.
Should Carl have been consulted on the design of Canada? He's the GOAT.
Good point.
You know, I mean,
Good point.
surely we should have made sure that Carl
I feel like
wanted.
Mudder kind of had, a say in. He probably didn't have a say in
almost
Australia.
definitely
However,
not.
there is a full speed part
There
of
is a full
Australia.
part of Australia. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Where's the specialness of Canada?
Where's
Carl, you know?
where there is kind of a NASCAR section in Canada.
That's true.
The engine off block. Kind of.
I mean, part of the problem as well is what style does Carl Jr. specialize in? Winning. He specializes in winning.
We like to say, obviously, usually newer players are better at mixed, are better at the kind of more, full speed a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And older players or players with more experience in Trackmania tend to be better at tech. They love tech, especially competitive tech, which is
style a decade ago.
Because there was a specific style of tech, and tech is braking a lot, doing drifts.
That stuff.
That was very slow.
Yes.
And then you kind of got speed tech came into fashion, and the slower the car is, the older players tend to do better, which is quite poetic, I think.
Thanks for the history lesson, Grandpa. Back to the racing as Mime is through into first place at the moment. Carl Jr. sitting close on his tail, though, and a straighter line through there means Carl Jr. carrying more speed around this final corner. Has the chance, looking to push down the hill. Carl Jr. into first place. Mime has been caught. Carl Jr. is the round. Mime crashes. Oh my God! Mime crashes. Is he going to make it? He still made it. He still made it. Twiggy, he still made it. Twiggy, he still made it.
All right, and that was a nice calm round from us.
Great snipe from Carl. Look, Mime crashed, but Carl had him anyway, and I think Mime, feeling the pressure towards the finish line just there, sent it straight into the finish block. So another 10 points for Carl, and again, it was close. Only a handful of rounds ago, 2 points between Carl and Mime. The gap now up to 13.
It is starting to turn into a two-man show as well. Richie falling by the wayside slowly but surely. It is almost a 20-point gap between himself and Mime here. And the more that arcs through, the harder it's going to be to gain back those points. And the more likely it is that we do just get a Carl Jr. and Mime finish. However, those are the two players at the back.
I'll be honest with you. I still see the world where Flimsy makes the comeback happen, right? The pace is there for Flimsy, but the touches are there every time. But the thing is, the 44-point deficit that he came back from just to be here.
Yeah.
And you can see how it could happen in this match if he can clean those touches up. The pace
so much
is most definitely there. Hang on a second. Richie had to release. Richie will have this unless Mind Control crashed the finish. No, he's fine. He's fine. It was less than a tenth of a second between them, but Richie does cross the line first, and a much needed 10 points for Richie there.
Yeah, as we were saying, it was getting a little bit hairy for him in terms of how close he was staying to the top two players here, but that's going to be very, very good for him. He'll be thankful for those points on the board. And again, as you're saying, Flimsy, a lot of the time is one of the fastest players in the server, just the most accident prone.
Which, hand in hand, when players have a little bit less experience, sometimes the crashes come from pushing the limit of what you can achieve on the track, right? It means that you are getting as close to all of those walls as you can, and you don't know quite how close you can actually get. That has been what's happening to Flimsy, but there's a world where he turns it around. Mime had made one touch earlier, makes a second now, and he is fully out of it. But Flimsy looking to overtake Richie through the middle of the track.
He gained so much speed there in that turn, and it seems to be turning into something here as we get through that checkpoint. Oh my lord. Yeah, no, Carl Jr. is at 42.1 already. I think he's going to be on for an incredible time here, but Flimsy is trying to push for this one. It seems completely out of his hands at this point, but yeah, Carl Jr. is going to get a ridiculous time here. But Flimsy is right behind and will get his first real meaningful point out of this round.
Yeah, 102.1. Carl
Very
Jr.
nice.
only a few tenths off of that tournament record right now, which is the lower time that we have out of the two. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, look, that was tragically one of Flimsy's first good, fast, clean rounds where he converted the time. And the tragic part about it is it was Carl Jr. driving maybe one of the better rounds we have seen from Carl in this match as well.
Yeah, precisely. That always seems to be the way it is. You get a really good round, and then you know the opponent that you've been scared of the whole game suddenly wakes up, actually pulls together a time that is one of his best here. Carl Jr. is looking to make it very, very close to 100 points here already, which would be,
Well, we only started like 3 minutes ago.
That's what I mean.
I blinked, and Carl Jr. is nearly at 100 points. What's happening?
And he lost the first 2 rounds.
You gotta remember, he lost the first 2 rounds. Masterclass performance from Carl Jr. so far, and looking to put a little bit of a bow on it as he hits 99 points. Hasn't happened yet, but in front on a relatively commanding lead of a couple of tenths at the moment. I say relatively commanding because it doesn't feel like Carl is going to throw it from this position. He started to look very, very safe with it. Hang on, Mime is close. Mime is very close. He's not quite close enough. It comes down to a gap of 18 thousandths between Richie and Mime just there. But Richie does pull out the second place. Carl moves to just below 100 points. And Flimsy's still here. He's still threatening. He's still looking good in these rounds. And I want to see the round win, and I will celebrate for it if it happens.
We will be celebrating. We will be there no matter what. We will. Look,
if
we love an
Flimsy has
underdog
1,000
story
fans, I am one,
yeah, exactly.
and so on and so forth.
If Flimsy has no more fans, then I am no longer on this earth.
Exactly, yeah.
Precisely. Well, we're going to South Korea now. We've seen plenty of drama on South Korea.
Yes, we have.
I had it told to me that those reactors, I don't think anybody's gaining any time on anybody there, but we have seen a lot of drama on those reactors at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a classic. A tale as old as time. Trackmania players overestimating consistency on tracks has happened to us before as casters.
But they're the best in the world. They don't make mistakes.
Except when they do. Right? Look, these tracks are among the hardest competition tracks in the world, absolutely. And that's what happens, right? When you have to then push yourself in rounds against live opponents because you need to get the best time you can, that's when the mistakes are made. If you ask Carl Jr. to drive a consistent 120, 130 on this track, he's not making mistakes. He'll bang them out
going
forever.
backwards.
Unless he's being forced to play in a mirror, in which case, absolutely. He still gets a better time than most of us could ever hope of achieving.
Yeah, that's a good point. That was almost a medal that he got on that one, which that's a scary thought. Anyway, Flimsy out ahead once again. He's so fast on every single track.
Those opening sectors from Flimsy are crazy.
Exactly. Can he hold on to it? That is the question. That has the answer has been no over the course of this series so far. But if he can get one done, maybe the confidence is there, and maybe he pulls out, as we have said so many times here, one of those comebacks that we have seen. It's not good enough there on the engine off section, but it's a nice inside line. He's still in the race here. Mime out ahead just about, but you never know what will happen here. Mime does not get as good speed through the first reactor. The second reactor has Flimsy right behind Carl Jr. Who's going to get the final release? Carl Jr. gets a perfect release, and Mime is right behind him. Flimsy comes third somehow.
That's a little bit tragic. That final reactor going very poorly for Flimsy, but I mean, Mime got very close. Mime nearly sniping Carl Jr. at the finish line, but it's another 10 points for Carl Jr. Trackmania is a game in which everyone drives around for about a minute and then Carl Jr. wins in the end. It's happened again.
Yeah, it's happened again. Carl Jr. won around. It happened again.
It absolutely has.
I'll work on it.
I appreciate that. And I hate to say it. I think there's a phrase that is starting to coalesce in my mind.
Coagulate? I don't like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that you don't. Thank you for calling me out on it. A flimsy lead, when you build a strong lead through the first sector.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it's been happening a lot. And it might be happening to Mime in this round.
But you are one step away from pulling a Flimsy, which is... Oh, wait, hold on. First off, I don't think... Actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe pulling a Flimsy is not a... that's an activity for outside of the... Anyway,
it's wordplay. It's wordplay.
Precisely, it's wordplay. We're really good at it. That's our jobs. Carl Jr. out in first place once again. He's pulling a Carl Jr., which is winning
a round of track.
Yeah, precisely. Mime right behind, and he did get a really good reactor zoop at the end there. Oh, but here comes Flimsy. Can he do what Mime did in the last round? Yes, he can. He's right ahead. He's got himself a second place. It is Carl Jr. in first. We can discount that. It doesn't matter. He's going to win.
But hang on, I mean, look at the times at the bottom there. I mean, it was less than 100th of a second to separate second, fourth. You get the GRs, the great races in chat. Richie was in the mix as well, and Richie has gone a little bit quiet in this match, but still, with Carl Jr. taking first place after first place after first place, Richie has not dropped that far behind Mime. The race for second place is still going to be scary, and I don't think you can count Flimsy out of it,
Look how many rounds there are going to be once Carl Jr. does get through finalists.
Many rounds.
Many rounds, indeed. There's still 60 points for Mime left to go until he is on finalist himself, where it's only 21 for Carl Jr. at this point. That is 3 rounds and he could be done.
Absolutely. But it does mean any first places you can pull away from Carl Jr.'s greedy little hands.
It's very useful. It's grubby hands.
Okay, well, that's, I mean, hey, I didn't go that far.
Let's not talk about the Quebecois like that.
Let's look at how many times Flimsy is starting to get second places now, because if Carl Jr. does get out in first place in this match, those second places become first places, and Flimsy jumps right back up alongside the other two.
Exactly, and Flimsy is right here, and this is a good release from this one. He is actually breathing down the neck of Carl Jr. That is not something you can say every day. He's got so much more speed. Can he get a good turnaround? It's a good zoop. He's going to stay with Carl Jr. Maybe Carl Jr. makes a mistake. That never happens. Nope, there he is in first place, but Flimsy gets another second.
Filthy time from Carl Jr.
That is disgusting.
I add on this one. A 1:12.3 is absolutely okay. A little bit of a grubby time from Carl Jr. in this moment. A 1:12.355 from Carl, making sure that
it's going to be on 139.
In doubt. He's going to hit 139 as well.
That's horrible.
I mean, look, Pac and Carl, very close friends. You know, they've been competitors, rivals, friends, teammates over the years in Trackmania. They've won a world championship together. So maybe Carl, as an homage to the many years they've shared together, hits 139 and then just crashes a couple of rounds.
It's very possible. It could happen, exactly, yeah. Oh, wait, it's us. Oh, we were down there for a second. That was, we got our own cameras. I was going to say, the person in front of us, I thought the photographers have been coming around every now and then. Now it's a video person. I'm so sweaty. I'm sorry. Anyway, I shouldn't be looking at myself. I should be looking at the game. Flimsy is winning around. No.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's just unfortunate.
We shouldn't have said anything.
We shouldn't have said anything, honestly, The focus, though, Twiggy, the focus. Because Carl Jr. is about to hit 139 points.
He is indeed about to hit 139 points, which is completely meaningless. 2 second places would do it. But who cares? Either way, Mime right behind. And the thing is, if Carl Jr. just keeps getting first places, it just goes with that storyline once again. Carl Jr. is basically infallible, you know?
Yes, yeah. Like, we have seen him fail, but it's it's the exception rather than the norm.
Every time you hear somebody say it on the desk, he slowed down. He did the Usain Bolt.
Yeah. He was looking around.
He started celebrating. Exactly. Look at his little smirk.
Yeah, he was locked in at the start of the match, dead serious, completely locked in, and now he's smirking. He's smirking.
A disdain for your competition, I think. Actually, that's unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's true.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
We're gonna have to talk to him seriously about that after the match.
Get the referees on it.
Get his coaching.
He's going to be done before a full rotation, by the way.
That is
easily,
absolutely insane.
He will be done in the second round of the last map of the rotation.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's not how this is meant to go. No. To be clear, you are meant to get back to the first map again. Carl Jr.
The whole point of him picking the first map is so that he can play
have
it twice.
Advantage on it. Absolutely, he's not even going to get back there. We're not going to get to see Japan again. It feels like.
Sometimes when you hear the desk go on and on about Carl Jr. is amazing, Carl Jr. doesn't make any mistakes. Look, even if you have watched a lot of Trackmania, you're like, oh, this is getting boring.
It is boring. Like it's true. I was thinking that about especially
especially when I listen to
import. I was thinking like
something about their voices.
Absolutely.
No, but it really does sometimes, especially when you're watching a new esport. You're like, okay, how good can
he actually be?
And then you see that, and we didn't hype him up enough.
Yeah, and we need to be clear. This is not a case of the rest of the map the rest of the match being weak.
Yeah,
right? They have been driving well. They have been driving very good times in a lot of these rounds. Carl Jr. really is just that good.
Yeah. Sometimes you wish it was a little more competitive here. Carl Jr. really just isn't going to have a problem until he is with the top 4. Is the real thing. And look, everybody can make mistakes, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is a bad series for Carl Jr. at some point, but it will not be this one. Carl Jr. will, no matter what here, as long as he finishes the track, be on finalist, and then if he continues current form, he's got about a 90% chance of finishing this next round on finalist to take first place.
Yeah, very different line from Mime there, going back to even that jump up onto the upper platform was much wider. We'll have to. I'm looking to see if that's something that he's doing on purpose or not. He has a lot of speed. He has a lot of speed. I don't think he's enough. There's a red booster. It'll equalize the speed. It's fine.
Doesn't matter either way. It's just 4 extra points for Mime, and he's still 50 away from finalist.
Yeah, but I mean, 4 extra points makes a difference. Mime, like, just look at it, has started to build that gap back to the players behind him.
That is the important thing.
That's 2 extra points ahead of Richie.
Let's not look at that until Carl Jr. has won this round.
Well, we'll wait and see. I mean, hey, Flimsy
might not
deny him.
Okay. Yeah.
Honestly, anyone in this lobby could deny Carl Jr. Flimsy going a little bit sicko mode just there, but he's fine. He's totally fine. He is there on track, driving well. Carl Jr. was in 3rd. He's now in 1st by the time I finished my sentence.
No.
Damn it. No, he is.
He is. Exactly. No. Alphabet difference.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Alphabet difference. Carl Jr. has a C at the start of his name. Mime has an M at the start of his name. There's no time between them. That means Carl Jr. wins. And that's why he picked that name.
Nothing to do with his
It's an old Trackmania. It doesn't happen anymore. Don't worry about it. Carl Jr. Oh, very slow on the turnaround. He stays with Mime. He has saved it, but he's got a little more exit speed as well. He could very much contend with him, but Mime looking to deny Carl Jr. from getting this one done. Oh, but Mime went so wide and he crashed into the wall. He slowed down. Carl Jr. on the final straight here. He has so much time over everybody else. I don't know if there's really a way to safe the Argentina identity, but Carl Jr. is going to be going for it no matter what here. The consistency has been better than I thought coming into this tournament, and there it is. It is standard stuff for Carl Jr. Nobody on 3 digits before he gets it done in 1st position.
Mime had the chance to at least be on 3 digits as he got it done.
And he
said he ends on 99. He's on 99 exactly at the end there.
We still have half of a game ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's accelerated now. We will be moving quickly through. A 10-point up for grabs in this one, but I expect it to be a little bit less one-sided between these 3 players. All of them have been picking up 2nd places at different times. Flimsy was the one I was kind of excited for. I wanted to see him maybe start to try and contest some of those 1st places, but again, really pushing himself. So that's what you can say about Flimsy in this match. Has really been pushing himself in terms of the times he can achieve.
Yes.
What's impressive is that when he's pushing himself, he's fast.
He's very fast.
But unfortunately, it is coming at that cost of consistency for Flimsy, and that's why he's in 3rd place.
Yeah, look, he's being pushed to the limit more than these other players who have played a lot more of this one and just have that better, track record of being fast. Exactly, precisely, and I think the performance so far has been brilliant. I think in the lower bracket, if he does not manage to make the comeback on this one, he's going to be again a force to be reckoned with.
We got to go and talk to Mime about how much time if he even is saving time, or if that's just the line he found he's comfortable with, because he's setting up so wide.
Yeah, the risk of slamming into the wall there
feels high, right? We saw it happen in one of the previous rounds. I mean, it hasn't this time around.
No,
and he's ultimately set a solid time as well.
That's a very good time.
Better than any of the times we saw Carl set on this map before he left.
Exactly. He's just going to have to sit there, by the way.
Yeah. What happens when you finish this early? I mean,
for like 15 minutes.
Right, He's at least a French speaker, a Quebecois French speaker, but, he's going to be able to understand the in-venue commentary. That's tough for Flimsy. His Mime is now on 109. Richie, though, at least leading around. And Richie versus Mime is still very much an ongoing battle in this match.
Very much.
As much as I have enjoyed talking about Flimsy, and I've been impressed and honestly a little bit surprised by Flimsy's performance, Richie and Mime have been battling. With that said, Richie is now behind Mime again. A little bit of a wobble on that one. We'll see if Mime's line does pay off for him again, if there is another mistake to come through.
Mime is looking a lot more confident here on Argentina, and a lot more confident as the series has gone on. And now that Carl Jr. is out the way, it looks like it will be a relatively standard getting this one done. Richie had to back up a little further than he thought, and that does lose him out on a bit more time here. It should be very safe stuff from Mime towards the end. Is he going to go quite as well? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if he's going safe or not. That is his line. It's a side jump that he is going for. He's trying to get the side of the dirt, which I can't imagine it saves that much for how risky it is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like if you were getting a couple of tenths off it, I think you'd be happy.
Very
but that is not
perfectionist way of doing it.
It's not how it appeared.
Yeah.
It didn't look like he was gaining a full
The thing is, you do keep the speed all the way to the end from that. So I can see how it would be a great thing to go for. It's just, I can't, you have to be so consistent to be able to do that.
I guess he is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. 3 out of 4 rounds that we've seen for him on the map so far, he has nailed it and it has worked out for him. And Mime now is starting to build that lead back up. Since Carl Jr. left the match, while Flimsy and Richie had been contesting up until that point and had been picking up second places, Mime was in second place in the match and now has consistently been getting those firsts, is now out to a fairly large lead. And we return to Japan. We see if Mime can close it out, because he could do it on this map. We could be done in 6 maps.
Yeah, the person who picked this map is no longer here to play it, but he's forced everybody else to play it again.
I will miss him.
Yeah. In the arms, Carl Jr. gone, but not forgotten.
Boy.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, he's not going to be able to stick around to see more Japan, but he gets to watch everybody else play his map, which in a way is even more humiliating for them. It's like, hey, I don't even have to play this anymore. You know what? I didn't even pick it because I wanted to play it. I picked it because I wanted to see everybody else suffer.
Fair. Honestly, it's worked out for him. We head into the backflip on Japan for the first time. Mime has built up a lead already. We might see a second player in the same match hit 139 points if Mime can win the next 2 rounds. But again, Flimsy quick on the start of a lot of these tracks. First sector great, second sector often losing a little bit of time. Mime, I thought he'd respawn, but he's there. They were just completely inside of each other in that moment. But Flimsy's come out on top in that battle.
Yeah, staying ahead for the time being. Better exit speed there from Mime, and no wallbang allowed here. So it does mean that everybody is going for that newer line, and not your line, but a newer line. And Flimsy staying out ahead. It's by a hair, but Mime arcs out. It's more exit speed. Flimsy really optimizing for exit speed in his line
from Mime
so far. Yeah, Mime, a lot of different points that he is slowing down. Now it's just up to Flimsy. Can he maintain as much speed as possible? Mime has a little more. Mime has a little more, but he's staying ahead.
Flimsy.
Come on, Flimsy! Come on, Flimsy! Yes! I love that, man.
That was a really sick time as well. He's within a couple of tenths of world record on that one. Flimsy has the pace. There's still a chance.
Imagine now. 50 points away.
It was 44. Hey, you got to one-up that performance in the NA qualifier somehow.
Well, there is going to come a point where he will have to play against finalists mathematically, unless they start DNFing every round. So he's going to have to get first places more and more often as we go. Of course, that is the risk of being so low down by the end of the series, is that at a certain point, mathematically, just finishing the map will get you to finalists. And therefore, he's going to have to pull out first places, which is a completely different kettle of fish than just denying other first places.
100%. But, I mean, a little bit of help from Richie goes a long way as well, potentially, although Flimsy in 3rd place at the moment. Richie still has his own race to run. Richie's not doing this in Flimsy's honor, in favor of Flimsy right now. Richie still with a very real chance of making it through in the upper bracket of this group stage at EWC, beating Mime in this round. Gap of about a tenth. We saw Flimsy survive Mime's attention at the end of the last round. Can Richie do the same? Mime already creeping up on him, already getting close to that back wheel, maybe looking to get a wheel in front, but Mime pushes too hard. He pushes into a sign. Flimsy should surely get past him as well. Richie just needs to survive. Will do so. Round win for Richie. A PB on the round with a very solid time as well. Mime's here. Flimsy will crash, and I don't think Flimsy is going to get through the line as well. It's going to be a DNF. No points for Flimsy on the round, but a big 10 for Richie.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Na'Vi are another team that are looking to get a top 5 performance. I mean, a top 3rd would be really nice for them. They're contending with Team Vitality for that position, and so going into the lower bracket in Trackmania immediately with their solo representative would be unfortunate, right? They need to get these points, especially Pack is on Team Vitality.
Yes.
That is the thing. Mime needs to do very well here because it is a 50-point gap from that team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. That's all in the future, but looking at Mime's performance on day one might start to put some thoughts in your head about how this club championship is going to play out in the long term. This is a great round, though. Let's lock in on this one because we have 3 cars within a tenth of each other. Flimsy, awkward, wide, sliding through that corner, dropping down into 3rd place. Mime in front of Richie. Richie in front of Mime. Mime back in front of Richie. Flimsy getting back involved as well.
Yeah, everybody involved in this round now. Mime, once again, he's not going for exit speed on that. His setup is completely different from everybody.
Speed in
this
section.
It's not worked. He's hit a wheel on the inside of the turn, and he's given the round to Richie and Flimsy. Who's going to come out ahead on this one? Flimsy crashed into the corner here on this gate, but he's got so much speed. He's done it again. He's done it again, and Richie sets a world record.
It's a world record. Oh my days.
My mind. Oh.
You love to see a world record in a 5-second gap, but at least in this case, I mean, Flimsy and Richie. Like,
DNF from Mime.
DNF from Mime is huge as well, but sorry, Flimsy was wheel to wheel with Richie through the final gate on that round.
He crashed
and Richie set a world record.
Yeah, oh my god.
The pace from Flimsy is genuinely unreal.
Yeah. It is just down to consistency. I mean, look, here's the thing. This series now is a wash, right? If you're down by this many points at this point, obviously, there is oh god, a chance in hell that he comes back. But regardless, right? You still have the lower bracket to go for, and this is a wash. But you have proven that your speed is up there with the best players in the world. Now you just need to get the consistency down.
Yes.
You have 24 hours to get that going.
Yeah, and like, look, that's not very long.
No, it's not.
Right? I mean, it's not a huge amount of time to fix consistency errors, but I will say, I said it after the last match, I thought both of the players in that match were going to be genuinely terrifying lower bracket threats.
Yeah.
I'm saying it again about this match. Lower brackets in both groups are going to be
that's the
scary.
Thing. When you gather pretty much, like there... Maybe in the regional qualifiers we missed out on a couple of the top players in the world, right? Yeah. But for the most part, this actually is the best 32
100%
players. Like, for a large portion of it, it is the best 32 players in the world at Trackmania. There are no bad matchups here. Mime is going to go ahead and get himself onto finalist mode. It's another great time from him, but look at that. I mean, it's still Richie right behind and only now needs he would need more than a win in a round, but he needs to get the win to deny Mime anyway.
But we're in a relatively rare position. It doesn't happen all that often where Flimsy can definitely deny rounds as well.
Yeah,
you know,
precisely.
A lot of the time you're kind of down to this point where you have a player looking for 2nd place. The player in 3rd is the only one who can deny them. The player who's in 4th has maybe been driving well, but has not been in a position to consistently deny rounds. And I'll say it, Flimsy is definitely in a position to consistently deny rounds if, again, ironically, he can sort out the consistency.
Yeah, exactly. And look, when it comes back to Saudi Arabia here, of course, Mime was doing quite well in terms of his best times. His medians right behind Carl Jr. as well. But actually, the medians were better for Richie on this one.
Yes, the median's better for Richie, looking just a little bit better. But I think that comes down to a couple of big crashes from Mime. The pace for Mime, most definitely there on this map as well. But look, it's there for all 3 of them. I've sounded like a broken record at this point, but it's true. All 3 of these drivers.
Anybody can win. Welcome to Trackmania.
It's true, Twiggy. It's true.
It's everybody's game. Welcome to Trackmania here at EWC.
I'm not even going to engage. I don't even know what accent we're going for at this point, Twiggy.
That was kind of like the for American.
Christopher Walken?
It was the for American.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, excellent. Hey, Mime is in front. We could just do it. As much as we have been hyping things up and how much both of these players could deny rounds and round wins, Mime could just do it. But we said he did crash a couple of times when we were here the first time around. That final jump into the tiny gap is scary, and this is good times. Mime going for the jump means there's going to be better exit speed for both Flimsy and Richie here. Mime, though, still holding on to a lead of about 30 tenths of a second. Needs to nail this jump. It's not a given. It's not a guarantee. Your release here needs to be good. The speed needs to be good. The judgment is ideal. Mime will cross the line. Mime will go through in a hard-fought match just behind Carl Jr.
It is unreal how long it took for us to get a second finisher behind Carl Jr., but Mime definitely deserves that finalist, that win, and the 2nd place here in the series. He'll be heading forward in the upper bracket as well. Toby Maguire is watching the game, but we are going to have to drop down our other 2 players to the lower bracket. We're not not saying goodbye to anybody today. They still have a chance, and as we saw in this one, plenty of talent on display.
Absolutely, and I think the thing that I love so far about EWC, and we are only 5 matches into day one,
my Lord.
27 matches total, but the thing I love is that for basically none of our players so far, even the players we were worried about, the lights have not been too bright.
Yeah.
Players have shown up.
Yeah.
They have delivered for us, whether that be 7-time world champion Carl Jr. or first international LAN Flimsy, 16-year-old Neon.
Yeah.
All of these players are out here and they are performing.
Yeah, look, there have been so many tournaments. Everything can go wrong when you're flying to an international event,
100%.
or even if you're not flying, if you're just going to an event. Anything can go wrong. Your health, the setup, anything. I think today is one of the rare kind of times the first day of a tournament has been.
They sniped the mime into the wall. Yes, sorry. Continue.
One of the first times in the first day of a tournament where everybody has come out to play and not had, a rough day, right? Everybody has come out and they have looked on form, and that sets up for what could be the best week of Trackmania we've ever seen in our lives.
Yes, and I think that's more than fair to say. Some of the collisions we are going to get in this tournament, Carl versus Pac versus Mime versus everyone who's won a match today, so much excellent Trackmania still to come. Even today, 3 more matches to go. Still some players that we are excited to see in those final matches as well. There's an awful lot left to go, but that is going to be it. We got excited when Flimsy won a round. We said we would.
Yeah.
I mean, Twiggy, that's our last match of the day. Any final thought before you go? Any player that you're still looking forward to seeing?
Oh, there's so many out there, isn't there? But obviously, I think, look, Mudder has been wonderful
absolutely.
in so many tournaments that we have seen. I'm looking forward to that. Josh as well. I want to see how good he is with this map pack.
Yeah, well, heading over to the stage, we have an interview with Carl Jr.
Thank you very much, fellas. We have ourselves Carl Jr. Where are Falcons fans at? Carl, incredible. I mean, amazing scenes. You did such a spectacular job, as expected a little bit. I mean, when you come to these competitions, pressure versus confidence, where do you kind of lie, and how do you feel going into kind of series like this?
In the first 2 rounds, it's always 100% pressure. This is why I cannot play. And then it starts to be confidence. It's always like that.
Always the same way, always the same way. Thinking about this competition as a whole, obviously here we are. You've got the accolades, the achievements, you've done it all. How does it feel being here, though, the Esports World Cup? These amazing fans out here in Paris all cheering you on. And being here, this experience for you so far, how's it been?
Well, it feels like a dream. Every Trackmania player wish for an event like that to come up, so it's just a dream. I'm super grateful.
Last question, will Carl Jr. go all the way and lift this for Team Falcons come Saturday?
I'll give all my best.
He'll give all his best. Give it up for Carl Jr. Incredible performance. We'll see loads more from Carl Jr. in the coming days, but for now, back to the desk, back to Rain Day and the gang. Superb work.
Thank you, Adam. Carl Jr. on a mission for Falcons. You see AGAL, that's the organization trying to stop them. But the club championship, it goes all the way down, and there's millions of dollars in those 3rd, 4th, 5th places as well. Navi and Vitality mentioned that battle with Pac, and it's their representative in this matchup. There's so many stories to tell. We will keep you locked in. But welcome back to the desk. I've got Import and Turbo with me here to talk about what we just saw. Carl Jr. takes the stage. He's wearing his green. He's confident. He says rounds 1 and round 2, that's me being nervous, but then it's all Carl to finish off. One of the best and most decisive wins I think we've seen so far.
18 rounds is what he took to finish out already. The fastest we've seen so far today. Only 18 rounds. Quite literally giving the masterclass of how to play Trackmania in an international event, I would say so. So yeah, definitely coming out to play. Obviously taking it very seriously, obviously saying, listen, I don't care who it is, I'm still gonna throw out everything I have. And it's just, it's so disgusting in a way that it's so natural and easy. At least it looks easy, right?
No, it kind of makes me upset.
Yeah.
I'm just a little mad.
Yeah,
like, why acting like we all can drive like that, Carl? We can't. And the fact is, he's doing that in a lobby, Kai, with players of this caliber, making them look slow. It is unreal, the form that he is in right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the start I was like, oh, what is going on here? 2 poor starting rounds, but he has already said he was nervous
and it also shows how important this tournament is to him and how much pressure there is for him. But yeah, I mean, what a great performance. Richie setting a world record there as well, eventually making the battle for second place quite interesting. But yeah, a very, very good performance from the GOATs, Carl Jr.
I really enjoyed that as well. I mean, I think Richie, Flimsy, we asked where would they stand in this one. Mime gets the second place, but I think those two, Richie and Flimsy particularly, they performed well. What was your take on their race?
I wouldn't say they did necessarily a bad job. We actually saw Flimsy have pace against these competitors that they had. So, I mean, honestly, Flimsy, if he can just get that consistency down, if he can have that confidence while he's driving, he has an opportunity to continue further into this tournament and not just be a two-matcher and out of here. He has an opportunity. He just needs to be able to recognize that and pull that in. As far as Richie, it's a tough match. He has Mime, he has Carl. Mime and Carl are kind of the expected ones to go through in this, but knowing Richie and how good he is as a player, I think he's still going to have a little bit left in him coming into the next rounds.
Yeah, Flimsy, and I think just to piggyback off the first one, it did seem like Flimsy had a couple of sections that caused problems, but otherwise, if he gets those things handled, he looks like he can really keep pace with the best of them. Now let's go into the telestrate. I know you prepped some stuff for us, Kai. What do you got?
Indeed. So the first thing I really want to talk about is the line on Saudi Arabia. We have seen a different approach from players.
Okay.
And here we had a very good point of view from Mime. So let's take a look onto that and maybe see why it might not be faster.
Let's do it.
So here we can see Mime approaching the section that we were talking about. And here he goes a bit wider and you can see he jumps, but then loses speed again. And if we go a bit further back here, we're going to see how he actually lands there. So it is actually, he has to tilt his car a little bit. And with that tilting and also landing on the penalty surface, he's just losing so much time. And you can see the other cars going smooth the downhill import and just having more speed. What is your thought on that line?
I think there's a risk to it. I see what he's trying to go for in this, but there is certain players will find a line that they're comfortable with, and whether it's the correct line or the incorrect line, they'll just, it's their comfort pick, and that's what they'll just pick for the line. And you can't necessarily fault them for that. There are players that understand that they may lose time on a decision like that, but they're willing to take that risk if it means that they're going to be more consistent down the road.
Makes a lot of sense.
But take a look onto the gap that Carl Jr. has accumulated just after that sector. He had so much more speed going into the next part, and with that he sealed the deal and won the round. So I really want to see how this line develops throughout the still 3 days that we have left. Of course, we still have plenty of matches to come today. It really feels like a marathon today, that is for sure. But in this round it didn't work out for Mime. I think it was Granadi also going for it. Maybe he's a bit more comfortable in there, and maybe you really want to overjump that penalty surface in that regard.
I like it.
Yeah, I definitely think the penalty surface is the factor there as to why they're getting the slowdown. If they're somehow able to get enough speed to jump over that, then you may not get that acceleration penalty that they're currently dealing with at the moment. But yeah, we have a next clip here, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So this was a very close round on South Korea here between Flimsy, Mime, and also Carl Jr. And like, it was a very, very common trend that Flimsy was just so far ahead of the others. I mean, 1-2 car lengths sometimes. So he really had the pace.
He had some moments.
I think he will be a very scary opponent to play against for the other losers of the matches. So he is fast. But then I think everything goes a bit south in the end for him here. It is Mime with a much better apex. Look at the gap that he has already created. And, well, Mime just getting a great zoom. But Flimsy, still you can see him here. Still in there. Still trying to fight his way back. But then, sadly, he has lost it here in the ending. Carl Jr. getting a great zoom here, but still Flimsy fighting onto it. And I think he has been making a mistake, so he has been completely out of the picture. And Flimsy only got 4 points. But this was a common trend. Not only for Flimsy not collecting any points, because Carl Jr., how fast did he close it out?
Man.
18 rounds for him, and you can see it here. Look at this. Look at the points here on the top.
Yeah, and I think as far as Carl is concerned, that if you look at his times and everything, he actually wasn't the fastest on every single map. He actually didn't even have the fastest median time. This is where consistency comes into play. You don't have to be necessarily the fastest, but his overall pace is at a higher level than the rest of the field. So yeah, 18 rounds is crazy, but you wouldn't think that from just looking at the stat sheet and the times that you saw.
Yeah, he was just a threat.
Yeah, it was crazy, but
the point of it was not 100, it wasn't 120, it was 140 points. And keep in mind, Carl Jr. was at 139 points going into round number 16, or 17 it was, because then he won that round, got into finalists, and eventually closed it out. He was a bit lucky there, one could say, because Mime has been making a mistake here in this sector. He had a different approach for that part, goes for a low jump, which of course provides you with less airtime, more speed, but he has failed, and Carl Jr. was able to cruise it into the ending. But an outstanding performance from Carl in that match, and this is really like same as Granadi. He really he's a perfectionist when it comes to the format.
Would you say that because of the way Carl was playing, I mean, it forced Mime to make a decision like that to try to go for it?
I mean, he was ahead. I'm not sure if that was the case. I think it was just the line that just didn't work out for him, because the side of the road there is very, very unpredictable sometimes. And if you have really a bit of an off angle, you really just lose a lot of time.
Yeah, just a decision, but just didn't really go well, despite the fact that Carl was right behind him about to close it out in finalist mode.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think for Carl, though, still, insane performance. Understanding that a perfect match for a player is 15 rounds, that's 14 first places, and then of course the finalist mode. So being only 3 off, almost only 2 off, is really impressive.
Pretty impressive, man. Carl just comes out flying, and that leads us to the rest of today. It feels like we now have to start saying tonight, because we have transitioned to 5 matchups already and 3 groups still to come. Wosile and Binks, Genji, AGAL take the stage with Josh, 1248, and Link Max as well. This is going to be an interesting group. It also helps us to highlight the AGAL race against what we just saw, the Falcons, with Carl Jr. as their representative. While we switch out the desk and get ready for that one, we want to let you know that Flimsy had some fun learning French. So take a look at that. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Trackmania at EWC 26. I'm G-Geek, and I've got a little secret to tell you. I'm not actually an English native speaker. Et non, de base, ma langue maternelle, c'est le français. Et je me fais un plaisir de l'apprendre à certains de nos joueurs Trackmania. That's right, we're doing Trackmania French lessons. And today, we're having our very special student, Flimsy. How are you doing?
Doing good, how are you?
Well, doing all right. We're gonna start off easy. It's an easy phrase, right? Here's how it translates in French. Try to read that out loud.
Je joue à Trackmania.
Good. Honestly, really impressive for a first shot. You got it pretty much right. Je joue à Trackmania. Of course, without the accent, it works way better. But honestly, pretty solid shot. Somehow things keep getting tougher and tougher, not only for him, but also for me trying to write out the sentences. So,
j'ai participé à la première des Trackmanias EWC.
You're close. You see these ones? They don't have any accents. Participe, not participer. And de is de. Yeah, so try that again.
J'ai participé à la première de Trackmanias EWC.
Ah, you're missing something. That's à l'EWC.
Je participe à la première de Trackmania à l'EWC.
Not bad. He's doing much better than I expected. Third and final phrase of our lesson, ice is a really slippery surface. You know that more than anybody.
Yes.
Having practiced it. Here's how it translates in French. Try to read that one out loud.
All right. La glace est... What does that word say? Could you read?
Une.
Spell?
U-N-E, that's
all right. Une surface très glissante.
You're close. Here the S is silent. It's eh.
Eh.
La glace est. Surface, you got that. Here the S is silent as well. We don't pronounce it. It's just très. And glissante.
La glace est une surface très glissante.
Very good. Just one little tweak. It's not a U. You pronounce it U. Une.
U?
Une.
Une.
Yeah.
Okay. La glace est une surface très glissante.
Honestly, pleasantly surprised. Looking forward to see who else is going to be doing some more French teaching lessons with me.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
A new unofficial input being introduced for Trackmania, thanks to Gwen there and AGAL. Hilarious to see that. Reminds me of a little bit of a fun time racing last December. I actually bought one of those and terrorized my nieces and nephews and daughter in a very small cabin in Big Bear. But I had fun. I don't
Did
know
you win them?
Yeah, it wasn't really a competition. The competition was made up just to see how many times I could kind of run into their feet and like back away, or if they could catch the car, which they couldn't. So hey, maybe again I'll find my way in racing. May not be Trackmania. As everyone welcoming back here who have been watching, or if you're just joining us, we are almost 65, something like that, % of the way through in a very big day of Trackmania. Group stages, we're not sending anyone home, but we are sending players towards the higher end of the brackets and the lower end for tomorrow. Gen G Esports going to have their representative, Wosile and AGAL in Binks, two key components in not only the club championship race, especially with Binks, but also in terms of their expectations, G-Geek, coming into this to be a number 1 and 2 seed.
Yeah, indeed. The two AGAL players make no mistake of their objective. They want to go for the overall win, and anything below top 8, anything below club championship earning positions are going to be considered as underperformances. But there's one guy that you saw on the screen, Wosao, who can definitely throw a spanner in the works for AGAL. A very, very strong player that can definitely take on the best of Binks, but Binks extremely consistent so far this year. He's going to be one tough opponent to beat.
I mean, talk about a walk. I mean, I like that strut right there, Kai.
Yeah, that was so good. And also look at this, he's just so focused.
This is what I'm saying.
He's laser focused, and and then we can see Link Max here as well. Fun fact about him, I think he plays with an N64 controller.
You're kidding.
He does.
Really? So there are new inputs. Okay, I can't wait. We've got to get a close-up on that and we can find it. That's kind of the beauty of Trackmania as well. So many different styles, but you can see it translate. Player experience is something that is consistent throughout it. Grenady, a great example of that. And I think Mutta as well, who we'll see later on today, transitioned from controller now to wheel and has been better on wheel, but showing his competence on both.
Yeah, exactly. And the transition to wheel came over the course of the last year and a half. In late 2024, he made the switch from gamepad to the steering wheel. It took him a couple of weeks and months to adapt to it, but since then, we can all agree that he became a much better wheel player than he is a pad player. Yeah. Came close, as we said, on a number of occasions to win international events. Got his first international lab win earlier this year. The last final key thing off of his checklist to really consider himself as a key player that can take on the best of the best, because he won against Pac. He won against Gwen. He won against Tepos as well. That's just the true testament of the caliber of this man.
All right, well, we have a chance to sit down and chat a little bit before this one. Binks and AGAL, that is a big conversation for the club championship. Rachel sat down with Binks about his expectations going into this one.
Got Binks next to me, who has been having a fabulous season so far, leading the Elite Cup Series. How much does that help you coming into EWC?
I think it brings me like confidence for the EWC, but it's not the same game to play Elite Cup and this mod. So I will try to do my best in this mod.
How different is it?
It's like Elite Cup. We need to be fully consistent to not finish last at the end of the round. And here now, so we will have to push the round to finish first to earn the more points possible.
In terms of your group to begin with, who's your greatest competitor there? Biggest challenge?
Biggest challenge, I think it's there is like three or four players like Epos, Pac, Meda, Gwen. There is Otak too. Like there is a lot of really good players in this group. I think it's the harder group, but I will do. I think I can go out of. I can now go.
You're going to go through.
Yeah.
He thinks he's going to go through, which is obviously key. In terms of the 10 maps, been practicing them for about 2 months now. Do you have a strong one versus a weak one, or are they all pretty strong?
Yeah. I have a strong one. Like I have like maybe Canada, Poland, and Saudi Arabia. And for my weakest, I think it's gonna be maybe Australia or Norway, I think.
Okay, Australia or Norway, the weak ones. In terms of your overall ambition, Binks, are you here to become champion?
I hope so. I will do my best for it, and I hope.
Okay, well, good luck. He's the one to watch, isn't he, in the League Cup Series? Can he do it here at EWC? We're about to find out.
Thank you.
Well, this stage has played spoiler to Falcons' hopes. AGAL and Binks looking to do that yet again and see if they can overtake them in that final spot. It most likely will come down to Trackmania, guys, and Binks is one of the players alongside Gwen who has a chance to do it in that top 2 race for $7 million and raising the club championship trophy at the end of EWC. Heading into it, guys, the match is about to start, though, and we're going to get into our stage walkouts in a moment. Any final thoughts here after hearing what Binks had to say? Saying Australia and Norway, maybe not my favorite maps.
Expect also a Canada ban. That might be a little bit of a double-edged sword, revealing what your best map is. But I'm honestly looking forward to see Binks versus Wosal because both are part of the keyboard warriors. 2 keyboard players going at it is going to be really interesting.
I think it's also brave saying what your weakest maps are.
Sure.
Because we have seen Carl Jr. not talking about it. But Wosal and Binks being the favorites here, playing against 2 free agents, Josh and Linkmax. What can they do? Josh looks very comfortable as well. I think he can deal some damage. But what about Linkmax?
I love these questions that you're raising because what about him? We're waiting for that moment where something turns. The expected doesn't go the way that we planned. Trackmania has given us such a show here, and Group 6 should be no different. We're heading into the nighttime here in France. Yet Paris, you know the Eiffel, likes to sparkle right about now. Let's send it over to the stage and see if these players enjoy the light as well.
It's all sunshine and sparkles. As you hear, we head into our evening matches. Game number 5 is upon us. They're actually behind us because now we're going deeper.
Yeah,
into
we are. We're going right into the trenches now, right into the trenches. You know, just before this matchup, chatting to Carl Jr., what a cool customer. Like, oozes cool. You know, he actually reminds you of somebody. Rain Day, such a legend, such a legend. My guy, he really is my guy. I love this guy. Folks, we have got ourselves a big matchup coming our way. We are 5 down, 3 to go today. Milos, it's all to play for.
Absolutely. Talk about cool people. I got 4 more to bring out for you, so please join me in welcoming our first from the series, Wosal! Representing Genji Esports is a French driver capable of beating the best, overlooking at your own cost as he guns for the playoffs.
Next up, it's Linkmax! Don't overlook what Linkmax is capable of. Rocking that retro controller. Can he rumble his way to the final pack?
Our third in the set, Josh 1248! Since transitioning into competitive mix in 24, he steadily moved up the scene at home and in the world. EWC will be his biggest test yet.
Rounding out our fabulous 4, it's Binks! The crowd love him. One of the most consistent Elite Cup players. Anything below top 8 simply will not do. Paris is so ready here, Milos. They can't wait to see if Binks can top it all the way and go through into the upper bracket. We're going to find out right now. Gentlemen, you can go to your seats, your stations, please. Please lock in those keys as we send it up and get straight into this. Will Binks go all the way, or someone else surprise us? We'll find out right now. Back to the desk. Here we go, guys. It's on.
Well, AGAL is getting excited for this one. And I love it. Binks ready to show up for an org, fighting for millions of dollars. We may decide the fate of Club Championship here tonight, at least the beginning of that story. But let's start talking narrowly down into this matchup. We mentioned a couple of the maps, Australia. We mentioned Norway. We've seen Norway banned quite a bit, Kai, after we saw, I think, played in maybe game 3 or game 2.
Yeah, it was hardly seen, that's for sure. We have, I think, Carl Jr. also banning Australia. So let's take a look if it's going to be played again. But Norway, firstly being banned. So there you go, Norway, Japan. We already talked about that beforehand as well, Geek. Norway and Japan, when we prepared for the cast, those were the two maps we thought will be banned the most.
These were the maps that we thought were the hardest as well, and it was very surprising at first to see it played out that much when you saw how much chaos it wreaked, and it's the incredibly rare ban that has been pronounced. Going on to the picks, though, it is going to be Germany starting off, and then Poland cycling earlier and earlier in the rotation inside map number 2.
Yeah, Poland as map number 2 here, and then we have third pick from Josh being Hungary, a pace-heavy map, Saudi Arabia and Argentina. I think, again, map number 5. The bans are as well Australia and South Korea here, but this is the map rotation: Germany, Poland, Hungary, Saudi Arabia, and last but definitely not least, Argentina.
And one of the bans that does not surprise me, the Binks ban on Australia. Given Josh's background and the start of Australia, it's a definite power nerf right there.
Well, he'll have a chance to ban at least one of those maps he finds uncomfortable. Norway taken out and banned for him as well. Canada left out of the map pick, so he will be pretty confident on Saudi Arabia, as he had mentioned, alongside that decider of Argentina that could play spoiler, could give them the final edge. And speaking of that, it's time to send it over to our casters to talk about every edge, every curve, every line, every apex, as we send it over to Brav and Onset.
Thank you very much, everybody. And yes, indeed, another match is ready to go here on our stage. And we got 4 new competitors joining us. And as you can hear from the crowd, a couple of Frenchmen on the stage. And it feels like Binks has got the army out coming to support him.
He really does. He might have a slightly lower seed here in the 9th seed over Wosile. But I tell you what, the crowd certainly made a whole lot of noise for both of them. Binks maybe with a slight edge. As you said, 2 French players here, one representing Gen G and one representing AG Global, a very important and org that's in focus without a doubt at the end of the Esports World Cup as we get ready to head to our first match. And you and I were both a little bit surprised to see a map that has historically seen a lot of bans. It's Germany to kick things off.
It feels like everybody's comfortable enough on Germany. It's going to be Wosile who actually picks it. And you mentioned, the edge when it came to the crowd between Wosile and Binks. Well, it's an edge when it comes to seeds as well. The 8th and 9th seed, both in this group, extremely tight when it comes to the seeding. And we're going to expect both of these players to put up big points and be running each other extremely close for that qualification for playoffs.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, of course, Wosile 3rd place on Germany in the Elite Cup. He's going to feel very at home, and an incredible performance from him. And I'm not surprised to not see Canada in this mix, Mark. Of course, actually, if you look across Wosile, Josh, and LinkMax, all a pretty disappointing Elite Cup for them. I think one thing that's also worth noting is we saw Josh and LinkMax with a little bit of struggles on Hungary in the Elite Cup. That will feature in this series as well. So as you said, it's really all eyes on the top seeds here. Let's not forget, Josh and LinkMax respectively will have the 20th and 23rd seed. So it's all about the 2 Frenchmen with the 8th and the 9th seed. Everything to fight for here. They're going to expect to go through. Question is, which order, if the seeds are going to indicate how they get through?
Yeah, just looking at the picks and bans as well, I think Josh might be a little bit disappointed not to see some of the tracks that offer a little bit of full speed, the likes of Australia, that really can allow him to shine. We've talked to a few of the players in the build-up to this event, and his name kept cropping up when it came to full speed and some of his achievements in the past in that particular category of driving. But now it's going to be tested a little bit more with a few different facets to his game.
Yeah, really well. And I think also, let's not forget with Josh and the 20th seed, like you said, I mean, already known so much for his full speed capabilities. I think he's going to want to let people know that he's not only a full speed driver. He's going to want to let people know that he is not a 20th seed, but rather a contender here at the Esports World Cup. Looks like for just a moment, players getting settled in before we get into race number 1, which is actually how we prefer. Let's get everything settled, then let's get into the races. But a lot to play for here. Should also, of course, talk about LinkMax as well. the 23rd seed free agent from Australia. And I think when we were talking to Pac, he just said what was crazy about LinkMax is just the way that he burst onto the scene as a really young player, of course, qualifying here via the Asia OCE online qualifier. We already heard the desk talking, I think Adam Savage with a very nice set of wordplay, talking about his ancient, storied device that he's able to use as an input method as well.
That's one that Adam still has in his collection, by the way, when he's written a couple of N64 games. But certainly an ancient device, maybe found deep in the pyramids or somewhere like that. But it's coming out and is certainly doing the work when it comes to the input of choice for LinkMax. But going back to the higher seeded players, something to highlight here is Binks talked about as the Elite Cup winner. You know, he had a fantastic run in those Elite Cups on those spring maps, and he's going to feel very, very confident when they pop up a little bit later on in the tournament. Wosal as well, 8th place, a final qualification place from DreamHack Birmingham a little bit earlier. And when you look through the field and how stacked that was, so many players who are here at the Esports World Cup were at that event and did not get into that top 8. He made it by 0.008 of a second. Yeah, that's how close it was.
It is wild to think about. I think one of the first things that you and I noticed was, you know, it's very rare that when you look at a tournament like the Esports World Cup and you look at the qualifying methods and you look at LAN events specifically, and specifically an event somewhere like DreamHack. We'll get to that in a second. Let's get now into race number 1 here. It's Wosal, Josh, Binks, and LinkMax here.
Let's see how they get on there. Germany is going to be the first track that we find ourselves on. A couple of those interesting backward sections and those quarter pipe jumps that are going to separate the pack. Let's see who's getting out to an early lead here. And it looks like Josh has just managed to carve a little bit of pace ahead of the field.
Yeah, the big question is who can start to set the pace for this race. Let's not forget, as we've seen all day today, 140 points is quite a few races on the board. How do you start the set of races? How can you find really consistency here? A little bit of a line we're seeing a lot of variety on that line mark, by the way. Of course, there's an opportunity for a neo slide there. We're going to keep an eye on that turn, and Wosal makes the most of it into the water. He will be in the lead.
Yeah, the King of Germany had a very good performance in the Elite Cup on this particular map, and no surprise to see him picking it somewhere where he wants to drive, and you can see that from the performance. Already up by 0.7 of a second going into the transition on the second quarter pipe. The turnaround coming up on the ice very, very soon, but Wosal looking like this pick is going to be vindicated for him if he can clear this turnaround. He can take his time here into the boost. Wosal, 10 points on the board. He'll win the first race.
And it's LinkMax there in second, and maybe the surprise, of course, as we already heard just how loud the crowd is for Binks as well. It's going to be a DNF for Josh and a heartbreaker. We didn't actually catch in the Observer where he might have stumbled. We will keep an eye, of course, on his race. Observers will swap over. We can get a close eye to how he at least starts this one. It's LinkMax with a little bit of an early upset to snag second. Binks with fourth, and Josh needs to find his way back in. Doesn't even get the +3.
We've seen it already here on day one. It's not how you start, it's how you finish here, where those points will be decided. And Josh got out to a very good start in that previous round, and now you can see once again at the front of the pack. However, look at the speed from Binks here as we go into this left-hander, rocking down to keep all 4 tires on the track before this first transition. Everybody trying to land as low as possible when it looks like Josh has got the best run out of that first transition.
Yeah, he's going to want to keep this up here. Let's not forget, already at this point into this turn, it was already Wosal with quite a sizable lead. So instead, it's going to be Binks and Josh up front. Binks now into the dirt in the lead.
Run pretty close together in comparison to that first race, though. We have put a lot of times and maybe some mistakes in those first rounds down to nerves with the players entering the stage for the first time. But it's Binks in the lead here with the Josh on his back. And I think this might have been the transition where Josh lost that time last time. Everybody comes through clean, but it's still going to be Binks and Josh. Wosal jumps up into second, though, while he's facing the wrong way.
Yeah, look at that. Binks now with a full car lane, but it is the Josh Wosal battle towards the end. Let's get across the finish line. It's going to be Binks, Josh, Wosal in that order, but it is hundredths separating them.
Yeah, that is as close as you can get. 3 players almost crossing the line simultaneously in that round of Germany. But it is going to be Wosal who holds on 14 points on the board. Him and Binks neck and neck after a couple of rounds.
Yeah, you could not ask for more for these two, and I think we're going to see them trading races back and forth throughout the entirety, and certainly that's no surprise with the first and the second seed, but I tell you what, that's a surprise early on.
Well, that one's on you. We're all going to have one during this tournament, as Binks will have to watch the 3 cars in front of him fly into the distance. Wosal out into the lead again as we go through the checkpoint towards the first jump. Wosal with a comfortable lead here, but LinkMax on his tail. It looks like Josh might have had a little bit of a scary landing there, as it leaves us now with 2 at the front of the pack.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of nerves settling in here in our 3rd iteration, and Wosal is going to even take advantage of a cleaner turn over LinkMax as well heading into the final section. It's a sizable lead from him.
Yeah, Josh certainly did not make that transition position cleanly, and it's now left Wosal and Ligmax to decide where these points are going to be distributed. At the top of the leaderboard, it's Wosal through the dirt now. One more jump to go, and he will have a clean run towards another 10 points.
Take a look at the landing here. Wosal nice and low. Linkmax not too far behind with a
line
with a much straighter line here. Wosal loses the edge a little bit.
Linkmax just flies past him, and now on the turnaround, hits the booster and steals away the 10 points. A beautiful, beautiful end to the track here on Germany from Linkmax.
And it will be Binks in the end there with a plus 3.25 all the way in the back after the early clip. And I tell you what, I mean, you and I have watched a lot of Germany. I think a lot of fans have. Very rare to see that early in the track a catastrophic and race, impacting mistake like that.
It's one of those where you just think, next round.
Yep.
Let's try and finish here, get those 3 points on the board. Off the start here, it's going to be Binks in the lead very, very narrowly. Everybody else pretty much wheel to wheel in behind. This has been the separator of those. We've seen a couple of failures on this first transition on the quarter pipe through the Lenovo Legion 0. Or should I say O, because that would be grammatically correct.
It is the Lenovo Legion O indeed, and oh my goodness, neck and neck here. The closest we've seen around this turn. It was the closest. Linkmax, as you say, is the one to clip, and the other 3 will zoom into the dirt.
That's what we call an unfortunate headbutt. We've all been on the receiving end of them. Maybe just me. Wosal into the lead, though. He's going to be on 20 points at the moment. Another 10 points here. And this is looking like a very, very good pick for him on Germany.
It really is. Just needs to close this one out, and he will, of course, lead after the set, but needs to finish it out here. We've seen very good lines from Binks here towards the end as well.
Wosal and Binks seem to be battling out for first and second for that point distribution. Josh just in behind them. Little bit of a wide line there from Binks, though, and it's going to allow Josh to try and make that time up, but it's Wosal who will set a little bit of a PB here, and most importantly, get 10 more points on the board.
Go ahead and take a look at the ever-important points total, coming out of that. It will indeed be Wosal now on 30, leading Binks' 23, Linkmax on 22, and Josh all the way down at 14 in this moment. So really, you talk about quite a sizable gap for Wosal with 8, but Binks and Linkmax, for all intents and purposes, tied at second here, around 23 and 22, respectively.
So we leave Germany in our pasts and we move towards Poland, which is a track that you know very well, Andy.
It's a map I know very well. I like to compare it personally to a lot to my grandparents coming with a Polish immigration path. It was a lot of obstacles and dirt from what I hear, and I tell you what, this map, a lot of obstacles and a lot of dirt.
Yeah, it's great to be able to relate on it on that kind of a
level. It's a personal connection for me here.
I'll leave that one to you, but as we go into this one, we have seen a lot of differences being made in those final moments, and we're going to have to see if that's going to be made once again here, as it looks like all players are ready, and we are back underway. As we enter Poland, Wosal, 30 points already in the bank.
Yeah, of course, also worth mentioning here, we haven't seen world records being beat just yet. Still that Nathan world record on Poland here on the EWC version of Poland, so we'll keep an eye on those times, but also want to thank everyone for tuning in and sticking with us here on day number 1. Tons of races down and even tons of races to go yet on day number 1. We really hope you're enjoying Trackmania here at the Esports World Cup, the debut for the game, and as many could say, such an opportunity for these players here as we get ready to come out of 5th gear into 4th gear. Josh out in front.
Looks like a little bit of a gap opening between Josh and Wosal, who will be more than happy with the second place, I would imagine, for the points that he's already managed to put collectively in the bank. Oh, Josh. He's trying to push it a little bit too hard here, and that's going to give a clear run now for Wosal. Binks is on his tail as we dip into the water. We get a little bit submerged and jump up now back onto the dirt with those wet wheels.
Yeah, let's see if Wosal and Binks can get this line. Looks like, of course, unsurprisingly, a similar line coming in from Linkmax. Cars rocking back and forth, but all 3 drivers up front are going to look good. Wosal should be in position to close it out here.
Just needs to make no mistakes, and Wosal, he continues this fine form. He looks like he's ready for this one here at EWC. Another 10 points on the board for him. He's already on 40.
Yeah, it's a big set of points from him. And like you said, Wosal coming in here. Let's not forget as well, Wosal knew he needed to just snag that 8th seed. What an opportunity for him to qualify through DreamHack and avoid all of the Elite Cup pressure. It's especially, of course, for EWC itself, as well as the last chance online qualifiers for each region. He wanted nothing to do with it. Linkmax and Binks only separated by 3 points here. It's 29 for Binks, 26 for Linkmax.
Something Wosal has always credited himself with as well. He's just not panicking, not getting stressed during races, and being able to stay focused. And it really is showing. You know, his first game on the main stage here at EWC, biggest tournament Prize money wise of all time for Trackmania. Well, it doesn't look like the pressure's getting to him. He looks very, very comfortable, like he's playing from home. And as we transition into the dirt here, through the tight chicane, Binks will fall behind, but Wosal continues to dominate the field.
Josh, this time he's clean through one, he's clean through two, and actually Josh will be in the lead. What was his faulty section, his heartbreaking error on the first round, instead is his success story in our second. It's Josh out in front by a huge margin.
Linkmax trying to close the gap. That one's on me. Wosal, that's my fault. You've had one, Andy. That one was mine, as now Josh just has to clear the final jumps here to claim those 10 points. Linkmax in behind. No mistakes from him by the looks of things. Josh will claim the 10. And oh, it might have been a big mistake. It was a huge mistake from Linkmax just as we cut away, which allows Wosal to slide into second place. Binks just in behind him. And you can see the frustration on the face of the Aussie. That one hurt.
Wow, and that is going to change things up quite a bit here. Now it's Binks on 33, Linkmax on 29, Josh on 24. So quite a close race for second yet again here as we reach nearly 50 points total in the group.
98% of the track, fantastic for Linkmax. 2% of the track, catastrophic for Linkmax. And that's the kind of math which even I know doesn't add up in the way that you want it to. Wosal, he's going to be in the lead here, as we will see a little mistake coming in there from Josh, who's going to fall behind again. Just a collision a little bit too early into the track to really give him a chance to make a comeback here.
We talked to Binks about his prep. He says he's done everything he can, and now just hoping that all of the hours can pay off as they get ready for this first jump. We'll see if everyone's clean through it. It looks like yes, as they get ready for the lily pads here. A little bit of time lost from Linkmax.
Yeah, goes a little bit wide on the landing and gets a little bit rocky on the exit off the lily pads as well. That allows Binks and Wosal to take the lead. As we approach the final jumps in the identity now, Binks holding on to that lead. How hard does Wosal want to push this? Knowing he's got a little bit of a points cushion, he might have the opportunity to consider it, but Binks is clean. Binks is in first, and Binks will take away the 10 points here. Wosal will have to settle for second.
Gonna go ahead and see if Josh can make it through. He should be able to. Linkmax, I don't know if he'll have the time.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Gosh, is that heartbreaking?
You can taste it, you can smell it. Oh, the senses were tingling.
That is very, very difficult to watch there. Wosal now on 52 in the end. Binks at 43, so still a sizable lead for Wosal here as we get into another lap of Poland.
Wosal and Binks just extending that lead over Linkmax and Josh. And when you're talking about qualification spots, only 2 available here to the playoff stage. And when that gap is opening, Binks and Wosal are going to be feeling very, very confident going into these rounds, knowing that it's not going to be about their pace. It's going to be about finishing, getting that consistency. It's up to Linkmax and Josh to put the pressure on.
Really good line here from Wosal, but Binks also on a very impressive line as we get ready for a little bit of outside dirt line tap and ready into the jump. We'll see if everyone can be clean. It looks like everyone is, but Josh once again in the back.
Josh just about makes it.
Yeah.
It's not clean, but he did make it. Binks out in the lead this time. Wosal having a play. Second fiddle to his compatriot, the Frenchman in the lead. As we slide around the dirt now, jumping into the first of the planks, onto the second. Binks through pretty comfortably here. Wosal trying to cut the line a little bit to put the pressure on, but Binks should have the speed on the exit here to hold down first place. 10 points for Binks. Wosal again sharing one of those top 2 places with the Frenchman. And it seems like Binks and Wosal are just solidifying their places at the top here on Poland.
And that will wrap up Poland 8 races down. And important to check the points, because what we just saw, that 4-point gain that we just saw in the delta between, of course, first and second place that Binks is able to get, that changes the trajectory of this quite a bit. After 8 races, it's Wosal with 58, Binks with 53. Talk about being within 1 race. They're even closer than 1 single race, of course, being separated by only 5 points as we get ready for Hungary.
Well, if you're setting a budget for travel, you don't have to go too far with these first 3 maps, as we've gone from Germany to Poland into Hungary. And this is the sub-minute map. This is one of my favorite to watch, just to see these players really push the pace in towards those final couple of jumps. The identities are the difference maker here on Hungary, and how hard you want to push it, how much pressure you want to apply. That's up to the drivers in the position they find themselves in.
Big risk here for both Josh and Linkmax. Josh was top 34 in Hungary. Linkmax all the way down in top 44 in the Elite Cup. So our bottom 2 right now currently might be at a little bit of risk of falling down even lower here. This could extend the Wosal Binks story even further. If Elite Cup results are to be believed, Josh and Linkmax need to focus up here on this map, or this could be really where the gap is created.
Yeah, you can see them both here just trying to focus up ahead of Hungary and trying to kind of imagine where those lines are going to be, trying to put the practice into purpose here on the main stage. So many hours have been put in by these players, just dissecting maps, section by section, checkpoint by checkpoint, almost to make sure that they are maximizing their lines and their tech to make sure that they can put the quickest time on the board. But it's one thing, we keep talking about it, we've heard it from everybody here involved on the talent team. Speed is one thing, Andy, but consistency is a completely different game.
It really is. It's also worth noting that this Hungary map, even though we talked about Josh being top 34 in the Elite Cup and, what we would consider not on world-class pace when it comes to the eSports World Cup, that was his pick. So Josh certainly feeling comfortable sometime between the Elite Cup and now in terms of the prep on this map. And we should talk about what goes into this map. It is such a group of fine margins when we're talking about the identity, at just how hard you can push, how you stick the landing, the speed you take off of the first tightrope into that hard right-hander. It feels like such a perfect storm of chemistry, of nuance that you need to nail in that tech, which we're literally decided here. And these 4 races, as we said, could create a huge gap.
I mean, when you're looking at it as maybe a newer viewer of Trackmania, you look at Hungary, it seems like one of the most simple maps. But there are a few certain areas where time can be made and lost. And the fact that it's simple means that you have to be pushing the entire time, because otherwise you will fall behind. It's kind of a risk-reward kind of a map, especially when you get into those final 2 jumps. Wosal out into an early lead here as we head towards the full loop. The exit here into the dirt, this transition's so important to get this set up right as we head to that outside dirt line.
Yeah, let's see everybody for just a second. All 4 tires are going to tap that dirt line, as you say, heading downhill, and it's a huge left-hander if everyone can come through clean. And it's actually pretty good work from the entire pack as they'll make this jump and get ready for these right-handers that set up first jump.
A couple of hundredths of a second is separating the top 3 at the moment. You can see that on your screen. Binks very, very narrowly in the lead. No surprise to see his fellow Frenchman in behind him. Binks not going to make that one clean, though. Wosal will take away first place, but with 1 jump still to go on the identity, Linkmax has a chance. Josh comes out of nowhere to steal second place away. And that's exactly what you can expect here on Hungary. The minute details in those final jumps completely change the complex of the results.
Yeah, 2 things to notice there. Wosal really pushing it there on the end. He almost clips on the right side. He almost overshoots that second tightrope jump. In the end, he holds on very nicely. Also, as we said, this was Josh's pick, and he's able to snag second place. We'll see if he can continue to add points on the board here through the rest of Hungary.
As we hit the boost onto the grass, everybody sliding around before this exit back onto the tarmac. A little tap on the brakes here to drift out to the right as we head towards that full loop again. Now, as the players start to push a little bit more, Andy, this outside dirt line, you'll see how close these tires get to that barrier. Binks almost within touching distance.
Yeah, and on the right side as well, they need to be very careful here. How much can they push this turn as well? It's Binks and Wosal out in front. Josh now trailing by a bit.
Yeah, Linkmax has fallen way, way behind. He's out of this one for now as Binks and Wosal will lead the way. But we saw Josh come out of nowhere in these final jumps on that previous round to steal a couple of points away. But for Binks and Wosal, they are in full control right now, with Binks and Wosal both cleanly landing the first one. Binks goes a little bit wide on the exit, but has enough speed here to line up for this final jump. The Frenchman will take first and second once again.
See if Linkmax is able to finish it out. Just no, and
that's slow.
Might not in the slow, and will DNF there in the end, even though he tried to just take it cool on the final plank. Wobbles off. That will be a DNF, but now Wosal 74 points on the board as a result of these races so far. 2 down on Hungary, 66 for Binks as he starts to just see Wosal start to slip away in terms of the points category.
A slow-mo section right at the end. It really does give you a horrible amount of time to think about what you've done.
It really does, in the worst way.
It is the equivalent of being told by your parents.
Yeah.
They're not angry, they're just disappointed. You have to spend that time
when you've already
thinking about
lost, right? I mean, when you're just going up against the DNF or not, maybe just let them through. But guess what? It takes no prisoners. It will take you down, and it will claim victims. It has so far, indeed. Wosal out in front. Josh, trying to push once again.
Everybody very, very close together as we transition onto the tarmac. Through that next checkpoint before we set ourselves up for this right-hand hairpin to set up for the identity. Look at that line coming in from Binks. Out of nowhere, takes the position away from Josh.
Let's see how clean they can be here. That is the question right now. Binks, as you said, Binks all the way out in front.
Pushing.
It's going to be a wobble there in the back. Now Wosal will drop head. Binks now looking to close it out.
No! It's a disaster class at the end. An absolute disaster class at the end. Wosal steals away 10 points. Linkmax will be very, very happy for the generous donation of the 6. And we'll look at first and second place for Josh and Linkmax. I mean, didn't end up that way.
Mark, you and I have watched every race today so far. That one might right now be the reigning champion for absolute chaos at the end. And you're 1 and 2, both failing at the identity to allow the 3 and 4 to scoop that one through and get a little bit of better times on the board. But what an absolute, yeah, we talked about how Hungary would claim victims. It's happening right now.
We're into the dirt. It's going to be Wosal and Binks out in front. A little bit more separation from the pack than we have seen previously. A mistake coming in from Josh has left him almost 2 seconds behind Linkmax, who's holding down 3rd place at the moment. Wosal inhaling the fumes coming from the exhaust of Binks' car at the moment as we set ourselves up for this identity. Now, even though Binks and Wosal are out in the lead, we've already seen how that doesn't matter for much until you land these jumps. Linkmax will be breathing down their necks should they make a mistake on this final approach.
Drone camera putting in overtime for the perfect capture here. It's Binks in first, Wosal in second, and now will be Linkmax coming across. Josh will make sure to get the last, a little bit of wobble there at the end, but will still make sure to finish the race. But I think every driver, Mark, coming in from our 3rd iteration of Hungary into the 4th, realize, okay, I need to ice up here. We cannot be wobbling at the identity. In the end, it will be clean runs for them, and Binks especially, to make sure that he gets across clean as well.
Now, you will need to jump on an airplane right now because we're heading off to Saudi Arabia. So a little bit of a change up here where we will have some obstacles, a little bit of a change of pace for our drivers. And our players to have to consider how they approach here, a very different feel to what we've just seen on Hungary.
It really is. It's going to be quite a different layout, as you said. And I believe this is going to be a Linkmax pick, excuse me. We'll see if he can get back in this.
So looking at the points distribution at the moment, Wosal and Binks 90 and 80 respectively, closing in on that 140 to enable finalist mode. Josh and Linkmax a long way away at the moment, 48 and 46, almost half the points that the 2 Frenchmen have managed to put on the board. So it feels like a Wosal and Binks victory lap, unless Josh and Linkmax have got something up their sleeves here on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, like we talked about, Hungary was going to be a separator, and even though we saw a lot of surprises there, and as we said, chaos in the end, it certainly was a point separator for our 2 French favorites here. The hometown crowd, of course, supporting both of them, and they've got the points on the board to back it up so far. 3rd geared all the way through, down into the jump. I was going to say everyone clean, but a little bit different.
Yeah, Josh wanting that one back. He's going to have to hit the restart there and see if he can get back into the race and hope for some mistakes a little bit later on. Linkmax will be in the lead here as we go through the ice down towards the checkpoint and now up onto the island jumps. This is where a lot of time has been made up by different drivers, and I will say it's one where we've seen a separation in lines coming into EWC from different drivers as well.
Yeah, right now Linkmax and Binks with very, very similar lines. They take that tight right-hander as we take a look off of the rocks here, and Linkmax gets all 4 wheels down just a bit faster than Binks, so that will buy him a little bit extra time here into the final identity.
No mistakes here from Linkmax, and he'll take home the 10 points. It will indeed belong to him. 1st place here as we start Saudi Arabia. Josh will be coming in 3rd place. Wosal has to be careful with the DNF here, but should be good enough. And it'll be Wosal for the first time in quite some time having a little bit of a disappointing race.
I tell you what, Linkmax going to be very happy with that. As we said, Saudi Arabia being a Linkmax pick, he wants to get himself back in the conversation. We should talk about it, Mark. Right now for Linkmax and Josh, that will be a tall order. However, it is not out of the question. Of course, anything can happen here thanks to the mode that we get to play here in Cup mode. It's all about just connecting continual races together. It's not over yet. Of course, still with only 93 on the board for Wosal, we got a lot of racing still to come with this group.
One player is going to be having his heart beating a little bit quicker. The most is going to be Josh. Did not make that jump the first time. Looks like this time he managed to come through, but he's still just behind the other 3 drivers at the moment, trying to make that time up. Now, left-hander into the ice. A beautiful landing from Wosal. No correction required whatsoever as we go downhill through the checkpoint.
Linkmax leading out of that again. It's another clean landing, and he'll be very happy to be flying through these islands once again in 1st place. And a little bit of a wobble there, and Wosal's going to take advantage of that.
Linkmax just falling behind and now has to worry about Binks being on his tail. For Wosal, going to be an opportunity to put 10 more points on the board if he can stick the final jump through the tiny gap here. Linkmax and Wosal in the front. Binks searching and hoping for some mistakes in front of him, but it's not going to be happening. Wosal holds on to take the 10 points away. Linkmax in second, just to try to finish it.
See if he's going to have the time to be able to do so. You get the feeling it's going to be very close, and especially with that, there is no chance as he will not be able to cross. That will be a DNF in that one here. Wosal will cross the 100-point mark. 103 for him. Binks not far behind, really just a tiny bit over 1 race win behind at 90, and Linkmax saying it's not over yet in 62. Trails by quite a margin, but as we said, anything can happen here.
Yeah, Linkmax showing some good speed here and good pace in most of the sections. Just needs to see if he can hold his nerve in those big, big moments. on Saudi Arabia and put the other two under pressure, the two Frenchmen who are out in front at the moment. First jump, everybody swishes through the hoop and will feel pretty good heading into the transition.
Yeah, let's see. Of course, this gap has claimed a few victims as well, but so far everyone looking okay as well. It's Binks into the ice, as you said. Maybe just a little bit of counter steer to correct, but it's all about this setup, this landing as we get ready to do a bit of island hopping.
Yeah, everybody tucking right in close to that to the checkpoint. As like you say, you start island hopping, and Link Max has made a lot of time up with his line. And look at the pressure now he's putting onto Binks. Binks has thought he might have had this one in the bag, but Link Max has got another thought in the back of his mind. He wants to try and steal this one away. We said how he might be the man to put the pressure on.
Oh.
Well, Binks, he's going to be very, very careful, the Aussie, right now.
What can Link Max do? The line looks better, and the speed looks good as well. Link Max should be able to close out.
He will take away first place, and that pressure is kept on. Link Max wants to have something to say about this race.
Josh once again with a DNF just because cannot keep up with the pace on this map. Specifically, all three drivers able to just set a slightly higher time. Now take a look once again. Link Max is slowly chipping away. Now only about 24 behind Binks. And we got a lot more racing yet to do. Wosile only at 107. Binks trying to close that gap between first and second as well.
Argentina is waiting in the shadows here as the next map we will be going to. What will the points look like as we will head into our next map? If Link Max can keep that kind of pace up, then there might be very, very interesting, but he's fallen behind here. A little bit of an early mistake from him, and it's the two Frenchmen, when the pressure is on and the lights are shining, who seem to be able to keep their composure best.
Binks not with the best exit speed off of these ramps. It might even drop into fourth. Wosile still leading up front, but a lot more racing in the middle of the pack to yet to come.
Well, think about the pace that Link Max had through these island jumps, and yes, he's in third, but he's chasing down Josh in second here. He had good speed through this final section, and with Wosile out in front, Link Max is chasing down Josh and trying to steal those points away. There's a real opportunity if he wants to keep pushing on this final jump to get those points on the board.
See how this last one looks. Wosile out in front by quite a lead, as you said, but it's all about if Josh can hold on, and he will be able to do so. Link Max will come across in third. Binks in fourth here. It will be a +10, most importantly, though, for Wosile.
Yeah, Josh did a really good job there just to negate that pressure. You could feel that Link Max was really, really trying to push in those final moments there on Saudi Arabia, but at the end of it, it's Wosile and Binks. Only one of the players has hit triple digits so far. Wosile coming out in the lead, 117 points already secured.
You get the feeling Wosile was going to be so happy with that result. Not only does it put him on 117, but that momentum coming out of Saudi Arabia, as you said, into Argentina is just going to be massive because it creates that two-race cushion, right? He's a point or two away from a double win kind of cushion where the only way he's under a real threat is if Binks starts to put back-to-back wins on the board, or we get a cascading results of kind of failure from Wosile, which right now does not seem to be something we have a line of sight to. Instead, Wosile's going to be feeling very good, just needs to run clean races here, and this should be him advancing comfortably in these next four maps.
Yeah, I mean, I feel a little bit for Josh here. A couple of DNFs, which have really, really hurt him. You think if he finishes the races that we've seen so far, him and Link Max are in a real battle here to try and claw that back together, but those DNFs, they stack up very, very quickly, and Josh is certainly feeling like a little bit of a victim when it comes to those final moments. Into the next map we go then. Argentina, Andy. This is going to be testing every facet of these drivers.
Certainly one of our favorite maps.
Certainly mine.
Yeah, one of our favorite maps. And in talking to pro players, a lot of talk about how this is one of the few true mixed style maps where you're really going to be tested on a whole lot of different skill sets here. Now all the way full power down as we get ready to head into the nose tier. 12 out in front, Josh in second.
Into the first bobsleigh and into the turnaround. Let's see who can touch it and who's going to have the speed on the exit. It's actually going to be Josh, who is in the lead. Binks falls behind Wosile. Link Max has fallen all the way back by almost 7 tenths of a second. Josh makes another heartbreaking mistake as Wosile has to now deal with Binks, who has a little bit more speed off of the transition into the ice slide.
Wosile wobbly as well. He's going to maintain somehow position, even though he's able to recover in a very important way. He's just on the tail of Binks, and we'll see if Binks can hold on to first here.
Well, let me tell you, there's easy ways to make mistakes in this bobsleigh. I have made more than most, as Binks and Wosile will be fighting it out, and they will be able, by the looks of things, to hold on, thread the needle through the gap to get those points on the board. Binks with a big win here is just going to pull Wosile a little bit closer.
And once again, if you're a neutral fan and you wanted to see this close and go down to the wire, you want to see some more Binks results on the board, and just like that, it's only 123 to 109. A nice set of points coming in for Binks. Link Max wants to close the gap, most importantly, between he and Binks if he can.
Link Max with a very, very nice first section. Everybody coming through very, very cleanly through that tight, fragile section that we do have. Onto the grass now. Josh has to slide out a little bit, just losing a little bit of speed on the transition down the grass plank back onto the tarmac, and again, just a little touch that really cost Josh here. Wosal back out in the lead, but Linkmax just in behind, and importantly for him, ahead of Binks as well.
Yeah, let's see how they both look here. Remember, they both went deep. They were both trailing after this turnaround, and so far everyone looks a little bit more neck and neck, as we see Josh, of course, in the back of the pack, but it's all about up front.
Well, I think Binks might have just missed the touch on the checkpoint there, and he's fallen all the way to the back of the pack now. What an opportunity that is for Linkmax. Linkmax has a chance to once again chomp away at that differential in the points that Binks has ahead of him. With Wosal out in front, he's not going to be worried too much about that, but staying ahead of Binks is going to be the name of the game for him. Every single time he finishes a race ahead of the Frenchman, he's going to be closing that gap. Wosal takes home first, but Linkmax will keep the pressure on the Frenchman Binks here, who has to limp over the line in fourth.
And you can tell a little bit of smile. If you were watching his player cam there, Linkmax was happy with what he was seeing, and he knows a little bit of a moment of relief, as you say, to be able to get that one on the board. And most importantly, look at Bink and Linkmax. All of a sudden, it's just 86 to 112. Now, Wosal, by the way, we should mention, on 133, he is quietly inching his way to finalist mode. He's only 7 points away now.
Speed here from Binks. Linkmax alongside him though. This is about to keep your eyes on, of course. Wosal is looking to inch his way with a win here onto finalist mode and looking to close out his qualification story. However, Linkmax and Binks
brutal
side by side until Linkmax has an unfortunate conversation with the barrier that he did not know how to get out of.
Just a little tap on the left wall is all it takes here. Steering going to be off here. It's a really tight turnaround from Wosal. What an absolute route from him. The line looks so good out in front for just a second, but instead off cam he'll clip for just a second, and as a result it's out Binks out in front and Linkmax out in second.
Just trying to run it so close, just touching that checkpoint, and if you miss it, it really does hurt you. And you can see that again. Wosal this time is going to fall victim as Binks is out in front of Linkmax. This is going to hurt Linkmax though. If Binks can get through this final bobsleigh section clean and finish with those 10 points, that's going to extend his lead over the Aussie here, and it's looking like Binks is making no mistakes.
Oh, look at this. As you say, Binks going to be through. Linkmax will be through, and it should now be Josh. As you see, Wosal all the way in the back by 7 seconds. Josh is through. Wosal will make sure to finish, but it does make things interesting. Wosal now only on 136 in the ice turnaround. Somehow clips just off camera, and in the end, he will now need to find another race. Let's not forget, needs to make sure he just places top 3. Wants to get top 3, wants to make sure he crosses the line here into finalist mode.
Yeah, that ice turnaround is one of the big difference makers here on Argentina. You know, some players, they feel like they've got the turn so well, they just want to touch the back of that checkpoint with the back of the car and then continue, but if you stand a little bit too much, all of a sudden, you have to stop almost, reverse, or you have to hit the checkpoint again to make sure that you are making that checkpoint work for you. It can be a little bit of a heartbreaking moment when you feel like you're on for a great time, but the margins we're talking about here as Linkmax goes out into a dominating lead, over half a second over Binks here.
Yeah, really, it's two separate battles going on the track. As you see now, Linkmax and Binks way out in front, as you mentioned, and Binks on 122. Let's keep in mind, he's also getting within really close firing distance of finalist mode as well.
The battle of Binks-Max at the moment, these two lead the way. It looks like Binks is starting to just chop away a little bit of Linkmax's lead here. As you can see, it's gone down from 3/10 to 2/10, and Linkmax may be feeling the pressure a little bit here in the final bobsleigh section. Does have a pretty significant lead, but the pressure is one thing that can make you make mistakes. None to be seen here from Linkmax though, and that is going to be big for him. Wosal falls behind again.
Plus 3.
And the Wosal
does not hit finalist mode. The unthinkable after
painful.
After the races that Wosal has ran today. He was on 117 coming into this track on Argentina, and somehow in the final moment, simply needing anywhere in the top 3, anything but a 4th or a DNF, only gets 4th and will be on 139 and will not be able to look forward once again as we go back around to Germany. Some Genji fans, of course, some Wosal fans in the building here supporting him and hoping that he's able to hit this immediately, of course, on Germany, but not the way we expected to come into the wrap of the series, Mark, to come back onto Germany with no one on match point. Wosal not closing it out at 139, and everything still to play for.
Well, I think the good news for Wosal is that he can say goodbye to Argentina for a little bit of time, because it was not a happy hunting ground for him. One that was, though, was Germany. This is where he looked very, very good here. The Genji man will have to see if the nerves are going to get enough of him that he's going to have to carry that over from Argentina, what we've just seen, or if he can just reset a little bit here and find that pace that we saw from him a little bit earlier on the first iteration of Germany.
Absolutely. While it would have been a little bit frustrating, of course, to not be able to come into race number 1, let's not forget, take a look at the points table, take a look at the races that he's ran all day today. He's going to be comfortable. He was landing so low on these ramps as well.
One man to keep your eyes on, Linkmax. Look at the leaderboards right now. 128 for Binks, but Linkmax coming into Germany is all of a sudden on 102. This is getting closer and closer, and with Linkmax in second place, once again ahead of Binks momentarily as Binks keeps the pressure on. Wosol wants to hit finalist mode, but the two drivers behind him are fighting tooth and nail at the moment to see if they can be the second qualifier.
Binks and Wosol both a little bit cleaner on that release, and we'll see this last jump. And exactly where you land here, the line you come off could really determine it.
All three drivers alongside, but look at the speed from Linkmax. He goes into the lead. And this could be massive for him. 10 points at this point would be massive for Linkmax, but Binks is alongside him. Wosol just in behind, but he holds on and manages to get the 10 points on the board. Wosol and Binks nestle in behind him respectively, but Linkmax is making this interesting.
7 thousandths separating Binks and Wosol there in the end. By the way, it will of course be Wosol into finalist mode. He has the chance to end it here to advance, and now with a very big cushion over Binks, he wants to make sure he makes it happen in this race.
All eyes on Wosol then on finalist mode, but it looks like he might have fallen to the back of the pack a little bit early there as Josh. Binks and Linkmax will take up the lead at the front. First transition here, everybody looking to make this one clean. Wosol, though, having to play this one from the middle of the pack, knowing that one win here will secure him into the playoffs.
On this turnaround, everyone very, very close. Just a car lane separating, really, or two separating the entire pack as we head back into the dirt. Of course, the grassy right-hander into the water, a quick release, and back into dirt.
Yeah, how risky do you want to take this here? It's so easy to fly off into the spectators to the right if you push it a little bit too hard. But it's Binks and Wosol who seem to be out in front at the moment, and Wosol with an opportunity here as we see the final transition before we send the boys backwards to see if Wosol can hold on at the front here and make qualification his.
Binks, of course, looking to deny. We'll see if he can somehow get this turnaround in this reactor faster. I don't think it's going to happen. It's Wosol. He's clean, and it might have taken him an extra race, but he will advance from finalist mode. He is the first to advance from the group.
A huge congratulations to Wosol, who could finally just
take a
breathe for a second after a horrible Argentina. Germany is a happy hunting ground for him. As we turn our attention now to second qualifier, Linkmax, Binks and Josh still have to decide it. And Binks, with a first or a second place here, will be the first player to get onto finalist.
Yeah, you look at the points here, and it really should be Binks closing this out. And as we saw, a big hometown crowd supporting both him as well as Wosol. Of course, we do expect him here, even on Germany, to maybe close it out with only these two remaining. The question is, can he do it here and now?
The difficulty for Josh and Linkmax especially is they have to push here. They cannot allow these wins to be put on the board. They have to try and deny, and that means risk. That means pushing every single corner and every single line. And with Binks, it's about consistency. If you just manage to finish and you just manage to get those points on the board, then you're going to put yourself in a great spot here, and being in second should be enough. Those 6 points will take into finalists as we go through the dirt and approach the final jump.
As you say, Josh pushing, just holding in there, making sure he's hitting that curb just a little bit to stay ahead on that turn, and right now leading into the reactor.
Linkmax down by a second, so this is going to be the opportunity for Binks. If he makes no mistakes to put himself onto finalist mode, Josh comes through clean, he'll take the 10 points, but Binks will happily accept the 6, as now he will hit finalist mode. He has a chance to close out that qualification spot.
Yeah, exactly. There was really almost no scenario there, aside, of course, from a DNF to not get across that line. And now on finalist mode, Binks with the opportunity in front of the French crowd to also be the one to advance from this group. All pressure on Linkmax and Josh. They would need a heroic and historic set of denies to somehow stay in this one.
What's in the tank, Linkmax? Oh, he did not want that. It's an absolute horrible moment to have to witness. The man who had the opportunity to really put the pressure onto Binks has fallen very, very early on here in Germany. He's going to be hoping for a Binks mistake, and maybe for Josh to put enough pressure on that Binks makes that mistake himself.
Yeah, I mean, right now, as you say, he's going to have to look from the back of the pack, hope that Josh somehow pulls off a miracle, and probably a Binks mistake on top of that as well. We knew that Linkmax had to push. He tried to push it a little too hard early on. It cost him. Now Binks still out in front.
one thing to notice about Binks here is he hasn't made too many mistakes on this final transition. This final jump has been very consistent for him as he takes to the skies, and the oxygen gets a little bit thinner on that transition, and he heads towards the backwards part of this in reverse. He's got his own destiny in his hands here. Qualification is just an ice turnaround and a boost away. Josh is trying to push, but it's not going to be enough, and Binks will secure his qualification into the playoffs.
And once again, always had an idea that it might be your 8th seed and your 9th seed coming through, and it will actually be in that order as well. Wosile, the first one to do it after very, very consistent runs. A tiny wobble on Argentina, but he closes it out on one of his favorite maps of the set. It's Germany and Binks of AGG. Also, of course, coming from France, the Elite Cup winner will be your second one to advance through the group. It's Wosile and Binks moving on.
You'll be feeling pretty good, knowing that you managed to secure qualification out of what was a very testing group as well. You know, a lot of talk about Josh's speed coming into this event, that he might be a dark horse to make a really deep run. Didn't look too great in some of those tracks. But knowing that he's in your group and seeing the pressure that Linkmax was putting on as well, I have to commend, I think, the mental fortitude that we saw from the two Frenchmen there. A few opportunities were given, but they weren't really under enough pressure where it felt like they were going to make the mistakes that were going to cost them those qualification spots.
You just saw some of the Binks fans there, of course, in the crowd. You also saw just how much it means, and a little smile from Wosile, as you saw some great lines from him, and that's actually perfectly timed in the replay package, as Wosile takes a very good exit line there and into the Argentinian identity as well. And some good moments for Linkmax, but we'll have to see more from him later on in the tournament.
There is Wosile making it across the line. And speaking of Wosile, it's time for us to check in with the Frenchman, feeling very, very good at the moment. He's on our main stage now with Milos.
Yes, my friends, victorious is Genji and Wosile. Give it up for him. What a game we had. Wosile, I have a couple questions for you here. It was a tight game with Binks and Linkmax. Were you expecting that? Bien sûr, c'était une game hyper proche entre toi, Binks et Linkmax. Est-ce que tu t'attendais à ce résultat-là?
Honnêtement, je ne m'attendais pas spécialement à ce résultat. Je suis un peu surpris, mais je pense que le fait d'avoir été si dingue, ça a joué un peu en ma faveur. Et j'ai réussi à tenir, en tout cas, la tête froide, tête baissée tout au long du match. Et franchement, c'était cool.
I kept my head down the entire time. I wasn't really expecting it to go down this way, but it kind of motivated me through it. Just keep my head down and keep playing. At the end of the day, it worked out for me. Our second one here. How did you reset after Argentina, and how tough that game was? Comment as-tu pu faire le reset après le map Argentine pour gagner cette série?
Alors, après Argentine, en réalité, je savais que la map allait mal se passer dans tous les cas. C'est pas une map où je suis excellent dessus. Mais je savais que dans tous les cas, ma map revenait. C'était quasiment garanti. Et comme j'avais à peu près les points que j'attendais, il me fallait que ça pour finir. Donc j'étais préparé et déterminé à finir.
I was kind of expecting Argentina to not really go my way, or at least it would be a more complicated map for me. So when things got difficult, it's fine. We'll move on to the next. That would be my more preferred map, and to take it all there, that's what happened. I just had to roll it across the finish line. There it is. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you and Genji live from our stage. Wosile taking the win. We'll send it back to our desk to analyze the whole thing.
Well, Wosile grabbing the win there for Genji, and you could just see it was a competition that favored him from the very beginning. Welcome back, Rain Day, here on the desk. We got G Geek and Lucker's Turbo. Kai here joining me. I'm gonna do it for you. Got you, bro. Got you. We gotta get that. We gotta get.
It's a recurring thing.
We can't be letting people jump up in here, man.
Yeah, I know that, but yeah, I just can't help it.
You're accredited because you know what you need to talk about here. You're the expert. Talk to me what you saw on that one, because I think that was obviously Wosile out to the front, but there was a lot of performance that was maybe unexpected. I will say it, unexpected from Linkmax and how well he did.
Yeah, and especially like the first two maps, it was a lot more reshuffled than I thought. I was thinking Binks and Wosile would streak ahead, and they did. They were essentially the two player forces, and they were, on one map it was Wosile 30 points out of 40. Then second map it was Binks getting 30 points out of 40, both keeping close tabs with each other, keeping pace with each other. But the way the rounds played out, we saw one winner, then another one. We got 3 out of 4 different winners just on the first map.
That was amazing. amazing.
It was
too.
absolutely bewildering to see. And then, of course, as soon as we get slowly but surely into the rotation, we see that 2-horse race pull away from the front.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Argentina being a bit complicated for Wolsal before circling back to his opening map, which highlights how important it is to be seat 1 and seat 2 with the picks and ban phase that we have here at EWC.
Argentina being a decider has definitely flipped some rounds and made a lot of competitors going into it, maybe finalist mode right around the bend and then up, somebody else starts dominating on that map. It's got that potential, right, Turbo?
You know, I have a new favorite though, but yeah, potential, that's for sure. But the thing I wanted to talk about first, I have a new favorite to cheer for. That's Linkmax.
Oh.
Man, like, he has been putting
is he German?
No, he's not.
Oh,
he's
man.
from the complete opposite.
That's a stretch for you.
He's from Australia. He's
whoa.
from Australia. But yeah, Argentina, you're mentioning it. I mean, this has been, really something there. I mean, we have seen even, I think it was Binks missing out on the checkpoint, or Wosa.
Yes, I think it was Binks indeed that basically just went a little bit too far back, but that's going to be safe for later. But yeah, basically just missed the checkpoint trigger by like a couple of pixels with the back bumper, was forced to respawn, and the respawn is so punishing on that turnaround right there.
Yeah.
But you know what's a bit sad? That Josh was not any factor in this match. He was falling behind, and Geeky were also mentioning it. Wosal and Binks, they were dominating together. But the second part of the match was definitely in favor for Wosal, and eventually he took that first seat.
Yeah, started off strong as well. I know you guys prepared to tell us, Trader. Let's jump into it. Kai, you going to do this one? And G-Geek going to help you? How you got it?
I'm just gonna let him do the talking for this time.
He's gonna do this.
I'm gonna let him do the doodle pad. I gave him the whiteboard.
The doodle pad. I like that.
Doodle pad. Yeah,
that sounds friendly. It sounds like I let my daughter watch that one. Okay.
All right.
An episode of Doodle Pad.
So the first clip is only there to really show how like the playing field was at the start, because we have Binks and Wosal first and second position with a very large gap here, as you can see. And also take a look onto this outside dirt line from them. They were on exceptional pace here, and well, they were able to move away in this round as well. And you can see how far Binks is ahead.
And one thing that I wanted to highlight right at the start of the clip is the loop, you know, the corkscrew loop on Hungary. We don't really often talk about it, but the way it curves, that it also affects the steering. So you have to be mindful of where you place your car at the start of the loop, because the car is naturally going to be gliding over to the right-hand side. If you start too far off to the right-hand side to begin with, you're going to be on a collision course with the wall, which completely saps your momentum. And also, if you manage to avoid the wall, it still screws up the line for the chicane and the entry into the dirt before it.
Fair enough, Kai. All right, continue.
Right, second clip here, we have, Hungary at its finest, I would say. You can see the ending just causing its victims here. Wosal and Binks being ahead. Wosal clipping there and then falling behind, and Binks not safe just yet. There's still one more jump, and boop, there he goes.
Oh.
And Josh joins him as well there. So a lot of things happened there in the ending, and this ending was even harder beforehand. There were only 2 beams, and now we have it a bit more supported, one could say, but the right side got a bit more challenging. So yeah, that was definitely a nice clip. Another one to talk about here is just Linkmax, and we're already mentioning that beforehand.
Yeah.
Linkmax with an amazing performance in this match, and I think that is a player that we most likely would have put in P number 4 in this match.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he did amazing, and take a look here. He played against Binks in this round. Binks, really, I cannot stress enough, he's an amazing player. He's one of the best to ever touch this game, was in the grand finals beforehand, and is definitely here to even win the whole tournament. But take a look onto the ending from Linkmax here. Look at the speed, look at the commitment, look at that. And then he went into the lead, just beating Binks here to the line. 0.1 he was ahead. There was another great round. I think that was on, what was it?
It was Germany, round 1 of the second rotation, where we did see Linkmax put up quite a fight against Wosal. And it was pretty much a nip and tuck battle all the way through the round. It only took until the final ice turnaround, 1 corner before the finish line, to decide it all. And here's what we've been teasing a little bit. The trials and tribulation of Binks at the bobsleigh on Argentina.
Yeah, and this one is very, very costly, as you can see, because you need to collect that checkpoint there. And if you accelerate too early, which happened to Binks there.
Just missed it.
Yeah, he's just out of it. And
can you slow that down, maybe? Can you slow that down, Kai? Because a lot of people, that where the EWC is the area that you have to pass with the back of your car, and he just narrowly doesn't get there.
Yeah, exactly. You can see it here. He did not cross that line, and ultimately he
you need to collect all the checkpoints in order to cross or like make the finish valid, one could say. And that ended up being very costly. And ultimately, you could end up not finishing around with that. But those were the clips, the 4 clips that we've had prepared. But it was a great match. It started off being, let's say, one-sided with 2 players maybe moving away. But I mean, LinkMax came to play here all the way from around the globe.
That was great. We got a new star on LinkMax. I love the way that you kind of hosted that segment with him and added your thoughts as well. And I think for newer players too, we got to remember, some people might be looking at Trackmania because of EWC and saying, what is this game? I've been watching EWC here and there. Wow, what a history. What a cool thing. Let me hop on. Why can't I ever finish my Argentina games? I don't know what's going on. And then all of a sudden you realize, I'm not hitting that checkpoint. I didn't even know it was a checkpoint.
Why does the car shift this way when I go through that loop on Hungary? Oh, that makes sense.
Yes, we're putting the pieces together. Several more days of that, guys. But only 2 more groups to go tonight as we keep the energy going in Paris. It's starting to get around, 9 p.m. So that is close to what? Not 21? What is that?
Yeah, 21.
21.
What's 9 plus 10?
I've been in Paris too long, man.
9 plus 10?
19, 21. Oh, you're hitting me with memes this late? You're hitting me with memes this late?
Of course.
You hit me with a doodle pad, hardcore analysis, then you hit me with a meme. I'm not ready, man.
I think you need to beatbox again, right?
All right, never mind. Elcon, Masa, Wizzy, Spark coming up soon in your next one. And then it's Mutta and Gwen. You do not want to miss this. Paco and Biwak as well going to be joining. We finished with a bang here for our first day of Trackmania EWC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our 7th match of the day.
Welcome everybody to EWC 26 and more specifically Trackmania at EWC 26. Trackmania is a rather French creation and as it turns out, I am French as well. Vous ne croyez pas? Vous entendez la preuve maintenant et en effet, ma langue maternelle c'est bel et bien le français et je vais l'apprendre à certains de nos compétiteurs. That's right, it's time for Trackmania French lessons and today's student is Wizzy. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, teacher?
Well, honestly, I'm more of a makeshift teacher than anything else, but are you looking forward to learn some French?
100%.
All right.
100%.
How do you reckon you'll do?
I'm not one to brag, but I know Carl Jr. said I had a very good French accent, but he might be pulling my leg.
Let's start off easy. Fairly simple phrase, you'll ask me, and a rather simple translation. Try reading that out loud for me.
I would have said, je joue à Trackmania.
Honestly? Right out of the gates, I'm flabbergasted. That's first time I hear that pronunciation nailed perfectly. Starting to add a few more complicated words in there. Competing at Trackmania's EWC debut, that's true for everybody. Here's how it translates in French. Can you try to read that one out loud for me?
Je participe à la première de Trackmania à l'EWC.
I guess my handwriting's at fault there. There is an I between the C and the P.
Oh,
yeah. That was bound to happen, folks.
That's your fault. That's your fault.
Yeah, that's on me.
Je participais à la première de Trackmania à l'EWC.
Close. The E is silent in participe.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Je participe à la première de Trackmania à l'EWC.
Honestly, starting off strong, just needed a couple of tweaks, but you're there. Congratulations.
Not too bad.
Right.
Not too bad.
Let's get into some real deal now. We're getting slowly but surely tougher, not only in the French phrases, but also in the game. As you may know, ice really slippery.
It is indeed.
Yeah, and here's how this phrase translates in French. Can you try to pronounce it for me?
La glace est une surface too glissante.
Ah, that's très glissant.
Hey, okay. Let's try that again. La glace est une surface très glissante.
Honestly, downright impressed, if I may.
Oh, it's all the teacher's work.
Honestly, you've done very, very well.
Thank you very
Well, no words to say really. Bonne chance à tous et bonne EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We are close to the end of Trackmania at EWC for today, our group stage, but that means there's 3 more days of action. Saturday, we crown a champion. We might even decide the club championship here, so stay tuned. This is where the action is for our final week of the Esports World Cup in Paris. Paris Expo Port de Versailles is where we're all located, and bringing you towards a more narrow view of our panelist stage here before we jump over to our casters and the main stage. It's rain day, and I've got G-Geek and now Aaron Import Brooks joining me back up.
I'm back.
How have we felt about this? I feel like we've been line dancing a little bit, but it's been nice.
I mean, I don't know. As far as Trackmania is concerned, this is kind of the norm. So I feel like I think this
that don't mean we're not doing it just because it's the norm. But I do love the fact that you guys, your opinions have been shifting as well as we've seen some new stars too. Link Max, you didn't get a chance to be on the desk for him. How did you feel about his performance?
Honestly, very surprised how he did. I knew that he was coming in as like a top performer or a top finisher from the qualifier for Oceania and Asia.
Yeah.
But honestly, very surprised, very happily surprised with how he performed. And I think, honestly, that's a good insight into potentially what he's going to perform on tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Turbo left me with in the green room as we were finishing up to dinner was, wow, I feel bad for whoever's in his bracket in the second round, because that is going to be somebody to watch out for. All right, looking at today and this final matchup in Group 7 before, or I guess our penultimate matchup in Group 7, we've got Team Nemesis representative Elcon, Massa as well from Big, got Wizzy from S8UL. It's actually double S8UL Esports with Wizzy and Spark both representing. And G-Geek, I'll lead it to you to introduce our foursome here. How are we feeling as we get the player arrivals on your screen?
Well, one that you say is fist or family most of the time, Aaron, of course. Elcon, one who, when he is switched on, he is absolutely unbeatable. One of the best time attack players there ever is, one of the best hunters. And then we've got Massa, one of the veterans of the scene, going on his 9th straight World Cup, has not missed one single beat since 2016. That's a hell of a reliability record. Then we got Wizzy, another one of the wheel drivers. The third one, of course, will be left for last, as Mudda will be taken to the stage afterwards, but then he will be fighting against his teammate Spark, one of the first Indian players to qualify for the World Cup, and he's going to have a heck of a battle up the road, because the Asia-Oceania community is definitely a little bit off pace when it comes to EU. I mean, it's a very EU-centric game, so there is a lot of stuff that they have to catch up on. It's a huge mountain to climb, really.
Yeah, Spark also sharing a little bit of the Indian fan base with Neil, because he's also an Indian national as well.
That's right.
So, I mean, but awesome to have a true, straight from India, you know, coming out all this way to Paris. I think it's awesome opportunity for him to be able to show his stuff. From my understanding, he is a decent player. He does pretty well.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how this goes. But I mean, I think the focus is definitely going to be around Elcon. I think that is going to kind of be the real header for this matchup. Can Elcon have his highs, or is he going to struggle and go back and forth? And today we've seen a lot of players struggle more than we thought we would.
Well, let's take a look at what Massa has to say. He sat down with Rachel heading into this Group 7.
Well, Massa joins me now, veteran of the Trackmania scene. How much of an edge, Massa, does that give you here at EWC?
I think she could be a pretty good edge, especially in the first matches. For some people, it's the first match in general on the LAN. So, yeah, I think I can handle pressure a bit better than other players, hopefully.
Does this stage, this massive stage, scare you at all?
No, I would say no. I like it. I like the adrenaline. I like it a lot.
How have you prepared in particular for EWC? It probably is one of the biggest competitions you have ever taken part in.
Yeah, it is. At least prize money wise, it is the biggest competition ever. Stages, I have my experience on these type of stages, and preparation has been pretty good. I played with other players, my teammate as well, and yeah, it's been going pretty good.
Yeah, who have you been practicing with?
I've practiced with Granadi, Elcon. I actually play him in my first match, so I also know what to expect. And Mime from Navi.
Have you had the edge over these guys in practice?
I would say so, yeah.
Oh, confident.
Yeah.
Are you confident? In terms of 1 to 10, 10 being the most confident, where are you at?
I would say it depends a lot on the first match, how it goes. I would say like an 8 for the first match. And then if it goes well, I think it goes up to 9 or 10.
Who's your biggest rival? Who's your biggest competitor?
Oh, that's hard to say. I think Carl Jr. is in my group. So if I win, I will play him.
You guys have played each other for years.
Yeah, we have, and he's always had the edge. I mean, he's the GOAT of Trackmania, right? So gotta respect that, and yeah, it's time to beat him.
What do you think is needed to become the EWC champion?
Composure in the most important rounds, I would say. And yeah, I think you just have to play your own game all the way, and you can take the crown, because I think the level is not going to be like insane on the first match. You just have to take it match by match, step it up bit by bit, and always adjust to your opponents. And I think that's always what Carl Jr. has done well. And I think we all have to learn, and I think we learned.
So cards close to your chest for the first match.
Yeah.
And then we'll start seeing how everyone can play.
Yeah.
Okay. Before you go, can you tell the audience a random fact about yourself away from Trackmania? We're getting to know you guys too.
A random fact about myself. I would say I like to drive fast cars. Oh.
What's your favorite car?
Oh, I used to have an Audi RS3, also like a bit tuned, quite a bit tuned. Sold it. Now I have an A45S Mercedes. I like cars. I like to have fun in sports cars. So
he likes to have fun
cars.
In real life sports card as well on Trackmania.
Yeah, I like racing in and outside of the game, I guess.
Okay, he's got his racing head on. Has Massa. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So let me get this straight. Rachel asked, name a fact outside the game, and he said, I like racing. To me, I feel like that's a loaded answer right there.
Yeah, it feels like a loaded...
He's covering a lot of bases with that.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that sell to get the car that he said, that's a downgrade in my book. Come on, do better, Massa.
From the RS3 to the A45S or something like that. It's fun, though. I mean, a lot of driving, I would imagine motorsports attracts people who enjoy cars, enjoy racing. I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, and it kind of translates, if you're a Trackmania fan, oftentimes you're also going to be a fan of a certain type of motorsport.
That's right.
It could be a very different type of motorsport. Some like F1, some like IndyCar, some like dirt-related stuff,
rally,
rally, etc. So there's definitely multiple situations that people could come from.
I feel attacked. My cover's been blown. I can't stand it.
We know you're a big motorsport guy. You know, the beauty of it is that all of these personalities inside and outside the tracks come together to collide for something that's maybe the biggest experience that they've been able to have in this esport. 20 years of Trackmania and the biggest prize pool right here, right now. We'll see who's ready to seize the moment as we send it over to the stage to begin our penultimate group of the day.
Thank you, Reindeer. We are really seizing the moment here on stage.
Many of them even.
What's that?
Many moments even.
Yeah, many moments. That's right. We have actually 2 games left today. Loads more tomorrow. The next, I mean, this competition is wide open right now, but it's getting very exciting. That last matchup, actually, the last series, so close, just goes to show the competitors are really within touching distance at all times. This is so close.
Absolutely so. It's just, you cannot let yourself fall at any point in time. A 3-way pretty much tie up until the very end to close it out. But that's just, as you said, 2 more series left after that one.
2 more series left. This is the penultimate. We're going to welcome our players to the stage right here, right now. First up, please welcome Elcon21! A community favorite. Will one of the fastest learners in the game be one of the quickest on the tracks?
Next up, it's Spark. Representing SAUL, he might hold second place at the Asia O's qualifier, but he's the first Indian player in a Trackmania World Cup and at his first LAN event, no less. Crazy time.
Brace yourselves for Wizzy! Aiming for top 16 in his second World Cup appearance, Wizzy has all the speed needed to finish strong.
And last but not least, Massa! Representing Big, he's got big heaps of experience competing for over a decade. Can he make waves in Paris once more? My friends, we are about to find out. These are our 4 players for our penultimate matchup. Please, gentlemen, you may place your keys, take your seats, rev up your engines, and make sure you're all set and ready for it, because this is really going to kick us into high gear, deeper into the night. Let's get our game started.
Well, it is going to kick us into high gear, and you don't want to drop on the wrong turn. This is one of those where Massa comes in feeling super confident. Important.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I appreciate Massa also kind of giving a summary of what we've been talking about today. You know, it is a journey of having the confidence and the ability, the mental stability to go through the day, take each match by match, and be able to push through this tournament. That's something that we're going to have to look at also for the other players, especially Elcon.
Picks and bans are coming in, starting off with the bans. Argentina being banned by Spark, followed by Canada and Norway. Norway making a resurgence as a ban, which we haven't seen in quite a long while, despite it being one of the harder maps on the schedule. Then Japan being the last map ban. Hungary returning as the first pick, which might be one where Elcon looks to conclude if he manages to get the leg up on everybody else right from the start of the first rotation.
Yeah, no Argentina as well as the decider. I mean, we've seen Poland in that position. You know, Saudi Arabia just gets picked up by Wizzy Import. So 2 more maps to go.
Yeah, I think we're going to get Poland. Yep, there it is. You were talking about Poland and you summed it right there. So yeah, decider going to be Poland here, but Germany again coming back now. So I think we've definitely seen a good balance of maps throughout the day. Maybe with the exception of Norway, we haven't seen that as much today. Maybe only 1 or 2 matches, I believe. But as far as all the other maps, getting good visibility throughout this first day.
Yeah, it feels like there's just finding some consistency here with some of the picks that we've seen. Germany, usually a map, though, that I don't see in fourth. I see it first a lot, and so that sometimes leans towards the person who picks it. Could be also a comeback map now at this point if you have it last before you're deciding.
Yeah, at this time, at this particular point in time, it feels like we always talk about first and second maps, but we also need to give a little bit of rotation, a little bit of love as well, because this sort of like underbelly 3 to 5 is really where someone can really spring a surprise and throw a big right hook to the 2 contenders.
Right, well, it's going to be an exciting one as well. The players are ready. Oh, we see the wheel out also as well, I believe, from Wizzy. This should be a good one as we send it over to Onset and Bra for our Group 7 match.
Let's keep it going then, folks. Let's get into our next match here. 4 new competitors taking the stage for the first time. Some of them with a lot of experience, some of them with a little bit less. But let's talk about Hungary to start off with, as that is the track we will be starting on here, Andy. And there's a certain driver and a certain player who's feeling very, very comfortable here.
Yeah, I think the one thing we're going to immediately think of course, is Elcon's 2nd place on Hungary in the Elite Cup. In a pack like that, it's a pretty big result, but also Wizzy, the man on your screen. Also, we should talk about him 15th place on Hungary as well. Certainly respectable when you talk about the pack of players playing in an elimination round like that. So certainly some success from at least 2 of the drivers in the group. We'll see, of course, if the rest of the group, if we're going to be able to see something special from Massa, something special from Spark to kick things off.
We have the 7th seed in Elcon, and the Czech leading the way here for Team Nemesis when it comes to the seeds. In behind him going to be Massa, who missed out on automatic qualification when we were talking about it a little bit earlier by 8 thousandths of a second. He was the one on the bad side of that result. So he had to fight his way all the way through the Elite Cups to make it here to EWC, but it's a great show of the type of character that he is.
It really is here. Wizzy, wheel to wheel out in front for just a second. Looks very good heading into the full loop. He will be in the lead by just a bit.
Spark, of course, making up that final player coming in over from Asia, as Massa and Wizzy will be out in front. And we were talking about this group, we were looking at it, and it doesn't feel like quite as clear-cut as some of the other groups. Of course, Elcon and Massa, the favorites in this group, but Wizzy and Spark certainly can offer something here. And Wizzy has been on this trajectory where it feels like he's getting better and better as the experience starts to go up as well.
Absolutely, Elcon. It's a great right-hander. It still trails Massa by quite a margin, but gonna see if he can get through. It's clean, and no, it's Massa way out in front as a result.
Hey, look, we've said it before. First round, we're gonna say there's a few nerves. They're going to come to the fore. Wizzy's going to take the safe finish here to take 2nd place away. Massa will take 1st, and Elcon, unfortunately, has to watch everybody parked up all nicely as he crosses the finishing line. Most importantly, does cross that finishing line, and will get the 3 points on the board.
It's Massa there, 10 points on the board, a +10 for him. Wizzy in 6th, as you said. It's a safe 2nd, but it was the right call. He knew how much of a gap he had, so just to take and accept the slow to finish it in 2nd will be a good result for him. And of course, so far the heavy hitters, it's going to be all eyes on Massa and Elcon, but Elcon needs to find a way to get more points on the board.
Elcon with a nicer line and having a little bit more speed on the exit here as we drift into this right-hander before that full loop. Only 200ths of a second between Elcon and Wizzy, and only a little bit between Massa, who's just gone into first place actually on this outside dirt line. As we turn right before this tight hairpin, the pack is extremely tight in the front three. Spark has made the mistake of falling a long way behind the pack, but these three wheel to wheel here as we transition through the checkpoint before this quick turn to the right.
Yeah, Elcon's still in third. He needs to make sure he turns this around. Does not really want to start this group in this way. He will round the corner now in second. All three drivers within a car length here.
Oh, it's another mistake though coming in. That's going to cost. Elcon dropping down a couple of places here. Wizzy looking to stick the landing. Wizzy will take first. Wow. And Elcon will have to settle for third place again. Elcon looking good in the final moments once again, but just can't hold that final couple of jumps on the identity. It's really costing him here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now as we take a look, Spark and Elcon now going to actually be tied for last here. They're going to be splitting points, and you can already see the pack separating, but maybe not in the way that you thought it would. It's Wizzy stepping up in a big way despite the lower seed, tied for first here with Massa.
I haven't yet to speak to Wizzy as a person in real life, but did you get that feeling, Andy? He's the kind of person who would tell a great story. Yeah. Content that we've seen. So have to see if that story is going to be written here in Paris with a great finish here in the groups. And it certainly has been a first. Couple of rounds he can be very, very proud of here. Beautiful outside dirt line from three players here. Unfortunately for Spark, just in fourth place again, as Wizzy really is pushing on this hairpin round to the right before the jump.
Elcon now finally out in front after a really kind of lackluster first two laps. He's finally at the place that I think a lot of not only fans but pro players as well expect him to be. He will be leading now heading into the identity.
But can he make it stick this time around? That's the real question here. Elcon goes a little bit wider and makes the first jump. Massa will actually fall behind Wizzy, who's looked very, very good on this identity so far, and so good that he almost takes away that position. Massa was right on the heels of Wizzy there. That is as close as you can get, 0.005 of a second between second and third place.
That will be Elcon as well, setting that world record. Take a look at that new time, top left as well. And of course, still discrepancy there between Massa, who might have a word to say about that, with a 59.37 for a tournament record as well. But both of those two in this race, and will look to continue not only bettering that time, but of course also adding more points to the board. It's Wizzy here with 22.
I think one thing we can agree on is a pretty quick time coming in from Elcon. That's going to make him feel a little bit more comfortable after a few mistakes on those first couple of rounds that we have seen here. Spark at the back of the pack once again, but very, very similar to what we're seeing in every single race so far.
Oh no!
Usually the three drivers into this left-hander, wheel to wheel, but you saw the big mistake coming in from Massa. Spark has now moved up into third place, and it's Elcon and Wizzy. Now as we head towards this right-hand turn before the identity, who lead the pack.
See if Elcon can hold on to this one. Certainly at a point where he needs to. Wizzy's trying to push, and Wizzy will fall off now. It's just Elcon and Spark here in the finish.
He wanted to take that first place away, really did try and push it. Spark is going to feel very comfortable in a safe finish here. We'll take home second place. Wizzy should be able to hold on to third, as Massa is absolutely miles back from everybody else. And doesn't even get any points on the board as the DNF for the German there. A little bit of a disappointing round from him.
Yeah, not what you expect to see, especially since on Hungary, Mark, we've already seen him put down fantastic times. We already know he can find the pace on the map. But in the end, Elcon now 27 points on the board over Wizzy's 26. And talk about Elcon being only on 7 points just 2 races ago. That's back-to-back wins now to put him all the way to 27, leading by 1 over Wizzy. Then it's Massa at 20 and Spark at 16. So, of course, goes without saying as we get ready to head into our next map. So much still to play for here as we get into South Korea.
Yeah, it's an Elcon pick, and he comes out with most points, but only by 1. So a very, very narrow margin on a map that you felt so comfortable on that you went for it in that pick process. But as we move to South Korea now, this is where we're going to see things get a little bit interesting. This is where Wizzy was superb in the Elite Cup. A 9th place finish for him on this very track.
Yeah, certainly. We're going to look to see if Wizzy can continue to extend his already impressive points run in this one here. But no slides tapping through the dirt. It's going to be Massa leading into the section. And Massa, of course, only on 20 points relative to this lobby and the legacy that he has in this game. He's going to want to make sure that turns around on South Korea.
Massa out into the lead early here as we'll see the ice slide before that reactor boost. Spark actually with a really good line through there. And look at the speed that he has on the exit. Not quite enough to keep up with the pack, but certainly still within a fighting chance here as Spark can take his points away. But it's Wizzy still at the front of the pack. Elcon right behind him, but again, barely anything separating those three at the front.
Wizzy still out in front here. It looks like still really close. Checking the gearing on everyone here for clean exit. Spark not as clean as he wanted to be. He's actually going to fall back just a little bit now. Elcon, Wizzy going to be up front, but Massa has something to say about that. Enter our final section.
Yeah, hold that gear, but we do see, unfortunately, look like someone just might have tapped a barrier for a second, and now it's Massa and Wizzy as we go into the isolates for the turnaround into the reactors, the Identity, who might have an opportunity to steal away the points here. Look at the pace coming in from Wizzy. He gets that boost. He will go across the line first, and Wizzy will get the 10 points on the board. Massa in behind, and Elcon in third place.
Absolutely huge and not too far off of that OTAC record, but still quite a large margin when you're talking about this level of play. That'll be one down here, and Wizzy in 36 points. And guess what? Coming into this, everyone talking about Elcon, everyone talking about Massa, but Wizzy saying not so fast, leading the pack still at this stage in the race.
And look at the point separation between those top three. There really isn't someone who's stamping their authority. It's Wizzy, who is the third seed overall in this group, who's the player who's got out to the best of the starts, but everybody else is very, very close in behind. Spark with a little bit of a gap opening between him and the rest of the pack in the overalls. Elcon having to just be careful there. Navigate his line extremely carefully as we land through the grass into throttle down and back onto the tarmac. Little tap on the brakes here before we transition back onto the grass. And it's Massa who has that lead over Wizzy.
See what they can do up front right now. A sizable lead coming in over Elcon, who's just hoping to maybe make up some time here as we get ready for this back and forth section to set up the Identity.
And just off, tap those brakes, line up beautifully as Massa and Wizzy seem to be locking horns for this final shootout once again in the Identity. Wheel to wheel at the moment. It looks like Massa might have a little bit of an advantage going to this final turnaround, but Wizzy trying to push him all the way. Massa will hold on though. Elcon will take third place. And Massa with that 10 points puts himself right in the mix. This is so close between these three.
Less than 2/10 away from that OTEC record in that last one, and Massa getting even quicker, and Massa gets that at a time where he absolutely needed it. He will actually move into second with that on 36 points, jumping over Elcon's 35, and now only trailing Wizzy here by about 6.
35, 36, 42. Literally a race separation essentially between the three players at the moment, and they lead the way once again. Massa again, good exit on that, but look at the speed coming in from Elcon. His was even better as we now transition onto the grass. Wizzy has his opportunity to take the lead, and it's just a constant swap of first, second, and third at the moment between these three drivers. They really are bringing out the best of each other here.
Wizzy was a little bit cleaner on the downhill, but it's Massa who actually on the exit and now into the fourth gear maintain will lead for just a second. But as you say, back and forth between our front three.
Holding on to fourth gear all the way through here, these three drivers. It really is anyone's race at this point as we go into the Identity. They are side by side. Essentially, Wizzy just falls behind into the first turnaround. It's going to be Massa who gets that boost and just opens up a little bit of a lead.
Oh, look at this line here from Elcon. Let's see if he can get wheels down first. It's all about this final acceleration. It's a huge final rally there from Elcon. He will take the +10 and the first place off of Massa by a .048 differential.
I mean, that is a dramatic ending. That is every single one of those three pushing it to the limit in those final moments. But it's going to be Elcon, who felt like he was at the back of the pack on the entry to the Identity, who will be the first car to cross the line. 42, 45, 46. Nothing between those three. Spark just falling away at the moment, having to spectate this incredible battle that's going on between these three.
And Mark, as soon as we saw this group, you and I were thinking nothing guaranteed, and that has absolutely played out. It is only going to be Wizzy, Spark, and Elcon up front. It will now be Massa dropping back by a +2 now. We'll have to see if he can figure out how to get back and make up some time to maybe get back in the race, but with that kind of deficit, it's going to be difficult here. Elcon, Wizzy, and now Spark looking to put some points on the board.
There aren't many mistakes being made by the drivers in the front three, so to see it from Massa, it's almost a surprise that we've seen that happen because the racing has been so consistent. As Spark now has his opportunity to maybe put a few extra points on the board. Elcon into the lead though, but Wizzy's consistency here on South Korea has been something to behold. Elcon and Wizzy shooting out for that first place once again here.
And what a rally it's been from Elcon. He's going to have a big lead coming in. Just one final reactor turnaround to go through. He will do it again. Back-to-back +10s from Elcon and peaking at quite a time here, right around the 50-point mark of the race. That'll put him on 55.
Yeah, unfortunately for Spark as well, he throws away an opportunity that actually falls back into fourth place. So a really painful A moment for him, and seeing that opportunity slip through his fingers just lets Massa stay in touch with those front two. It feels like it's a 1-2-3 switch around for everyone at the moment, but Elcon in those final moments on the turnarounds just seems to be finding something a little bit special to get those extra points on the board.
As we know, you cannot give any player here at the Esports World Cup, of course, any kind of margin, any kind of opportunity. They will run away with it. One thing we've got to talk about is Wizzy and Massa both allowing Elcon to get away with huge late rallies into those reactor turnarounds on the reactor zoops. It was such a nice performance from him to close it out, but even more importantly, he leads the whole group now after being tied for last after the first set of races. And Wizzy, I think with his performance on the Elite Cup, had a chance to pull away. He didn't. He's still on 52 now, but knows that he needs to not let this slip away, because now we're on Saudi Arabia, and this is Wizzy's pick here.
This is Wizzy's pick. Now keep that in mind. Whenever you're picking a track, it's something that, of course, you're going to feel confident in. You've got those reps under your belt, and you're going to know the lines that you want to take. But Massa out into an early lead, but Wizzy and Elcon once again right alongside him. Spark very, very close in this fight as well. Everybody coming through the first jump very, very comfortably, hooping their way towards this transition.
Elcon out in front again. You kind of get the feeling that once Elcon got a feeling for this group and maybe just warmed up in these races, that we're now seeing what he's really capable of.
Yeah, we're starting to see the best of Elcon. As Massa is going to be just in behind him. A little bit of a rock there from Spark. Marks cost him a few hundredths of a second. It's allowed an opening here for Wizzy with a very different looking line. Elcon and Massa will go wide. Wizzy goes a little bit more inside, and off the penalty stand has a bit more speed on Massa here into the final turn. Before we turn left before the final jump, it's going to be Massa, Elcon, and Wizzy fighting out for first, second, and third once again. Elcon, though, seems to have the speed, seems to have the pace, and Elcon will get the 10 points on the board.
Wow, once again, we got to talk about it. Earlier, we were looking at Grenadi's line there. You even saw G-Geek break it down on the desk. We actually see two players taking that wide Grenadi line, if you will, in the end, despite the fact that they had very close entries into your final identity. It's Elcon now at 65 points on the board. Wizzy, 56. Massa, not far behind with 52. Needs to hold on here.
One of the biggest gaps we've seen at the top, as Elcon has just started to think about stretching away. I won't say stretching away quite yet, but in the context of how these three have been driving at the front, it does feel like the most notable lead that we've seen, a difference between the three drivers. First transition as we see them soar through the skies here before this left-hand turn into the ice road. The runway is slippery, but everyone's coming through it very, very clean.
Yeah, let's see who's able to come out of this. It's Massa just by a hair coming onto the island jumps. He will be in the lead. Elcon now in second. Hey, and Wizzy trading back and forth into the penalty stand. Notice the difference once again in the lines as Wizzy's going to trail by just a bit. Massa out in front.
Wizzy takes away second place, though, from Elcon. But Elcon, as he dives into that corner, certainly does have some good speed coming in here on Wizzy. Massa out in front, should be able to secure first, but I felt like the Elcon speed was going to take him if he was clean through the jump into second. It's exactly what happens. Wizzy has to settle for third, and Spark, who threads the needle here, is trying desperately to beat the DNF, but will come up short.
You had a feeling before it even landed there, as you saw the timer in the bottom right, it wasn't going to happen. It was not to be. That means Spark will be down by quite a deficit, down to 31, but the race for not only first, but second could not be closer. Elcon on 71 here, Massa on 62, Wizzy on 60.
So Elcon halfway to finalist mode. 140 points. Remember, if you're just watching for the first time, what you need to hit before you have the opportunity to win a race and qualify for the next round here. Top two will go through before the bottom two will be sent down to that elimination bracket. A few mistakes coming in, and all of a sudden, it feels like the pressure might be starting to play a factor here.
It certainly does indeed. Massa also now out in front. The players who haven't had trouble still also Massa way out in front over Elcon right now, and going to look to catch up here by quite a bit, at least getting a +10 over a +6 if he can in this race alone.
Yeah, barring a catastrophic mistake from Massa, this should be a comfortable 10 points for him. Just needs to stick the final jump here. Elcon will be feeling very comfortable as well. You will take a second place when you're leading the pack. As Massa comes through clean, Elcon does as well, and Massa will take home the 10 points this time around. 107.695 for him.
Tell you what, going to be real close up at the top here as we take a look at the final results from that one. Once again, as you say, a +10 from Massa is coming in the end, as that will go ahead and get us ready for the fourth and final lap here on Saudi Arabia. And now 77 points for Elkan. Massa is only trailing by 5. It is not just a one race difference, but even just a second place difference separating the two.
Get the feeling myself for somewhat of a blockbuster finish here to this group. Everybody's so close, just trading places. The gaps keep closing. As soon as we're talking about Elkan having what feels like the first gap that we've seen, all of a sudden Massa's right in behind him, and Wizzy is now in the lead in this race as well.
Wizzy, a man who we talked about a lot, as we said, leading in a lot of the earlier races. And now would love to end it here on Saudi with a big result, but Elkan way in the
Goodbye, Elkan. That could make things very interesting. The man who is leading in the points leaderboard at the moment. Falling away, not making that transition cleanly, and now Wizzy and Massa having a battle for first place. Wizzy usually has a little bit more speed into the dirt and through the penalty sand, but Massa's line through this right-hander very, very good himself. Sparky's having to watch this, looking to secure third place himself. But it's Wizzy and Massa, and Wizzy has more speed towards the exit here, and Wizzy this time will take the 10 points.
And you get the feeling that he really needed that and also really wanted that going into our next wrap. That's going to go ahead and wrap Saudi Arabia, and as we've talked about before, it's not only those points on the board as we wait for the tally to come in so far, but also a big, big momentum boost going into Germany. Just to give you an idea of how close that keeps things, that's Elkan at 81, Massa at 78, and Wizzy only 4 behind in 74. Of the matches we've seen here day one at Trackmania, this is officially one of the closest of the day and of the tournament so far in terms of that race for second place.
It's the organization of first, second, and third that could decide it at the moment who's going to be able to hit finalists first. It really is that close between those three drivers. Spark, unfortunately, just falling behind 31 points is all he's managed to register so far. But as we move on to Germany, this is going to be Spark's pick, so hopefully he can find a little bit of form here.
Yeah, Germany, of course, let's not forget Elkan, 6th place in the Elite Cup in Germany, but even more importantly, Massa, 1st place on the home turf of Germany in the Elite Cup. Both Elkan and Massa are expecting huge results here. Wizzy will be looking for the upset. He exited early, top 52 on Germany. Everything to play for here. The storylines are written. Let's see what 4 laps on Germany have in store.
Just remember, some of those Elite Cups feel like a long time ago. A lot of laps, a lot of practice might have been done and should have been done since then, and we'll have to see if Wizzy has put that practice in that's going to make this a little bit of a different story this time around. Massa and Wizzy are going to be leading the way this time. Elkan, as we approach the turnaround on the ice before this very, very tight left-hander, is going to watch Massa and Wizzy in position to steal away some points.
Through the grass here now, wet wheels for just a second, releasing into the dirt. Let's see who has the lead here into this second jump. Right now, Massa's line looks clean. It's going to be a clean 1, 2, 3, Massa, Wizzy, and Elkan.
So Wizzy might be closing the gap ever so slightly, just trying to see where they land here and if Wizzy has a little bit more speed, but it's Massa who's holding on at the moment. Elkan just closing in slightly on Wizzy through the checkpoint. The ice turnaround going to be so vital, and everybody holds on to their positions. What a round that is from everyone. Very, very clean. 10 points though for Massa. It's Wizzy with 6. And then just in behind them is going to be Elkan. I mean,
look at this.
88, 85, 80. What else could you ask for?
I mean, like you said, I was talking about the second place race. You very rightly corrected me. This is still, of course, a first place race, even though that hasn't been the case for most of the day. Right now, everyone out in front here, Massa, Wizzy, and Elkan, not just fighting one race at a time, still everything to play for first place as well between these three, and anything can happen in this result. And what an upset it would be if any of the three didn't make it through, and guess what? Only 2 of them are going to do so.
I'll say everyone is just taking their turn at the moment to either place first, second, or third between Elkan, Massa, and Wizzy, and it does feel like they are bringing the best out of each other. Everybody knows that they're not allowed to make a mistake, because that will be the difference between the first, second, and the third. And once again, it's those 3 wheel to wheel as we go through the checkpoint here before the grass wall, before the wet wheels. There is barely a hundredth of a second separating these players at the moment.
Oh, and Massa with a really nice line here. Of course, no slides through the dirt, trying to make up the time. Going to be right neck and neck here with Elkan.
Oxygen gets thin as we transition. Everybody makes it through. Wizzy fallen behind ever so slightly. It's Massa who is holding on to a lead, but the pressure is going to be there from Elkan. As we hit the boost, Massa just about trying to hold on and just about manages to resist the pressure coming in from Elkan. And if you want to look at speed, you want to look at pace, that's 3 PPs from first, second, and third.
My word, as we said, it was very, almost nothing separating the last two on that one as well. It's now 98 points for Masa, only 7 points over Elcon. Wizzy falling back by just a bit. And he's going to want to make sure to get points on the board here in these next few races. Does not want to allow the first and second gap to start to begin to develop.
Yeah, a big win here in this round for Spark would be massive. 10 points. Stealing away a few points from Elcon on Massa would make the transition into our next map very interesting. But when you're landing like that and it's looking a bit shaky and you're watching 3 cars in front of you disappear into the distance, you can feel that Wizzy might be feeling the nerves himself.
Massa now comfortably out in front. He will look to extend the lead even further, and Elcon's going to be very welcome to that news, thinking maybe I can just run a clean race here and know that maybe second place is coming closer and closer within my grasp. Spark, though, trying to bite at the heels here.
Wills down in the front 3. Where did Wizzy end up? He's almost 2 seconds behind. He's going to be out of this one unless a drastic mistake is made in the final moments. Massa and Elcon with the turnaround. Spark goes the other way, but it's going to be good enough for Massa to get those 10 points. Elcon in second, and we were saying that Wizzy needed a win, but he's going to have to settle for 3 points here on Germany. And that gap is going to open up just a little more.
And what did we say? Massa, first place in the Elite Cup for a reason. It's one thing if you play something like top 10 on a map, you could say a lot about consistency. When you're winning Elite Cups and the precision and consistency required to do so, it makes quite a statement. Massa has brought that same consistency and success to Germany here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, the Elite Cup format, brutal, absolutely brutal. One bad run, all of a sudden you're out of the tournament. It really is such a tough thing to do. Like you say, to place in the top 10, let alone call on your own. But look at Wizzy. Disappointment in the previous round in Germany, but this time he's in the lead. Elcon is on his back, and Massa this time is back in third place.
And even though we talked about the gap starting to develop, let's not forget it's only 87 to 97 here. Wizzy only down by 10 points. A win here would bring him right back into the second place race.
And with both Massa and Spark making big mistakes on the transition, it's now a 2-horse race or a 2-car race between these two. Elcon breathing down the neck of Wizzy here as we transition down the quarter pipe into the boost, and now line ourselves up for the turnaround on the ice. Elcon has got into the lead, but Wizzy is pushing him all the way here.
Trying to go through here, but off the booster, it should be Elcon just holding the line. You'd expect him to close this out. Elcon does, and it's a big moment in this round as Spark's going to try to hit the turnaround. Looks like he's got the time. He will just, with 2 seconds, actually 1 second flat on the clock, he will make sure to get the +3. But more importantly, we have to talk about what you just saw from Elcon. Like you said on the second jump landing low enough, and then in the reverse section, you get the feeling that Elcon knew how big a moment that is. When you're looking at 97 points on the board to 87, if Wizzy wins that, it sets us up completely different heading into the next few races. Instead, it's Elcon on 107 and Wizzy on 93. What would have been a very small gap becomes a huge gap because Elcon closes that out. That very well may be one of the races that we look back on as a pivotal moment in this group.
I want to talk about Elcon and Wizzy understandably in those final moments of the race, but it is Massa who comes into our next map here, leading the way, and we are changing things up again here, ladies and gents. It is time to go over to Poland, and it is time to see if Wizzy will have his moment in the sunlight here as all of a sudden Massa and Spark out to a good start. But Wizzy has to put the disappointment of those final moments of the previous race behind him and really start to push now.
Let's not forget as well, we started to talk about the second place race because Massa had such a sizable lead, but with Elcon's most recent win, it's only 5 points separating number 1 and number 2 here.
Well, get your predictions in, everybody. Is it going to be Massa, Elcon, or Wizzy who has to go down to the lower bracket? Who is going to proceed here in those first 2 spots? Because it is so almost too tight to call at this point, but with Elcon making his way through that first transition of jumps onto the lily pads into the lead with Massa and Wizzy, most importantly, falling all the way behind and making a mistake there. Almost 4 seconds off the pace now. It's Massa and Elcon who have the opportunity to open up that gap.
Yeah, your number 1 and your number 2, they're going to be very comfortable up against one another here. They're actually going to be welcoming this company because they want to advance here in these spots. Massa should be able to hold on in the end. He will cross just before Elcon. Your number 1 and number 2 will be 1 and 2 here on Poland as well.
As he does get the 3 points on the board, manages to get the car over the line.
A little bit of a shake at the head there, you could tell. Just a little bit of talking to himself there.
It's the big moments, right?
That's exactly it. Wizzy just maybe a little bit of words to himself, a shake of the head, but he needs to shake that off and get back in this.
Oh no! Did Wizzy make it? Or is that a hangover of the previous round? He is a long way off. That looked like a very, very early, unnecessary, and very difficult to digest mistake coming in there from Wizzy.
We talk about the mental game, we talk about the experience, and as you said, even though Wizzy's on 96, needs to find the composure here to stay in this race.
It's one thing to make a mistake in the difficult parts of the tracks where you're really tested when it comes to your skill set, but early on, those kind of moments, it cannot happen. It cannot happen, and that might be the difference between him having to fight through the elimination bracket and watching Elcon and Massa take away first and second, but Massa, he's fallen behind. He's made a mistake on that first jump, and Wizzy seems to have been able to clear the mind here. He's chasing down Elcon.
It's Massa and Spark, both with mistakes, and Wizzy just takes a clean line through it. And as you said, now trying to push it against Elcon. Elcon out by a huge margin, but if Wizzy runs this clean, this should be him in second and maybe bouncing back a bit.
This feels like a little bit of a gift, to be honest with you. Yeah. The way that he started, coming out of that one was second place. He will be more than happy. It is Massa who will lead the way, but Elcon with 113 points plus the 10, 1, 2, 3 has made this once again his track to really close in on finalists. There is an opportunity for him to do so here.
Yeah, right now you're looking at that Massa-Elcon battle. It is still just a 3-point battle, and Wizzy is going to pray that he can get out in front of both of them, and that each of them may have a little bit of stumbles and fumbles throughout these next few races. Only 3 points separating Elcon and Massa.
Yeah, the feeling is going to be another big moment here, and it will have to involve Wizzy and what he has to say about it. Will he fall away in that big moment and leave it to Elcon and Massa to fight it out for those two spots, or will that big moment be capitalized on this time around? Massa clips, and Massa disappears into the distance in the mirrors of the players in front of him. That's going to be Wizzy and Elcon now out into the lead, and this is the big moment for Wizzy. This is where he can make it count.
The question is, how much can he hold on here? Fourth gear into the lily pads for both drivers. Wizzy knows he's out in front, may have even seen the Massa tap, or of course, just those checkpoint times. He leads out in front into the identity.
Wizzy going to have to show some nerves of steel here. And he's proven in that previous round that he can come back from nothing, but Wizzy, no! Not at that point of the track. It is heartbreaking for Wizzy, who had it in his hands. And allows Elcon, and more importantly, Massa, a lifeline here to come through and leave him in the dark.
Oh, my word, and it is a series impacting moment at the line from Wizzy.
Oh no.
On that right-hander. As we're also going to lose Spark for just a second. My word, you know, he had the line clean, just tries to get too quick on the right-hander on that small gap before the last jump. We've all been there, but wants just an extra tenth or so to cut that, not even, and runs it too close, but we cannot dwell on that. It's Wizzy in third, but he's also in third, not just this race, the pack. It's between Massa and Elcon. Elcon up by 133 to Massa's 132.
The big moments have not gone Wizzy's way, but there's still plenty of driving left to do here. And Wizzy is once again on the tails of Elcon and Massa, and Wizzy goes into the lead. Now, take a deep breath here, Wizzy. Too many opportunities have been squandered at this point. Not again, Wizzy, not again!
At almost the identical point when it comes down to it, when you are being pushed by two of the best drivers in the world. It's Wizzy who falls to third yet again, and it's big points on the board for Massa and Elcon as they inch closer and closer now. And Elcon will hit 139. Massa will hit finalist mode. Elcon missing it by 1. And Wizzy will stay at 106. It is now officially, we can move on story-wise. Wizzy with opportunities to have 20 on the board there in those back-to-back races. We have to now focus in the front of the pack. It's Massa on finalist mode at 142. Elcon is 1 away at 139. Which means as we get ready for our next match, Elcon needs to deny here, wants to be the first one through. Wow.
That's a tough watch, I have to say. Yeah. It's a tough watch. But it sets us up now as we move back through the snake to head back to Hungary. And with the opportunity here for Massa to close out and secure his qualification into the next round in the upper bracket. Elcon only needs the 1 point. Quite simply for Elcon deny. Massa win in and finish the race yourself.
Let's of course keep in mind as well that you also have Wizzy, even though he's on 106, would love to deny as well. Elcon hoping that one of the two will be ahead of Massa here. And as we said, a legend of the scene. He's the first one in finalist mode by a very, very thin margin. Only 1 point separating the two, but Massa can close it here.
Well, he's looking in control of this race as we head to that left-hander. Everybody coming through clean. It looks like Wizzy might have clipped though, and he's lost a little bit of speed. Maybe just had to tap the brakes a little bit. Having got a little bit wider than he would have wanted, and it's now Elcon who's holding off the challenge of Massa, but Massa with a little bit more speed into the first jump of the identity. The German has it in his hands! But this ain't Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, this is Trackmania. You can't be 50-50 on there. And that's going to cost him an opportunity down into fourth. He will not secure his qualification.
Yeah, also Massa, of course, not even, we're out of the points game here for Massa. He will not finish it out, but not important for him in terms of the points table. But it is Elcon now on finalists. We are in double finalist mode. Let's see between Massa and Elcon, which one will be the first to take it. Elcon's going to look for the big, big steal here.
And for Wizzy and Spark, it's in your hands to keep this one going. Their job is to deny Massa and Elcon. And maybe Spark's going to come to the fore here. Very, very quiet in the race so far, but what's momentarily into the lead. Elcon, though, will overtake, and it looks like Elcon and Massa as we head towards this tight left-hander. Sells.
Looks like Wizzy losing a lot of time there in the end. So is Spark in the back. Like you said, how fitting. It's Massa and Elcon here into the triple right-hander as we set up the identity. Has to be these two.
Wheel to wheel for qualification as we head into the first jump. Massa clean, Elcon clean as well, but Massa has that lead. But does he have the nerve to hold on here? Massa holds on. Massa the first qualifier here. Elcon will have to wait his turn, but the German has secured his qualification into the next round.
And you could tell as he just puts his hands together, lets out an exhale. You could tell, even with these legendary players here who have played on the biggest stages in the world so far, when we get to the biggest stage yet in Trackmania, how much it means to them. He's able to now relax, take a deep breath, realize he is through. Now it's Elcon in finalist mode, once again with a huge lead over Wizzy's 114. He wants to end it as soon as he can here. Would love to do it here and now.
Double finalist, and it might be finalists winning and securing their qualification through. Wizzy, though, is going to give it all he has. He's 114, by the way, so not impossible for him to close this gap, although he would have to drive some of the best Trackmania that we've seen from him so far. First jump going to be made here by Wizzy, but look at the speed from Elcon. It looked like a mistake came in from Wizzy. He clipped on his way through that jump, and now it's Spark who has the chance to deny and has to, otherwise Elcon will be qualifying.
And you got to think Elcon just trying to run this one clean. He knows he has the time, he knows he has the gap, but he might close it here.
Final jump for Elcon to secure qualification, and no mistakes will be made. Elcon secures himself qualification through to the next round. But wow, that was a special kind of race between those four. Everybody gave it their all. But when the engines are turned off, it's going to be Massa and Elcon who secure their place in the winner's side of the bracket.
And I tell you what, seed-wise, storyline-wise, it is the two drivers that everyone expected to get through. But I tell you what, Mark, maybe not in the exact way that we expected the races to go. It will be Massa qualifying first, Elcon second, and Wizzy not only really giving everyone a run for his money, but dramatic down to the wire finishes, even leading the group at one point as well as spending a lot of time in second place. In the end, it will be Wizzy and Spark down to the elimination bracket. They will fight for their tournament lives in the later rounds of this tournament and even in their next races as well. But this one delivered. It took a moment for Elcon to get hot, but you felt like once he got hot on the turnarounds, on the Zoops on South Korea, he never looked back.
Like you say, just felt like all of a sudden just caught a little bit of form at just the right time when it felt like the pack was very close, too close for comfort. Gave himself that little bit of a gap. And I hate to linger on it, but Wizzy will be looking back on these races and thinking what could have been a very, very difficult set of races for him to look back on, but a learning experience at the same time. But a huge congratulations, of course, to Elcon and Massa. And speaking of Massa, he's going to be on our main stage right now. Adam's going to be alongside him. Let's see what he has to say.
He certainly is. Thank you there, fellas. I'm joined now by Massa, everyone, who has won out a penultimate game here on day one. Massa, I'm admiring this picture of you. You look amazing. How handsome. Massa, we saw that meant to you at the end there, putting your hands together. Relief, if anything. How did it feel going head-to-head with Elcon there, both in finalist mode? It was very close.
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking, not gonna lie. Also not my most favorite map, to be honest, to close it out on. But yeah, GG's well played. I kept my composure, went a bit safe on the last jump and closed it out.
We saw when you went into Hungary there, both of you vying to get through first. Are you focusing more on the leaderboard, or are you focusing on just what you're doing in that moment? What's kind of drawing your attention most?
I think I just play for myself until the very end, until the map. Then I just check, like, you know, where's my opponents, and yeah, then you just go for the jumps, and whoever makes it wins.
Amazing. Before we let you go and get some rest, the experience at EWC, obviously meeting the fans, getting a chance here to hang out and be here present at the Esports World Cup. What has this meant to you so far?
One of the biggest tournaments ever. Well, the biggest tournament ever. I'm enjoying every moment so far, every second, from start to finish, from arrival to right here playing my match. Everything has been amazing, and yeah, can't wait to play more.
Massa, we can't wait to see more as well. Congratulations one more time. Give it up for Massa, everyone! Your winner in our penultimate game. We head back to the desk now. Rain Day, incredible scenes here. One more left to play today, but my goodness, it's been ferocious out there.
It certainly has. Maybe the most competitive match we have seen. A true 3 that could have done it. Wizzy hung in there for the first 3 maps, but slowly started to peter off as Massa found his energy and Elcon stayed consistent. Those two will be moving on, and yet we will see some devastatingly good driving heading into those lower bracket matches when we see them back up yet again. Welcome to the panel. I'm Rain Day, and I'm joined by, well, I guess we were the same. We're closing it out, Geek. And
yeah, exactly.
We're going to change in a second. We'll have a new face that you haven't seen yet. So more Trackmania, Shuffle Roster Mania over here on the desk, which I love. But
again, we're keeping the Cintura style driver swaps, indeed.
I love it. I love it. I mean, yeah, what a contested match.
Yeah, honestly, I was really surprised with how well Wizzy hung in there. Like, in the first 3 maps, he has always won one single round, and he never finished any lower than 3rd. Of course, Spark, unfortunately, a little bit out of his depth, and he should be said when it comes to the field strength. But honestly, kudos to Wizzy for really hanging in there for as long as he did. But Aaron, in the end, it was pretty much how we expected it to be, although it was a lot closer contested and a lot more back and forth in the final few rounds than what we expected.
Well, I think it also was a prediction that I had at the beginning of the day where I said this match is going to be very competitive. I expected
you did. I have most even group on here.
Yes, most even group in there. I was hoping for Spark to be a little bit more of a contender in this matchup, but I knew that at least Wizzy, Elcon, and Massa were going to be definitely fighting tooth and nail. And also, Wizzy, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like you cannot let your nerves get to you. All he had to do was just get a couple finishes, and then he would have been right there with him the entire time.
Yeah.
It's all about what Massa said in the interview pre-match. Composure under pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, or it just crushes absolutely everything. And in this case, it was more of the latter case that was very true for the wheelman from Seoul Esports.
Well, let's take a look at what you set up, because there were a couple things that you could educate us on how they got a little bit lucky in some moments, but also how to save some time in the water.
Yeah, let's show you. We've seen how many times you can be on the wrong side of the fence. Let's show you on the right side on the fence, when you got Lady Luck on your side. This is on Saudi Arabia. This is towards checkpoint 5, right at the heart of Sector 2. Now, I'm just going to play the clip. Now, watch for Wizzy's Ghost right in the middle of the picture, right where Elcon is, as we jump through the hole. It's very easy to kind of misjudge your speed there, and you can end up running into the rim of the hole right there. We've seen a couple of drivers actually do that over the course of the day, but then as I play the rest of the clip, you can actually see lands with his rear wheels first, does not flip, and does not lose any single ounce of time before going into the transfer. Still maintains himself into contention throughout the rest of the round. And another thing that I wanted to show you, we've seen luck, now we're going to be seeing commitment and precision. Fast forward to Poland's round number 1 with Massa and Elcon. I'm just going to pause it there at the start of the water part. It's going to be a little bit hard to see with the water splashes, but you can see Massa setting himself himself up a little bit wider compared to Elkan, who initiated the turn a little bit later. This is more of a safer line. But for Massa, he decides to try and carry as much speed as he can by basically, the only way you can actually gauge how much turning you can actually get is by releasing the throttle. You do not apply the brake at any point in Trackmania unless you try to initiate a drift, but that's a completely other different case. Here, you can carry so much speed if you tap release just a microsecond less than your opponent, and then just look at how much he was able to do. Just, okay, speed delta, you can see he's down to 245 up front on Elkan's car. We're up 8Ks, 253, and that speed advantage is going to continue to carry all the way through as he clips the apex and the exit, starting himself through into P1 with just a couple of jumps left to go.
And I love the distinction between that, just those 8K, but also the direction that he was headed, giving him that extra speed. I mean, that's just a beautiful breakdown. Thank you so much for that. I think I was tapping my brake way too much in some of my...
It's all about a game of margin, and sometimes the devil is really in the details. And even when through the water splashes like this, being able to see the speedometer and being able to gauge that is such a game changer.
Yeah, and definitely with the matchup that happened there, even though Massa and Elkan were very hand in hand for most of the way to the finish, it's those small details that are going to make the difference as we continue throughout this tournament. It's going to be thousandths of a second, little edges, little corners,
8 kilometers.
these tiny little margins that we have to deal with on a daily, constant basis. And it's going to get more intense as we go on.
Oh, I love it.
I can't wait for a round to end to a tie, and we actually get to explain exactly what that entails. We haven't seen that yet. If we see that in the tournament, expect us to do a full breakdown on this, because it's also a very interesting story to tell.
Well, it better not happen next game, because you're going to be casting.
Yep.
Get excited for that one as well. Let's take a look at the schedule. It's a very big game as well. We've got, obviously, our first half of today's schedule already done and dusted. All the way up until 7. We are now in our final and 8th match of our group stage. Group A, match A4, and there they are. Mutta and Gwen, the Thunder from Down Under, and maybe the French favorite for AGAL to take it and spoil Falcons' plans of winning the club championship. Paco, Biwak, they're in there. I hate to say that we're mentioning them after the fact, but it's just true. These two top players, they have so much story that they are bringing into this one. It is going to be exciting to see how they unfold. However, if they're anything like what we've seen with Wizzy, what we've seen with LinkMax, this could be a very exciting 3rd place. Somebody has an opportunity to start building that narrative. When we come back, we will find that out. Our final match of Trackmania at EWC for Group Stage Day 1 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Very quick update here from the Allianz Vault, because Falcons are participating in Crossfire. Not necessarily expected to go on to win the competition by any stretch of the imagination, but a top 8 placement is something that could be in their sights, which could be a really nice point to pick up if they can manage to get a hold of it. They haven't started the tournament very well, though. They dropped down into the losers portion yesterday and nearly just went out to Team Nemesis. We ran here. We thought it was done. They were potentially out. They clutched up in overtime in map number 2 and managed to take away map number 3. So Falcons very much living on their final live now when we do come down to Crossfire. They are going to be playing again tomorrow, though, and the top 12 placement is what beckons them if they do lose, but they can get top 8 if they go on to win. We'll keep you up to date with everything going on in Crossfire here at the Allianz Vault tomorrow.
Welcome back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Our final match for Trackmania Group Stage Day 1 will begin in just a moment, but we've got to introduce a brand new member to our panel. Not a brand new member to our talent team, however. You've been hearing his voice alongside Twiggy. It's Nua joining us on the desk, and Import's here as well. Nua, how you feeling, man?
Feeling very good. It can't be kept in the box. I was going to escape at some point, and I've made it over here to speak my piece.
All right, I'm going to tell security that
please do.
They've got to step it up because I had specific instructions to keep him over there. All right, it's time for our PS5 story of the day, which is Mutta. Can Mutta's masterclass continue? I wanted to add momentum. Can he continue his momentum after his masterclass? Let's talk about it. Import, what's your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, he's bringing in momentum not only just in general from his career in Trackmania, but also from recent LAN events that he has competed in earlier in this year. Won a big prize pool. That's as far as we can pretty much go into that LAN event, but he's done really well for himself this year. And I think this is just another continuation for him, another step up into solidifying himself as the S-tier player that everybody's expecting him to be.
He's won a LAN. He's got that personality. He's the type of kind of story that you want in an esport, but he's looking to do it here on the biggest stage now, Noah.
Which is going to be tough. I mean, part of the story of Mutta as well has been that he's always been that top player, but the swap over the last couple of years from being a controller player to being a wheel player now, and not only regaining that previous form, but maybe surpassing it. And this would be the ultimate crowning achievement of that. This would validate the decision in a way that nothing else could, that Mutta is that guy. This was the right choice to make the hard decision and swap how he plays this game.
I think it's a big case for Esports Player of the Year. We have a lot of awards we do in esports. We've had that in the game that I usually come from over the last few years, and we had a player who won a championship both on keyboard and then switched to controller, won it there as well. It's a huge statement to your understanding of the impact of how a game needs to be played. But speaking of that, we have a guy who also knows how, and Frenchman and Gwen walking there. And AGAL, he's not just fighting for himself, he's fighting for a significant impact, millions of dollars in the club championship.
Yeah, bringing back up Gwen, especially as he's starting at a high level, a high pace, but it is the consistency that is going to be the factor for him. He's generally a good player, oftentimes doesn't really struggle too much per se, but when pressure comes in, that is where he can falter sometimes. That is going to be the big aspect that we're going to have to pay attention to going into this match.
Now, Biomac and Paco, they have different stories. Paco kind of narrowly missed out on the finals in 2023. What's the expectation here? Because on one side, is it there's pressure, or is there no pressure? What does this mean for him?
I honestly think Paco is kind of a fascinating story in a lot of ways with that, where for me, over the years, Paco was the youngest player. He was always the guy, and we've replaced him now. That's Neon. Yeah, Paco's not the youngest player in this tournament anymore. And so that's a shift in the narrative around him, and a lot of the time the narrative was Paco being young was struggling with the consistency, was struggling to under the bright lights to make it count, and I don't think that's been the case so much anymore. So you're right, Paco has come close in the past, and while he is maybe an underdog in this match with Mutta and Gwen looking so strong coming in and having those past results, at the same time I wouldn't be shocked if Paco makes top 2 here.
We'll find out a little bit more. We did have a chance to sit down with Mutta, Rachel catching up with him before our final group match of the day.
Mutta joins me now. Oh, you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. Come from Australia. Long flight. How are you feeling? Jet lagged?
No, I feel fine. And it's also very nice that we have 2 microphones, so I don't have to steal hers.
Thank you. I don't want you stealing my microphone. You are a lot of people's picks for the title. How does that make you feel?
Sounds about right.
Are you that confident?
Yeah, if I play the way I want to play and I maintain my energy throughout the weekend.
So preparation, how has it gone for you?
Pretty good. Much more balanced than I usually have in tournaments like this, where the maps are all very different. And normally I'd struggle on a few and then I'd have a few outliers. But no, it seems much more balanced this time, which gives confidence.
So every map you're strong on?
Some more than others, but yes.
You've won a LAN this year as well. How much confidence does that give you coming here?
It is the monkey off the shoulder moment to take home that first trophy, which I've been chasing for years now.
How are you going to play out, hopefully, these 4 days? Have you got some tactics?
Not really, just try ban my opponent's best map, pick what I think will be the best for finalists, and then just go from there.
Who's your biggest rival, your biggest competitor here?
Or Epos, Carl Pack, those 3.
Overall ambition has got to be to take the title. Is that what you're here for?
Of course.
Okay, Mutta, good luck.
Thank you.
Thunder from Down Under, Mutta feeling confident as well. Almost had Rachel saying, all right, well, what else is there to talk about, Noah?
There's not a huge amount. I mean, you heard it from Mutta himself. Like, yeah, sounds about right. I'm going to win.
I got it. Yeah, exactly. Make sure you guys get your pick'ems in as well as we jump into this matchup. You have a chance to earn your share of $300,000 by selecting who you think is going to win and coming out on the right side of that, or sometimes the wrong side. All that matters is that you participate. Get your final pick in for today. We'll have this live tomorrow as well as we finish out EWC. It's been a lot of fun to see your reactions and your expectations. There's been some fun stories as well in Port. Somebody shared a story with me about Paco and being a teacher, coming in and actually having there's some surprise there. Paco's a teacher?
He's a teacher?
Yeah, I mean, is this Biwak?
Alfie is a teacher, but Baywak, I'm
listen,
not sure.
you could be right.
You could be right.
I think I am right. I think this might have been a Kai special here.
But Paco being a teacher, that is interesting. I've never heard that.
Am I breaking some news right now? Look at that.
Breaking news right here at EWC. Paco is a teacher.
You know what? Actually, is this a teacher? You know what? It's not a teacher. I got it.
That makes it.
You want to know the story?
Yeah.
Sure.
Skip school.
Oh, that makes a lot
school the
I mean, he's not the youngest player
I think
anymore,
that's actually the opposite of a teacher.
Definitely still a student.
Skip school. Maybe on an alternate timeline.
Yeah, sure.
Doomsday is coming up soon, guys. Yeah, we're talking multiverse.
Yeah.
I just saw Spider-Man. I mean, come on, give me a break.
Exactly.
But anyway, and that was kind of goes into the young thought process, right? Because he was skipping school. He was having his classmates come in, watch him as well, and say, this is a great moment. And his dad, I heard his dad travels. Is that the other one that comes in? His dad travels as well. Okay. Well, a lot of great stories. Biwak, somebody we haven't touched on as much. Where do we start there with him?
I mean, alongside J-Swag, the first New Zealanders to ever qualify for a World Championship a couple of years ago. I mean, it's not their first time being in these big matches, right?
Yeah.
And that goes for both of them. But Biwak in particular, I mean, a strong player. I think, again, a little bit unfortunate that in the top 32 players in the world, you're running into incredibly stacked lobbies from round one. So going to struggle, but I think not going to look bad.
Yeah. What can he, I mean, is there a way... how do you characterize Wizzy's performance, and how do you characterize whether that be Paco or whether that be Biwak here trying to do that with Gwen and Mutta?
I think Wizzy has always had that striving for better, and he's very critical of himself, especially after losses. You can talk to him and you can see how he just kind of deconstructs his entire gameplay. It's very common to deal with. It's also a little heartbreaking at the same time, I feel like.
Absolutely, 100%.
But I feel like in the case of Biwak, for example, I think he's not that necessarily. He is very passionate. I think he doesn't like losing, but at the same time, he's got this chill vibe about him too. It's kind of this weird like yin yang that he has when he plays games, and that's going to be something that we'll have to look at as well, because he is going to be a potential factor. He could do really well. He has had high highs before.
All right, well, this is going to be an exciting one. To close out Trackmania Group Stage Day 1, we've got two of the potential favorites to take home the tournament about to take home and start on the stage.
Wow. Elcon and Massa, a head-to-head Milos for the ages there. Incredible stuff to see there, but as we all saw, Wizzy had a great start. The first few races really, really well. Suddenly, things topple, things tilt, and then others come through. This is the actual make or break of this competition here. We're seeing players and racers who just might do something really special, go all the way and surge through to the upper echelons, the upper brackets. Tomorrow we start crushing keys. There's so much to look forward to.
There very much is a lot to look forward to in this case. Again, 4 players are stepping on in every single match today, and it's the top 2, really the number 1 that's moving forward. The second player has to go through a gauntlet in lower bracket starting from tomorrow. Though there's one more game left for tonight, so let's bring out our competitors, starting off with Mutta! One of the most successful steering wheel player joins us on stage, representing ROC Esports. He's on the road to collecting another gold set in 2026.
Next up, we have Biwak, one of the first players from New Zealand ever to qualify for a World Championship. Can he silence his opponents on his first lap?
Next up is Pushti Topako. His evolution over the past few years has been a pleasure to witness. The Virtus Pro rep is ready to burst into super perfect form here at EWC.
Lastly, please put your hands together for Gwen! France's prodigy, he's back after a year away and bursting back on the scene, aiming for EWC glory. Paris, love to hear it, incredible! So much support from the crowd. You can hear it right there. This is our last race of the day, Milos. We're going to ask our players to, for the final time, please take to your stations, place your keys as we ready ourselves and start our engines. Are you folks at home ready? Paris, are you ready? We're all ready. Let's do this in this jump in for the last time today. Back over to the desk. Let's do it.
Well, Mutta ready to take form here. Gwen standing by and now sitting down, ready to compete. AGAL, so much on the line for them. And the teacher, his new nickname. We'll see if he can teach a couple of new angles here on these.
The Trackmania teacher.
Yeah, exactly. It could kind of be a cool thing if he starts doing well.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And obviously, another accolade named Hungary Esports Sim Racing Player of the Year, which is pretty exciting and a great title, great honor. Looking to improve upon that. Bywak. Expectations maybe not as high as the other three, but potential certainly just as high as we head into our maps, guys.
Yeah, we're seeing the bands from Japan, Australia, Norway, and Poland. Okay, so no Poland this time. So Poland has had 2 strikes this entire evening. So 6 out of 8. I think that's a good stat for Poland here. First pick from Mutta, going to be Saudi Arabia. I think that would be I think that's something that maybe we expected coming from him.
Sure, absolutely. But it is still interesting to see, you know, Saudi Arabia, one of those maps that has fallen a little bit further down the order. I mean, it's been a second pick a lot of the time, but it's definitely not been a first pick. It's not been one of those maps that the top players are favoring. So something to keep an eye on as we go further through the tournament as well. If Mutta is looking really good on that against some of the other top players.
Of course, and then now coming in with South Korea and Canada with Gwen, Paco, respectively picking those. And finally the pick for Germany from Bywak and Argentina going to be our decider. A solid map hack overall. I think this one's going to be a lot more precision focused. I think we're going to have a lot more tricks up that are going to have to be
I mean, hey,
overcome.
if you're talking precision, there's one player on that stage with a wheel.
That is true. Mutta is known for his precision. I think he's going to be very excellent on this map pack. It's perfect for him. I think it's a perfect storm for
Well,
us.
the gloves are on. There's no lack of confidence there from Mutta on your screen. We'll see if he can back it up as well in our final group of day one here at Trackmania at EWC. And for that, we had to make sure that these two were ready for the cast to close us out. Of course, it's G-Geek and Turbo.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And yeah, we are just born ready at this stage. And Kai, feels like we saved the best for last for this opening day of action.
Last but definitely not least here, Mutta, Gwen, Paco, and Bywak fighting it out. And it's Saudi Arabia as the very first map here. I'm very much looking forward to see what the Thunder from Down Under can do, as well as Gwen, the fan favorite, and the teacher, maybe the doctor after this match.
One of the 2 chips that AGAL have in the game for the club championship, remember. And of course, this being a solo game, the highest placed player from a single team will score the points for their own org. As for the final time of the day, we're about to get one fly through of the opening map, Saudi Arabia, a map which will look new for most people, but for Mutta, it has a few fresh memories, almost as fresh as they were back in 22 when he won the Grand League on this very map. As the field is let loose and we are racing here on the final match of the day.
I'm really looking forward to see what Bywak can do as well. He has been performing very well in his qualifier, and now we're gonna see what he can do against Mutta, Paco, and Gwen. Great start here from Mutta, but Paco is taking over the lead. As you can see here, great amount of speed here into the clearance of the hole. And look at the lead from Paco here already.
A solid lead indeed. 0.2 of a second built up just before the transfer jump, midway through the map, checkpoint 6, then the start of the ice part. Make sure to get your car dead straight down the middle and then make it through the jump, and a very low nosedive for Paco there on checkpoint 8.
A very good line there from Mutta as well, not utilizing the air brake and getting a nosedive after that as well, gaining a lot of speed. And Mutta is chasing Paco right now for that first 10-pointer. Bywak not too far behind. It is Gwen who has made the first major mistake.
A huge rock clip to get the front end to lift it, and a huge heavy set landing for Mutta, who's going to be fall back down to last. It's now down to the final jump through the ramp. It's a very heavy lift from Bywak, who clips the top, dropping himself down to 4th. Mutta salvages at least 1 point for 3rd. Paco takes the first 10-pointer, draws first blood with a .816, within 0.2 of Brent's record that we saw earlier on in match number 1 of this opening day of action.
Courtesy to the great start there from Paco, holding on to the lead. Mutta was going for the attack, but sadly has been falling behind. Gwen getting 2nd place, and Bywak is only 3 points richer after that first round. And Bywak here with a great start, but look where Mutta is going, already 0.3 ahead here, Geek.
Mudda having a solid start. This time maybe a bit of a reversal of fortune, as this time it is Mudda and Paco top and bottom of the round, as Biowak and Paco are going side by side before the whole drop down. It is very nicely negotiated as we go onto the transfer, and look at the gap. We see the traditional rift that we see in Trackmania between the top two and bottom two, and both of the ones at the back have completely flunked it at the first transfer.
So Gwen, one of the fastest player who has ever touched the game. Can he catch up 0.2 of a second to Mudda here? He's really trying to go for it, or maybe he only goes for those comfortable 6 points in this round, but well, he went for it, but he didn't get a good line there, so loses a bit of speed, and Mudda getting a weird transition, and he will sacrifice himself towards the checkpoint.
That's the second time that Mudda gets caught out on that very same rock clip, and thus you can see the gaps quite few and quite wide in between each car, and Gwen getting a free 10-pointer headed on the silver plate into the 107s as well with a .952.
Gwen, consistent performance, not really very, very fast. Of course, a 107.9 is not a time to sleep on. Biowak not finishing here, but we know Gwen that sets world record upon world record, maybe even risking a bit too much. But right now, with 10 and 6 points, tied first position alongside Pushito Paco and Mudda, only with 8 points in the very first 2 rounds.
Yeah, so far it's been a bit of a trade in terms of the point standings between Paco and Gwen, but I fear that that might not be staying the case for very long. Mudda might just taking this as a bit of a setback coming into this particular map, going into round number 3. Let's see if he's able to pick the pieces back up, as this time it is Gwen who gets the jump after sector number 1 going into the transfer.
That's the Gwen that we know, just being incredibly risky, but also being just rewarding himself with those lines. He's 0.2 ahead, but look at this fight here. Biowak trying to match the pace, but solely cannot make it right now. 0.4 of a gap between first and last.
Paco lifting the right side before the drop down on the islands on checkpoint number 9. Mudda still hounding him, going almost side by side, going ghost within ghost. Gwen trying to completely escape that, trying to make a breakaway run for freedom. Mudda and Paco still going at it. This time Paco on the offensive, Mudda on the defensive. Going into the first jump into the identity. Are there going to be any heartbreaks? No, Paco with a bit more speed, but it's not enough. It will be a brand new world record for Gwen on the .553.
And also a fastest time for Mudda on those on that third round here, but that just shows the pace from Gwen, setting a new world record, and with that also a new turnaround record, of course, up to 26 points. Gwen also momentum-based player, and let's see if he can use that to his advantage. Right now he didn't get the best of starts, but look at this speed out of the wall ride.
Yeah, that's a wall ride that even Ross Chastain would be proud of, going into that first and second sector ending, going into the hole of checkpoint number 6. Mudda managing to keep the car nice and straight, not opting for the nosedive. Biowak a little bit on the heavy setback here on the start of this map, as we get almost a clip from Paco there in the transfer, wasn't it?
I thought it was Mudda or Paco. One of them has slightly touched or brushed the wall there. And Mudda, similar mistake in comparison to round number 2, just that it was a different spot this time around. So this is another free 10-pointer for Gwen, and just dream scenario for him, because he would move up to 36 points, but don't make the equation without Pushito Paco. He goes to lead, but touches the inside.
He's going to make him run for it though, like Pushito Paco. He was going to make him work for that 10-pointer. Gwen will be able to take a little bit of a reprieve, and gets very lucky in terms of the fact that getting that mistake from Paco late on in the round. .746, still very much in the right ballpark at pace that we expect, and a 36-point haul out of the possible 40 that you can get in the first 4 rounds is really respectable. That's about second best from what you can do here.
Definitely, but Paco with amazing pace there as well. Really went for the attack, but ultimately wasn't able to get that first position across. Still a great performance there. And yeah, you can also see here again the time that Gwen has set. Just amazing. I really wonder what he's able to do on our next map, which will be South Korea.
South Korea map, of course, featuring the gliders, the reactors, with the dark magic, the black magic of the soups that we often talked about during the desk. And you can get, again, a slow motion on that .553 from Gwen. I'm very curious to see how everybody fares. His teammate Binks was very much one of the very key contenders in the Elite Cup when this first map was played all the way back in May of this year. Yes, that's right. This map is over 3 months old at this point. I'm kind of curious to see how Gwen has been able to dial that in, because if memory serves right, back in the Elite Cup, it was around average, if not slightly above.
Yeah, I mean, it's Gwen's pick, right? So I really wonder what he has prepared there, and we could see this map again. Just also taking into consideration how little points Muda has collected among this very, very first map. It was his pick as well here, Geek, so it didn't really work out in his favor, but we have already seen this kind of performance from Carl Jr. on his match, where he did not perform in the very first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it turns out that maybe the first picks tend to be a little bit of a backfire, as we do see an enthusiastic supporter of Postito Paco making the trip on every single LAN event that there is to it, as we do see now a little bit of a focus on Baywak, the signing from Sentinels from New Zealand, currently not having the best of starts. We expected him to struggle, but that is one heck of a kick in the gut.
Yeah, 2 DNFs for him, so he wasn't able to cross the finish line twice, but I hope he will be catching back up on South Korea. Currently didn't get the best of starts, as we see again Paco and Gwen defining the pace in this round. Muda, again, a bit further behind. Baywak going into the wall, but also Muda losing a significant amount of speed here.
It feels like Paco might have to lift a little bit of the throttle, going a bit wide on that final reactor before the glider there, as we do see Muda now a little bit on the back foot, acting as an independent adjudicator to the battle up front. It's advantage to Gwen by about a 1/10 of a second. Going into the grass part, is there going to be anyone overextending, going over off to the right-hand side? No, we stay pretty contained as we go into the last few corners and the jump into the gliders.
Yeah, Gwen with a great line will accumulate, or will just transfer a lot of speed into this part, but you need to slow down a lot over the freewheel. Muda going for the attack, didn't nail the apex accordingly, but now we have the reactor glider part coming into play. Muda with good speed coming back to Pussy to Paco. Gwen with a great line here as well, is so far ahead. Look at that, this will be a great time, but who's going to get second position? Will it be Muda or Paco? It will be Muda, and Gwen with another awesome time here. 0.4, only 0.1 away from Otag's world record.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to be getting closer and closer, if not even beating the mark that Elcon set in the very first round of the Elite Cup when this map was played, a 1:12.210.
In the warm-up?
It was not in the warm-up, in the knockout round.
Yeah, the great round. Yeah, true that. That was the case. But look at the points. Muda 24, Paco at 30, and then Gwen 46 out of 50 possible points already secured, and he is just unstoppable right now. But look how fought after this round is. 400ths of a second between first and third.
Going into the reactor glider, in over the bridge into the Zoop, and again Gwen just continuing to pounce on the advantage, extending his lead, looking to endorse the role of the Scarecrow as best as he can. Postito Paco doing his best to keep pace with the French prodigy from AGAL. Muda just tries to survive, tries to hang on by the very tip of his fingers as we now go into the final sector. Once again, it's still advantage to Gwen by 2/10.
Gwen is ahead. Paco on second place. Muda again going for the attack, but it's still Paco ahead of him. Gwen again on a monster of a time here by the looks of it, but he makes a mistake. He's out of the round. Now the first position, very important for Muda to pick it up, to come back into this particular match. Muda with a great approach here. Will it be enough? The answer is a no. Yes, it's a tie. But since Paco was ahead in the checkpoint beforehand, he takes the round win.
Desk, make sure to take that in. We need the analysis on that, because this is indeed one of those situations that tend to happen from time to time at Trackmania, but it's always such a sight to see. And yeah, we're getting a little bit hot and bothered just seeing that early on.
What match did we pick up here, Geek? This is just a bang to end this day off, this marathon of a day, but we are far from being done. There seems to be 3 competitors, but only 2 spots are up for grabs in the upper bracket. And again, now we see Paco with a great start. Look at Gwen risking it so much. He will have so much exit speed out of this turn, and he will maybe go into the lead. Never mind.
Didn't get the bits of Zoops. He was going so far out wide, so deep into that particular ice slide over the reactor, but it did not pan out with the glide over the bridge. And thus, for once, it is Muda now in an offensive position, leading the round by about a 10th. But look at how much speed Paco was able to carry over Muda. Muda puts it a little bit too early into the corner, scrubbing too much speed, and now the Hungarian hotshot is back in the lead fights.
Muda wants to take revenge on that previous round. He wants to take those 10 points, but it is Paco actually with a mistake. He will all the way drop down to 3rd position. Muda commanding lead here, 0.2 of a second, but he also makes a mistake, so it is Gwen who picks up the pieces.
Same spot as Gwen in the second round, actually. He did not get the Zoop. Well, he got in a bit of a shallow line, too shallow, and ended up running head first into the reset gate, and that prompted everybody to get moved up a place, including Baywak, who gets the 4 points for 3rd place. But Gwen, again, with another 10-pointer, which is just continuing to streak away into the distance.
The momentum is just really going into Gwen's favor gradually, even more, and it's just so good because on Saudi Arabia, there was a similar case as well in round number 1 and 2 where Gwen was just, he had made a mistake and he still ended up in a second position, and here he's now up to 59 points, 13 points ahead of Paco, and I really seem to, or I'm really worrying about Moda at the moment. He really needs some good remaining maps in this match.
Seemingly not really feeling the groove in the first 2 maps, 33 points out of the 70 that you could collect in the space of the 7 previous rounds. This is the 8th and 8th round and the 4th on this particular rotation here of South Korea, which we will likely go back to in the second rotation. Right now, Mata locking horns with Gwen, going into the 3rd and final sector. The gap about a half a tenth. Meanwhile, Paco completely behind, completely checked out, and Baywak just trying to survive and get as many points as he can. Back on from the perspective of the Hungarian hotshot, looking to try and salvage something in the identity and maybe take advantage of someone slipping up and having a lapse of concentration.
Gwen with a great line there as well. Muda trying to fight back, but he's 0.3 away from Gwen. Oh! But Gwen with a mistake. Muda will pick up finally 10 points. Even though the ending wasn't that, it was a 0.4. Gwen was on the 0.1 here, Geek.
He was looking very, very solid. That 0.2 mark from the Elite Cup would have been completely blown out of the water if Gwen was able to follow through. I thought he managed. I thought he clipped, but I think he managed to barely save it.
He got so much speed out of that second reactor sector, or first one I think it was. That was just amazing to see, but he has maybe risked it a bit too much. That is the playstyle that Gwen is known for, but here in this match it's looking really good for him right now.
Yeah, so far so good for the Frenchman from AGAL as we now circle to map number 3, which will be Canada. The return of the slaloms in the snow of the Vista. It's called Snow, I think, or I think it is snow we need.
Yeah, it's snow. And also, this map has provided so much content, so many crashes onto the finish because you cannot adjust mid-air. So I wonder who's gonna fall victim to that. That is for sure. It's definitely not an easy map, especially with all the slaloms coming into play, as the ending then gets even more tricky.
Here we go then, quick recap of the scores. You can see them, 65 for Gwen, 50 for Posito Paco, already a 15-point lead. It's been somewhat back and forth actually throughout South Korea with how the 10-pointers were traded and how everybody else in the field stacked up. Right now, Gwen looking to actually press B for boost early on here on Canada before the start of the no-break part. Very big lift there, which actually conditions how tight of a line you can run through that chicane there, Kai.
Yeah, very, very good, but you have so much exit speed out of that, but it is Paco who did it even better than Gwen, who falls a bit further behind the line here, but gets a great exit from the slalom sector. He has so much speed. It's only 0.1 between first and third position. Let's follow Muda here for the last round, or for the final part of the first round, that's what I mean. And Gwen still holding on to the lead, but who is not making who's making a mistake in the ending? It will be Paco falling behind Muda with more speed, and Muda will win the opening round on Canada.
Muda with a great run, and Paco forced to lift a little bit midway through that slide, that turnaround, which prompted him to lose the grip and just fall back behind midway through the slide. Everybody managing to reach the finish and not falling victim of the full stop pick into the finish game. And just to correct myself, it's not called Snow this Vista, it's called White Shore.
White Shore, all right. I mean, they have been released very, very recently, that is for sure, as Baywak has 23 points. Sadly does not play a role here, but he tries his best to keep up with the pace. There's also an amazing opportunity for him to play the EWC of 2026. And again, similar to round number 1, Gwen with an amazing start.
Gwen pulling a really, really big gap of a quarter of a second. A gap that almost gets annihilated and it's completely wiped out after he briefly graced the wall on the second half of the chicane in the no-break part, Kai. And as a result, it is Moda versus Paco through that very tight chicane in the dirt. And then you have to set yourself up to roll it around the outside, but not hit the wall as well. Moda and Paco still going at it wheel to wheel.
Very important round for Moda, because with that, he could overtake Paco in the point standing right now. He had a good drift, but had to readjust slightly, so Paco coming closer. This will be very close. Moda with a good approach, but Paco with a bit more speed, and Paco wins the round. Or will he hit the ending? The answer is a no, and he wins the round with a 102.378. Moda with a PB, but this wasn't for the round win.
not for the round win indeed. And this time we see, of course, we talk about the two-stage matches with Gwen being the scarecrow. This time it's not that much of the case. It's still very much still has that back and forth setting that we had in South Korea. And the 10-pointers getting traded, and Paco still managed to keep pace with the leader, only 11 points behind.
11 points behind. That is only 2 rounds of Trackmania, or just denying them a finalist, and then you're finalist on your own. And I somewhat feel that there might be a triple final situation happening in this match if the players just continue to play like that. Because Muda, after a start that wasn't living up to his expectations, he now is back up into second place, only 11 points behind Gwen here. And now Muda with a great line here again, just has so much exit speed. Look how much closer he comes to Paco and Gwen in this round.
Yeah, and so far Baywak managing to keep pace, managing to hang in there somewhat, even though it's a bit of a remote battle. But the top 3 fight is so close. Even closer are Paco and Gwen. Almost goes within, goes one with the back bumper, but again for the second time in a row is Gwen faltering and yielding. Mona forced to overcorrect. Look at him sawing away at the wheel. It's not going to be enough to catch up to Paco. Baywak overtaking Gwen. Now that's a shocker. 102.113 for the Hungarian hotshot, who passes the halfway threshold, past the 70-point mark.
Yeah, great time from Pushti to Paco, and it is Gwen who had a very, very good start. I think it was 46 out of 50 points in the very first 5 rounds, but now he's up to 78. Paco at 74, and Muda also in close proximity towards his opponents. Gwen with another great start, but it seems like that he cannot get the run through that he anticipated.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit more of a bumpy road than first anticipated indeed for Gwen, who gets a very, very bad entry into that no-break sector. And look at how much more speed Mona was able to carry through with a much more inside approach and a much better management of the throttle. It's still a 3-horse race, though, between Paco, Mona, and Gwen going into sector number 3. 34 milliseconds, guys. This is going to be a barn burner.
I think this is just a glimpse of what will be happening in the next days here at the EWC 2026 here. But who's going to win this round? Gwen with a great line there. Paco and Muda in there as well. Muda on the lead. Gwen with more speed, but Muda with a flip here with a spin, and he spins into the ending with a PB, and most importantly, 10 points.
And Paco also gets the advantage over Gwen in his battle, and here the emotes, not only in his Twitch chat, but in real life, putting everybody else to bed. I guess it's about time to go to bed for some of these people, given how late we are running. But we are now moving on to map number 4. We are circling over to Germany. Jump over the transfer, land backwards, and then pull a little bit of a J-turn on the ice. And so far, in the middle of this rotation, over the course of the last 2 maps, Pussy to Paco really putting up a fight. Just 2 points behind Gwen, as it stands now after 12 rounds played.
What an amazing match this has been already. And we are a little bit more than halfway through. This is Baywak's pick here, Germany, as the penultimate map in the rotation. After that, we go to Argentina, so one of the newer maps that have been released, and I surely know, or think that we're gonna go to Saudi Arabia and also to South Korea again if the match continues like that. 82 points for Gwen, 80 for Pushi to Paco. Muda only 7 points now away from Gwen, and this is really it. Who can move away from the others? It's certainly not Gwen in this round, since he has made a very unconventional mistake here, Thomas.
Seems like Gwen is going through a bit of a mid-game slump at the moment. He needs to actually somewhat get out of there, somewhat shake his head out of that particular rut that he's currently stuck in. But right now it's going to be taking advantage of that. Mata and Paco through the first transfer. Paco completely overcooks it, goes a bit too low and clips with the front. Mata emerges in the lead but goes too far and hits the flag. And unlikeliest of circumstances, Baywak takes the lead but messes up the corner.
Oh wow, that is one of the rounds, guys. But Baywak still in the lead. Somehow the gaps are, yeah, well, they're there. Let's say it like that. I mean, 1 second between first and second. Then we have 3 seconds between first and third. And Paco nowhere to be seen. I hope he can still finish the round. Gwen going for the attack. But hopefully Baywak is going to win this round. This would be very cool. He would really like to see that. But for that, he still has to clear one more turnaround. It's looking good. A bit shaky, but it's still enough. And Baywak wins the round. Let's go.
The Kiwi from Sentinels gets 1 round win on the board for the OCE contingent here at EWC. see Gwen manages somehow to salvage second place amidst all that chaos. This is, if I were a player, I type in the chat GR, because this is one of the GRs of all time.
Yeah, one of the GRs of all time, that is for sure. So Baiwak up to 43 points, still quite far away from the others, but I mean, if more of those rounds happen, which I doubt will be happening, but of course the pressure's there. You don't want to drop into the lower brackets after match number 1 for you. Yeah, it's quite something. The pressure's there, you can feel it, and that's why the players are going out of their comfort zone.
Currently going into that transfer on the second round here on Germany. Mudda and Gwen in tandem, then the second tandem with Paco and Baiwak. Uncharacteristic from Paco actually to be a little bit farther back compared to where he would be in the top 2 right now through the J turn. Nobody going a bit too far wide compared to what we saw Baiwak do earlier on. Baiwak will be left in the dust ever so slightly. Going into sector number 3, Mudda going a little bit high on the side, and now it's a straight fight between the Frenchman and the Australian. Going into sector 3, and it's the Frenchman who will have to yield, popping a wheelie at the top of the crest.
He's not too far behind, but he cannot control the line over the dirt due to his poor entry into that, and it is Paco promoting into second position. Mudda with a great line, doesn't slide very much, which you want to avoid, of course, because you're not in the backwards gear, and Mudda wins the round here out of Paco, and we have Gwen overtaking Baiwak in the end, and yeah, Mudda up to 89 points with that, tied for that first position, but look how close the points are. 92 points for Gwen, and then 89 points. Actually, it's Gwen still in the leads. So Mudda and Paco tied for second and not for first position.
Rewind, end of round 4 on Saudi Arabia. Tell us that it was going to be completely wiping clean. We wouldn't have believed you. Well, here we are going into the next round.
I thought it would just be a Gwen show, but also Gwen has some weaknesses. That is for sure. But the very first 2 maps, Saudi Arabia and South Korea, looked absolutely amazing, but also here he has been falling a bit behind, and also Baiwak having to respawn, so it's a fight between Mudda and Pushito Paco in this one.
Currently Mudda holding the lead at the first J turn. Will be able to navigate the crest very nicely here. It's very easy to kind of mess up that entry into that sort of negative part, that negative camber part, and then completely fall by the wayside and hit the cliff face. But right now, Pushito Paco is still keeping pace with the Australian, who's also popping a wheelie. He's getting very close to a wheel stand that could be unsavable. He almost clipped the wall at the edge of the dirt before the second transfer. Gwen way far out behind, out of the proverbial DRS zone, but right now Mudda pulling a 10th and a half ahead of Pushito Paco, who gets the best spin. Paco with more speed, not enough at the regrip. It will be Mudda with yet another 10-pointer in the belt with a .081.
Interesting line there from Paco, but he wasn't able to get as much speed as Mudda from that line there for him, unfortunately. But look who finds himself in the lead. It is Mudda up to 99 points, still only 4 points tearing those top 3 players apart. This is an amazing match to follow, and it can still be anyone's game. And I think my prediction about a triple final situation here, Tom, was maybe not too far from off, but for that we still have a long way to go since players activate finals mode at 140 points.
So far this match is the gift that keeps on giving. Will it continue keeping on giving until we reach triple finalists? This is the dream of everybody. Further down the dream, there is quad finalists, but maybe later on in the tournament. So far, the circumstances are not really conducive to that. But right now, Gwen just never really seemingly out of that rut, continuing to make very critical mistakes in a similar situation to what we saw Nico on game 1. Very strong start, but then it fell off a cliff really sharp.
Yeah, Neon was able to get that spot across. And right now, it just seems like that history is repeating itself from all the way from game number 1 here. But now, Paco there to maybe go back into the lead alongside Mudda, because if the positions stay like that, both will have 105 points. Great line from Mudda. Paco will have more speed, but is he able to control that turnaround where Mudda had a bit more speed? The answer is a yes. The gap is way too large, and Paco wins the round. And another great time here. Low 111 is definitely a time that you have to beat first.
Yeah,
that's really fast.
Yeah, 111.0s at the very max, 0.1s, even 0.2s is where you can actually somewhat look at this. But really, if you really want to turn heads, you got to go into the 110s, like we've seen plenty of times today.
Map number 5 coming up now. It will be Argentina. We have a lot of ice to go through. A very tricky turnaround, and then also the ice slalom in the end that you need to control. Oh man, when I discovered this map for the first time, it was very hard for me, because not only do you have to clear all of it very just cleanly, but you also need to swap your camera in that turnaround, it feels like.
Yeah, camera swaps are definitely a thing that you have to do, because especially if you're playing if you're playing in camera 2, which is near chase for those of you more casual racing fans out there, or camera 3, which is cockpit cam or nose cam, then as soon as you turn your back, you don't really see, you can only rely on audio cues to tell if you've got the checkpoint, and even then you can't really dial in the distance at which you trigger the checkpoint. Ideally, you want to be in really shallow so that you can actually slingshot back out with the reactor still on. So yeah, camera change to camera 1 is definitely a key factor, and it's very easy to trip up if you've got multiple cams mounted to multiple buttons.
So Bivak trying to go for a bug side there by the looks of it, but it didn't really work out that well, because you have the super turbo there, and if you don't airbrake well, your car is just flinging like uncontrollably over the map. But right now Gwen is continuing where he had stopped on map number 1 and 2. Kind of he stopped on Canada and Germany, but now he's back. He can pick up some points, but that was a great turnaround from Muda there.
That's what I was talking about. Just the tippiest of the tips of the back bumper, clipping the trigger. Muda still very much in the thick of it, but doesn't get a great dirt exit, so he is back in the works with pushing to Paco, but Gwen also slowed down on the way into that platform, and it's now a 3-way fight for the lead going to the identity.
Muda shows why we picked him as one of the best ice players alongside Elcon, but is he able to get that first position? Paco too far ahead, has an okay landing there, also able to control, but Muda slowing down there, and Gwen will get that second place. Paco up to 115 points. He's 25 points away of reaching and activating that finalist mode. Gwen surpassing 100 points as well, but it's still so close.
Paco managing to go for a much longer jump over the little divot in the identity and getting much better landing, whereas Muda, as you can see, kind of had a heavy set of 2-stage landing. First one side, then the other side landing much harder than the first one, completely robbing him of all of his speed and dropping him down the order as we go on to round number 2 here in Argentina. And you can see Paco having completely bunged up the line into the no-brake part, and Gwen also going sideways. It's now the OCE gang 1-2, Muda ahead of Bivak.
Gwen again with a mistake, but look who is arriving there. Paco with an incredible amount of speed, just tightening the gap towards Muda, and it's only 0.1 between them. Oh, but he's slowing down, cannot control the entry into the bobsleigh block. So look at the gap between Muda and also Gwen now, because Bivak will be his best friend, because not only will the others not get 6 points, he's just extending the lead towards the others.
Indeed, acting as a bit of a buffer, but this time it seems to be like Bivak is trying to get away with getting with the mime line sort of sense, trying to get a bit of a dive. It's more of an unintentional dive on the part of the man from Sentinels, allowing Gwen to come in second place, almost barrel rolling over on the part of Bivak. You saw his ghost creep up on the back of the screen, but Muda will be taking a very, very strong 10-pointer on the 113. Not the fastest of time we've seen yet, but with the 10-pointer in the books, it's really the best you could hope for. And as for Bivak, he's just going to be spinning himself right around like a record, baby, but not across the finish line this time around. It's a 0-pointer.
So you see, if you like exit the recommended line on this map for once, well, that's just how the ending looks like for you. It's very difficult, but the players make it look so easy. So that kudos to Bivak. He's driving amazingly, but he plays against the best players in the world, that is for sure. He's one of them as well, but you can see just the gap here. But what was that start?
How did Gwen get away without a clip after pushing himself into the very edge of the red booster on the grass? I thought for sure his left front was going to be falling off the map.
It is game on, guys. Finalist mode has not been activated by neither of those players here. Gwen in the lead. He's in dire need of those points. He's 8 points away from Muda and Paco, but look at that here again. Muda, I don't know how he does it, but his turnaround is just exceptional, and he is in the lead by 0.1 of a second.
Absolutely dialed into a T, going into the final few corners of the map. Muda still leading by a quarter of a tenth from Gwen, maybe even more than that, a tenth and a half now, going into the final bobsleigh. Paco touching it a little bit too early on the brake, clipping the apex. It's now a 2-horse race, which might be down to a 1-horse race, as Muda has capitalized on the speed advantage that he has into the identity in a 0.577, a great strong time for the Australian Penguin, who moves on to 129.
Muda now in control, has a bit of a cushion to work with here going into the late game, one could say, because you're approaching finalist mode here very, very swiftly, but he's 6 points ahead of Paco and then 12 points ahead of Gwen, so this gives him a cushion to work with, maybe be in finalist on his own in 1 or maybe 2 rounds, depending on how those will be played out. Now
Unfortunately, Muda at 129 points, so he at least needs 2 more rounds.
He needs 2 more rounds, and that likely means, if my memory serves right, we are in the final round of the rotation here in Argentina, which means we'll cycle back over to Saudi Arabia. His map pick, which did not go down all too well. Thankfully, if he does manage to go on 139, he needs to reach the finish line. But right now, 139 is not guaranteed yet, because we have a 3-horse race for the first time past the halfway mark. But, of course, we've seen Gwen falter in the last few corners of the map. And right now, the gaps have completely been compressed back down to zilch.
Oh, but we see Paco with a mistake there, hitting the outside of the narrow of the road. And it is Gwen and Muda in the lead with that. Gwen in dire need of some points to not fall majorly behind here. But look at the speed. It's looking great for Gwen. But Muda's also in there. It's head-to-head, neck and neck. Look at that. Gwen with a great landing. And Gwen will finally get some well-needed 10 points.
112.713. It isn't pretty, but he gets the job done. And yeah, such a great sight to see. Both Ghost within Ghost separated by 3 milliseconds at the penultimate checkpoint going into the identity. And, well, we're back onto Saudi Arabia. Muda's pick, which did not go down too well. 36 points collected for Gwen. On the other hand, he was off to a flyer. Can he repeat his map 1 magic, though? It doesn't seem very likely, because it looks as though, much like, again, the Game 1 parallels are striking, with the very first few 5 rounds going very well, but then all of a sudden, the pace and the consistency, most of all, completely falling off the edge.
Muda really showed resilience so far in this match. After a weak start, like what we are used to Muda, of course, he fought his way back and, well, finds himself in the lead with that. Gwen really trying to find some points. If he has to do it, then this is the time. He did exceptional on Saudi Arabia, but he has to do it again, because he is 1 point only ahead of Paco, and then Muda in need of a 2nd position at least to activate finalist mode.
Yeah, right now Gwen is a bit on the highway to the danger zone because of his 1 point gap between himself and Paco. Remember, only the top 2 advance to the winners. Seeing Gwen going down the lower would be an astonishing shocker, especially for the local crowd, as we now do see Paco clip the very bottom of the hole and then the very top of the hole, a 2-stage collision that sends him down to the back. Will actually be enabling Muda to fight for 2nd. He needs to finish in 2nd imperatively, otherwise he will be back to square 1 and on 139 at the end of this round.
Yeah, that is for sure, but look at the start from Gwen. Baiwak also coming into play here, so that means maybe some of the others have made slight mistakes there, but also Baiwak with an exceptional round, moving up into the battle for 1st position even, but this is an important round for Gwen, because, oh my, the stars align for Muda in this round. He just needs to survive this release timing, and he does it, and he will be our first finalist in our very last match today.
And he does get a couple of completely undisturbed attempts. He is the only one that will have the red F and the red trigram on his car and next to his name. But remember, getting to finalist status is one thing, completing a round in finalist is a whole other ballgame, and we've seen people being on the wrong side of the fence many times before in the history of Trackmania.
But again, Gwen with an amazing start, falling for a mistake again there, and cannot deny the finalist mode to Muda, also due to the fact that it is Baiwak who has made a mistake, but he could have moved up like a significant amount of points, but now he needs to win this round. Also, the 1st seed is very, very important here, of course, because that gives you a slightly easier match for day number 2.
The first one to fall by the wayside is Pusito Paco on the way into the very, very tight chicane in the dirt. Gwen with a very smooth landing into the transfer conserves his advantage of about 0.2 of a second going into checkpoint number 8. Muda sawing at the wheel and managing to get a little bit of speed, it seems like, going into sector 3.
I love this line from Muda there, going for the no air brake to let his nose down and then get an earlier landing whilst not having to release there. But right now it is Gwen who's ahead. He clears this transition accordingly, and I think he's on a monster of a time because Muda didn't make a mistake there. Let's take a look what the stopwatch will say. Will we see another world record back-to-back in this match from Gwen? What will it be? Will it be a 0.4? It will be a 0.7. Okay, not that fast, but still, he is finalist. I thought it was a bit faster there, but still an amazing time from Gwen. And we do have a double final situation, and also Paco is at 132 points. So, Geek, if Paco wins, we have 3 finalists going into the penultimate round.
And here's the question. Can Paco turn the double into a triple? Are we going to be able to dream for a triple finalist? Because the last few rounds haven't been exactly rosy here on Saudi Arabia. Scandinavia for the Hungarian hotshot from Virtus Pro. Right now, he's at the back end of the top three. You can see the red name tags right on Mata and Gwen's car. Going through the hole. Are there going to be any hard breaks? No. Everybody's still regrouped within 19 milliseconds at the top three, Kai.
And Paco, it's do or die for him. He has what it takes to take that top seat here. He's going for it, and he goes into the lead. He has good speed, as you can see, but it's still only a couple of thousands between the players. Muta's line doesn't work out this time. He's falling behind, and it's between Gwen and Paco.
Paco managing to pull up to the lead after a little bit of a two-wheel action there, but Gwen right back at him through the penalty sand, over the crest. Now here comes the rock that has been causing so much trouble to Gwen. This time he clears it nice and clean. Paco right back at him, retakes the lead before the final corners and the first jump into the tiny gap. Paco retakes the lead. Gwen tries one last ditch effort to the line. It's not enough. We have a triple finalist for 2 spots in the winner bracket in Group A.
Guys, I call it. What can I say? I call the triple finalists, and here we go. Most likely 2 more rounds to go here. 3 finalists, but only 2 of them can make it into the upper bracket here. It is do or die, and also an outlook for the others. First or second, I think this will be a very, very hard match to play against either of them who will be qualifying. Looked like Gwen will be making it, but it wasn't meant to be. Now Paco, who has been joining the finalists, is having the best start. He's 0.15 ahead, but can he keep it?
Oh, Mata, that was a very shaky landing into the hole. Manages to save it in the same way that Wizzy managed to save his in the previous matches that we've seen before. Right now, Mata at the tail end of the leading group, still in it to win it. Still in with a chance as long as he can keep pace with the leaders and maybe take advantage of a bit of a lapse in concentration from the Hungarian and the Frenchman ahead of him.
It is Gwen who's chasing the Hungarian down here. Muta with a great line here as well. Paco, can he make it? He's the first or the last finalist in this match who has joined Gwen and Muta, but he finds himself in the lead in this round here. 0.2, Gwen with a mistake. Paco's only 1 release away from reaching the next round, and he will be making it. Pussy to Paco is our top seed from the very last match.
With such a clean landing on the ramp. Did you see how close the bottom of the front tires were to actually headbutt the edge of the block? And look at how much he is relieved. And there is his #1 fan right there hiding behind the signs. But he recognizes himself on the camera, I wager. And you can see the look of absolute, well, hands right next to his face, wondering what went wrong. Where did I screw up?
You've seen the smirk there from Pussy to Paco as well. He cannot believe it that he takes that top seed. What an amazing performance. Just being behind, reaching finals mode, denying Gwen the first seed, and then taking it himself. And now we most likely only have 1 more round. 1 last round for today. On South Korea we go. It will be a 1v1 between Muta and Gwen, but also Biowak is still in there. I mean, he has won a round before.
Biowak could extend this a couple of rounds if both Gwen and Muta don't really put their minds to it and suffer really, really big errors, as we now go on to what could potentially be the last round of action of racing here on this opening day of Trackmania at EWC 26.
Wow, and this really gives us an outlook of how the other days will be played out. Gwen with a good start. It is Biowak who's out, so we will have a winner in this round. The question is, will it be Gwen or Muta? Muta didn't have a good start in the other rounds here on South Korea as well, and Gwen finding himself already quite far ahead.
The gaps are quite sequential right now, going into the third and final sector. So far it is a 2/10 down to a 10.5 as Muta is trying to put the pedal to metal, trying to stomp on that loud pedal, trying to get the gap rein back in so that he can actually have a bit of an opportunity to attack Gwen into the zoops. But right now it's no use, no mas. Going into the last few corners, it will be advantage to the AGAL Prodigy by about 3/10. Going into the checkpoint, the last checkpoint before the identities. It's going to take 3 mighty zoops from Muta. The first one is not that clear cut. It's still Gwen ahead by 3/10 of a second. Still keeps the gap relevant to 2/10. And Gwen, after all those trials and tribulations, with a new tournament record of a .336, gets the job done, gets the second spot, and continues Group A in the winner bracket. And what a shocker. The one that many of us, including ourselves, predicted would go all the way through to the winner bracket and have an easy road to victory, finds himself with an early setback down the lower.
I am speechless. I think this was the first major upset of this event. And
I agree.
I mean, Muda, we will bounce back, that is for sure. But Muda not being in the top 2 in this match, I think everybody's not really believing it. What an amazing match have we witnessed here. It is Paco taking the top seed, followed up by Gwen, who had an okay match, fell behind, but then got it together and was able to get second place in front of Muda.
Yeah, taking a look at our STC highlights here, you can see how the first map was kind of a bit of a fluke in a sense, a bit of a red herring, because, well, yes, Gwen got the great start, but you could see that face from Gwen that you saw here was maybe an omen of things to come, as he was not feeling confident, and then the rest, so many slight misadjustments. Even the crowd is like, nah, dude, this ain't gonna cut it. Try to get back on the saddle. He managed to get back last minute. He tried to put everybody else to bed, Muda, but he was put to bed early.
Yeah, he was put to bed very, very early. Paco winning the match. That is a dream start for the young Hungarian. As, yeah, well, I think he cannot believe it. What an amazing match that was.
All right, well, with that final game out of the way, we still have, of course, to listen to the words from our round winner and our match winner, Posito Paco, and he's standing by on the stage with Milos.
Yes, Paco is here with me. Virtus.pro victorious with Paco on the side. Give it up for our final victor of the evening. Paco, I'm not going to ask you anything complicated. Good God, what was that? 3 finalists, heart on your... This was mind-boggling to end the night. How are you feeling?
I was extremely nervous in the triple finalist mode, obviously, but I think I performed better under more pressure, so I was able to pull through. I'm really glad that it went this way.
What do you think that's the case? Do you have a secret sauce that makes that happen? Is it experience? What do you owe that sort of calmness on the pressure to?
I have no idea, to be honest. It's genetics, I have to say, it's genetics. I didn't practice this, it just came with me on natural.
Very good. Saudi Arabia, I guess, the victorious map for you. Is there anything else that we need to look forward to from you in the future? Because if this is the sort of games we have to expect every time you're on stage, I think I'm going to need to grab some medication with me here.
I mean, we didn't play a lot of maps. We'll see about that. And hopefully I will be able to keep the same pace up for the next games.
Very good. Thank you very much, Paco. Congratulations to Paco and Virtus.pro, who take our final series of the evening. Let's close it all out with our desk. Enjoy.
Well, it all makes sense when you look at his background in education. That's really all it is. The teacher, Paco, he goes away from the student, becomes the teacher in Trackmania for real this time, and all jokes aside, puts on a performance that many will be studying for years to come on the biggest stage in Trackmania history, to do it in triple finalist mode, to close out our last group. I mean, Noah, this was like cinema.
Some of us are less surprised than others, you know? I mean, some of us were on a desk before the match and said Paco top 2 wouldn't be that surprising. I said we've seen him grow over the last few years from a player who did struggle under pressure sometimes. And look, I've apologized to him for saying that to him repeatedly and about him repeatedly on broadcasts over the last few years, but we've seen him learn to say it. He's saying he doesn't know where it comes from. I say I know exactly where it came from, because he has been in these situations time and time again, and now he has that ability to convert, and it's beautiful to see.
You know, I think that his ability to recognize that the pressure was something that he just handled without too much of the analytics, anything going too deep on that. I think that's an important aspect of it, Import, because you look at your strengths as a player. Some of it is when things are in those moments, I fall back, so I need to be basically get away from them and try to get ahead a little earlier. Some of these moments are, hey, I like it when there's pressure. I like it when it's down to 3, one race, or, you know, one round decides everything, because if Paco knows that about himself, he's not going to be afraid to go into these moments later on in the tournament.
Well, whether he intentionally used it or not, he definitely used it to his advantage. And honestly, being in that pocket where you're constantly fighting and putting pressure on Muda, putting pressure on Gwen, that forced so many errors on their part. They clearly felt the pressure on that stage. You wouldn't think that they necessarily would at the echelon that they're at, but even the best can still falter if they're not in the right mindset. And we also had a request to go over a little bit of education.
Yeah.
So if I may, I'd like to.
Yeah, we're gonna get to you in a second. You want to come back out? These are still running, but we'll jump into that telestrator as well. No, it's good. I like the eagerness. Yes, we are going to jump into that. I mean, this was one of those things where storylines collided perfectly. We were waiting for the upset, Nua. I mean, this really was. Maybe in your words, you thought he could be top 2, but when it comes to surprising results, this was the most surprising of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think back to the start of the day. Not nobody, but Neon was maybe a little bit kind of that third place player, but that was more a function of us not being sure how Neon was going to do in a LAN environment, being that new youngest player in Trackmania. And I mean, it's kind of a beautiful start and end to the day.
You're right.
That Neon was that new youngest player taking over from Paco, who has been that youngest player for a couple of years now.
I love it.
And all of a sudden, both of them top 2 in their matches, both of them managing to make it through, and Paco doing it in style as well. I love that it came down to Gwen versus Mutta directly in that final round.
Yeah, it was amazing, man. All right, now we have time, so it's your turn, Aaron. What do you got to show for us?
Boys and girls, it's time to get into class here as we explain. Checkpoint ties.
Okay.
So when a time is tied at the end, the rule is the previous checkpoint is the determiner of the winner. If that is tied, then it goes to the previous checkpoint before that until, we get to the end and then it becomes random.
Now, Importer,
Who starts the race first? It gets all the way back to the beginning of the race. Then you're like, we just got to race again.
Well, then it becomes...
It's probably named.
That's
what I was about to ask.
That's a little bit...
You got to start your name with a few underscores.
That's right.
Yeah, Trackmania name diff, that used to be the thing. That's how it used to be determined.
No way. Really?
We're not joking.
Wow,
so
name diff.
Alphabetical
order. If you were tied, if your name was higher in the alphabetical order, you were going to win that round.
Mr. Aaron over here.
Yes.
Aaron.
Always gonna win. That's how it's gonna work. All right, let's go ahead and look at this really quickly here. We also have a little montage afterwards to go along with our theme of ties here. So this is the round that both Mutta and Paco tied. I'm gonna pause right here. You're gonna see there that Paco is ahead of Mutta by 46/100ths of a second. They're now gonna tie. Boom. That is going to be Paco winning that round. Speaking of ties, hey, let's talk about match point ties.
I'll point out just something very quickly on that as well, which is that sometimes it will be reversed on the scoreboard. So if you ever see that tie, very important to pay attention to who actually gets the points.
Yes. But as far as match is concerned, it wasn't just the checkpoint tie that occurred. It was also match point ties as well. We saw multiple ties across of it. These are just a couple of the clips that we have. And then let's go ahead and pull the final one. The triple finalists that we had at the end to just the theme of ties the entire match. Let's just go ahead and end it with the triple finalists here. I was so excited when Paco ended with the triple finals and then winning it out. What a fantastic way to have a match. And honestly, that's such a huge confidence boost as well.
Oh my God. I mean, it's two great players, two players that you could see either winning this or being very close in contest to winning this on the final day. So, I mean, Paco's got to be going in with so much confidence. He's like, if I did this, I can do anything.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, that is 2 huge scalps to take on day one. And I'll say it as well, though. I think looking at the other players who are in it, Mutta is terrifying in the lower bracket, first of all. But Gwen is also a player who I think is notoriously kind of grows over the course of a tournament as well. So seeing Gwen in this form on day one, sure, he didn't win the match, but that's a threat to keep an eye on.
It's going to be an exciting one, guys. And speaking of, we've got our Group A and Group B already. A couple of slots filled in on where we should see our upper and our lower qualification. Pac, Wosal, Gwen, and Epos. That upper qual is going to be a fun one. You see Otak, Paco, Binks, and Stuffs on the other side of that for Group A. Those will be our 2 upper brackets there. And then you see on this side, Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, and Solja. And then Grenadi, Bryn, Elcon, and Mime. This is going to be a lot of fun for Group A and Group B. Here's a little bit of tomorrow's schedule. We'll start off with Nako and Charles, Flimsy, and Spark. Guys, I know we have an eye test here. We're gonna have another page. Anybody that you're like looking at and saying, oh, that's a matchup I want to look at? Mutta, maybe? Lingo? Noisia?
Yeah, you're saying eye test. I'm saying brain test. That's a lot of words to throw at me at the end of a broadcast here.
I'm saying when you look at this page, does anything stand out to you immediately when you just look at it?
Look, I think that match, Wizzy, Richie, Neil, J-Swag, I think is going to be scary. Mutta, Noisia, and Josh in a match together is also scary. Frankly, looking down the board, I think all of these matches it's hard to pick a top 2 in a lot of them.
Sure. Yeah. Link Max as well. I think we have another page we're holding on there. Tomorrow's schedule will then go to our upper brackets. We'll finish off with Pac, Wosal, Gwen, and EPOS, which we saw at the start of the day, import, but that's an incredibly dangerous group. 2 of those members, Pac and EPOS, probably mentioned the most in terms of tournament favorites.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be match of the day. Makes sense. That's why it would be at the end there. But also, I would like to point out the match of death, which is everybody that is unfortunately looped with Carl Jr. in that first match of the day. Bless them. That they have to deal with that as their first moment of the day. But hey, you know what? They could do it.
Hey,
that's fine.
Come on, it's the biggest tournament in Trackmania history. We got $130,000 for first place. You got to do it. You got to earn it. Don't worry. Get that matchup through. Maybe you'll be like Pac and you'll say, I'll take down the GOAT early on and then send him to the lower bracket. Could be exciting as well. We've got our Aramco Club Championship rankings here, and that means that we will keep you up to date at the top and the bottom end of the show. And oh boy, AGAL have made some differences. This could be because of Binks, I think, moving on, maybe just one step forward, guaranteeing a slot. I'm not exactly sure, but we know that AGL has caught up a little bit to Falcons as of now. Carl Jr. still out in the lead. I don't think it is, because they would have changed. It would have been 4,400 as well. So this had to have been a result from somewhere else. We will send Chris around tomorrow to give you all of that information. But just so you know, 100 points between the two of them. It's getting closer and closer, Nua.
It's getting very, very scary. And I think one of the things definitely to keep an eye on is the fact that AGAL have 2 players in the Trackmania. So obviously only one player is going to be able to count their points towards it. But yeah, look, there's a world where they come first and second and push Carl Jr. down to third, and that could be a difference maker.
Oh, man, it's 70% chance coming into this, the Trackmania would decide the club championship. So those watching, every single day we're going to get closer and closer to that. So it's exciting. Guys, final thoughts before we close out our day one.
Crazy day. Triple finalists to end it all.
Absolutely
I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, look, some big names falling down into the lower bracket. Lower bracket is already scary. What a great place to be after one day of matches, that the lower bracket itself is scary.
So excited, man. Nua Import, thank you guys for all your thoughts as well. Everybody behind the scenes and all of you watching here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at Paris and the Paris Export Port de Versailles here in France. It was a great day of Trackmania. Day 2 continues tomorrow. My name's been Rain Day. I remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll leave you with the STC recap. See you then.